Chapter 24 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Wind whistled in the air as the golden-clad little girl put on the iron claw and quickly extended her hand out. As soon as the golden-clad little girl made a move, a ripping sound could be heard. She did not tear the void, but barely their scratches could be seen in the void. This did not mean the little girl was weak or the claw-like celestial supreme treasure was useless, it was just that the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was very stable. Even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial could not tear a hole in the void in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. The onlookers gasped in shock and fear when they saw the ensuing scene after the golden-clad little girl used the celestial supreme treasure. The golden-clad little girl was none other than Little Gold. She was the jade-eyed heavenly mouse who used to follow duels. Currently, she had evolved from the jade-eyed heavenly mouse to the celestial beast known as the red-eyed celestial devouring mouse. After Little Gold, Little White, and Little White entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone together, Little Gold found that she was alone after they had entered. She traveled in the secret zone alone all this time and encountered many people who plotted against her and wanted to kill her. However, she managed to kill all of them. Little Gold had rushed over here today when she heard news about an Earth-ranked treasure vault that contained a weapon. When she arrived, she discovered the strongest person around was only a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. At that time, the 5-tribulation bodiless celestial was just about to grab hold of the celestial supreme treasure when she attacked and killed him. Her actions frightened the onlookers and she easily obtained the celestial supreme treasure since no one dared to contend with her. Little Gold could feel the greedy and frightened gazes that were trained on her, so she shook the iron claw in her hand and smiled as she asked, "Why are all of you staring at the celestial supreme treasure? Are you thinking of snatching it from me?" Little Gold's appearance was innocent and harmless, but currently, to the onlookers, the smiling Little Gold looked no different from a devil. They were so terrified that they averted their eyes immediately upon hearing her words. Many even turned around and left, thinking they would definitely die if they stayed too long. How boring. Little Gold pouted when she saw more than half the people present on the scene had left. She no longer bothered with the onlookers and put the iron claw away before she left. The onlookers only watched as Little Gold left. None of them were brave enough to chase after her and snatch the celestial supreme treasure away. It did not take long before certain news reached Little Gold's ears. Brother Ling Tian killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike. Although many thought the news was just baseless rumor, Little Gold did not think so. She muttered to herself, "I thought I would be stronger than Brother Ling Tian. Who knew he already possesses the strength to kill 7-tribulation bodiless celestials? Moreover, he's able to do it with just a strike. This means his strength is currently comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial." She was not envious that Duan Ling Tian had grown so strong. Instead, she was sincerely happy for him. Not long after Little Gold heard the news, Little Black and Little White heard the news as well. Since they were twins, they had used their blood connection to sense and find each other when they arrived in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Brother Ling Tian's strength is comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. He has gotten so strong. After a while, Little Black came to a conclusion. Since Brother Ling Tian has come out of a heaven-ranked treasure vault, with the clue he obtained in there, he must be heading to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial now. Then, let's continue with our journey since we've also obtained the clue from this human-ranked treasure vault, Little White said as she looked at the feng shui compass in her hand. She gestured to Little Black and both of them left in the direction where the compass was pointing. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. At this moment, in a magnificent and huge palace in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, 2 beautiful women were seated in the great hall of the palace. One of the women sat on the main seat while the other woman sat on her right. The woman seated on the right was dressed in red. She had a voluptuous figure and a seductive face. At this moment, her brows were furrowed as though she had sensed something. "What is it?" The woman who was seated on the main seat was dressed in light green robes. She was beautiful and radiated a pure aura. Her bearing was completely different from the red-clad woman. "It's nothing, elder sister." The red-clad woman shook her head when she heard the green-clad woman's words. However, the look in her eyes betrayed her thoughts. "If you have something to do, then, go ahead. It has to be urgent if your men are sending you a message at this hour," the green-clad woman said gently with a smile on her face. When she smiled, it seemed like the flowers were blooming, making people feel as though it was spring. "There are 3 little fellows who have not ascended to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven after they received the inheritance from the legacy blood pool. Moreover, They have entered a beyond heaven's secret zone. Therefore, my superior wants me to retrieve them from the secret zone and bring them here." A hint of reluctance could be seen on the red-clad woman's face at this moment. It was clear that she was unwilling to part with the green-clad woman. "Elder sister, I haven't seen you for so many years. I'm truly unwilling to leave now." "Silly girl." The green-clad woman shook her head and smiled. "I can just follow you, right? I'm also curious why those three little fellows would stay in a mundane realm and enter the beyond heaven's secret zone even after receiving the inheritance from the legacy blood pool that the Lord had personally refined. When people from the mundane realms had a fortuitous encounter and were able to ascend to the Devata realms, they would usually not waste any time and ascend as soon as they had gotten stronger. Although there were some who continued staying in the mundane realms for various reasons, it was rare for them to be able to enter a secret zone after having such a fortuitous encounter. After all, it was difficult to find the point of entrance and exit of a beyond heaven's secret zone. Moreover, beyond heaven's secret zones, generally, would bar this kind of people from entering. The rules of beyond heaven's secret zones prohibited people who had received inheritances from a Devata realm from entering. After all, the great overarching golden celestial who left his inheritance in a beyond heaven's secret zone did not wish his inheritor to have another master or belong to another force in the Devata realms. The three little fellows whom the red-clad woman was talking about were none other than Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. After three of them had received the inheritance from the legacy blood pool, they were automatically considered as being part of the force of the Lord who had refined the legacy blood pool. The people from the mundane realms were unaware of this rule in the beyond heaven secret zones. They did not know that their cultivation bases might be destroyed, or even killed, before they were expelled from the beyond heaven secret zone for violating the rule. Among these people, some of them were taken away by the people from the force they had received their inheritances from. Some had their cultivation bases destroyed before they were expelled from the Beyond Heaven secret zone, and some were instantly killed by a supervisory envoy of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Due to how extraordinary Beyond Heaven secret zones were, the supervisory envoys were usually Heaven Emperor's men. They had lofty backgrounds, and normal people could not afford to provoke them. For this reason, not many forces in the Devata realm would publicly go against supervisory envoys, especially not for people who received the inheritances from their forces. Therefore, whenever the members from the forces in a Devata realm discovered that people who had received the inheritances from their forces had mistakenly entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they would only send someone to secretly and quietly retrieve those people before the supervisory envoys discovered them. The red-clad woman had received an order to retrieve Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black from the Beyond Heaven secret zone for this reason. Most people from the mundane realms were under the impression that Beyond Heaven secret zones were created by a great overarching golden celestial since it contained various treasures and the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. However, the truth was Beyond Heaven secret zones were jointly created by the 81 Heaven Emperors of the Devata realms. The secret zones were created by them to provide great overarching golden celestials with a way to search for inheritors. In order to manage the Beyond Heaven secret zones, the 81 Heaven Emperors would appoint their men as supervisory envoys to supervise the Beyond Heaven secret zones. A supervisory envoy usually had to supervise millions of Beyond Heaven secret zones due to their great number. At this moment, the red-clad woman said, "If that's the case, elder sister, let's depart now." The three little fellows who entered the legacy blood pool together are said to be highly talented. That's why I've been ordered to retrieve them from the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Although the red-clad woman spoke casually, based on her tone, it could be seen that she respected the green-clad woman a lot. Chapter 2451 The Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. After listening to you, I'm even more interested in meeting those three little fellows. The green-clad woman's eyes brightened in excitement when she heard the red-clad woman's words. Then, let's not waste any time. Let's go, the red-clad woman said. Let's go, the green-clad woman said before her body that was seated on the main seat in the great hall vanished without a trace. In the next moment, the red-clad woman disappeared as well. Silence descended on the great hall instantly. At this moment, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White who were in the Beyond Heaven secret zone were unaware of the impending danger. They did not know that if they were discovered by a supervisory envoy of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they might lose their cultivation bases, if not die. Naturally, they were also unaware that someone had been sent to take them away as well. As danger crept closer to them, they were only thinking about meeting Duan Ling Tian and Ka. Every Devata realm had a Beyond Heaven pavilion, and there were 81 Beyond Heaven pavilions. Since there were 81 Devata realms, Beyond Heaven pavilions were transfer stations between a Devata realm and various Beyond Heaven secret zones. Great overarching golden celestials had to register here if they wanted to go to a Beyond Heaven secret zone to leave their inheritances behind. After registering, they would be able to enter a Beyond Heaven secret zone through a transporting formation in the Beyond Heaven pavilion. According to the rules, when they leave their inheritances in a Beyond Heaven secret zone, they also had to leave Heaven rank and Earth rank treasure vaults in the secret zone. Similar to Beyond Heaven secret zones, Beyond Heaven pavilions were usually managed by Heaven Emperor's people. Since there were many people involved in managing a Beyond Heaven pavilion, it was only natural that there were good and wicked people. Some of the unsavory characters would even sell information from Beyond Heaven secret zones for their personal gains. For example, when someone from the Beyond Heaven pavilion discovered Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White had violated the rules of Beyond Heaven secret zones, that person was supposed to notify a supervisory envoy to mete out punishment. However, that person did not notify a supervisory envoy. Instead, he informed the force that owned the inheritance that the three little fellows received. Incidents like this were very common, and those informers would be greatly rewarded from the various forces. In an enclosed room, a middle-aged man who seemed to be dressed in some kind of uniform pointed at two mirror images that showed three people. His uniform had the words, Beyond Heaven Pavilion, embroidered across his chest. He said deferentially to a red-clad woman, Lord Meng, it's these three people. In one of the mirror images, a golden-clad little girl could be seen rushing to an unknown location. On the other mirror image, a black-clad little boy and a white-clad little girl could be seen in a human-rank treasure vault, easily passing the challenges in there. The middle-aged man continued to say, I accidentally discovered the black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl. I realized when they attacked, both of them have a crescent blood moon mark between their brows. That's how I know they're from the Blood Moon Ridge clan. Since I discovered both of them, I decided to do a check on those people in that Beyond Heaven secret zone, and that's how I found the golden-clad little girl. Similarly, when she attacked, a blood moon mark appeared between her brows as well. The red-clad woman nodded her head, clearly satisfied with the middle-aged man's actions. You've done well. After I retrieve them, I'll send you a token of appreciation from the Blood Moon Ridge. Thank you, Lord Meng. The middle-aged man smiled so wide that his eyes almost seemed close. He had given Blood Moon Ridge this piece of information in exchange for the token of appreciation after all. At this moment, the green-clad woman who had remained silent suddenly spoke up as she watched the mirror images. They're from the Dragon Clan. One of the mirror images showed the black-clad little boy and white-clad little girl reverting to 8-clawed divine dragons, which were also their true forms. The green-clad woman looked at the red-clad woman and said decisively, Meng Yao. I want both of them. Elder sister, it's not a big deal if you want them. However, it's better if you get the noble patriarch to inform our master about it. The red-clad woman did not seem surprised by the green-clad woman's demand. She had a forced smile on her face as she continued to say, otherwise, if my superior makes an inquiry, it'll be difficult for me to explain myself. All right. The green-clad woman nodded as she turned her eyes back to the two 8-clawed divine dragons in the mirror image. The middle-aged man who was standing at the side could not help but ask the red-clad woman curiously, Lord Meng, may I know who this person is? She's my elder sister, Ji Shang, the red-clad woman replied. Ji Shang. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows. The name seemed familiar but he could not recall where or when he had heard it. My elder sister is from the Dragon Clan, the red-clad woman said. Dragon Clan. The middle-aged man suddenly jolted when he heard the red-clad woman's words. He turned to look at the green-clad woman and asked in a trembling voice, is she Elder Ji Shang, the youngest elder in the Dragon Clan in our 10,000 Beasts Heaven? Yes, the red-clad woman replied with a nod. It's an honor to meet you, Elder Ji Shang. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, please forgive me for being rude and not knowing who you are earlier. Please forgive my ignorance. Although the current Heaven Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was not from the Dragon Clan, the force of the Dragon Clan was only second to the force under the Heaven Emperor. Even a strong force like Blood Moon Ridge was still inferior to the Dragon Clan. The green-clad woman, Ji Shang, the youngest elder in the Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, did not deign to reply to the middle-aged man. She glanced at him indifferently and said, activate the transporting formation that leads to that Beyond Heaven secret zone. Yes, yes, the middle-aged man, naturally, did not dare to delay when he heard Ji Zhang's words. He quickly activated the transporting formation just as Ji Shang had ordered. How could he not be afraid? Although this Beyond Heaven pavilion belonged to the Heaven Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the middle-aged man knew very well that the Heaven Emperor would not care even if thousands of people like him were killed by Ji Shang. As soon as the transporting formation was activated, Ji Shang disappeared into it in just a flash. The red-clad woman followed closely behind. Just like this, the Beyond Heaven secret zone gained two newcomers, Elder Ji Shang from the Dragon Clan and Meng Yao from the Blood Moon Ridge. As soon as Ji Shang arrived in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she extended her divine consciousness that encompassed a large area of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Based on this, one could see how strong Ji Shang, the youngest elder in the Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, was. Ji Shang was just about to withdraw her divine consciousness when she discovered her two targets were not in range when she suddenly sensed something. This is, through her divine consciousness, Ji Shang watched as a celestial sword shot out of the hand of a purple-clad young man as more than 5 sword rays followed closely behind. When the sword rays merged with the sword, it boosted the power of the sword immediately. It did not take long before the purple-clad young man killed a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ji Shang muttered to herself, "This sword-wielding art looks like." She closed her eyes as scenes from many years ago appeared in her mind. At that time, a genius sword celestial came to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven to challenge the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. That battle was truly shocking. Ji Shang was only an ordinary disciple in the Dragon Clan at that time. However, since her parents were guardians of the Dragon Clan, she had a chance to watch the battle. During that battle, the patriarch whom they revered like a god, was defeated by the genius sword celestial. She had found it difficult to accept the outcome of the battle at that time. Ji Shang could clearly remember what the patriarch had told that man after his defeat. "I accept my loss. Based on your strength, if you take another step forward, it won't be difficult for you to challenge a Heaven Emperor and win. At that time, you'll become a Heaven Emperor." After a while, there was news. From the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. Someone had challenged the Heaven Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the Heaven Emperor. And thus, the man who killed the Heaven Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven became the new Heaven Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Ji Shang remembered being shocked when she learned that the new Heaven Emperor of solitary destructive heaven was the genius sword celestial who had defeated the Dragon Clan's patriarch. She did not expect the patriarch's words to come true. Chapter 24:52 Difficult to me. Ji Shang, the youngest elder of the Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, was reminded of the Heaven Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the genius sword celestial who had challenged the patriarch of the Dragon Clan and won, when she saw the purple-clad young man wielding his celestial sword. Although the sword-wielding art that the genius sword celestial had cast was more profound, she could still see the similarities when the purple-clad young man cast the sword-wielding art. A thought appeared in Ji Zhang's mind at this moment. Is he somehow connected to that person in solitary destructive heaven? This was truly something unexpected. She would not have believed it if she did not witness the purple-clad young man wielding the celestial sword. After all, how could someone as lofty as that person from the solitary destructive heaven be related to someone from one of the mundane realms? Ji Shang had seen many geniuses as an elder from the dragon in the 10,000 Beasts Heavens, but she was still amazed by the purple-clad young man. She would not have been surprised if she saw an eminent celestial killing a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devata realms. After all, eminent celestials in the Devata realms were different from eminent celestials in the mundane realms. He's only an eminent celestial, but he's capable of killing a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial effortlessly even though the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial didn't use any celestial weapon. Most people in the Devata realms referred to celestial supreme treasures as celestial weapons. Almost all bodiless celestials could only use celestial weapons. They could not master any celestial techniques or divine abilities from the Devata realms and mundane realms. Due to the bodiless celestial's special constitution, they would not be able to withstand the celestial techniques and divine abilities. Even if someone had already mastered celestial techniques or divine abilities before becoming a bodiless celestial, they would no longer be able to use it once they became a bodiless celestial unless they wanted to die. This applied to 9 tribulation bodiless celestials as well. They would have to wait until they passed the last bodiless celestial tribulation, ascended to a Devata realm, and gained a new body before they could use the celestial techniques or divine abilities. This was the biggest weakness of a bodiless celestial. Naturally, there was an exception to this. The bodiless celestials who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment were able to cast soul offensive celestial techniques and divine abilities from the Devata realms. After a while, Ji Shang shook her head. This must be a coincidence. In the end, she concluded that it was unlikely for the purple-clad young man to be related to the Heaven Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The sword-wielding art had to be a mere coincidence. After that, she quickly withdrew her divine consciousness to probe in another direction. Meanwhile, Meng Yao, the red-clad woman, did not stay idle. She had also extended her divine consciousness to look for the whereabouts of the golden-clad little girl, the black-clad little boy, and the white-clad little girl. At this moment, the golden-clad little girl who was hovering in the sky descended on a lake. When she descended on the lake, it caused a splash, but she remained dry. She held a feng shui compass as she said excitedly, "I finally found a human-rank treasure vault. After obtaining the clues here, I'll be able to meet brother Ling Tian and sister Ka soon." The golden-clad girl was about to leave in the direction where the feng shui compass was pointed when a red-clad woman appeared like a gust of wind, blocking the golden-clad little girl's path. The golden-clad little girl's expression changed dramatically when she saw the red-clad woman. Wariness and a hint of fear could be seen in her eyes as she asked, "Who are you?" The red-clad woman had appeared out of thin air. The golden-clad little girl did not even sense anything prior to the red-clad woman's appearance. Based on this, she knew that the red-clad woman was far stronger than her. Meng Yao, the red-clad woman, sighed as she looked at the golden-clad little girl and said, "Little fellow, you're too greedy. After you obtained the inheritance of the legacy blood pool from our blood moon ridge, you should have ascended to the 10,000 beasts heaven. Even if you chose not to ascend, you shouldn't have come to this beyond heaven's secret zone." When the golden-clad little girl, Little Gold, heard Meng Yao's words, she was stunned. A hint of confusion surfaced in her eyes as she stammered, Legacy blood pool. How do you know about the legacy blood pool?" Meng Yao replied, "The legacy blood pool was refined by the master of the Blood Moon Ridge, how could I not know about it?" Blood Moon Ridge, master. The legacy blood pool was refined by him. Little Gold murmured to herself. Then, she looked at Meng Yao and asked with bright eyes, "This means you're a celestial from a Devata realm?" At this time, Little Gold finally ascertained that the red-clad woman did not harbor any ill intention. Otherwise, the red-clad woman would not have revealed this information to her. Moreover, if the red-clad woman wanted to kill her, it would be extremely easy for her to do so. "Yes, I am," Meng Yao nodded before she said, "I came here to bring you out of this beyond heaven's secret zone. Do you know it's dangerous for you to be in here?" Her voice was solemn when she spoke. "Dangerous?" Little Gold was startled. Then, she shook her head. "As long as I don't provoke the bodiless celestials who are stronger than me, I should be fine. Moreover, there are many people who are weaker than me, and yet, they still manage to survive in here." Based on her words, it could be seen that Little Gold was under the impression that the danger Meng Yao referred to was the bodiless celestials who were stronger than her. Meng Yao patiently explained to Little Gold, "I'm not talking about the bodiless celestials who are stronger than you." She told Little Gold about supervisory envoys and also how Little Gold had violated the rules by entering the Beyond Heaven's secret zone after obtaining the inheritance from the legacy blood pool. Little Gold's face turned pale. If the supervisory envoy finds out about this, even if I don't die, I will lose my cultivation base." "Yes," Meng Yao nodded. Then, she added urgently, "That's why we have to leave as soon as we can. If the supervisory envoy finds out about this, not only you, but even I would be affected. I have two other friends." Little Gold, who was shocked by Meng Yao's words, suddenly remembered Little Black and Little White. "If I'm not mistaken, your two friends should have left this beyond heaven's secret zone by now. I'll bring you to them," Meng Yao said as she brought Little Gold away. In just a short moment, she brought Little Gold to the transporting formation in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It took only a short moment before they arrived in a chamber in the Beyond Heaven pavilion. Little Gold was just recovering from the blinding light that had flashed when she heard two familiar voices calling out to her in unison. "Little Black, Little White." Little Gold sighed in relief when she saw the black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl standing in front of her. "I'll take them with me. Come to the Dragon Clan after a month for your reward." A voice rang in the air at this moment. Little Gold discovered another two people in this place, apart from the red-clad woman who had brought her here. Little Black, and little white. A green-clad woman was speaking to a middle-aged man at this moment. "Thank you, Elder Xianxia," the middle-aged man said. He did not expect to be rewarded by the Dragon Clan as well, since he had only thought he would be rewarded by Blood Moon Ridge. Although he knew Xianxia wanted two of the people he found, he did not have any expectations of being rewarded by the Dragon Clan. "Meng Yao, I'll take my leave now," Xianxia said as she looked at Meng Yao. Soon after, she took Little Black and Little White with her and left. Little Gold, who did not even have a chance to speak to Little Black and Little White, cried out, "Little Black! Little White!" She turned to look at Meng Yao and asked anxiously, "Where did she take Little Black and Little White?" Meng Yao said reassuringly, "Don't worry. She won't harm your friends. She's only taking them home." Before Little Gold could reply or resist, Meng Yao had already brought her away. She thought to herself, "How strong. She's far stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial." She had intended to struggle but failed when she realized how strong Meng Yao was. Little Gold's heart was filled with bitterness when she recalled how she had been taken from the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. "Unfortunately, I didn't get to meet Brother Ling Tian and Sister Ka. I wonder when I'll be able to see them again." At this moment, reality finally hit Little Gold that she was in a Devata realm when she sensed the exaggeratedly rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Chapter 2453, Shamelessly Boasting. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of the matter regarding Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. How could he have known they had been taken away? Let alone knowing they had been taken to a Devata realm, he did not even know they had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone to find him. At this moment, 3 people who looked travel-weary arrived in a majestic mountain range. "We're too late," one of them said as they watched an old man, surrounded by people, held a long and wide saber with an intimidating aura in his hand. When the old man sent his energy into the saber began to vibrate and radiate fierce saber rays. It seemed indestructible at this moment. When the old man saw this, he let out an unrestrained laugh. "What a good saber! 7 tribulation bodiless celestial," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the old when he and his companions arrived in this earth-ranked treasure vault. The saber in the old man's hand was the celestial supreme treasure contained in this earth-ranked treasure vault. When the old man arrived, he saw 2 6 tribulation bodiless celestials fighting over this celestial supreme treasure. He did not wait for them to kill each other before he directly killed the 2 6 tribulation bodiless celestials and took possession of the celestial supreme treasure. Once the onlookers saw the old man was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, they no longer dared to have covetous thoughts about the celestial supreme treasure. They had no intention of seeking death after all. Snatching the celestial supreme treasure from that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was no different from snatching food from the mouth of a tiger. It would be nice if that old man didn't have the saber. Otherwise, the saber would be yours, Brother Ling Tian, Han Shui Nai, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, said with a sigh as she looked at the old man who was laughing while he held the saber in his hand. In Han Shui Nai's opinion, the old man who was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was definitely no match for Duan Ling Tian if he did not obtain the celestial supreme treasure. After all, she had witnessed him killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, so she knew his strength was comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, since the old man had obtained the celestial supreme treasure, this meant the old man's strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The old man's power was on par with Duan Ling Tian, so she thought it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to snatch the celestial supreme treasure away from the old man. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who was standing at the other side of Duan Ling Tian, remained silent. However, judging by the regretful expression on his face, it was not hard to see that he shared the same thought as Han Shui Nai. When Han Shui Nai had spoken, many people had heard her even though her voice was not loud. "Who's shamelessly boasting? This woman just said that if that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial didn't possess the celestial supreme treasure, the man standing next to her would be able to obtain it." At this moment, many people were looking at Han Shui Nai and Duan Ling Tian. They knew she was talking about Duan Ling Tian earlier. After that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial obtained the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. So what that woman means is the purple-clad young man standing next to her has strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Well, maybe he's an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. More and more people turned to look at Duan Ling Tian curiously. They wondered if he was really an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even then, none of them dared to probe his cultivation base. It was considered rude to probe someone's cultivation base. If they had probed the purple-clad young man's cultivation, it would be fine if he was weak. However, if he turned out to be strong, they would definitely lose their lives. 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. When the old man who had obtained the celestial supreme treasure heard the discussion in his surroundings, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian as well. As soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he cried out in anger, "It's you." It was as though Duan Lingtian was his sworn enemy. A majestic energy surged out of the old man's body immediately. Some of that energy went into the saber he held in his hands, causing the saber to release fierce and seemingly indestructible saber rays. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was, naturally, alerted by the old man's movements. It seems like this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial knows the purple-clad young man. Moreover, it seems like he has a grudge against that young man. How interesting. Han Shui Nai, who could see how angry the old man was, could not help but ask in shock, "Brother Lingtian, you know him?" Although Zhang Yi remained silent, he looked at Duan Lingtian curiously as well. "I haven't seen him before." Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was certain he had not met this old man before. How could he know why the old man was so angry? He wondered inwardly, is he related to someone I killed? He thought there was a high possibility of this. After all, he had killed many people ever since he entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. He did not doubt that many of those people carried mirror image talismans on their bodies. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the divine consciousness that probed his cultivation base. It made him feel exposed. Sure enough, the old man glared at Duan Lingtian and said with a scoff, similar to Rongbo, who was a disciple of my Liyan sect, "You're just an eminent celestial. However, seeing as you managed to kill him, you must be quite strong. However, it's unfortunate for you to have met me today." The onlookers were confused when they heard the old man's words, since they had no idea what he was talking about. "Rongbo, he's from the Liyan sect in Skyline Realm," some from Skyline Realm exclaimed. At this moment, Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the old man's words. Rongbo. He finally realized why the old man was so angry when he saw Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, he's from the same sect as Rongbo. No wonder he's so hostile toward Duan Lingtian. He must have seen Duan Lingtian easily killing Rongbo through a mirror image talisman. Realization dawned on Han Shui Nai as well. Oh, so he's from the same sect as Rongbo. She had heard about the incident with Rongbo during their travels. Duan Lingtian was not surprised, since he had already guessed the old man was related to someone whom he had killed. However, he truly did not expect the old man to be connected to Rongbo. At this moment, the onlookers were furtively whispering among themselves. An eminent celestial. Did the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial just say the purple-clad young man is an eminent celestial? We must have heard wrongly. If the purple-clad young were just an eminent celestial, I don't think the young lady by his side would dare to shamelessly boast, right? Well, she could be lying. When Han Shui Nai overheard the onlookers' conversation, her face turned red from anger. She fumed inwardly, boasting. Shamelessly boasting. How dare these people look down on brother Lingtian? She took a deep breath before she retorted, "My brother Lingtian just killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike not too long ago. Although he's only an eminent celestial, his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial." The onlookers seemed to recall something when they heard Han Shui Nai's words and broke out in a discussion among themselves again. An eminent celestial killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with a strike. His strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. She calls him. Could this purple-clad young man be Duan Lingtian? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 2454, Dazzling Sword Formation. Duan Lingtian. Silence descended when people heard the name Duan Lingtian. How could they not be familiar with this name? Most of them had heard the news that had been spreading, even though they did not think it was true. Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial who apparently killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial outside of a heaven-rank treasure vault left by a great overarching golden celestial. It was said that he had strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. He can't be that Duan Lingtian, right? Didn't you hear what the girl standing next to him said? He killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial before and has strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. She even called him brother Lingtian. He must be Duan Lingtian. Han Shui-nai, who heard the discussion in the surroundings, scoffed and said, Duan Ling Tian is. Indeed, my brother Ling Tian. The news all of you heard is true. He did kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial outside a heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching bodiless celestial. Moreover, he killed the bodiless celestial with just a strike. Her voice grew louder and louder as she reached the end of her sentence. After listening to Han Shui-nai's words, everyone was convinced the purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian. They discussed his strength, and the topic slowly shifted to the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect in Skyline Realm. So he's Duan Ling Tian. I really didn't expect to meet Duan Ling Tian from the rumor. I wonder if he really possesses the strength of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial like the rumor says. Whether he's as strong as the rumor says or not, we'll find out soon enough. Can't you see that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had just obtained the celestial supreme treasure staring at him like prey? We're about to watch a good show. The old man from Li Yan's sect said with a sneer, so you're Duan Ling Tian. I've seen you through a mirror image, so I think the rumor is just a rumor. There's no truth in it at all. The strength you displayed when you killed my sect disciple, Rong Bo, was comparable to a 3 or 4 tribulation bodiless celestial at best. The hate in the old man's eyes intensified as he spoke. When he had seen the mirror image of Rong Bo being killed, he had seen Duan Ling Tian's strength. Although Duan Ling Tian had easily defeated Rong Bo, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian was not as powerful as the rumor made him out to be. The old man's words, naturally, caused the onlookers to doubt the veracity of the rumor. After all, to begin with, most of them did not think the rumor was true. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man indifferently before he slowly said, "You're quite observant. I have to say you're right." Killing intent could be seen in the depths of the old man's eyes at this moment. He said threateningly, "Duan Ling Tian, since you killed Rong Bo, I'll kill you today and send you to hell to avenge him." Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he calmly said, "You think you'll be able to avenge Rong Bo? I hope you've thought this through. You might die trying to avenge him. That's not worth it, right?" His words that were filled with confidence showed that he was not frightened by that old man. It seemed like he was warning the old man that he would die if he tried to avenge Rong Bo. Duan Ling Tian's words provoked the old man, enraging him. His body trembled in anger as he said, "Arrogant. How arrogant." The onlookers who were stunned by Duan Ling Tian's confident words began to whisper furtively among themselves. How can Duan Ling Tian remain calm at this moment? Perhaps he's really capable of killing this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who has obtained a celestial supreme treasure. You're joking. It's impossible for an eminent celestial in the mundane realms to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who has obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Most of the onlookers concluded that Duan Ling Tian did not possess the strength to defeat the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. "Brother Ling Tian," Han Shui-nai called out. Although she could see Duan Ling Tian was confident, she could not help but feel anxious since she thought his strength was only on par with the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. She thought to herself, however, based on Brother Ling Tian's words, it seems like he's certain he'll be able to kill that old man. Zhang Yi was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's confidence. He could not help but muse inwardly, "Duan Ling Tian, I wonder where your confidence came from. This old man is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure." Nonetheless, due to Han Shui-nai and Zhang Yi's trust in Duan Ling Tian, they assumed he would not speak recklessly if he was not confident. After thinking about it, they were convinced Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill the old man even though they did not know how he was going to do it. Han Shui-nai, who knew Duan Ling Tian well, began to think to herself, "Brother Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability can raise his strength by 2 stages. The celestial sword can raise it by another stage. The 4th stage of the sovereign heart sword, the body sword fusion, can raise it by 2 stages, and the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, can likely increase it by another stage. All in all, his strength should be on par with an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial." She shook her head, trying to figure out why Duan Ling Tian was so confident. After a moment, her eyes suddenly brightened as though she had found her answer. At this moment, the old man from Li Yan's sect in Skyline Realm bellowed angrily, "Duan Ling Tian." He charged toward Duan Ling Tian without any warning as the celestial saber in his hand shot out saber rays that seemed indestructible. When the old man moved, the sound of the wind whistling rang so thunderously that it caused onlookers to have a headache. This was only natural since the old man was a powerful bodiless celestial. Even among 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, he was much stronger than ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Moreover, he had just obtained a celestial supreme treasure. This would only further raise his strength. Elementary devouring tactic, Duan Ling Tian cried out, casting his assist-type divine ability. In just a moment, he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings and raised his strength by 2 stages. Then, his eyes flashed coldly as he continued to say, complete weaponry submission. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a celestial sword appeared in the air and transformed into sword rays that revolved around his body. The number of sword rays continued to increase from hundreds to thousands, and it kept increasing. In the end, it seemed like there were tens of thousands of sword rays. It looked extremely intimidating. Soon after, the sword rays shot up, converging above Duan Ling Tian. It began to form a complicated and mysterious sword formation. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye that some of the onlookers with a weaker cultivation base could not catch Duan Ling Tian's movements at all. The formation was so dazzlingly beautiful that the onlookers could not take their eyes away from it. At this moment, an energy that seemed similar to lightning and thunder surged out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the energy shrouded the entire area along with everyone present on the scene, including the old man from Li Yan's sect in Skyline Realm. At this moment, the old man who was charging toward Duan Ling Tian discovered that the celestial saber in his hand was behaving strangely. It was vibrating with no rhyme or reason. What's happening? It did not take long before the old man's expression changed drastically. He had discovered that as the celestial saber in his hand continued to vibrate, it was also repelling the energy that he tried to send into it. In just a blink of an eye, the old man's hand that was holding onto the celestial saber suddenly began to bleed from wounds that had appeared just as suddenly. He thought to himself, panicking, no, if I don't let go of the saber now, I'll lose my hand. He quickly released the saber in his hand without a second thought. The celestial saber fell quickly like a wild horse at this moment. Chapter 2455 Complete Weaponry Submission. The onlookers suddenly broke out in an uproar. My sword, what's wrong with my saber? After the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect in Skyline Realm released the celestial saber in his hand, the commotion the onlookers were making attracted his attention. He saw everyone who was carrying a weapon suffered the same thing that he did. The parts where their weapons were touching were injured, causing their weapons to fall. Upon further inspection, he saw that the weapons, including his celestial saber, were actually not falling. Instead, they were all flying toward the sword formation over Duan Ling Tian's head. The dazzling formation above Duan Ling Tian's head was like a terrifying magnet that attracted all the weapons in the area it affected. It forcefully broke the weapons' connections to their owners. What kind of technique is this? Even the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial saber had been taken away. Is he even human? Fear coursed through the onlookers' veins as they watched the terrifying formation pull all the weapons in the vicinity to it. Even the celestial saber was not spared. How's this possible? The old man who had been aggressive initially and was charging toward Duan Ling Tian instantly stopped moving. He had lived for a very long time, but this is his first time seeing such a phenomenon. At this moment, Han Shui-Nai felt chills running up her spine as she looked at the sword formation and the weapons. She exclaimed, complete weaponry submission. This is the complete weaponry submission. Brother Ling Tian has successfully mastered the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation. I heard that once one masters the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, one would be able to master a technique called complete weaponry submission. It's able to submit all weapons, including Celestial Supreme Treasure. Han Shui-Nai had suspected this earlier when she saw Duan Ling Tian's confidence. However, it was just a speculation. Therefore, it still came as a shock when she witnessed it with her own eyes. Zhang Yi was similarly shocked. What kind of technique is this? He felt the scene unfolding before his eyes was surreal. He was not worried about Duan Ling Tian confronting the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials since he thought they were evenly matched. Who knew before the battle even started, the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had already lost his celestial supreme treasure. He thought to himself, this attack seems stronger than the body sword fusion that he used previously. At this moment, a gray-clad old lady holding a cane suddenly cried out, that's right. Didn't the rumor say Duan Ling Tian is from the Saint Province realm? Yes. Is there something wrong with that? Why, did you think of something? Many people were curious and confused by the gray-clad old lady's question. They had a feeling her question had something to do with the powerful attack Duan Ling Tian had just unleashed. The gray-clad old lady explained, I read a record in my sect before this. Most people, including me, didn't think it's true. The record details what had happened the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone was open. She looked at everyone as she asked, I'm sure all of you know who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the secret zone opened, right? I know, it's someone from the Saint Province realm as well. His name is Feng Qingyang, and he was a genius sword cultivator. Yeah, that's him, I've heard about him as well. Most people knew about the person who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. After listening to everyone's answer, the gray-clad old lady continued to speak. The record states that Feng Qingyang managed to kill an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial with this technique. She looked at the dazzling sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head and said, the record is written by an ancestor of my sect who was present at that time. He had said that Feng Qingyang used a powerful celestial technique to snatch the 8-tribulation bodiless celestial supreme treasure away before killing him. Everyone gasped when they heard the gray-clad old lady's words. They were clearly unaware of this. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened was roughly 100,000 years ago. Naturally, there were many incidents that were lost to time. Most of them only knew Feng Qingyang had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching bodiless celestial and killed an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, but they did not know the details. The gray-clad old lady stared at Duan Ling Tian as she said conspiratorially, Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian are both from the Saint Province realm. Since the technique is so similar, I suspect this technique is the same one that Feng Qingyang used at that time. It's possible he has some connection with Feng Qingyang. Her words shocked the onlookers again. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian said, Senior is, indeed, observant. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the gray-clad old lady. He said with a smile, this technique is, indeed, the same one that Senior Feng Qingyang used. In a way, I can be considered as his heir. His words confirmed the gray-clad old lady's speculations. Indeed, the gray-clad old lady smiled, satisfied that she had guessed correctly. In just an instant, the crowd broke out in a commotion again. Heavens, so Duan Ling Tian is Feng Qingyang's heir. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. And now, his heir seems to have a high chance of obtaining it as well. Why does it feel like the Beyond Heaven secret zone is opened especially for them? True, I would think that way as well if it were not for the fact that we know the Beyond Heaven secret zone was created by a great overarching golden celestial. Go! Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air, catching everyone's attention. As soon as Duan Ling Tian spoke, the sword formation above him shone even brighter than before, causing everyone to squint or close their eyes. At the same time, the sword formation began to shoot out sword rays that were headed toward the 7-tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect in Skyline Realm. This is bad, the old man cried out when he saw this. His vision was currently affected by the blindingly bright light. He could vaguely sense the immense power from the attack and it thoroughly frightened him. Energy surged out his body immediately as he tried to escape. Too late, Duan Ling Tian said. The old man did not even have time to react as the sword rays from the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian landed on him, drowning him. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, injuring the onlookers. The weaker ones were sent flying while those who were stronger stumbled a few steps backward. Chapter 2456 Fragmentary Legacy. He's so strong. His strength is not inferior to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Quote. It seems like the rumor of him easily killing 2 7-tribulation bodiless celestials is not fake. After a while, everyone finally regained their sense. All of them felt chills running up their spines when they recalled what happened earlier. They were terrified and worried when they saw the sword formation above the purple-clad young man's head. Whoosh! 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 The shockwave from the attack finally died down into a light breeze. Everyone turned to look at the place where the 7-tribulation bodiless celestial was standing and discovered he was nowhere in sight. There were no traces left of him at all, as though he had never existed. The 7-tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan sect had died. His body had vanished and his soul had been destroyed. The sound of wind blowing rang in the air as the stolen weapons returned to their owners one after another. Naturally, the celestial saber currently without an owner remained with Duan Lingtian. His celestial sword returned to his hand when the celestial saber fell from the sky and into his hand as well. He put the two celestial supreme treasures away and turned to look in the distance. Nobody could tell what he was thinking about at this moment. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I didn't expect heart sword amalgamation from the 5th stage of the sovereign heart sword to be so powerful. The celestial supreme treasure, the submitting 10,000 soldier technique is really powerful to be able to snatch the celestial sabre as well. Although he was confident with his ability, he did not think the technique would be so strong. After all, this was his first time casting the submitting 10,000 soldiers technique after mastering the 5th stage of the sovereign heart sword. Earlier, he has used the sword formation and used the formation to attack. Needless to say, it was even stronger than the body sword fusion. If he had used the 13 green lotus swords, his power would have been comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had used the celestial supreme treasure, Duan Lingtian would still have been able to kill him without using the 13 green lotus words. Duan Lingtian continued thinking to himself, however, I really got lucky. Who knew I would be able to master the 5th stage of the sovereign heart sword, the heart sword amalgamation, due to the enlightenment from Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial. After passing the 9th challenge in the heaven rank treasure vault, he did not expect the minor inheritance from Li Bai would be able to help him master the 5th stage of the sovereign heart sword. Initially, he was not interested in the minor inheritance left behind by Li Bai since it was not useful for his sword training, but somehow it was able to help him master the 5th stage of the sovereign heart sword. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he looked at everyone with his hands behind his back as he asked, I'll take this celestial saber, nobody has a problem with it, right? When everyone heard his word, they forced a smile on their faces, signaling their approval. Why is he even asking for our opinion? Would we dare to have any opinion after witnessing what just happened? None of the onlookers had any thoughts of snatching the celestial supreme treasure from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Liyan sect, let alone Duan Lingtian who had just easily killed him. Soon after, someone replied with gusto as he waved his hand. His tone was flattering. No, we don't mind at all. Only a master like you is suitable to own that celestial saber. All of us wish for you to own the celestial saber. Yes, that's what we think. Master Duan Lingtian definitely deserves this celestial supreme treasure. It did not take long before most people followed in the footsteps of the person who had spoken, and began to flatter Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to their words. He looked over at Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi before he said, Shuinai, Zhang Yi, let's go. Without wasting any time, Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions left in the area where the feng shui compass was pointing. After watching Duan Lingtian and his companions left, the onlookers sighed in relief. Duan Lingtian is terrifying, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial said, still frightened. With his strength, even if we joined forces with so many of us around, he'll still be able to kill us with a flick of his fingers. Duan Lingtian, he's so scary. That's a matter of course. He killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike. The rumors from before didn't say if the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials he killed possessed a celestial supreme treasure, but this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had a celestial supreme treasure and his strength was almost close to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even so, he killed him without even blinking his eyes. What's the technique he used? He even managed to snatch the celestial supreme treasure so easily. His strength is really terrifying. I wonder what technique the genius sword cultivator from St. Province Ream, Feng Qingyang, used when he obtained the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial. I guess only they would know what it is. However, there's no doubt the technique is a powerful celestial technique. Maybe the technique that purple-clad young man used was the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial from the Beyond Heaven secret zone previously. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Their fear toward Duan Lingtian grew as well. Do you think Duan Lingtian has already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching gold celestial? Someone in the crowd asked. That's quite likely. Someone answered, yeah, otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Only a few people remained silent. These people had some knowledge about the inheritance from a great overarching gold celestial. They had obtained clues from human rank treasure vaults and received the feng shui compasses. If Duan Ling Tian had obtained the inheritance, their compasses would stop working immediately. Since their compasses were still working, they knew without a doubt that nobody had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching gold celestial yet. After about an hour had passed, the onlookers began to leave one after another. It did not take long before what happened today spread in the Beyond Heaven secret zone again. Duan Ling Tian killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial of Li Yan sect from Skyline Realm. And that was before he snatched the celestial supreme treasure away. An old man's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. Based on my knowledge, only one 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan sect had come. His power was on par with me. If I had to fight him and he had a celestial supreme treasure, I would definitely lose. It said the old man was trying to avenge his sect disciple, Rong Bo. The old man paused for a moment before he finally muttered to himself again, my 1000 battle sect disciple, Feng Man, was also killed at the same time as Rong Bo. Is it possible that the purple-clad man I saw in the mirror image killing Feng Man is Duan Ling Tian? This old man was the strongest person from the 1000 battle sect who had come to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The old man was, naturally, instantly alerted when Feng Man was killed. He had seen Feng Man and Rong Bo being killed through a mirror image. Chapter 2457 The Lost Land. Fortunately, I didn't run into the Duan Ling Tian, otherwise, I would have died as well. This 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had witnessed his sect disciple's death had also planned to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. If he had done that, he would have been killed by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan sect. Moreover, that bodiless celestial even possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Even so, he still died. Lu Sha was shocked when she heard this news. She became even more fearful of Duan Ling Tian after hearing that he managed to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. She thought to herself in an attempt to reassure herself, I just need to wait for 5 more months. As soon as I can sense the point of entrance of exit to the vast cloud realm in the Beyond Heaven sect, I'm going to leave. She knew very well if she stayed in the Beyond Heaven secret zone and was unfortunate enough to meet Duan Ling Tian, she would definitely die. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone was vast and she might not even encounter him, it was still not as safe as returning to the vast cloud realm. After hearing the rumors about Duan Ling Tian, especially with the recent news, she continued hiding in small valleys, too afraid to venture out. Time continued to pass, and in just a blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. At this time, Lu Sha finally sensed the point of entrance to vast cloud realm. She muttered to herself, I better leave. She did not even hesitate to leave. She was afraid the longer she stayed here, the more dangerous it would become. For this reason, she quickly made her way to the point of entrance and exit. During the journey to the point of entrance and exit to the vast cloud realm, Lu Sha attempted to console herself, although I didn't obtain anything in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, it's still good that I managed to come in here and see this place with my own eyes. It's not a complete waste of time. After a while, Lu Sha exclaimed excitedly, I'm almost there. She could clearly feel the point of entrance and exit to vast cloud realm at this moment. When Lu Sha saw a black hole hidden behind thick mists, her eyes lit up immediately. In just a flash, she hastened her speed and sped toward the black hole. Just Lu Sha was about to enter the black hole, she heard a noise suddenly. It was as though something had exploded next to her. Her heart thumped wildly and her expression changed drastically as she tried to increase her speed again. Just as she was about to enter the black hole, before Lu Sha entered the black hole, another explosion sounded again. Soon after, she discovered a gigantic palm print formed by energy had shrouded her. The palm did not slap down and kill her. Instead, it imprisoned her in a prison made of fingers. Lu Sha, who was imprisoned, could feel her power draining quickly. She was completely oppressed by the force. It did not take long before she discovered she could not mobilize the energy in her body. Her face drained of colors immediately. As Lu Sha looked at the black hole that was almost within her reach, she muttered to herself, so close. I'm so close to leaving. So close to leaving. Lu Sha, aren't you being too naive? Even if you enter the black hole, do you think we can't follow you in? A beautiful young lady spoke. Although Lu Sha was quite good looking, she could not measure up to this young lady at all. Lu Sha's heart jolted when she heard the young lady's words. Indeed, she was being rather naive. She thought to herself, it's true. Even if I return to vast cloud realm, it doesn't mean anything. After all, when I enter the black hole, I'll be right by the point of entrance and exit. This means they can chase after me. After these thoughts flitted through Lu Sha's mind, she looked at the beautiful young lady in front of her and forced a smile on her face. Shui Nai. Two men accompanied Han Shui Nai at this moment. Her smile turned even more forced and awkward when she saw the two men. However, she was not surprised. Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Yi. As soon as Lu Sha heard that thunderous noise earlier, her heart had sunk. She knew she would not be able to return to the vast cloud realm since she knew it was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had a blank expression on his face as he asked indifferently, Lu Sha, do you have anything to say for yourself? I don't have anything to say, Lu Sha said with a sigh. An expression of despair could be seen on her face. She had completely given up at this time. Although Duan Lingtian did not look sad or angry, she could see the killing intent in the depths of his eyes. She knew her previous actions had incurred his wrath. Han Shui Nai glared at Lu Sha as she said angrily, Lu Sha, you're the one that wanted to leave. We did not think to be careful around you since we trusted you. We didn't expect you to spread word about us with the intention of getting us killed. Zhang Yi had a disappointed expression on his face as he said, Lu Sha, you've really crossed the line. Your actions and decisions led to this. Since he knew her longer compared to Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai, he had always thought highly of her. He did not expect her to betray them. Duan Ling Tian said emotionlessly, since you have nothing to say, I'll make this quick for you. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a thunderous noise rang in the air again as the palm that imprisoned Lu Sha began to tighten its grip around her. As soon as the hand fisted, power exploded from it, causing a shockwave to spread in all directions. After killing Lu Sha, the three of them left the area immediately. They had come here to try their luck to see if Lu Sha would show up here. They had found someone from Vast Cloud Realm who was willing to lead them to the point of entrance and exit to the Vast Cloud Realm. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had decided to wait there for 3 days. If Lu Sha did not show up after 3 days, they would leave. He was quite certain Lu Sha would be here, but he was not 100% certain. Therefore, he decided to wait 3 days. If he did not see her after 3 days, he would no longer waste any time on her. Who knew that they had only waited half a day before Lu Sha showed up? Lu Sha was clearly unaware of all this. Otherwise, she might have been able to avoid this. Currently, 3 years had passed since the Beyond Heaven secret zone had opened. Everyone was capable of sensing the point of entrance and exit to their respective realm. Those people who managed to obtain celestial supreme treasures decided to leave since they did not want to take any unnecessary risks. These people were the smart ones. A few people who decided to stay on were killed by those who were stronger than them. Their celestial supreme treasures were taken away. Things like these were the norm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. As time passed, more people obtained clues from human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults, getting closer and closer to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching gold celestial, somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that was shrouded with thick fog. During the past 3 years, many people had accidentally ventured in here and had gotten lost. They had only managed to find their way out when they sensed the point of entrance and exit of their respective realm. All of them did not want to spend a minute longer in here due to the trauma they suffered and left instantly. Facebook Twitter More. Chapter 2458 The Land of Great Overarching Gold Celestials Legacy. The group of people who had been trapped for a long time was finally able to leave this place. However, when those people left, just like shooting stars, a few figures flew across the sky like shooting stars and came to halt before the area that was shrouded by fog. There were 6 people, 4 young men and 2 young ladies. Beams of falling stars like figures sliced through the sky. It's here, one of the young men said. He had a strong body, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. When he looked at the fog-shrouded area, his eyes were shining brightly. This place seems unusual. It doesn't seem like a human rank treasure vault, a rather good-looking young man said. The 2 remaining young men agreed with his words. Indeed, it's different from the human rank treasure vaults we've encountered so far. You're right, there's a possibility that this place is a heaven rank treasure vault. We've not encountered a single heaven rank treasure vault since we came in here. After listening to the 2 young men's words, the good-looking young man, the young man with a strong build, and the 2 young ladies agreed with their words. A heaven rank treasure vault. Not only was there celestial supreme treasure in it, but there were also celestial techniques or divine abilities from a Devata realm in there. Among the two young ladies, one of them was a peerless beauty. However, her expression and manner were ice cold, making her look unapproachable. From the beginning until the end, her expression remained the same. She was dressed in a white robe, and as she stood there, she looked like a fairy who had descended from heaven. "Let's check out the place," one of the young men said excitedly as he began to move forward. The other three young men and one of the young women quickly followed suit. It did not take long before they disappeared into the thick fog. Only the young woman with a cold expression remained behind. She lifted her hand and a feng shui compass appeared in her hand. The needle on the compass was pointing in the direction of the fog-shrouded area that the other 5 people have entered. The young woman who was usually taciturn murmured to herself, "Is it in there?" Her voice was crisp and clear, sounding quite melodious. If she had brought out her feng shui compass earlier, the other 5 people would have been shocked and confused since they were unaware that she possessed a feng shui compass that led to the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, and currently, the needle of the compass was pointed at the area that was heavily shrouded by fog. Not all of the feng shui compasses in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone would lead to the same location, although the final destination would be the place where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was located. However, since 2 feng shui compasses were pointed at the area shrouded with fog, the place was undoubtedly a treasure vault. Just as the young lady was about to enter the area shrouded in fog, she suddenly sensed something. A frown could be seen on her beautiful face as she turned slightly and looked in the south direction. In the beginning, no sound could be heard at all. After a while, she heard the sound of a sword cry. She murmured as she raised an eyebrow, "A sword cultivator." After a short while, she saw a small dot in the distance that began to enlarge quickly. After a while, she saw that it was a sword ray. As the sword ray came even closer, she saw the figure of a young man shrouded in the sword ray. The young man wore blood-red robes, and although they were still far apart, she could smell the stench of blood from him. A devil Dao sword cultivator. A frown could be seen on the beautiful young woman's face when she smelled the stench of blood on the young man. Moreover, she could also see his eyes were completely red. He was completely shrouded in evil aura. He looked more like a killing machine than a human. A violent gust of wind began to blow as the bloody sword ray intensified. The young man finally came to halt when he arrived near the young lady. He stared at the young lady expressionlessly. It did not take long before the young lady noticed the feng shui compass in the young man's hand. She thought to herself, "It seems like the clue he obtained also led him here." The young man continued to stare at the young lady intently, and the young woman returned his gaze fearlessly. All of a sudden a terrifying energy that was filled with killing intent surged out from the young man's body. The energy turned into sword rays that seemed extremely sharp, as though it was capable of cutting down everything in its path. Sword cries rang in the air at this moment. At this moment, a holy white light surged from the young woman's body as well. It skyrocketed into the sky like a beam of light that connected heaven and earth. Based on this, one could see the young woman's strength was not inferior to the young man's strength at all. Perhaps, the young man could sense that the young woman would not be easy to deal with, so he did not act against her and directly made his way into the area shrouded with fog. Seeing the young man entering the area shrouded by fog, the young woman followed suit as well. If it was not for his sudden appearance, she would have already gone into the area shrouded by fog. This was her destination after all. The young woman thought to herself as she entered the area that was shrouded by fog, "I hope the inheritance left by the great overarching golden celestial this time is left by a sword celestial like the previous time as well. Since I'm a sword cultivator, it'll benefit me greatly if the great overarching golden celestial is a sword celestial. At that time, if I obtain the inheritance, my strength will definitely rise drastically." If Duan Ling Tian was around, he would recognize the young man with blood-red eyes. The young man was none other than his old friend whom he had not seen for a long time, Su Li. After Su Li and the young woman who emitted a cold aura entered the place that was left by a great overarching golden celestial, the entrance to the place remained quiet for half a month. No one had shown up at all at this place. The people who had entered had also not come out yet. After half a month had passed, 2 newcomers appeared in front of the area that was shrouded by fog. The sound of wind whistling in the air accompanied the arrival of these 2 people. These 2 people were peerless beauties. Most importantly, they looked identical. Their faces to their figures were exactly the same, but their bearings were different. They were obviously twins. One of them was like a burning red rose while the other was like an out-of-the-world snow lotus. These two women were none other than Kae and Gan Ruyan. After they met up in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they had been traveling together, making their way to the location of inheritance that was left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. They had encountered a few heaven-rank treasure vaults during their journey. Kae, this place looks different from the human rank and heaven-rank treasure vaults we've encountered previously. The woman with a fiery bearing said to the other woman with a hint of surprise in her tone. Sister, the other woman said with a solemn expression, if I'm not mistaken, this place should be our final destination. Our final destination? Gan Ruyan was stunned when she heard her younger sister's words. Her eyes lit up as she said, you mean this place is where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is hidden? Yes, Kae nodded. Gan Ruyan, who was feeling overwhelmed, asked again, are you sure? I am 90% certain, Kae replied. She did not dare to say she was 100% certain. If that's the case, then it's very likely this is the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Gan Ruyan exclaimed excitedly, not doubting her sister's words at all. After all, she knew her sister very well. Her sister was very careful and would not say she was 100% certain even if she felt certain. For this reason, she did not doubt the place in front of them was where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was hidden. Kae said, I guess I can only be certain once I enter the place. Soon after, the two twin sisters entered the area that was shrouded by fog. Not long after Kae and Gan Ruyan entered the area that was shrouded in fog, many people began to arrive with feng shui compasses in their hands. Feng Tianwu and Mu Yi, members of the Seven Absolute sect, had also entered this area that was shrouded by fog. As time continued to pass, the number of bodiless celestials began to grow as they waited outside the area that was shrouded by fog. All of them were curious about who was going to obtain the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 2459 Big Trouble. It doesn't matter who from which mundane realm obtains the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, it has nothing to do with us oldies, a bodiless celestial said with a sigh. Similar to other heaven-rank treasure vaults and human-rank treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial also prohibited bodiless celestials from entering. Only non-bodiless celestials were allowed to enter and had the opportunity to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, all the bodiless celestials could only watch and wait outside of the entrance of where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was located. A middle-aged bodiless celestial said confidently, I think that eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm, Duan Ling Tian, will obtain the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial. Although he did not speak loudly, everyone heard his words since it was silent when he had spoken. Duan Ling Tian, he's the one that's rumored to have killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, right? Moreover, it's said that one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials had just obtained a celestial supreme treasure at that time. Is he the one who mastered a celestial technique that can forcefully snatch away celestial supreme treasures? Many of the bodiless celestials present on the scene had heard about the rumors regarding Duan Ling Tian, but they did not put much stock in the rumors. How could an eminent celestial, prior to obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, be so strong? Even Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, only had strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial before obtaining the inheritance. Yes, I'm talking about him. The middle-aged bodiless celestial nodded. Many bodiless celestials scoffed when they heard the middle-aged bodiless celestial's words. Most of them did not agree with him. I don't think so. It's impossible for an eminent celestial to be so strong without obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I don't think he's that strong either. Upon hearing everyone's words, the middle-aged bodiless celestial protested, Gentlemen, it's true, I didn't witness Duan Ling Tian killing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike outside the heaven-rank treasure vault. However, I witnessed him killing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure. At that time, he cast a mysterious celestial technique that snatched the celestial supreme treasure from that 7 bodiless celestial. His strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he killed that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He spoke vehemently as he defended his words. It was only natural that he did not like people doubting him since he had personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength. I was there as well. Another bodiless celestial chimed in at this moment, he's not lying. Duan Ling Tian really has a way to snatch celestial supreme treasures away. Moreover, it seemed like it could steal all weapons. At that time, the sword I carried with me was snatched away by him as well. Since then, I no longer carried my sword on my back. Fear lingered on his face when he spoke. Well, could it be true? Well, we can dispute it if only one person says this. However, two people are saying the same thing now, and it doesn't seem like they're lying. After the two bodiless celestials had spoken up, most people began to doubt themselves. They were no longer sure if it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. Then, another bodiless celestial spoke up. I wasn't there when Duan Ling Tian killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure. However, I was outside the heaven rank treasure vault when he killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike. I swear my words are true. It's unfortunate the lightning penalty oath doesn't work in the beyond heaven secret zone. Otherwise, I'll swear on it that I'm telling the truth. Upon hearing this and seeing the earnest expression on the face of the bodiless celestial who had just spoken, everyone doubted themselves even more. Is he really that strong? If he's truly that strong, I'm afraid no one's a match for him in the fight for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Yes, if the rumors are true, even if all those who had entered the location where the inheritance is kept joined forces, I'm afraid they won't be a match for him. All of them stared at the misty place ahead of them where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was located as they chatted among themselves. Although many people had gone in there to search for the inheritance, the bodiless celestials were unaware that Duan Ling Tian had yet to enter that place. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was facing his first obstacle since he had entered the beyond heaven secret zone. In fact, it was quite a big obstacle to overcome. Duan Ling Tian leaned against the wall near the exit of the heaven rank treasure as his expression darkened. He muttered under his breath, I thought I was extremely lucky to have encountered another heaven rank treasure vault. Who knew I would encounter a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. At this moment, the expressions on Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi's faces were unsightly as well. Han Shuinai asked, Brother Ling Tian, is it really impossible to ferret him out and kill him? He's merely a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial after all. I'm certain you'll be able to kill him if you unleash all your strength. He won't have time to cast soul attacks on you, right? Shuinai, I've told you earlier. He's very cunning. Moreover, the exit leads to a forest. It'll be difficult to target him. He's very good at hiding his energy and he can manipulate puppets that look identical to him and are capable of confusing me. This is why I can't simply attack him if I can't distinguish him from his puppets. If I attack a puppet, he'll have a chance to use a soul attack on me, Duan Ling Tian explained with a grave expression on his face. He felt extremely vexed. With his current strength, he was confident even if he had to face a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He might not be able to win, but he would, at least, be evenly matched with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was the one guarding outside, he would have rushed out to confront him. His frustration felt palpable as he thought to himself, we've been trapped in here for 2 months by a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. There was nothing Duan Ling Tian could do even if the other party was only a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial since the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, enabling him to cast soul attacks. If this was all, Duan Ling Tian could still defeat him. However, the other party did not only utilize the terrain in the area that was advantageous to him, but the other party was also adept at controlling puppets that looked identical to him. Duan Ling Tian was not 100% certain he would be able to distinguish what was real and what was fake, and he did not dare to take the risk. If he failed, he would certainly die. Duan Ling Tian, a voice rang from outside at this moment. However, the specific direction was difficult to pinpoint. Are you planning to hide in there until the Beyond Heaven secret zone closes? Think this through. If you continue to stay in there, you might not be able to leave the secret zone at all. At that time, you and your companions will be trapped here. This was clearly the voice of the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. At this moment, he was still hiding. Duan Ling Tian did not deign to reply. However, Han Shuinai said with a scoff, so what if we're trapped in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Based on your words, it seems like you're planning to accompany us in here as well. Let's all be trapped in here then. After Han Shuinai had spoken, the other party was silent for a long time. After a while, he finally said in an attempt to convince Han Shuinai and the two men, "Little girl, you're, indeed, clever. I can't deny your words. However, does this mean you plan on giving up on the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? After all, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it would be extremely easy for him to obtain the inheritance. Is it necessary to give up on the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial just so you can hold on to a few celestial supreme treasures?" Chapter 2460 Master. Han Shuinai, who had been hiding in the underground palace, asked skeptically, "So, you only want the celestial supreme treasures?" The four tribulation bodiless celestial, who had cultivated soul congregation embodiment and was hiding somewhere outside, said in a reassuring tone, "Yes." When he spoke, his voice seemed to echo from all directions. After hearing the four tribulation bodiless celestial's words, Han Shuinai turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said hesitantly, "Brother Ling Tian." In her opinion, it was worth it to give up their celestial supreme treasures if they could leave this place. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, aware of Han Shuinavi's thoughts. He shook his head and asked in return, "You trust his words, Shuinai?" "Brother Ling Tian, we don't have any other choice at this moment. If we don't do anything, we'll have to give up on the inheritance left by the great overarching golden celestial. This might not affect Zhang Yi and me, but it'll definitely affect you," Han Shuinai said with a bitter smile. Since the lightning penalty oath did not work in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they had no way to make sure the four tribulation bodiless celestial was not lying. However, she truly felt they had no other choice than to do as the four tribulation bodiless celestial had requested. After all he wanted was the celestial supreme treasures. Seeing Han Shuinai's expectant gaze, Duan Ling Tian only shook his head. After a while, he said, "Since you trust him, I'll give him the celestial supreme treasures. I want to see if he dares to reveal himself when he takes the celestial supreme treasure." After he finished speaking, he took out one of his celestial supreme treasures and threw it out of the underground palace. Duan Ling Tian had thrown out the celestial saber that he had snatched from the seven tribulation bodiless celestial whom he had killed. He did not exert much energy when he threw the celestial saber out. The celestial saber landed on a bush close to the point of entrance and exit of the underground palace. He threw it out as though he was throwing garbage. As soon as the celestial saber landed on the bush, the four tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique scoffed loudly, still hiding. "Do you think I'm going to fall for your trick? Don't think I'm unaware that you intentionally threw the celestial saber so close to the entrance in hopes that I'll personally appear and retrieve it. I'm so sorry to disappoint you, but I can just control my puppet to pick the celestial saber up." As soon as the four tribulation bodiless celestial finished speaking, a figure flashed from the side of the forest and appeared close to the celestial saber in just a blink of an eye. As soon as the puppet appeared, the four tribulation bodiless celestial said threateningly, "Duan Ling Tian, if you dare to destroy my puppet, I'll make sure none of you can leave this place even if you give me all your celestial supreme treasures." Just like before, his voice seemed to come from all directions when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian, who was still hiding in the underground palace, said nonchalantly, "I'm not interested in destroying your puppet." At this moment, the puppet from the four tribulation bodiless celestial finally retrieved the celestial saber on top of the bush. Upon seeing this, the four tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding somewhere sighed in relief. Duan Ling Tian's voice suddenly rang in the air. "Just because I'm not interested in destroying your puppet, it doesn't mean that other people aren't interested as well." Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a thunderous and terrifying explosion rang in the air, destroying the puppet that had just retrieved the celestial saber. When the dust settled, no traces of the puppet could be seen at all. Only the celestial saber was unharmed as it fell to the ground. An old man appeared like a gust of wind and quickly took the celestial saber. The old man laughed as he looked at the celestial saber he had just obtained and exclaimed excitedly, "I'm really lucky to be able to obtain a celestial supreme treasure here. It seems like my trip to the Beyond Heaven secret zone is not in vain." Duan Ling Tian, the four tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and was hiding, asked in a low and anxious voice, "He just took your celestial supreme treasure, why aren't you killing him?" Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian scoffed loudly. "Do you think I'm a kid? If I attack him, won't you just seize the chance and use your soul attack against me when I'm preoccupied? You The four tribulation, bodiless celestial was furious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although Duan Ling Tian's words were not wrong, he was angry that his thoughts were easily exposed by Duan Ling Tian. All of a sudden, he cried out, "Oh, no!" He suddenly felt a divine consciousness sweeping over him. In just an instant, it shrouded the place he was hiding in, causing him to feel exposed and vulnerable. The divine consciousness belonged to the old man who had just obtained the celestial saber. Similarly, the old man was also a four tribulation bodiless celestial. The four tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding began to panic when he felt the killing intent from the old man. He hurriedly said, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, Duan Ling Tian who's hiding in the underground palace will definitely kill you to snatch the celestial saber back once you kill me. I advise you to leave with the celestial supreme treasure now since I'm able to stop him from leaving the underground palace." The four tribulation bodiless celestial was truly afraid the old man would attack him. Although their cultivation base was the same, the old man had just obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Based on this, he knew he was no match for the old man. When the old man heard the words of the four tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding, he asked in a low voice, "Duan Ling Tian? Is he the eminent celestial who's rumored to have killed 2 or 3 7 tribulation bodiless celestials?" The four tribulation bodiless celestial hurriedly reply, "Yes, that's him." Upon hearing the four tribulation bodiless celestial's words, the old man began to laugh uproariously. The four tribulation bodiless celestial who was still hiding was baffled when he heard the old man laughing. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your naivety." The old man said mockingly, "If Duan Ling Tian is truly here, what can you do to stop him? You think you can defeat him? Are you dreaming? I can stop him." The four tribulation bodiless celestial said in a huff when he heard the skepticism in the old man's voice. Regardless of how strong he is, he's still an eminent celestial. For this reason, his soul is vulnerable. Although I'm just a four tribulation bodiless celestial, I've cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique so I'm able to cast soul attack. Unless Duan Ling Tian is able to attack me before I cast a soul attack, he'll definitely die if I attack him. His voice was filled with confidence when he spoke. As soon as the four tribulation bodiless celestial finished speaking, the old man said, "Oh, really?" The four tribulation bodiless celestial's expression changed drastically at this moment. He just discovered that while he was speaking to the old man, he had become distracted and unconsciously withdrew his divine consciousness from the point of entrance and exit of the underground palace. He cried out, "No!" A flash of sword ray shot in the air before it pierced the four tribulation bodiless celestial's glabella, effectively killing him. An unresigned expression was still etched on his face even in death. If he was not distracted by the old man, he would not have made a mistake that had cost him his life. As soon as the four tribulation bodiless celestial died, a purple-clad young man appeared nearby. He stood with his hands behind his back as he gazed indifferently at the four tribulation bodiless celestial's corpse that was slowly fading away. What happened? Han Shui-Nai and Zhang Yi who were still in the underground palace were dumbfounded. Everything had happened in just a blink of an eye that they could not even react in time. Zhang Yi who had not recovered from his shock was further shocked when he saw the old man, a four tribulation bodiless celestial, who had picked up the celestial saber earlier and distracted the hidden four tribulation bodiless celestial bowing respectfully at Duan Ling Tian. He even addressed Duan Ling Tian as master. Master. On the other hand, Han Shui-Nai was not shocked when she saw the old man. She had recognized him as soon as she saw him. The old man was a four tribulation bodiless celestial and Duan Ling Tian's follower, Chen Yiru. However, she was confused about Chen Yiru's sudden appearance. Even after she left the underground palace and met up with Duan Ling Tian, this question still percolated in her mind. She could not help but ask, "Brother Ling Tian, what's going on? Why is he here? Let's talk as we travel." Duan Ling Tian said. He seemed to be in a hurry as he looked at the feng shui compass in his hand. "We've wasted a lot of time here. Let's find the location of the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial." Chapter 2461 Duan Ling Tian was in a hurry. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he flew out immediately, bringing Han Shui-Nai and Zhang Yi with him. If he had let them make their way there themselves, it would take too long. Upon seeing this, Chen Yiru followed suit as well. It did not take long before he caught up to Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he was only able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian because Duan Ling Tian had slowed his speed down. If Duan Ling Tian were to cast his assist type or movement divine ability, Chen Yiru would definitely not be able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian saw Han Shuinai's curious gaze, he began to explain, "To be honest, I didn't expect Sandao to appear as well. Although he has the detection jade token I gave him, in order to detect my whereabouts, he has to be within a certain distance from me." Han Shuinai asked, "So his timely appearance is due to you crushing the detection jade token and he happened to be in the vicinity?" "Yes," Duan Ling Tian nodded as he said, "While we were in that underground palace, I've crushed numerous detection jade tokens, but I failed to contact Sandao. It was only until earlier that I managed to contact Sandao when that 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial asked me to give him the Celestial Supreme Treasure. At that time, I coordinated with Sandao and put on a play." His smile was cold when he spoke. During the time he was stuck in the underground palace, he had felt extremely vexed. After all, his strength was comparable to a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, and yet, he was being forced to hide in the underground palace by a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. How could he not feel vexed and frustrated? Chen Yiru, who was flying next to them, looked at Celestial Saber in his hand with bright eyes as he said, "If Master didn't order me to leave that guy alive, I would have personally killed him." Chen Yiru was extremely interested in the Celestial Saber. After all, he was very good with sabers. With the Celestial Saber in hand, he was confident he could kill the 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial with just a strike. However, after a while, his gaze at the Celestial Saber turned wistful. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian respectfully and handed the Celestial Saber back to Duan Ling Tian. After all, the Celestial Saber belonged to Duan Ling Tian. "Master, you can have it," Duan Ling Tian said flippantly. "I have several Celestial Supreme Treasures on me. I'd intentionally thrown the Celestial Saber out for you. Since you're a saber cultivator, this Celestial Saber will be very beneficial for you. It'll probably increase your strength by 2 stages. With the Celestial Saber, I'm afraid there aren't many 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials who will be a match for you providing they don't possess any Celestial Supreme Treasure." A smile appeared on his face when he spoke. "Master, this is too precious," Chen Yiru exclaimed. Although he was very excited, he did not think he was worthy of receiving such a precious gift. It was a Celestial Supreme Treasure after all, not a weapon from the mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian frowned and said with slight impatience, "I've already said you can have it. Since when do you like to speak so much nonsense?" "Thank you, Master." Chen Yiru no longer refused the Celestial Saber when he heard the impatience in Duan Ling Tian's voice. He became even more respectful of Duan Ling Tian, and he felt extremely touched. After all, he was akin to Duan Ling Tian's servant. Since his master had given him a Celestial Supreme Treasure, it meant that his master valued him and treated him as one of his own. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, realization dawned on Han Shuinai. So that's what happened. It seems like Chen Yiru's interaction with that 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial was just an act. Moreover, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had prohibited Chen Yiru from killing the 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial because Duan Ling Tian wanted to personally kill the 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Han Shuinai, naturally, knew why Duan Ling Tian wanted to personally kill the 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. He had been furious and frustrated for being forced to hide in the underground palace from a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. After all, his strength was comparable to an 8th Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. He had even mastered the technique to snatch weapons away from people. How could he not feel vexed being put in such a situation by a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? If she were in his shoes, she would be furious and frustrated as well. She would definitely want to personally tear that 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial into a million pieces. Zhang Yi felt extremely grateful when he heard this. Luckily, Senior Chen was close to us. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll still be stuck in that underground palace. Although the 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial had promised to let them go after obtaining the Celestial Supreme Treasure, he did not trust the 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial's words. If he was in the 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial's shoes, he would definitely not let them go. The 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial would pretend to ask for only a Celestial Supreme Treasure and pretend to leave. When they leave the underground palace, he would definitely kill all of them to obtain a couple more Celestial Supreme Treasures. How could the 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial miss the chance to obtain a few more Celestial Supreme Treasures? Although this was Chen Yiru's first time meeting Zhang Yi, he could tell Zhang Yi and Duan Lingtian were friends. Therefore, he said, "There's no need for you to address me as senior since you're my master's friend. You can just call me Sandao like my master." He did not dare to be disrespectful to Zhang Yi even though Zhang Yi did not seem very powerful. After all, Zhang Yi was his master's friend. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally made introductions. "Sandao, his name is Zhang Yi." Then, he turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Zhang Yi, his name is Chen Yiru even though I call him Sandao. Although he can be considered as my servant or follower, I really don't consider him as such." Zhang Yi nodded before he said to Chen Yiru, "Senior Chen, we'll do it our way. Whether it's our age or strength, you're much older and stronger than me. Therefore, I should address you as senior." But, although Chen Yiru was touched and impressed by Zhang Yi's words, he did not dare to agree to it. After all, he was not certain if Duan Lingtian would feel displeased. Zhang Yi is not someone who cares about common courtesy. Just so as he said, Duan Lingtian said, clearly aware of Chen Yiru's thoughts. "Yes," Chen Yiru responded respectfully. He was extremely moved. In a way, his master gave him respect and upheld his dignity as well. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself anxiously as they traveled, "We've been trapped in that place for so long, I wonder if people have already found the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial." Duan Lingtian only became more and more anxious as they traveled. He knew that Feng Qing Yang's strength was comparable to 9 tribulation bodiless celestial after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Knowing this, he was desperate to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself confidently, "With my current strength, I'm sure I'll be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At that time, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial won't be a match for me. When I return to the Saint Province realm, it doesn't matter if it's the Dragon Clan or Devil Clans, even if they send their strongest men over, I'll still be able to easily kill them. In this world where the strong ruled, if one possessed peerless strength, one would be able to dominate the world." Duan Lingtian continued thinking to himself excitedly, "Even if my strength would be nothing in the Devata realms, but after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, I might just become the strongest person in all mundane realms. Once I obtain the inheritance, even if my strength doesn't increase by a few stages, I'll still be far stronger than 9 tribulation bodiless celestials if my strength just rises by 1 stage." The more Duan Lingtian thought about this, the more anxious he became to arrive at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Han Shui-nai could sense Duan Lingtian's anxiety and urgency, so she said reassuringly, "Brother Lingtian, don't be anxious. I don't think people will be able to find the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial so quickly." Duan Lingtian did not respond to Han Shui-nai. Instead, he turned to Zhang Yi and asked urgently, "Do you know how long it took before people found the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened?" "Yes, I read about it," Zhang Yi replied. "According to the records in our sect, the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened, the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was only found by Feng Qing Yang from Saint Province realm after 3 years and 3 months. Chapter 2462 Whoever blocks my way, dies. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Based on that, it seems like someone would have discovered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial by now. It's even possible for someone to have already obtained the inheritance. He quickly cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to increase his strength. "That might not be the case," Zhang Yi said reassuringly. "After all, how can the time be similar each time people find the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone?" Even then, Duan Lingtian did not relax after listening to Zhang Yi's words. He quickly brought Chen Yiru along as well after he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and said, "Let's rush there at full speed." He had decided to carry Chen Yiru along with him, since Chen Yiru would not be able to keep up with him if he moved at full speed. After passing 2 human rank treasure vaults, they finally arrived at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. They saw an area shrouded in fog ahead of them. As soon as they arrived, Duan Lingtian saw a large group of bodiless celestials gathering outside the area that was shrouded by fog. Is this where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is located? Duan Ling Tian overheard the conversation between the bodiless celestials and discovered that the area shrouded with fog was, indeed, the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he also discovered, based on their conversations, that many people had already entered the area where the inheritance was located. He could not help but wonder if someone had already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He muttered under his breath, "It seems like we're late." Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he brought Han Shuinai, Chen Yiru, and Zhang Yi with him before he entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, their arrival had caught the attention of the bodiless celestials present on the scene. After all, most people had entered the area. In recent times, there were not many people who entered the area. A few bodiless celestials exclaimed in unison when they saw Duan Ling Tian and his companions. Duan Ling Tian. That's Duan Ling Tian. He's the Duan Ling Tian who killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. The one who killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure and snatched it away later. To think he hasn't entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At this time, the bodiless celestials' attention was, naturally, focused on Duan Ling Tian. Many of them were surprised by his late arrival. None of them dared to act recklessly and looked at him warily. After all, his feats were known to all at this point. They knew his strength was comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial after all. However, there were some bodiless celestials who looked at Duan Ling Tian and his companions with greed in their eyes. He's Duan Ling Tian. Rumor has it that he and his companions have a few celestial supreme treasure. These bodiless celestials wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian and his companions so they could snatch the celestial supreme treasures away. Naturally, these bodiless celestials with covetous thoughts were stronger bodiless celestials. Most of them were 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Ling Tian did not bother with these bodiless celestials. He only said to Chen Yiru casually, "Sandao, wait for us here." He knew bodiless celestials were prohibited from entering the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Chen Yiru nodded as he said, "Yes. Please be careful, master." "All right." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he brought Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi with him, getting ready to enter the place where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was located. A gust of wind blew past and a figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, blocking his path. Duan Ling Tian came to halt instantly as his expression darkened. He was in a rush to enter the place where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was located. After all, so many people had entered that place, there was a chance that someone would obtain the inheritance soon. For someone to obstruct his path at this moment was akin to stopping him from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian was not polite. He barked, "Get out of my way." The person who had obstructed Duan Ling Tian's path was a middle-aged man with a medium build. His appearance was ordinary, but based on his aura, it seemed like he was quite powerful. His expression darkened as well when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He asked icily, "Did you just ask me to get out of your way? If you don't want to die, you better get out of my way." Duan Ling Tian said impatiently as his eyes flashed with killing intent. At this time, one of bodiless celestials present on the scene exclaimed, "It's Wu Xiao, the ex-sect leader of the Surging Cloud sect in Moro Realm." Another bodiless celestial from Moro Realm chimed in, "Wu Xiao. So he's an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's him. I've seen him once. I didn't expect him to be here as well. I didn't even notice he's here." The first bodiless celestial from Moro Realm who had spoken up earlier said again. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro Realm. Moro Realm is a large mundane realm. Wu Sha has to be very strong to be acknowledged as the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Rumors have it that not only does Duan Ling Tian have a technique that can help him snatch celestial supreme treasures, but he also has strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. I wonder if Wu Xiao is a match for him. I think Wu Xiao should be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. After all, Wu Xiao is considered the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial even in a large mundane realm. The bodiless celestials whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be a match for Wu Xiao. He was standing near me earlier. His appearance is so ordinary, I had no idea he's the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro Realm. A bodiless celestial said. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao said disdainfully after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, "You think you can kill me? I'd like to see if you have the capability to do so." Both his expression and eyes were icy cold. "Do you think you're invincible just because you killed 2 tribulation bodiless celestials? Let me show you that no matter how strong you think you are, there'll always be someone stronger than you." As soon as Wu Xiao finished speaking, he shot like a flame toward Duan Ling Tian. His aura that was extremely intimidating spread in all directions, pressuring the weaker bodiless celestials. These bodiless celestials quickly retreated into the distance for fear of being further affected. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm is, indeed, powerful. I've seen 8 tribulation bodiless celestials fighting before, but none of them are as strong as him. He truly deserves being called the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm. As soon as Wu Xiao's energy surged from his body, many bodiless celestials were amazed. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was thoroughly enraged now by having his path obstructed. "If you wish to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he stepped forward, celestial origin energy mixed with saint origin surged out of his body immediately. The energy that surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body transformed into a sword-shaped flame. Its aura seemed so destructive that it seemed capable of destroying everything that stood in its. 10,000 soldiers surrender. Duan Ling Tian cast all the techniques and divine abilities in his arsenal. He wanted to kill the person who was obstructing his path as quickly as possible. As soon as he killed this person, he would be able to enter the location of the inheritance of the great overarching golden celestial and obtain the inheritance. Whoever who blocked his path now was unquestionably his enemy. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian knew this middle-aged man who blocked his path did not only want his celestial supreme treasures, but he had intentionally provoked him and intended to kill him. He knew this middle-aged man also coveted his companion's celestial supreme treasures. He was burning with rage as he said through gritted teeth, "Whoever who obstructs my path will have to die." Chapter 2463 Comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Today, I, Wu Xiao, will regain the honor for bodiless celestials and show you that eminent celestials are like ants before us. Wu Xiao said coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. When Wu Xiao waved the long spear in his hand, airwaves began to churn in the air, accompanied by a sound that was similar to firecrackers. The bodiless celestials who were watching this felt the oppressive aura of the long spear. A bodiless celestial suddenly exclaimed, "It's a celestial supreme treasure." Celestial supreme treasure. Wu Xiao has a celestial supreme treasure. Heavens! Not only is Wu Xiao the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm, but he also owns a celestial supreme treasure. With his strength and the celestial supreme treasure, I'm afraid ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestials without a celestial supreme treasure might not even be a match for him. When the bodiless celestials realized Wu Xiao owned a celestial supreme treasure, they became guarded. After all, with the celestial supreme treasure, his strength would increase. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Wu Xiao and said contemptuously, "Well, I don't know about other bodiless celestials, but you're certainly no better than an ant in front of me." As Duan Ling Tian spoke, his celestial sword had already appeared in his hand. He sent his energy into the sword, and the sword began shooting out sword rays. It did not take long before the sword rays converged above his head and formed a sword formation that emitted a terrifying aura. "That's the sword formation," a bodiless celestial exclaimed. He had witnessed Duan Ling Tian cast this sword formation previously. Another bodiless celestial who had also witnessed Duan Ling Tian's might before chimed in. Previously, Duan Ling Tian used this sword formation to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial before killing him. At that time, even the weapon I carried on my back was snatched away. Sword formation. Is this the sword formation he inherited from Feng Qingyang? He and Feng Qingyang are from the same mundane realm. Feng Qingyang was also the one that obtained the inheritance from a great overarching bodiless celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Almost all of the bodiless celestial's attention was focused on the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head. The sword formation that was formed by millions of sword rays looked like a sea of swords from afar. These millions of sword rays seemed to have an arcane connection. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wu Xiao laughed in anger. He looked imposing as he waved his spear around. "Very good. Based on your words, I'm no better than an ant. Today, I'll show you how someone who's no better than an ant kills you. If I don't kill you, I don't deserve my title as the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm. In just a flash, he charged toward Duan Ling Tian, flying across the sky. The long spear in Wu Xiao seemed to have a life of its own. Like a worm dragon, it shot toward Duan Ling Tian. 10,000 soldiers surrender. Duan Ling Tian decided to take action immediately and directly attacked Wu Xiao to show Wu Xiao that even the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was nothing before him. The sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head suddenly flashed with a dazzling and blinding light akin to the sun. An enigmatic energy swept out the formation in all directions and shrouded Wu Xiao in a vast area in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the bodiless celestials were in shock and confusion as they discussed among themselves. A hint of panic could be heard in their voices as well. My sword seems to have a will of its own. What is it trying to do? My double rings are the same. It's as though it gained a will of its own and wants to leave me. When the mysterious energy from the sword formation shrouded a vast area, the bodiless celestials who did not keep their weapons in their spatial rings began to discover abnormalities with their weapons. Their weapons seemed to be going out of control. Before they could react, their weapons had already left them. There was nothing they could do to stop it. After all, the mysterious energy was much stronger than them. Weapons began to leave their owners one after another and flew toward the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head. It was as though they had become one with the sword formation. At this moment, a bodiless celestial exclaimed, "Look at Wu Xiao." Heavens! Even Wu Xiao's celestial supreme treasure is affected. It seems like he can't bring it under control. It did not take long before the bodiless celestials present on the scene noticed that Wu Xiao had suddenly stopped moving. The long spear in his hand was thrashing about wildly, trying to escape from his grasp. Impossible! Wu Xiao cried out. The long spear zapped his hand, injuring him, before flying away. Blood spurted out of the wound on his hand. Similar to the other weapons, Wu Xiao's celestial supreme treasure shot toward the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head like a lost child going home. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were cold. The light from the sword formation turned even brighter at this moment. All the bodiless celestials present on the scene, including Wu Xiao, had to squint their eyes due to the intensely bright light. At the same time, the sounds of swords cry rang in the air as the sword formation shot out sword rays that were heading toward Wu Xiao. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the weapons from the bodiless celestials in the sword rays, and this included Wu Xiao's long spear. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the sword formation continued to shoot out sword rays. However, this time, there were spear rays, saber rays, club rays, and many other weapon rays. More than 5 waves of sword rays, spear rays, saber rays, and club rays merged with the first wave of sword rays, boosting the attack. This was an abstruse technique from 13 green lotus swords that Duan Ling Tian had mastered. When Duan Ling Tian cast the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation, he had also cast the techniques from the 13 green lotus swords. He did not hold back at all as he attacked with all his might. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian attacked with all his might since he mastered the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Previously, he did not use all his power when he killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. At that time, he did not cast the 13 green lotus swords. Although the first wave of Duan Ling Tian's attack was not simple, it was not impossible for Wu Xiao to defend against it. After all, the attack's power was only comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, at this moment, Wu Xiao could clearly sense the power of the attack had risen drastically. Impossible! How can the power of his attack increase so quickly? Wu Xiao felt a frisson of fear at this moment. Earlier, it seemed like he had cast an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm that raised the strength of his attack in just an instant. As the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm, Wu Xiao was able to see the moment when the 5 waves of rays merged with the first wave of attack, raising its strength drastically. Fear tightened its grip around Wu Xiao's heart as he thought to himself, this attack is comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial or an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure. If I still have my celestial supreme treasure, there's no need for me to fear this attack. However, the sound of an explosion rang in the air, causing Wu Xiao to regain his senses. There was only one thought left in his mind at this moment. He had no other choice but to flee. He knew his speed was slower than Duan Ling Tian's attack, so he did not turn around and flee immediately. Instead, He mobilized the energy in his body and they surged like flames, making him look like a fire god. He did not waste any time. He charged toward Duan Ling Tian's terrifying attack like a cannonball. Chapter 2464 A sudden abnormality in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden. Wu Xiao's action took Duan Ling Tian by surprise. Initially, he had thought Wu Xiao would turn around and flee after discovering the power of his attack. If that had happened, his attack would have easily landed on Wu Xiao, effectively killing him. He was surprised that Wu Xiao decided to charge directly at his attack as though he was disregarding his life. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, Wu Xiao is really smart. He's worthy of being called the strongest 8 tribulation celestial in Moro realm. Although they were enemies on the battlefield, Duan Ling Tian could not help but admire Wu Xiao's courage. Duan Ling Tian knew Wu Xiao was trying to survive by going against his attack directly. If Wu Xiao were to turn around and flee, his attack would have killed him immediately. He could tell Wu Xiao was using all his strength to resist his attack to weaken the attack. At that time, although Wu Xiao would be severely injured, he might not lose his life. At this moment, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who was present on the scene exclaimed, Duan Ling Tian's attack is remarkable. Most of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could sense how formidable Duan Ling Tian's attack was. Even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial without a celestial supreme treasure wouldn't be able to cast such a powerful attack. You're right, this attack is comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial or the full strength of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure. The expressions of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials were extremely grave. Wariness filled their eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Initially, they had thought, even if the rumors were true, his strength would only be on par with them. Who knew his strength had surpassed them and was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? After a while, they gradually shifted their attention to Wu Xiao. Does Wu Xiao have a death wish? Someone asked. Wu Xiao might be stronger than them, but it did not mean he would be able to withstand an attack that was comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Why would he charge heads-on at Duan Ling Tian's incoming attack? Soon after, a thought flashed in one of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials' mind before he exclaimed, Wu Xiao is really smart. It did not take long before more 8 tribulation bodiless celestials began to figure out what Wu Xiao was trying to do. It seemed like it was the only thing he could do to retain his life. An earth-shattering explosion sounded in the air as Wu Xiao, the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm, collided with Duan Ling Tian's attack. A series of explosions continued to ring in the air as shockwaves from the collision spread in all directions. The weaker bodiless celestials had to retreat further away to avoid being injured. If Duan Ling Tian did not protect Han Shui Nai and Zhang Yi, they would have been severely injured by the shockwave as well. After all, the shockwave was the result of the collision between forces comparable to 8 and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. An explosion rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian's attack destroyed Wu Xiao's defenses and landed on Wu Xiao. He was instantly sent flying back. It was obvious he was severely injured as he vomited blood. At this moment, his eyes glinted. He gritted his teeth and tried to escape. At this moment, Wu Xiao's speed had far surpassed the speed of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, his speed was almost comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Trying to flee, do you think you'll succeed? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Wu Xiao trying to escape after going heads-on with his attack. In just a blink of an eye, a sword appeared beneath his feet, carrying him forward at an extremely fast speed as he chased after Wu Xiao. His speed was not inferior to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword is both a movement and offensive technique. It's as though I've mastered a movement and offensive celestial technique. He had discovered earlier that he could simultaneously use the Sovereign Heart Sword and the 13 green lotus swords to raise his strength. The 2 techniques complemented each other perfectly. Using the 13 green lotus swords along with the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was like a movement divine ability. When Duan Ling Tian used this technique, his speed was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. With his speed, Duan Ling Tian quickly caught up with Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao's expression changed drastically when he saw this. His heart was filled with despair as he thought to himself, the technique he mastered is both an offensive and movement divine ability. Earlier, Wu Xiao thought he had a chance of escaping even if he was severely injured, since he did not think Duan Ling Tian would have the speed to chase after him. How could he have known that the technique Duan Ling Tian had mastered could work as an offensive and movement divine ability? Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time. As soon as he caught up to Wu Xiao, he struck with all his might again. Duan Ling Tian's attack landed on Wu Xiao immediately. This time, Wu Xiao no longer had the strength to resist and was instantly drowned by the attack. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm had died just like that. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, if there weren't any other bodiless celestials around, I might have let you live. However, I have to use you to set an example for the others. In truth, he had admired Wu Xiao's courage. He would have allowed Wu Xiao to live if he did not need to use him to scare the others off. Regardless, he did not feel guilty. After all, Wu Xiao had taken the initiative to stop him with the intention of killing him. The bodiless celestials broke out in a commotion. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials could clearly see what had happened earlier, while 7 tribulation bodiless celestials could only vaguely see what happened. As for the weaker bodiless celestials, everything was just a blur to them. Wu Xiao died just like that. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from Moro realm is killed by an eminent celestial. How's this even possible? How can Duan Ling Tian be so strong? All of the bodiless celestials looked at Duan Ling Tian with fear in their eyes at this moment. He was, after all, an eminent celestial who was capable of killing an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. This meant that his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. An eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. What kind of monster was Duan Ling Tian? He's even stronger than Feng Qingyong, the sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm, before he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. You're right, it seems like Duan Ling Tian's current strength is comparable to Feng Qingyong after he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Well, he said earlier that Feng Qingyong can be considered as his master in a way. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had no interest in the conversation around him. He did not care about what those bodiless celestials thought. He decided to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and called out to Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi, "Let's go." Just as they were about to enter the area, Duan Ling Tian could sense an abnormality from the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 2465 Ka. What's happening? The fog surrounding the location of the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial that had been calm all this while began stirring as though there was a great disturbance. The aura it emitted was strange as well. Duan Ling Tian came to a halt immediately. The sound of wind howling rang in the air as though a storm was brewing in the fog. Before anyone had time to react, the fog began to disperse along with the wind. The wind blew so violently that it caused Duan Ling Tian, Han Shuinai, and Zhang Yi's robes to flutter in the air. After a moment, when the wind died down, the fog became clearly thinner. At this time, Duan Ling Tian could faintly see a few dozen figures shrouded in the fog. Suddenly, a bodiless celestial exclaimed in surprise, We can extend our divine consciousness in there now. It seems like the formations protecting the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial have disappeared." As soon as Duan Ling Tian heard this, he quickly extended his divine consciousness. Indeed, he could extend his divine consciousness into the location of the inheritance now. His expression changed drastically as he thought to himself, our divine consciousness is no longer restricted because the formations protecting the inheritance of the great overarching golden celestial is gone. There's only one reason for this, someone must have already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Although Duan Ling Tian had been worried earlier that he had spent too much time in the heaven-ranked treasure vault causing him to be late, he did not expect he would really be too late. Someone had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He did not even manage to enter the location of the inheritance before it was taken away. Damn it! Duan Ling Tian cursed, an expression of fury could be seen on his face. He felt extremely regretful at this moment. At this moment, he felt as though he had given the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique an easy death. He should have tortured him. After all, it was all due to that 4 tribulation bodiless celestial that he arrived late and missed the chance to obtain the inheritance left by a great overarching golden celestial. As though rubbing salt in Duan Ling Tian's wound, a bodiless celestial exclaimed loudly, the formations have disappeared. This means someone has obtained the inheritance from a golden overarching golden celestial. Who obtained the inheritance so quickly? I thought Duan Ling Tian would obtain the inheritance, who knew someone would beat him to it. What a waste that he's too late. As the bodiless celestials discussed among themselves, their eyes darted to Duan Ling Tian from time to time. Some of them even had a gleeful expression on their faces, taking pleasure in Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. Upon hearing the conversation in the surroundings, Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. If he did not arrive late, he did not think anyone would be capable of snatching the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial from him. Han Shui-nai called out softly, Brother Ling Tian. She understood how Duan Ling Tian must have felt at this moment. I am okay. Han Shui-nai's voice made him regain his sense. The furious expression disappeared from his face and was replaced with a smile. He said, well, it seems I'm too late. I guess this means I have no fate with the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He shrugged. Although it was difficult to accept this loss, with time, he knew he would be able to forget about this missed opportunity. There was no point dwelling on it. Suddenly, someone shrouded in the fog cried out loudly, Ancestor. A figure flew swiftly out of the fog and appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. The figure belonged to an ordinary-looking young man with a medium build. He arrived in front of one of the bodiless celestials and bowed respectfully. Are they the survivors? A bodiless celestial speculated as he looked at the figures shrouded by the fog. One of the bodiless celestials looked at the figures hopefully as he muttered to himself, I wonder if any disciples from my heavenly origins sect survived. Although the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had many fortuitous encounters, it was also fraught with danger. Rumor had it that less than 30% of people who entered the place survived the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Currently, the bodiless celestials standing outside were looking to see if any of their sect disciples managed to survive. They did not even dream of their disciples obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Being able to survive was a feat on its own after all. Moreover, some of them knew the strength of their disciples well, so they knew it was impossible for them to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, there were strong bodiless celestials from big sects who did not think that way. I hope that little guy managed to claim the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial muttered under his breath. He was from one of the top forces in Vast Cloud Realm. His sect status was comparable to the Celestial Master sect, the Gao Village sect, and the Mount Wagwo sect in Yanhuang Realm. There were a few bodiless celestials who shared the same thought as this 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. A few of them only had average cultivation bases, but they were not the strongest people from their respective forces who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There was a chance those people from their forces had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial as well. However, there were also many people who were not present. After all, the Beyond Heaven secret zone was huge. News about the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial would not spread so quickly. For this reason, there were many people who were unaware that the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had been found, let alone being aware that someone had already obtained the inheritance. To begin with, the bodiless celestials who were present on the scene were nearby when they received news about the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Hence, they had rushed here immediately. Upon arrival, most of them used their communication jade slips to pass this news to their comrades. However, due to the uniqueness of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the communication jade slips had a distance limit. Similar to the others, Duan Ling Tian's attention was currently focused on the figures that were shrouded by the fog. Sister Ka, Han Shui-nai cried out. Duan Ling Tian felt his body tremble slightly when he heard Han Shui-nai's words. Ka, how's it possible? He did not expect Ka had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. At this moment, he could see 4 beautiful figures emerging from the fog, seemingly making their way to him. Gradually, their appearances became clearer and clearer. He saw Ka, her sister, Gan Ruyan, Feng Tianwu, and Mu Yi. He exclaimed in shock, Ka is truly here. When Duan Ling Tian saw Ka, his calm facade shattered immediately. Fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He knew how dangerous it was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Gan Ruyan, whose cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was not strong enough to protect Ka. Duan Ling Tian's body trembled in anger before he flew out like a cannonball toward the women. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not go to Ka. Instead, he stopped in front of Gan Ruyan, completely disregarding the joyous expression on Ka's face. Gan Ruyan. Duan Ling Tian glared at Gan Ruyan as he said in a low voice, "How dare you bring Ka in here? If I knew you were going to bring her into the Beyond Heaven secret zone, I wouldn't have refined your innate spiritual root. I don't care if you don't value your life, but leave Ka out of it." Chapter 2466. Reunited with an old friend, Duan Ling Tian was extremely furious. His wife, Ka, was one of the few people he truly cared about in this world. If both of them were in a situation where only one of them could live, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life to let her live. In his opinion, her life was more valuable than his own life. She was the apple of his eyes, and he only wanted the best for her. How could he not feel furious knowing Gan Ruyan had brought Ka into the Beyond Heaven secret zone where danger lurked in every corner? He was so angry that he felt he could kill Gan Ruyan for this. Gan Ruyan stuttered. Initially, she had been happy to see Duan Ling Tian. She did not expect him to treat her as though she was his enemy as soon as they met. Although she knew his behavior was born out of concern for her sister, Ka, she could not help but feel upset. In the first place, she did not even dare to vie for a position in his heart since she knew it would only be futile. However, she did not expect he would not hesitate to kill her over her sister's safety. If something were to happen to her sister, she had no doubts he would kill her to avenge her sister. Duan Ling Tian disregarded the pitiful and vulnerable expressions on Gan Ruyan's face as he said coldly, "You should be glad that Ka is safe. If something were to happen to her, I'll make sure you pay for it." At this moment, it seemed like the chasm between them had widened. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words that confirmed her thoughts, Gan Ruyan's eyes turned dull instantly. Initially, she had planned to explain herself, but at this moment, she did not think it mattered. After all, in his eyes, she was nothing compared to her sister, Ka. For the first time in her life, she felt jealous of her sister. In the past, she might have been envious of her sister, but she had never felt jealous. However, currently, when she saw how vicious Duan Ling Tian was due to Ka, a wave of jealousy overwhelmed her. She thought to herself, "Ka and I look identical. We're the same, so why is our treatment so different? Is it because Ka met him first?" A hint of bitterness could be seen on her face amidst the jealousy. Ka, who was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's reaction, finally spoke up anxiously, "Brother Tian, what are you saying? You've got it all wrong." "I've gotten it wrong," Duan Ling Tian said with a frown. "Ka, there's no need for you to cover for her. You might want to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone, but you wouldn't have been able to enter without her. Therefore, this is her fault." He thought Ka was only trying to protect Gan Ruyan. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Ka, said, "Brother Duan, you've misunderstood Sister Ruyan." She was also stunned by Duan Ling Tian's earlier reaction. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Ling Tian realized that he might have jumped to conclusion too quickly due to his concern for Ka. "It's indeed a misunderstanding." Mu Yi chimed in at this moment to defend Gan Ruyan, surprising Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was momentarily stunned. He turned to Ka with an expression of confusion on his face as he asked, "What happened?" "Ka, Brother Tian, Ka was about to explain herself to Duan Ling Tian when she was suddenly interrupted by someone calling out to Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian." The voice carried a hint of shock. Duan Ling Tian trembled when he heard this voice. After all, he was no stranger to this voice. Although it had been years since he had seen the owner of the voice, he would never forget the owner of the voice. He did not have many friends in his life, therefore, he truly cherished the few friends that he had. No matter how long they had been apart, he would always remember their faces and their voices. "Su Li," Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in shock. Su Li was someone he had known in his younger days on the mortal continent. Ka chose not to speak at this moment. A young man emerged from the fog. He was dressed in a blood-stained robe. The stench of blood was still fresh. He held a sword in his hand. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell the sword was extraordinary. It was most likely a celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian flew out immediately to Su Li. He stared at Su Li unblinkingly as though he was afraid Su Li would disappear. He laughed before he said, Su Li, how did you come in here? It's a coincidence, I was about to. Su Li said with a smile. However, before Su Li could finish speaking, a cold female voice interrupted him. The voice was overbearing when she said, Su Li, follow me to greet the ancestor. The smile on Su Li's face froze immediately when he heard the female voice. He turned to look at a beautiful figure standing nearby and said apologetically, Miss, it's been a long time since I saw my friend. May I speak to him for a little while? Miss. Duan Ling Tian's expression had already darkened when he heard the overbearing way that woman had spoken to Su Li. However, he was shocked when he heard Su Li's words. Did Su Li address her as Miss just like a servant would? Duan Ling Tian stared at the lady intently. She was dressed in white and looked young. She was as beautiful as his wife, Ka, and his girlfriend, Feng Tianwu. She emitted an icy aura that made her seem unapproachable. Upon hearing Su Li's words, the white-clad lady glanced at Su Li indifferently and said in a cold voice, Don't forget you're my sword slave. Upon hearing these words, Su Li's eyes dimmed. He nodded obediently and said, Understood. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said apologetically, Duan Ling Tian, we'll catch up later. I have to follow my miss to greet the seniors of Yellow Thirk Mansion. Su Li intended to leave as soon as he finished speaking, but Duan Ling Tian stopped him immediately. A frown appeared on his face as he asked, What's going on, Su Li? How did you become this woman's sword slave? Did she force you? Don't worry, with me around, you can just ignore her. If she tries anything, I won't let her go. Duan Ling Tian did not expect that after he reunited with his friend after so many years, his friend would have lost his freedom and became someone else's servant. How could he accept this? How could he bear to watch his friend being so subservient to another person? Duan Ling Tian, the white-clad lady said. She looked at him for a moment before turning away. She scoffed before she disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of an inconspicuous-looking old man who was dressed in gray robes with many patches on it. Although his robes had many patches, he looked very clean. Upon seeing this, Su Li said hurriedly, Duan Ling Tian, I'll head over there first and explain everything to you later. He paused for a moment before he looked at Ka and the others and said, Otherwise, you can ask them as well. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the gray-clad old man in the distance before turning back to Ka and Feng Tianwu. Ka, Tianwu, what happened to Su Li? Chapter 2467 Ren Yuan Jia. Sister Ka, why don't you tell brother Duan what happened? Feng Tianwu said. Initially, she was about to respond to Duan Ling Tian but discovered Ka was about to speak as well. For this reason, she decided to let Ka recount what happened. It's the same no matter who tells the story. Ka shook her head with a faint smile on her face. After a moment, she turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and recounted everything that happened in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian nodded. So all of you met Su Li in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Ka glanced at Gan Ruyan before she said, Sister met Su Li before she entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Gan Ruyan. However, before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Ka spoke up again, Brother Tian, I really didn't enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone with my sister. In fact, I entered after you. As for my sister, she only entered the secret zone after she had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She decided to explain this matter as quickly as she could since she did not want her sister to be blamed for something she did not do. What? Why you entered after me? Duan Ling Tian was thoroughly shocked by Ka's words. He was stunned speechless by this revelation. He did not expect Ka would follow him here. Was this still the gentle Ka he knew? After Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, his expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, Ka, do you know how dangerous this place is? In the beginning, we didn't even know this place is the Beyond Heaven secret zone. We thought it's merely the Sword Saint secret zone that Senior Feng Qingyong left behind. Didn't you hear when Senior Uncle Prophet said that those whose cultivation base aren't at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage shouldn't enter this place? Why did you act so recklessly? Although Duan Ling Tian sounded as though he was scolding Ka, the fear and concern in the depths of his eyes betrayed his true feelings. He felt paralyzed with fear just imagining what could have happened to Ka in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. At some point, Han Shuinai had moved next to Duan Ling Tian. She said with pleading eyes, "Brother Ling Tian, Sister Ka is not as weak as you think she is. Do you remember what I told you before? You still don't believe me." In fact, not long after she met Duan Ling Tian in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she had told him that Ka had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. She even told him that Ka had gotten really strong and was not any weaker than the successor of the prophet progeny, Mu Yi. However, he did not believe her words at that time, and there was nothing she could do to convince him otherwise. If the Beyond Heaven secret zone had allowed them to swear on the lightning penalty oath, she would have done so to prove the veracity of words. For this reason, she was really happy to see Ka. She could finally prove to Duan Ling Tian that she was not lying. Upon hearing Han Shuinai's words, he recalled what she had told him previously. However, at that time, he had completely disregarded her words. How could he not doubt Han Shuinai's words? Ka was his wife after all. For the past few years, they had been together all the time. Was there anyone who knew her better than he did? How could he believe that his wife was stronger than Mu Yi? How was that possible? However, the truth was currently laid bare before Duan Ling Tian. He finally realized Han Shuinai was not lying to him. He asked, "Ka, are you really stronger than junior sister Yi?" He was still feeling slightly skeptical. He found it hard to believe that Ka, who was weaker than Gan Ruyan previously, had become even stronger than Mu Yi overnight. Moreover, Mu Yi's strength was only second to him among the members of the Seven Absolute sect. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Mu Yi could not help but smile bitterly. Her senior sister-in-law was truly slightly stronger than her. She was also still shocked when she recalled the strength Ka had demonstrated. If she did not witness it personally, she would have a hard time believing that the wife of the sect leader of Seven Absolute sect was not just a beauty, but she was extremely strong as well. She might even be stronger than her senior brother. "Yes," Ka replied with a nod to Duan Ling Tian's question. She did not elaborate on her answer. After all, she had always been taciturn and liked to keep a low profile. Upon hearing Ka's answer, Duan Ling Tian smiled apologetically and said to Gan Ruyan, "I'm sorry I misunderstood you. I was overly anxious earlier when I saw Ka that it clouded my judgment. I thought you had brought her in here." Gan Ruyan nodded understandingly. However, Duan Ling Tian failed to see the pain and jealousy hidden in the depths of her eyes. After apologizing to Gan Ruyan, Duan Ling Tian instantly turned to Ka and asked bluntly, "Ka, how did your strength improve so quickly to the point you even surpassed junior sister Yi?" He was truly curious and confused. Ka was his wife, there should be no secrets between them. He suddenly realized he could no longer see through his wife like he used to. "It's related to my past life," Ka said calmly. It seemed like she had expected Duan Ling Tian to ask her about this. She continued to say, "Over the past few years, fragments of memories had been appearing in my mind. After piecing them together, I realized it's memories from my past life. At that time, I discovered as I piece my memories together, my soul would get stronger as well. As a result, my cultivation base began to rise rapidly." Although Ka revealed to Duan Ling Tian the reason for her drastic improvement, she bypassed the gruesome details. She left out the painful process she had to endure to obtain her strength and how she had to burn her soul to increase her strength. She did not want Duan Ling Tian to worry. "I see," Duan Ling Tian said. He did not doubt Ka's words. After all, he also knew she was the reincarnation of a goddess. After a moment, as though he just recalled something, he said, "Ka, based on your words, you should have regained most of your memories from your past life. Did it affect your memories from this life? I don't want you to do this anymore." He sounded stern when he reached the end of his sentence. He knew Ka desperately improved her strength because she wanted to be of help to him. However, if the price was her losing her current memories, he did not want her to become stronger. "Brother Tien, don't worry. I'm fine," Ka said with a smile. "If there's such a side effect, I wouldn't have done it. After all, how can I bear forgetting you and Si Ling? Both of you are the most important people in my life. I wouldn't risk it just to improve my cultivation base." Duan Ling Tian was moved by Ka's words, and he also stopped worrying after she said there were no side effects. Although he still wanted to speak about this matter in detail, he knew now was not a good time. Therefore, he shifted the topic back to Su Li. "Ka, what happened to Su Li? If I'm not mistaken, that lady's not from the Saint Province realm. This means Su Li only met her in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. How did he become a sword slave? He was puzzled. Ka replied, it's because she helped Su Li reign in his devilish urges. When we met him here, he had already become the sword slave of the white-clad girl, Ren Yuanjia. I offered to free him from her, but he rejected my offer. A hint of helplessness could be heard in her voice when she spoke. Although Ren Yuanjia was considered strong among eminent celestials, she was still far weaker than Ka. Help Su Li suppress his devilish urges. What happened? Duan Ling Tian felt even more confused. Ka continued to explain what happened, and Duan Ling Tian finally learned about what Su Li had gone through in the past years. Chapter 2468. A man can't stand tall if he doesn't keep his words. Su Li obtained an inheritance from the devil clans and became half-devil because of that. He's normal when his human half is in control. However, when his devil half takes over, he'll lose his mind and become a killing machine. Duan Ling Tian could not help but worry about Su Li when he learned about what happened from Ka. After all, he knew when the devil half took over, Su Li would lose all rationality and would not be able to differentiate between friends and foes. It was a miracle that Su Li was able to survive for so long. It was even more miraculous that Su Li was not completely overtaken by his devilish urges. He shook his head as he said, who knew so many things would happen to Su Li. After that, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ka and asked, Ka, you said the white-clad girl, Ren Yuanjia, helped Su Li suppress his devilish urges. That's why Su Li willingly became her sword slave. Yes, Ka nodded and said as a cold light flashed in her eyes, I've offered to help Su Li to free himself from Ren Yuanjia. I could force her to free him or kill her. She knew about the friendship between Duan Ling Tian and Su Li, and she knew Duan Ling Tian would have offered to do the same. After a while, she continued to say, as you can see, he rejected my offer. He said that he's a man of his word, so he wouldn't go back on his words. Duan Ling Tian shook his head after listening to Ka's words. That's the kind of person he is. He knew Su Li would not change his mind easily after he had decided on something. Not to mention Ren Yuanjia had helped Su Li and he owed her a favor. Then, he turned to look at the three figures in the distance and asked, did he promise Ren Yuanjia that he would be her sword slave for life? Duan Ling Tian watched as Ren Yuanjia paid her respect to the gray-clad old man. He discovered that the old man was not as simple as he appeared to be. He thought to himself, I'm afraid even the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial I killed earlier was no match for this old man. This means he must be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, his eyes briefly met the gray-clad old man's eyes. When Duan Ling Tian had arrived at this place earlier, he had observed all the bodiless celestials present on the scene. He recalled the gray-clad old man had quietly stood at the side, looking unremarkable, so he did not pay much attention to him. However, now that he was observing the old man as Ren Yuanjia and Su Li greeted the old man, he discovered the old man was really not simple. It was highly likely that he was 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Ka shook her head and replied to Duan Ling Tian, no. Su Li said he promised to be Ren Yuanjia's sword slave for 100 years. He'll regain his freedom in 100 years. 100 years? That's not too bad, Duan Ling Tian murmured. He felt relieved. He had been worried that Su Li would foolishly agree to become someone's sword slave for life. Although one could not swear on the lightning penalty oath in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, knowing Su Li, even without the oath, he still would not break his promise. However, that Ren Yuanjia has really gotten herself a great deal. At this moment, Feng Tianwu finally spoke up, Brother Ling Tian, do you know who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. Could it be Su Li? Feng Tianwu glanced at Ka before she said, you're right. However, it's all thanks to Sister Ka that he managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't stand a chance at all. Ka, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Although he knew Ka had gotten stronger, he did not expect that she was strong enough to clear the obstacles and help Su Li obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I guess it's fate that Su Li obtained the inheritance. Ka explained, when all of us were standing in front of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the inheritance chose him. This means we have no fate with the inheritance. She looked at Gan Ruyan, Mu Yi, and Feng Tianwu as she continued to say, however, it's also possible that he was chosen because he was the only sword cultivator among us at that time. So Su Li really obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, and it's an inheritance from a sword celestial. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He had been curious about who had obtained the inheritance. After all, if it were not because he had arrived late, he would definitely be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He had felt regretful for losing this chance, but now that he found out Su Li was the recipient of the inheritance, all his regrets disappeared. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the white-clad lady in the distance and said, "Looks like that girl really had gotten herself an extremely great deal. The great overarching golden celestial who left his inheritance in the Beyond Heaven secret zone as a sword celestial." The gray-clad old man widened his eyes surprised when he learned about this. "Yes, ancestor," Ren Yuanjia answered reverently. The gray-clad old man's eyes brightened and a hint of expectation could be seen in his eyes as he asked, "Then, did you obtain the inheritance?" Ren Yuanjia shook her head and the expectation in the gray-clad old man's eyes was replaced by disappointment immediately. "Do you know who had obtained it?" the old man asked. "It's him," Ren Yuanjia replied as she turned to look at Su Li. Her eyes were filled with jealousy at this moment. "Him?" The gray-clad old man shifted his attention to Su Li again and his attitude took a 180-degree turn. Initially, he did not think there was anything special about Ren Yuanjia's sword slave. Who knew he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? "Yes," Ren Yuanjia nodded and said, "Initially, he was much weaker than me. However, after he obtained the inheritance, he has become slightly stronger than me." Upon hearing Ren Yuanjia's words, the gray-clad old man looked at Su Li and asked him eagerly, "Since you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and became stronger than Yuanjia, are you still planning to keep your words and remain as her sword slave?" Su Li replied indifferently, "How can a man stand tall if he doesn't keep his words?" Ren Yuanjia was impressed by Su Li's words. Even the gray-clad old man's impression of Su Li rose when he heard Su Li's words. He said, "Yuanjia, let me make a decision on your behalf this time. Release Su Li from his promise to become your sword slave. Do you agree?" Ren Yuanjia quickly replied after she recovered from her shock, "I will follow your orders, ancestor." "Senior, you are." Su Li frowned when he heard the gray-clad old man's words. Ren Yuanjia interrupted Su Li and quickly said, "Su Li, you did not break your promise. I'm willingly freeing you from your promise. There's no need for you to think too much into it." But, Su Li looked at Ren Yuanjia in confusion. After all, he knew she was not such an understanding person. After a while, he thought to himself, it seems like she's only doing this because of this old man from Yellow Thirk Mansion. "It is decided then," the gray-clad old man said jovially as he looked at Su Li. Then, he asked, "Su Li, I would like to invite you to join our Yellow Thirk Mansion. Are you willing to join us?" "Here it is," Su Li thought to himself. This was the caveat of being released from his promise. He knew things would not be so simple. The gray-clad old man had made Ren Yuanjia release him as a sword slave before extending an invitation to him to join Yellow Thirk Mansion, intending to tie him to Yellow Thirk Mansion completely. Chapter 2469 The older one is, the wiser one becomes. Based on what Su Li heard about the Yellow Thirk Mansion from Ren Yuanjia, he knew the Yellow Thirk Mansion was connected to a Devata realm. If he did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he might have accepted the gray-clad old man's invitation. However, it was not possible for him to do so now. This was because the moment he obtained the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial, he had become the successor of the great overarching golden celestial. When he was able to ascend to a Devata realm, he would be the disciple of the great overarching golden celestial. How could he go to another force in the Devata realm? "I'm sorry, Senior," Su Li shook his head and said frankly, "I'll have to decline the invitation. If the Yellow Thirk Mansion is just a force in the mundane realm, I would have joined. Since I've obtained the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial, when I ascend to a Devata realm, I'll become that great overarching golden celestial's disciple." The gray-clad old man shook his head. "Su Li, you might not know this, but you're merely one of the many disciples of the great overarching golden celestial in the mundane realms. He might not even be aware of your existence. In the future, when you ascend to the Devata realm, it's not a big deal even if you don't become his disciple or join his force. The gray-clad old man continued to say persuasively, moreover, our yellow Thirk mansion is also a top force in the Devata realm. In fact, our old ancestor has now become a heaven emperor in a Devata realm. If you join us now and when you ascend to the Devata realm, even if that great overarching golden celestial is unhappy, he might not even have the courage to look for you in our yellow Thirk mansion. Based on his words, one could see he was extremely confident about the strength of the yellow Thirk mansion. Upon hearing the gray-clad old man's words, Su Li was slightly irritated. Senior, do I look like someone who would repay favors with ingratitude? Su Li, Ren Yuanjia exclaimed in a chiding tone. She was shocked by his words. How dare he act so recklessly before the ancestor of the yellow Thirk mansion? Did he not want to live? Contrary to Ren Yuanjia's expectation, the gray-clad old man did not seem angry. Instead, he burst out laughing. Just as I expected, Su Li. You're a good man who holds firm to his principles. It seemed as though he had already expected Su Li to reject his invitation. Ancestor. Ren Yuanjia was startled. She could tell the gray-clad old man had expected this outcome. However, if he knew Su Li was going to decline the invitation, why did he ask her to release Su Li from being her sword slave? She was confused. Regardless, you're no longer Yuanjia's sword slave. Moreover, it's an insult to you to remain as her sword slave. Since both of you made a promise for 100 years, why don't you become a guest elder in Yellow Thirk Mansion in the mundane realm during that time? It won't have anything to do with what you do when you ascend to the Devata realm. Okay, Su Li agreed. The gray-clad old man's request did not conflict with his principles. Moreover, compared to becoming Ren Yuanjia's sword slave, it was much better to become a guest elder in the Yellow Thirk Mansion. When Ren Yuanjia heard the gray-clad old man's words, she could not help but exclaim inwardly, the older one is, the wiser one becomes. She could feel the changes in Su Li now that he was no longer her sword slave. He used to act like a puppet. Since our ancestor is being so magnanimous, based on Su Li's character, he would definitely dedicate himself to the Yellow Thirk Mansion during these 100 years to repay the ancestor's favor. This was why she thought the ancestor was wise. The gray-clad old man said genially, Yellow Thirk Mansion welcomes you. Since you've already obtained the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial, let's leave this place. We'll stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for another few years to search for celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial techniques. Although the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial had already been obtained, the Beyond Heaven secret zone would still remain open for a long time. As a bodiless celestial, he could only enter Earth-rank treasure vaults. He was barred from entering Heaven-rank and Human-rank treasure vaults. The old man was confident that with Su Li and Ren Yuanjia around, the Yellow Thirk Mansion would be able to obtain the celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial techniques in Heaven-rank treasure vaults. Before they left, Su Li said, Senior, before we leave, I would like to bid my friend farewell. He, naturally, did not forget about Duan Lingtian. Oh, you're friends with Duan Lingtian. The gray-clad did not seem surprised. Moreover, he even knew Duan Lingtian's name. On the other hand, Su Li was shocked. Senior, you know my friend as well. The gray-clad old man stared at Su Li intently as he said, your friend is not to be underestimated. Duan Lingtian is not to be underestimated. Su Li was confused by the gray-clad old man's words. Since you were possessed by your devil half most of the time, I'm sure you haven't heard the rumors about your friend. At this time, Ren Yuanjia, who was standing at the side, chimed in. Duan Lingtian killed 2 7 bodiless celestials previously. Moreover, one of them even possessed a celestial supreme celestial treasure before Duan Lingtian killed him. From what I know, these are not rumors. It's indeed true. He killed 2 7 bodiless celestials. Su Li was dumbfounded. Even after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and a celestial sword, his strength was only comparable to an ordinary 7 bodiless celestial without a celestial supreme treasure. How could he not feel surprised that his friend was already capable of killing 7 bodiless celestials? Ren Yuanjia continued to say, yes. Moreover, he killed those 2 7 bodiless celestials with just a strike. Su Li was thoroughly shocked. Although he had not seen Duan Lingtian for many years, he knew Duan Lingtian had to be strong. However, He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would be so strong. After a while, he thought to himself, this shouldn't come as a surprise. Even his wife is so strong, how could he not be strong? He remembered Ka had helped him to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If it were not for her help, he might not even be able to obtain the inheritance. At this moment, the gray-clad old man said, the matter of him killing 2 tribulation bodiless celestials is old news. Before both of you came out, Duan Ling Tian killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm. He looked at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance warily as he said, if I were to battle him, I'll definitely fall into a disadvantageous position if I don't use a celestial supreme treasure. The man narrowed his eyes and continued to say with a hint of incredulity in his voice, before he killed the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he snatched the bodiless celestial supreme treasure and severely injured him. Then, he chased after the bodiless celestial when the bodiless celestial tried to escape and killed the bodiless celestial. At that time, his speed was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The gray-clad old man was shocked by the fact that Duan Ling Tian's strength and speed were comparable to 9 tribulation bodiless celestial despite only being an eminent celestial. He thought to himself, only bodiless celestials who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique stand a chance against him. Otherwise, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial like me would have a hard time defeating him. What? Upon hearing the gray-clad old man's words, both of them gasped in shock and amazement. Ren Yuanjia looked spooked as she looked at the purple figure standing in the distance. Duan Ling Tian killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. And that 8th tribulation bodiless celestial was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm. She really did not expect that purple-clad young man who was only an eminent celestial possessed such terrifying power. Chapter 2470 Free Cloud Sage. Duan Ling Tian is so strong. Su Li's eyes were filled with incredulity when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. However, a gentle smile soon appeared on his face. He thought to himself, well, that guy never fails to surprise every time we meet. Even his wife is so strong, it's not strange for him to be so strong. Little Yuanjia, it seems like Elder Su Li's friend is a little hostile toward you. As a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the gray-clad old man was, naturally, astute. He had long noticed that the purple-clad young man seemed hostile toward Ren Yuanjia. Ren Yuanjia had also noticed Duan Ling Tian's hostility. She said in a small voice, he probably thinks Su Li is still my sword slave. Well, that's no longer true, so it's just a misunderstanding now. The gray-clad old man smiled as he asked Su Li, Elder Su Li, do you mind introducing your friend to us? This is the first time I want to befriend an eminent celestial. Fearing that Su Li would be worried about them encroaching on his time with Duan Ling Tian, he added, naturally, after our introductions, you can take your time to catch up with him. I don't mind, Su Li replied before he led the gray-clad old man and Ren Yuanjia toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Su Li would bring the 2 people along with him. One of them was even someone he did not have a very good impression of. He thought Ren Yuanjia was a woman who had taken advantage of Su Li's misfortune for her own benefit. It was only natural for him to feel this way. After all, Su Li was his best friend. Duan Ling Tian would not have found anything wrong with Ren Yuanjia taking advantage of Su Li under the pretext of helping him if Su Li was not his friend. After all, it was a fair trade. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Ren Yuanjia and said with a frown, Su Li, why did you bring her here? Duan Ling Tian, I'm no longer Miss Ren's sword slave. Therefore, please don't be hostile toward her, Su Li said with a chuckle. Inwardly, he was very touched to see his best friend being so protective of him. After all, it was a fair trade. Most people would not think there was anything wrong with their trade. What happened? Duan Ling Tian asked, slightly startled. Then, Su Li recounted what happened to Duan Ling Tian. He said with a laugh, therefore, I'm currently a guest elder of Yellow Thirk Mansion. Duan Ling Tian's expression eased after listening to Su Li's words. His hostility toward Ren Yuanjia had vanished as well. Although Su Li would have to stay in Yellow Thirk Mansion as a guest elder for 100 years, it was very different from being a sword slave. After a while, he shifted his attention to the gray-clad old man and said, how should I address you, senior? Duan Ling Tian knew Su Li was able to break free from his shackles as a sword slave and become a guest elder in Yellow Thirk Mansion was all thanks to this old man. Therefore, his impression of the old man was not bad. He was impressed by the old man's magnanimity. Not only did the old man have a high cultivation base, but he had a good attitude as well. I'm Zhan Yuanji, little brother Ling Tian. I heard about you for a long time now. Zhan Yuanji, the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial of Yellow Thirk Mansion, said with a laugh. He was very friendly when he spoke. There's no need for you to address me as senior. You can just address me as older brother if it makes you more comfortable. After all, I'm only a few years older than you. Upon hearing Zhan Yuanji's words, Duan Ling Tian did not know how to describe his feelings. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial just said he was only a few years older than him. Han Shuinai, who was standing nearby, muttered under her breath, "This old man is a little shameless, right?" Although her voice was not loud, everyone heard her words. Zhan Yuanji did not get angry, he only looked at Han Shuinai and smiled. On the contrary, Ren Yuanjia, who was standing next to Zhan Yuanji, glared at Han Shuinai. After all, in her opinion, Zhan Yuanji was not only the ancestor of Yellow Thirk Mansion, but he was also one of the two supreme beings in Yellow Thirk Mansion. She would have done more than glare at Han Shuinai if she did not see that Zhan Yuanji did not seem to take offense. Since you've spoken, I'll listen to you. Otherwise, I would be disrespectful. Since Zhan Yuanji was friendly and respectful, Duan Ling Tian treated him with due respect as well. Moreover, getting acquainted with a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was not a bad thing. Zhan Yuanji laughed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He said, "Good, good." After that, he said, "Little brother Ling Tian, since you haven't seen Elder Su Li for so long, I won't disturb you any longer so you can catch up with him." Zhan Yuanji continued to say, "I plan to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone in about 3 years before it closes. If you decide to visit Yanhuang realm before the Beyond Heaven secret zone closes, you're more than welcome in our Yellow Thirk Mansion. Please accept this order token." The Yellow Thirk Mansion is located in an isolated area. However, once you arrive in Yanhuang realm, if you infuse your energy into the token, it'll lead you to the Yellow Thirk Mansion. He passed a violet and gold order token to Duan Ling Tian as he spoke. Yanhuang realm. Duan Ling Tian took the violet and gold order token before he said, "If older brother is from another mundane realm, I can't be sure if I'll visit. However, I've long decided to visit Yanhuang realm. When I'm there, I'll definitely visit you. Is that so?" Zhan Yuanji's eyes brightened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. In fact, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would really visit the Yellow Thirk Mansion in Yanhuang realm even though he had given Duan Ling Tian an order token. Yes, Duan Ling Tian smiled. He looked at Zhang Yi before he said, "This is my friend, Zhang Yi. He's from the Celestial Masters sect in Yanhuang realm. I promised him I'll follow him to Yanhuang realm. He's from the Celestial Masters sect." Zhan Yuanji instantly turned to look at Zhang Yi. He chuckled, "I'm friends with the Free Cloud Sage in Celestial Masters sect. Before I ascend, I'll meet him. At that time, I'll mention you." Free Cloud Sage. Zhang Yi was shocked when he heard this. The Free Cloud Sage was the only nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in Celestial Masters sect. Needless to say, he was also the strongest person in Celestial Masters sect. Although Zhang Yi was from the Celestial Masters sect and could be considered as quite talented among the younger generation, he had never even seen the Free Cloud Sage before, let alone speak to him. How could he not feel shocked when Zhan Yuanji told him he was friends with the Free Cloud Sage and would even mention his name when he met the Free Cloud Sage? Zhang Yi quickly bowed and said, Thank you, senior. Since you're a friend of little brother Ling Tian, you can be considered as my friend as well. There's no need for thanks." Zhan Yuanji smiled faintly at Zhang Yi. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "All right, Yuanjia, and I won't disturb your reunion with Elder Su Li." After that, Zhan Yuanji said to Su Li before he left with Ren Yuanjia, "Elder Su Li, we are not in a rush, so take your time to catch up with little brother Ling Tian." "All right," Su Li nodded. Since Duan Ling Tian and Su Li had not met for a long time, once they began to talk, they could not stop. Both of them spoke about their experiences. Su Li was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's experience. He felt as though he was on tenterhooks when Duan Ling Tian recounted the dangers he encountered. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian could feel Su Li's pain when Su Li recounted how he obtained the inheritance from the devil clans and demonized before he killed his master. Sword 13. Chapter 2471 Su Li's potential. It wasn't intentional. I believe Senior Sword 13 would understand and wouldn't blame you, Duan Ling Tian said in an attempt to comfort Su Li. He could feel Su Li's remorse, sorrow, and loss. Su Li sighed emotionally. Regardless, I still feel bad. What's done is done. There's no point dwelling on it. I believe if Senior Sword 13 is looking down on you from heaven, he would want to see you live well, Duan Ling Tian said reassuringly. All right, Su Li nodded before he said, Duan Ling Tian, it's thanks to your wife that I was able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I need to thank you because I know she helped me because of you. Thank you. I heard about that. Is there a need for us to be so polite with each other? Duan Ling Tian said with a laugh, there's no doubt that Ka helped you, but you're also fated with it. Out of so many people, it chose you. Su Li replied, the great overarching golden celestial who left the inheritance here is a sword celestial. That's probably why the inheritance chose me since I was the only sword cultivator present at that time. He paused for a moment before he asked, I heard Elder Zan said you just arrived not too long ago. Why did you come so late? If you came earlier, I wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance. After all, you're also a sword cultivator. I'm certain it would have chosen you if you were there. Perhaps, it's fate. Duan Ling Tian chuckled. In hindsight, it's not a bad thing that I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, I already have a master. If I obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it would complicate things. I can't possibly turn away from my master just because I obtain the inheritance. Duan Ling Tian, who had inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword, had long acknowledged Feng Qingyong as his master. He would not acknowledge another master apart from Feng Qingyong. Su Li laughed. You're still the same as before. You're still incredibly carefree and open-minded. Carefree and open-minded, Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he said, you don't know this, but I was quite upset and unresigned when I discovered the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had been obtained. Only after I found out that you're the one who obtained the inheritance that I was able to let those feelings go. How can I be upset that my friend managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Su Li laughed and said teasingly, it seems like I thought too highly of you. From then on, their conversation became more lighthearted. Duan Ling Tian, I met your daughter before I entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Time really flies, you already have a child, Su Li said with a sigh. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes. Oh, you met Si Ling. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. He laughed as he said, not only do I have a daughter, I have a son as well. I know your daughter's name is Duan Si Ling, but what's your son's name? Su Li asked curiously. Duan Nian Tian, Duan Ling Tian replied. Speaking about this, he missed his son even more. Not only did he miss his son, but he missed his other wife, Li Fei, as well. He missed his parents and good friends as well. Since his family and friends had vanished in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had never been able to see them. He thought to himself, after I leave this place and return to the Saint Province realm, I'll look for my parents, Little Fair, and the others before going to Yanhuang realm. Nian Tian, Su Li laughed. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't name my niece and nephew, right? How do you know that? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Indeed, he did not name his son and daughter. Their names contain profound meanings. They're probably named by their mothers, right? Su Li smiled. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. A sincere and happy smile appeared on his face. To a certain extent, the names of his two children represented the love of his two wives toward him. After they chatted for a while, Su Li finally bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, if nothing changes, I'll be in Yanhuang realm for the next 100 years. We might be able to meet again if you visit Yanhuang realm. If you don't, I'm afraid we'll only be able to meet after we ascend to a Devata realm. A rather forced smile appeared on Su Li's face at this moment. There were 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm was extremely vast. Trying to find someone would be akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Even after they ascended to a Devata realm, he was not entirely sure he would be able to see Duan Ling Tian again. Their chances of meeting might be higher if they both achieved fame and glory in a Devata realm. However, There were so many outstanding geniuses in the Devata realms, it would be difficult to achieve fame and glory there. Don't worry, I'll definitely visit, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. I don't think I have much time in the mundane realm. Before I ascend, I'll definitely visit Yan Huang realm. Su Li nodded. Good, I'll wait for you. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be reminded by something as he said, Su Li. How much did your strength increase after you obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? He had been very curious about this. From the moment he saw Su Li, he could feel the changes in Su Li. Moreover, he could clearly sense Su Li's soul seemed to be stronger than his, and it gave him the feeling of danger. In the mundane realms, only 3 tribulation bodiless celestials or those who were stronger had souls stronger than him after all. Apart from that, only bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique would be able to make him feel a sense of danger. Su Li replied honestly, my current strength is roughly on par with a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm not a bodiless celestial, but I can be considered as a celestial. With just a thought, I can go to the Devata realms. Su Li's condition was quite similar to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. After receiving inheritances from the Devata realms, they managed to bypass the rules in the mundane realms. They could ascend to Devata realms without going through the celestial ascension tribulation. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. It seemed like he had guessed correctly. However, although my strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, I haven't mastered any divine abilities or celestial techniques from the Devata realms. If I can master them, my strength shouldn't be weaker than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, Su Li said confidently. Without mastering any divine ability and celestial technique from the Devata realms, your strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Su Li's words. He had assumed some of Su Li's strength came from divine abilities and celestial techniques from the Devata realms. He did not expect that Su Li had not mastered any divine abilities and celestial techniques from the Devata realms. He could not help but exclaim, the Yellow Thirk Mansion has indeed obtained a treasure. After all, once Su Li mastered divine abilities and celestial techniques from the Devata realms, he would possess strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, Su Li was not limited by the rules in the mundane realms and he was able to stay in mundane realms as long as he wanted to. In comparison, bodiless celestials had to face the bodiless celestial tribulation every 1,000 years. If the bodiless celestial failed the tribulation, he would die. If he passed all 9 tribulations, he would have to ascend to a Devata realm and would not be able to stay for long in the mundane realms. This did not apply to Su Li. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian said the Yellow Thirk Mansion had gained a treasure. Su Li said solemnly, I only promised to guard the Yellow Thirk Mansion for 100 years. After that, if I can't return to the Saint Province realm, I'll ascend to a Devata realm from Yanhuang realm. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian, I have to go now. Let's meet again in the Yanhuang realm after a few years. Su Li finally left. Since Zhan Yuanji and Ren Yuanjia from the Yellow Thirk Mansion were still waiting for him, it would not be polite for him to keep them waiting for too long. Although Zhan Yuanji had said he could take his time, he did not feel it was right to keep them waiting. Moreover, he had almost finished catching up with Duan Ling Tian. Alright, I'll see you again in Yanhuang realm. A gentle smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he looked at his friend whom he had known since he was a teenager. His smile was like a gentle spring breeze. When Su Li regrouped with the 2 people from Yellow Thirk Mansion, Zhan Yuanji looked at Duan Ling Tian and said loudly, Little brother Ling Tian, I'll wait for you in Yanhuang realm. I have some good wine in my private collection. At that time, let's drink and enjoy ourselves. Duan Ling Tian laughed before he replied, Don't worry, old brother. I'll definitely visit Yanhuang realm. The sounds of wind howling rang in the air before the 3 people vanished into thin air. Chapter 2472 Uninvited Guests. Yellow Thirk Mansion. Did that old man say he's from Yellow Thirk Mansion? Yellow Thirk Mansion is one of the most mysterious and reclusive forces in our mundane realm. Although not many people from the Yellow Thirk Mansion are known to the world, the top forces in our Yanhuang realm such as the Mount Wagwo sect and the Lion Camel Ridge don't dare to simply provoke them. After Zhan Yuanji, Su Li, and Ren Yuanjia left, the bodiless celestials from Yanhuang realm who were present on the scene began to discuss among themselves. Naturally, they did not know much about the Yellow Thirk Mansion. They only knew it was a mysterious and reclusive force that was comparable to the other top forces in Yanhuang realm. Han Shui-nai cocked an eyebrow when she saw Zhang Yi was still in a daze even after those three had left. Zhang Yi, they have already left. Why are you still in a daze? Zhang Yi regained his senses upon hearing Han Shui-nai's words. An awkward smile appeared on his face as he said, I'm just excited. I never thought I'd be able to meet the man in the rumor. I didn't know Zan Yuanji from Yellow Thirk. Mansion hasn't ascended to a Devata realm yet. Zan Yuanji, that old man earlier, is he that amazing? Han Shui-nai asked before she muttered to herself, he's indeed clever for taking the initiative to get closer to brother Ling Tian. Although Han Shui-nai knew the old man was strong, she did not know he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She only thought the old man was a 7 or 8 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. Of course, he's amazing. Zhang Yi replied, Zan Yuanji is one of the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the reclusive force, Yellow Thirk Mansion, in our Yanhuang realm. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Shui-nai was shocked. Zhang Yi, are you joking? That old man who took the initiative to get closer to brother Ling Tian is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Shui-nai knew what it meant to be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. They were the strongest existence in all mundane realms. Who would have thought that old from earlier was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Why would I joke about this? Do you know who's the Free Cloud Sage in the Celestial Masters sect whom he mentioned earlier? The Free Cloud Sage is the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial our Celestial Masters sect. All of us in the sect address him as old ancestor, Zhang Yi said reverently. That old man is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Shui-nai still found this hard to believe. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial is so polite to brother Ling Tian. He even took the initiative to get closer to brother Ling Tian. Currently, Duan Ling Tian is essentially as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, Zhang Yi said. The fact that he's able to kill the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm proves that his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It has made him famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It won't take long before he becomes famous in the other 4 large mundane realms as well. Zhang Yi, who understood the situation, explained, at that time, the 4 large mundane realms will know there's another genius from the Saint Province realm, and the genius strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial without even obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi knew that after the closing of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Ling Tian's name would become famous in the 4 large mundane realms like Feng Qingyang. Realization dawned on Han Shui-nai. You're right. Brother Ling Tian killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure earlier. Moreover, he was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm. This is more than enough to prove that brother Ling Tian is as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the end, she laughed wryly. Every time brother Ling Tian demonstrated his strength, he didn't fail to surprise us. I've become rather numb to it that it didn't occur to me he's now as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when he killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from Moro realm earlier. Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyan were dumbstruck as they heard the conversation between Han Shui-nai and Zhang Yi. Duan Ling Tian had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Since they had just come out, they were unaware of what had happened. 3 of them were truly shocked. An ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure had strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. An astonished expression could be seen on Feng Tianwu's face as she said, Brother Duan has grown so strong. Mu Yi and Gan Ruyan wore the same astonished expressions on their faces as well. Among these women who just came out from the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the only one who remained calm was Ka. She was never surprised by her man's feats as though it was a matter of course. Duan Ling Tian was about to motion to Ka and the others to leave when he heard a commotion from the distance. It's too frightening, truly frightening. That old man easily killed 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. At the same time, a few men who looked travel-weary could be seen in the distance as well. Duan Ling Tian continued eavesdropping on their discussion and discovered some people were tailing Su Li, Zan Yuanji, and Ren Yuanjia after they left. Those people coveted the celestial supreme treasure that Su Li possessed. Those people did not attack him on the scene because they had seen the good relationship between Su Li and him and were afraid that he would intervene to protect Su Li. Those people were, naturally, afraid to offend him since they had witnessed him killing the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he shook his head, those people are truly foolish. They didn't dare to attack Su Li earlier because they were afraid of me. For this reason, they followed him in hopes that they could kill him and snatch his treasure away. Would they still dare to do such a thing if they knew there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with Su Li? The group of people who had just arrived was still discussing this matter as their eyes were fixed on a few people who had just returned. These people who had just returned were part of the group who had tailed Su Li to snatch the celestial supreme treasure away from him. He easily killed 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from Moro realm whom Duan Ling Tian killed wouldn't be capable of such a feat, right? If those 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials didn't have any celestial supreme treasure, the strongest 8th tribulation bodiless celestial from Moro realm might be able to kill them. Well, I guess only those who are involved would know the situation at that time. The people who had just returned from their failed attempt to rob Su Li did not manage to make a move earlier. They were all horrified when they saw the old man who was with Su Li easily killing the 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The discussion continued. That 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials didn't use any celestial supreme treasure. In fact, the old man didn't use a celestial supreme treasure either. Yes, all of them didn't use any celestial supreme treasure at all. Many people were shocked upon hearing that. They weren't using any celestial supreme treasure. Then, there's only one possibility left. That ordinary-looking old man must be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Someone concluded. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Fear coursed through everyone's veins when they heard this. Suddenly, a loud scoff reverberated in the air. It seemed to have come from all directions. It did not take long before a muscular figure appeared in the horizons before everyone's eyes. It did not take long before he arrived in front of everyone. This person's body was big and strong just like an iron tower, making him look formidable. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with greed-filled eyes as he said, if the old fella isn't a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, do you think he would dare to speak to Duan Ling Tian? Chapter 2473. Old Ancestor Qing Yu, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as everyone's eyes shifted to the muscular man who had just appeared, they heard a few voices rang in the air. Old Ancestor. The onlookers instantly shifted their eyes to the people who had just reverently greeted the muscular middle-aged man. They discovered those people who had spoken were all old with the exception of a young man. It was strange to see those few old men bowing deferentially to the muscular middle-aged man as though they were worshipping Buddha. It did not take long before a few bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm recognized the few old men. Aren't they from the Power Saint sect in our Skyline Realm? Indeed, they're from the Power Saint sect. I know that green robe old man. He's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial and the 2nd elder of Power Saint sect. I've met that blue robe old man once. He's also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, and he's the 3rd elder of Power Saint sect. From the discussion between the bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm, everyone learned the background of those few people and that 2 of these people were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials who held high positions in their sect. The 2nd elder swept his gaze around before he announced loudly, this is Old Ancestor Qing Yu from our Power Saint sect. Old Ancestor Qing Yu. As soon as the 2nd elder from Power Saint sect spoke, almost everyone turned to look at the muscular middle-aged man with a hint of shock. As it turned out, the middle-aged man was someone so powerful. On the other hand, the group of bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm had a horrified expression on their faces. Old Ancestor Qing Yu. He's Old Ancestor Qing Yu from Power Saint sect. A bodiless celestial from the Skyline Realm exclaimed with disbelief. He looked at the muscular middle-aged man fearfully as though the muscular middle-aged man was a ghost. I thought he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Power Saint sect at most. Who knew he's Old Ancestor Qing Yu, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Power Saint sect? Although I've heard about the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Power Saint sect, I haven't seen him before. It's truly unexpected that I'd get to meet him here. It seems like he has set his sight on Duan Ling Tian. I'm afraid he came bearing ill intentions. The bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm noticed that Old Ancestor Qing Yu had been staring at Duan Ling Tian intently ever since he had appeared. It was as though Duan Ling Tian had some special treasure on him. More and more people began to notice this, and they could not help but speculate among themselves. It seems like he wants something from Duan Ling Tian based on the greed in his eyes. Well, it's likely that he wants something from Duan Ling Tian and his companions. The most precious things Duan Ling Tian and his teammates possess are the celestial supreme treasures. According to a reliable source, I heard they currently have more than 5 celestial supreme treasures between them. More than 5 celestial supreme treasures. Such great wealth. Unfortunately, I'm far from being a match for Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, I'm sure I'll greedily covet Duan Ling Tian and his companions' celestial supreme treasures as well. If the onlookers could guess the muscular middle-aged man's intention, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, could guess it as well. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. The expressions of Feng Tian Wu, Han Shui Nai, and others changed drastically. After all, it was not easy to deal with a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. The only ones who seemed calm among Duan Ling Tian and his companions were Duan Ling Tian and his wife, Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to be in a daze as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. It seemed as though he was the only one she could see in this world. The muscular middle-aged man's appearance did not interrupt her staring fest at all. At this moment, the muscular middle-aged man, old ancestor Qing Yu, suddenly called out, "Duan Ling Tian." Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian greedily as he said in a low voice, "Although you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial like Feng Qingyang did, your strength is comparable to him at that time. It's unfortunate. As the saying goes, the precious stone lands its innocent possessor in jail. You and your companions will die today and all your celestial supreme treasures are destined to be mine." He did not beat around the bush and honestly declared his intention of killing Duan Ling Tian and his companions to snatch their celestial supreme treasures. "Oh," Duan Ling Tian replied flippantly, "I'm afraid that just you alone are not qualified to kill us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures." He knew his strength well. He might not be able to defeat or kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was confident their strength would be on par. For this reason, he was not afraid when he found the muscular middle-aged man was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian's nonchalance surprised many people. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it seems like he's not afraid of old ancestor Qing Yu. As a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, old ancestor Qing Yu certainly has a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian must know this as well, and yet, he's still able to remain so calm. He's either putting up an act or he's truly unafraid of old ancestor Qing Yu. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure has to be the strongest existence in mundane realms, right? That should be the case. Naturally, the opinion was split in half. Some of them thought Duan Ling Tian was just putting on an act, and some of them thought he was truly unafraid. When Duan Ling Tian killed that man from Moro realm earlier, his strength and speed are comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. You're right, so what if old ancestor Qing Yu possesses a celestial supreme treasure? If Duan Ling Tian casts that sword formation, he'll be able to snatch old ancestor Qing Yu's celestial supreme treasure away. I think the battle between old ancestor Qing Yu and Duan Ling Tian can only end in a tie. I think it's impossible for them to defeat each other. There were people who had deeply studied and analyzed Duan Ling Tian's strength who thought Duan Ling Tian was not any weaker than old ancestor Qing Yu. Therefore, they were full of confidence in Duan Ling Tian. There were also some who remained neutral, afraid of voicing out who they thought was stronger or weaker. Many of the onlookers assumed old ancestor Qing Yu would be enraged by Duan Ling Tian's words and attacked him immediately. However, they were surprised by the words they heard. Old ancestor Qing Yu said, "Indeed. I've witnessed your strength earlier. It's certainly not any weaker than mine. Moreover, I haven't found a way to counter the technique you used to snatch celestial supreme treasures away. If we were to fight, we would be evenly matched." Huh, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He did not expect to hear old ancestor Qing Yu admitting that they were on equal ground. He had thought old ancestor Qing Yu dared to openly announce his intention of killing him and his companions to snatch their celestial supreme treasures was due to old ancestor Qing Yu's blind confidence. The onlookers were puzzled. What's going on? Since old ancestor Qing Yu himself confesses that their fight would end in a tie, why did he sound so confident when he said he would kill Duan Ling Tian and his companions to snatch their celestial supreme treasures? Suddenly, someone blurted out, "An accomplice." Suddenly, A sharp and piercing sound rang in the air. After a while, a figure descended from the sky, attracting everyone's attention, including Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2474. Another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The person who had descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed like a dragon was an elder. He had descended and stood next to old ancestor Qingyu, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Power Saint sect. The elder wore green robes, and his long brown hair that was not tied up fluttered in the wind like snakes that were prepared to attack. He looked ordinary, like someone who would not stand out in a crowd. However, his aura and bearing were not inferior compared to old ancestor Qingyu. Elder ancestor. As soon as the green-clad elder appeared, another group of people began to greet him reverently. Some people from Skyline Realm also recognized the people who had greeted this newcomer. This group of people was all powerhouses from Kun Mang sect. He's from our Kun Mang sect in Skyline Realm. That's the Grand Elder of Kun Mang sect, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, there's no doubt that the person who's standing next to him is the 3rd Elder of Kun Mang sect, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Heavens, even the Grand Elder of Kun Mang sect greeted him so respectfully as Elder Ancestor. Is he the Heavenly Python Elder of Kun Mang sect? Apart from him, there's no one who would be treated this respectfully by the Grand Elder. In Kun Mang sect, there were many bodiless celestials. There were more than a dozen 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, and 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who was the strongest person in the sect. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was also known as the Heavenly Python Elder to outsiders. Another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. When the onlookers learned about the green robe man's identity, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials not supposed to be rare? Why were there so many 9 tribulation bodiless celestials appearing one after another? There was Zan Yuanji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Yellow Thirk Mansion. There was old ancestor Qingyu from Power Saint sect, and there was Duan Ling Tian whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Currently, even the Heavenly Python Elder from Kun Mang sect in Vast Cloud Realm had joined in the fray. It's not even noon, but I've already seen an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and 3 actual 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. I haven't seen one in my entire life, but today itself, I've met 3. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a grim expression on his face. Han Shui Nai said in a hushed tone, this Heavenly Python Elder stood next to old ancestor Qingyu as soon as he arrived as though they're already acquainted. Don't tell me they plan to join forces. That's very likely. Otherwise, old ancestor Qingyu wouldn't be so confident that he'll be able to kill all of us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures even after he openly admitted that his strength is only on par with Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Yi said worriedly. 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Feng Tian Wu, Mu Yi Yi, and Gan Ru Yan were beginning to get worried as well at this moment. Duan Ling Tian no longer looked as carefree as before. He was confident in facing 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was not certain about 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the Heavenly Python Elder of Kun Man sect from Vast Cloud Realm looked at old ancestor Qingyu and said, Brother Qingyu, you and I agreed to kill Duan Ling Tian and his companions and their celestial supreme treasures would be shared evenly between us. However, what if we can't share it evenly between us? I don't believe we've spoken about that. Upon hearing the Heavenly Python Elder's words, old ancestor Qingyu nodded. Indeed, we didn't speak about that. He thought about it for a moment before he finally said, what about this? If there's an extra celestial supreme treasure, we'll each send out a disciple from our respective sect and let them battle it out. The winner will obtain the extra celestial supreme treasure. Sounds fair to me. The Heavenly Python Elder nodded, agreeing with old ancestor Qingyu's suggestion. Both of them spoke loudly as though no one was around. Upon hearing their words, Han Shui Nai exclaimed, indeed. They're working together. At this moment, many onlookers began to discuss among themselves as well. No wonder old ancestor Qingyu is so confident right from the get-go even though he admitted his strength was evenly matched with Duan Ling Tian. It's obvious now that his confidence comes from his alliance with the Heavenly Python Elder. Even an actual 9 tribulation bodiless celestial might not be able to deal with 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who join forces, let alone Duan Ling Tian who's only an eminent celestial who has strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. What a pity. Duan Ling Tian is so powerful and highly talented, it's a pity that he'll have to die today. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be greatly weakened. Who knows if he's even able to ascend to the Devata realm. It's truly a pity. At this time, Duan Ling Tian looked at the two nine-tribulation bodiless celestials guardedly. He asked in a low voice, I assume both of you have been here since a while ago and have been hiding. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, old ancestor Qing Yu narrowed his eyes and said in a deceptively light tone, correct. The heavenly python elder and I have been here since a while ago. In fact, we were here before you even arrived. We saw you kill the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from Moro realm, so we know your strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, with your celestial technique that's able to snatch celestial supreme treasures, there's a chance that a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial might not even be a match for you. However, if one 9 tribulation bodiless celestial is not enough to deal with you, what about 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian like prey. I have to say both of you are really patient to have waited until now. Duan Ling Tian did not expect old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python elder had arrived so early and had witnessed everything. The heavenly python elder said, we planned to join forces earlier to deal with the person who obtains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, when you showed up, we decided to wait so we can deal with both of you. However, we didn't expect. Duan Ling Tian interrupted the heavenly python elder and said, but you didn't expect that I would get acquainted with another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Indeed, the heavenly python elder was not mad at being interrupted. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was a dead man walking. There was no point in getting angry with a dead man. Duan Ling Tian continued speaking, therefore. You waited until they left before you made a move. He was confident in his speculation. You are very smart, old ancestor Qing Yu said as he narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, you'll die here today. If you want to find something to blame, just blame the fact that you and your companions possess so many celestial supreme treasures. Duan Ling Tian could see the greed in old ancestor Qing Yu's eyes. He asked, I am very curious. Why did you choose me and my companions instead of the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Is it because of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial accompanying him? It was not that he wished these 2 people had gone after Su Li and his companions, he was just genuinely curious. That's a good question, the heavenly python elder said. We chose you because we surmised that you have more celestial supreme treasures. Moreover, although the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is amazing, there's nothing we can do to obtain it. Chapter 2475. Leave them to me. Moreover, the 9 tribulation from the Yellow Thirk mansion didn't come alone. According to the information we obtained, there's another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. They're twins. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone is vast, with their strength, they'll be able to sense each other. Even if 2 of us join forces, it'll take a while before we can defeat him. If his twin brother were to arrive before we dealt with him, we would be put in a disadvantageous position. The heavenly python elder was honest and revealed the reason he and old ancestor Qing Yu had chosen Duan Ling Tian and his companions. Old ancestor Qing Yu stared at Duan Ling Tian with greed written all over his face as he said, with that, it's not difficult for us to choose you instead. So both of you thought I'll be an easier target. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes that were flashing coldly. Well, you can say that. Old ancestor Qing Yu said with a grin on his face, clearly confident about the upcoming battle. As the atmosphere turned tense, the onlookers whispered among themselves. It seems like Duan Ling Tian is going to die today. It's not just him. I'm afraid his companions are going to die as well. What a pity. Those beauties next to him are going to die as well. The onlookers stared unblinkingly at Duan Ling Tian and the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials as though they were afraid they were going to miss something if they did not pay close attention. Duan Ling Tian felt a certain level of pressure as well, having to face 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. It would be impossible for him to defeat or injure them. Although it might be difficult, there was a chance he could escape unscathed. For this reason, he sent a voice transmission to Ka. Ka, I'll ask Sandao to take you and Tian Wu away. I'll catch up to you once I escape from them. Brother Tian. Ka regained her senses when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. She wanted to speak but was interrupted by him. Ka, let's just do it this way. Don't worry, I'm confident I'll be able to escape unscathed. Pass this message on to Tian Wu and the others, I'll tell Sandao to take all of you away. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking to Ka, he told Chen Yiru in a grave tone to bring everyone away. Chen Yiru could not help but feel worried. Master, are you confident? Although initially he was forced to acknowledge Duan Ling Tian as his master, as time passed, he truly considered Duan Ling Tian as his master. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian's strength made him more than qualified to become his master, Duan Ling Tian had also treated him sincerely and even gave him a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian said reassuringly, I can't say for certain I'm 100% confident, but I'm 60 to 70% confident I'll be able to escape, 60 or 70%. Although Chen Yiru was still worried, he felt much more reassured now. Master, don't worry, I'll bring them safely away from here and back to the Saint Province realm. Alright, Duan Ling Tian felt more at ease after listening to Chen Yiru's words as well. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking to Chen Yiru, the sound of wind howling reverberated in the air. These sounds came from the 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from Kun Mang sect and Power Saint sect. Damn it, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. He had planned to cast all his techniques to distract the enemy and provide a chance for his companions to escape. Who knew the powerhouses from Kun Mang sect and the Power Saint sect would surround them? It was as though they had seen through his plan. His expression was extremely dark at this moment. What, Duan Ling Tian, did you think we didn't prepare for the possibility of you or your companions escaping? Do you really plan to risk your life and let them escape? Old ancestor Qing Yu asked with a chuckle when he saw Duan Ling Tian's grave expression. Indeed, they had ordered their men to surround Duan Ling Tian and his companions. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly, do you believe I can kill all of your people before our fight even starts? Of course I do. Old ancestor Qing Yu did not seem angry. Instead, he said casually, however, if you do that, the heavenly python elder and I can also kill all your companions before we fight. His killing intent was almost palpable when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed again. All his power surged out from his body and spread to the distance. A horrifying energy appeared, accompanied by numerous whirlpools. In just seconds, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy was raised to its limit. Duan Ling Tian, your assist-type divine ability is truly impressive. Let us witness your true strength. Old ancestor Qing Yu said loudly as soon as Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As soon as he finished speaking, energy surged out of his body as well. Energy surged out endlessly as though a dam had broken. Similarly, energy began to surge out of the heavenly python elder's body as well. The energy that shot out of his body resembled snakes. It was an incredibly terrifying sight. His energy was not any weaker than old ancestor Qing Yu's energy. It was obvious that their strength was evenly matched. The sounds of explosions reverberated in the air, shaking the void. A gust of wind blew violently at everyone present on the scene. This is the power of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Many people were shocked by the displays of power. The 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials had not even acted, just their energies were already so powerful. A melodious voice suddenly rang in the air. Brother Tian. The voice seemed to contain some sort of magic as it vibrated in everyone's ears. Everyone was startled. It seemed as though the melodious voice had drowned out all the noises in the surroundings. What kind of a trick is this? Everyone was puzzled. It did not take long before they discovered the voice belonged to a beautiful young lady. She was peerlessly beautiful. Her presence made all the beautiful flowers in surroundings dimmed in comparison. At this moment, she was staring intently at Duan Ling Tian. Based on her gaze, it was clear that he was the only one she saw in this world. Many men were jealous of Duan Ling Tian when they saw this. All of a sudden, Ka said again, leave them to me. I want to see how they're going to kill all of us. Ka. Duan Ling Tian froze as he looked at Ka in shock. He did not expect her to speak up at this moment and asked him to leave the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials to her. At this moment, Ka looked as though she was prepared to deal with the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials on her own. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he wanted to tell Ka to not act recklessly since he assumed she was unaware of their true strength. However, it was too late. In just a blink of an eye, Ka disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 24 76 Ka's strength. How's this possible? Duan Ling Tian's mouth was agape as he watched Ka disappear before his eyes. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial at his full speed could not disappear before him without leaving traces behind. A beautiful figure reappeared and revealed itself near old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python elder. It did not take long for everyone to identify the person who had just appeared. It was indeed the young woman whose melodious voice had attracted their attention earlier. At this moment, all the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial felt as though their eyes had gotten blurry. They had discovered the young woman's speed was so fast that they could not even catch her movements. Even old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python elder were staring at her as though they had seen a ghost. After all, her speed proved that her strength was possibly on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This is bad. Old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python elder hurriedly took out their celestial supreme treasures when they saw the young woman move her elegant hands. They knew she was about to make a move. They would only feel secure holding their celestial supreme treasures at a time like this. Initially, old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python elder did not plan to use their celestial supreme treasures unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, they did not want to give Duan Ling Tian the chance to steal them away with his celestial technique. They would only be giving the advantage to Duan Ling Tian if they took out their celestial supreme treasures. However, the woman who had appeared like a ghost before them brought with her a pressure and a sense of danger that caused them to forget everything and instinctively bring out their celestial supreme treasures. Ka looked at the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials coldly as she said in an equally icy voice, "I wouldn't make much of a fuss if you only threatened to kill me. However, I won't stay idle since you threatened to kill Brother Tien." As Ka spoke, she moved her elegant hands. The void shook and the air trembled and roiled violently. Although the sound it caused was not particularly loud, it sounded piercing to the human ears. Soon after, she moved her hands again and a blindingly bright light appeared out of nowhere. No! 2 loud cries rang in unison as soon as the blinding light appeared. Everyone was horrified as they watched on. They could tell the 2 cries were from old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python elder. What kind of power is this? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. When the blinding light finally died away, he finally saw Ka. Where there were originally 3 figures standing, only one was left. The remaining figure belonged to his wife, Ka. As for the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, they had disappeared without a trace. 2 celestial supreme treasures could be seen where the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were standing earlier. Ka waved her hand and the 2 celestial supreme treasures seemed to have a mind of their own as they flew to her. After obtaining the celestial supreme treasures, she quietly put them away. The 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials had just regained their senses and they were looking at Ka fearfully as though they were looking at a terrifying monster. If they did not witness this with their own eyes, they would have a hard time believing it. Did the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials die? Heavens! Is this real? The 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who wielded their celestial supreme treasures are killed in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, she only moved her hands. At this moment, some eminent celestials from Kun Mang sect and Power Saint sect could be seen holding shattered soul pearls in their hands as they cried out in unison. Old Ancestor. This is Old Ancestor's soul pearl. The old ancestor is dead. Previously, these people were still hoping the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials did not die. Perhaps, they had escaped earlier. Maybe they did not have time to take their celestial supreme treasures with them. However, their last shred of hope was dashed as they stared at the shattered soul pearls. Their old ancestors were undoubtedly killed by this crazy young lady. This is too frightening. Who's she? How did she kill 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials so easily? Not only that, but those 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were wielding their celestial supreme treasures as well. At this moment, an expression of shock and disbelief could be clearly seen on Han Shui Nai's face. Sister Ka. Although she knew Ka had gotten stronger before she entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she did not expect Ka to be so strong. When she heard Feng Tianwu and the others discussing Ka's strength, she knew Ka's strength was extraordinary, and still, she did not expect this. She shifted her eyes to Duan Ling Tian as she thought to herself, does this mean she's stronger than Brother Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance, still had a difficult time believing what had happened. Is she really Ka? He felt this person who was once so familiar had become foreign and alien to him. It was as though he was seeing her for the first time. However, when he saw the love and tenderness in her eyes, he quickly regained his senses. No matter what, she's still my Ka. However, I wonder how she became so strong. He was relieved to see that nothing had changed apart from the increase in her strength. Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself, being able to kill 2 9 bodiless celestials who were wielding celestial supreme treasures so quickly with just one move, perhaps, her strength is now comparable to a golden celestial from a Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian had gained a basic understanding of celestial ranking in Devata realms after entering the heaven-ranked treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Once ordinary celestials, or eminent celestials, ascended to a Devata realm, they would be called heaven celestials. The strength of heaven celestials was stronger than 3 bodiless celestials in the mundane realms. Above the heaven celestials were the golden celestials. Needless to say, great overarching golden celestials were way above golden celestials. For Ka to kill 2 9 bodiless celestials so easily, her strength had to be comparable to a golden celestial. Although Duan Lingtian had learned about Ka's incredible strength from Feng Tianwu and the others, this was still beyond his expectation. If he did not witness this with his own eyes, he would have a hard time accepting or believing it. Sister Ka. Even Feng Tianwu had witnessed Ka's strength in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was shocked by the extent of Ka's power. Naturally, Mu Yi and Gan Ruyan were equally as shocked. After all, 2 9 bodiless celestials, who were considered the strongest in mundane realms, had been easily killed by Ka. Chapter 2477. Leaving. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ka vanished. When she reappeared, she was already standing by Duan Lingtian's side. She moved her delicate hands and held onto Duan Lingtian's arm as she hugged him, looking extremely happy. The onlookers who had personally witnessed Ka effortlessly killing the 2 9 bodiless celestials found it hard to accept her change in behavior. She was behaving so meekly in front of a man. They shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. He had become the focus of everyone's attention due to his wife, Ka. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is already freakishly strong. How's it possible that the beauty by his side is so strong as well? His woman is obviously stronger than him. I wonder what he has to offer that a peerless beauty like her chose to be with him. This lady is most likely a celestial from a Devata realm. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to be so strong. Could she be the reason why Duan Lingtian possesses strength comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial? The onlookers could not help but discuss among themselves. The younger men were filled with jealousy, envy, and resentment when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Ka. Duan Lingtian knew Ka was still the same person he knew even though her strength had improved tremendously. Brother Tian. Ka leaned on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. When she looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes were filled with so much love as though he was the only one in her world. The onlookers had a hard time believing this was the same person who had killed 2 9 bodiless celestials earlier. Ka, are you hiding something from me? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he patted Ka's head as though no one was present. He had a strong feeling it was not easy for Ka to obtain this level of strength. It was likely not as simple as she had made it out to be. Ka stiffened slightly when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. In the end, she revealed the truth to Duan Lingtian since she could not bring herself to lie to him. Burning the soul. Although Ka had spoken about it lightly, Duan Lingtian felt his heart ache. He knew how painful it was to burn one's soul. He hugged her tightly when he found out about the grueling process of her obtaining her strength. He asked in a trembling voice, "Why are you so silly? What if something happens to you? What's going to happen to Si Ling and me at that time?" "Brother Tian, it's not dangerous. I'm not so foolish as to give up on you and Si Ling just to increase my strength. The pain was bearable so Duan Lingtian interrupted Ka before she finished speaking. "No, why didn't you tell me? I would never allow you to do it if I had known. I just want to be stronger so I can help you. I don't want to be useless, and I don't want to be a damsel in distress who has to be saved," Ka said softly in response to Duan Lingtian's domineering words. "Don't say that, you're not useless. We won't have Si Ling without you. Moreover, I won't be here today if it's not because of you. I only pursue strength to protect you and our family," Duan Lingtian said, slightly agitated. He was slightly angry when he heard Ka words that were filled with self-doubts. "Brother Tian, I was wrong." Although Ka was stronger than Duan Lingtian, she still acted like a delicate young girl in front of Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing the slight anger in his voice, she instantly became anxious. Silly girl. Looking at how meek Ka was, Duan Ling Tian's anger faded away. Moreover, she had done this for his sake. If it were not for Ka, let alone Feng Tianwu, Han Shui Nai, and the others, even he would have died today. He tightened his hold on her as though he wished to be one with her so they could stay together forever. Silly girl. Brother Tian. Ka returned Duan Ling Tian's hug. At this moment, the loving couple displayed their affections for each other as though there was no one present on the scene. Nobody dared to make a sound. They only watched silently, afraid of disturbing the couple. Who knew if the couple would kill them if they were displeased? Some members from the Kraken Python sect and Power Saint sect were looking at the affectionate couple with hate-filled eyes. Even then, none of them dared to make a move. They would only be seeking deaths if they made a move. After all, that woman had effortlessly killed 2 9 bodiless celestials. No one noticed Gan Ruyan, who was standing at the distance. At this moment, her eyes flashed with jealousy as she looked at her sister, Ka. In the past, she had only felt envious of her sister. However, after being reproached by Duan Ling Tian when they came out from the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, twisted jealousy began to raise its head in her heart. She thought to herself, unresigned, we have the same parents, and we're twins. Why is her life so much better than mine? Why is our fate so different? Although she was extremely jealous now, she was not driven to do anything extreme. As it was, she did not even dare to show her jealousy in front of others. After some time, Han Shui Nai finally spoke up, Brother Ling Tian, Sister Ka, we're still here. More importantly, can I have Sister Ka back now, Brother Ling Tian? As soon as Han Shui Nai spoke, Ka, who was blissfully unaware earlier, turned red. Then, she shyly extricated herself from Duan Ling Tian's arms. Duan Ling Tian felt slightly unwilling to let Ka out of his arms. He said teasingly, Shui Nai, you want to ask Ka about the method she used to rapidly increase her strength, right? He knew he had gotten too caught up in the moment earlier and had unconsciously put on a show for everyone to watch. Han Shui Nai laughed in embarrassment when Duan Ling Tian exposed her thoughts. Ka felt embarrassed when she sensed the looks from Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyan. She quickly left Duan Ling Tian's side and moved to Han Shui Nai. Since Duan Ling Tian treated Han Shui Nai like his younger sister, she also treated her the same way. She could not help but blush. She did not care about the onlookers' opinion, but these were people she knew. Duan Ling Tian, who was also feeling discomfited by everyone's stare, quickly said, all right, we should leave now. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian and his companions left. People from Kun Mang sect and Power Saint sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. After all, they were worried Duan Ling Tian would kill them for their ancestors' actions. However, it seemed like they were overthinking. I can't believe I saw a cultivator who's stronger than a 9 bodiless celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Based on her strength, she has to be a true celestial. Moreover, she's probably a golden celestial, a knowledgeable 8 bodiless celestial, thought to himself. Chapter 2478 Disheveled Nangong Brothers. What? The devil clans have invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land as well. Not long after they left the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Duan Ling Tian learned from Ka that the devil clans from the land of exile who had invaded the lower province had invaded the upper province as well. He paled instantly. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, the situation in the Saint Province realm has worsened. I wonder if father, mother, little Fair, and the others have left the lower province for the upper province. Actually, it would be better for them to remain in the lower province. It's relatively safer there. If they've gone to the upper province. He forcefully stopped his train of thoughts that frightened him. I must return to the Saint Province realm. Since the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had been claimed, there was nothing he wanted left in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Hence, he did not plan to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone any longer. After learning the devil clans had invaded the upper province, he was even more eager to return to the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian looked at everyone and said, I'm planning to return to the Saint Province realm. His words were directed to Mu Yi and Gan Ruyan because he knew apart from these two, the others would follow him without any hesitation. Just as expected, Han Shui Nai instantly said, if Brother Ling Tian wants to go back, then, let's go. I'll follow you wherever you go, master, Chen Yiru said. Zhang Yi said with a faint smile on his face, earlier, we had agreed on going to the Saint Province realm before visiting Yanhuang realm. We're just moving the schedule slightly up ahead. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had already told Zhang Yi he would have to return to the Saint Province realm first before visiting Yanhuang realm. Therefore, Zhang Yi was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's decision. Duan Ling Tian intended to return to the Saint Province realm to take care of the loose ends there. He could visit Yanhuang realm, where he was from in his past life, with peace of mind after doing that. Ka and Feng Tianwu remained silent. There was no need for them to say anything. They would go wherever Duan Ling Tian went. Mu Yi looked at Ka and said, all right, let's return. After all, senior sister-in-law has already helped me obtain a celestial supreme treasure. When they were in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Mu Yi had obtained a celestial supreme treasure that was incredibly suited for her with Ka help. Therefore, she was extremely satisfied. Let's return, Gan Ruyan said curtly. Seeing no objections, Duan Ling Tian brought everyone to the point of entrance and exit for the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In that case, we'll return now. Since their group was quite big, it was inevitable that they would catch people's attention. There were some fools who intended to try their luck by attempting to rob them. It had to be said that these people were extremely unlucky. They were unaware that the people they intended to attack was the strongest group of people in the entire Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from having someone whose strength was comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial, they also had someone whose strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Among these groups of unlucky people, some of them had managed to obtain celestial supreme treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian and his companions gained many more celestial supreme treasures. It was unexpected, but not unwelcomed. We're here. After traveling for a while, Duan Ling Tian and his companions finally reached the point of entrance and exit to the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Similar to when they entered, the exit was a black hole in the air that seemed capable of devouring everything. Let's go home, Duan Ling Tian called out to the others before he held Ka's hand. He took the lead to approach the black hole when suddenly a commotion rang in the air. 2 distinct sounds of wind howling in the air rang loudly. It was clear that it was heading in their direction. Duan Ling Tian and Ka instantly came to a halt and looked in the direction of the noise. It did not take long before Feng Tianwu, Han Shuinai, and the others also turned to look. In the distance, they saw 2 disheveled figures heading toward them at an extremely fast speed. It seemed like they were in a hurry. Their speed was comparable to an eminent celestial. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as Ka's eyes lit up. Both of them were the first to identify the 2 figures who were heading their way. The disheveled figures were none other than the current successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th absolute of the 7 absolutes sect. At this moment, it seemed as though they were both running for their lives based on their hurried speed. They improved so much. What did they encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Duan Ling Tian was surprised by the Nangong twins' improvement. He even forgot about their disheveled state. At this moment, Ka pointed out to Duan Ling Tian, their boots are celestial supreme treasures. Celestial supreme treasures. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the boots on the Nangong twins' feet. He instantly sensed how remarkable the boots were. Indeed, they were celestial supreme treasures. The boots Nangong Chen wore were embroidered with life-like divine dragons while Nangong Yi's boots were embroidered with equally life-like phoenixes. After a moment, Chen Yiru exclaimed, it's Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Han Shuinai, and the others had finally recognized the 2 figures in the distance. Both of them are alive. Han Shuinai heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the Nangong twins alive and well. After spending a few years in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she was aware of how dangerous this place was. It must have been tough for the Nangong twins as well. Moreover, they were both weaker than she was. Their speed is incredibly fast. It did not take long before Han Shuinai and the others noticed the Nangong twins' speed. Their speed was so fast that they had trouble catching their movements even though their cultivation bases were at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chen Yiru explained, their current speed is equivalent to an ordinary eminent celestial. Equivalent to an eminent celestial. Han Shuinai and the others were shocked when they heard Chen Yiru's words even though they did not doubt him. How's it possible? Han Shuinai cried out. Both of them were only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage when they entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. How are they moving so quickly? That, I'm not sure as well. Chen Yiru extended his divine consciousness and quickly discovered the Nangong twins' cultivation bases were still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could not help but doubt himself. I've checked using my divine consciousness, they're clearly still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their speed is comparable to an eminent celestial even though they're still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Han Shui Nai and the others were puzzled. Both of them have a movement-type celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian's voice rang out in a timely manner, causing everyone to turn to look at him in unison. At this moment, the Nangong twins finally arrived before them. Duan Ling Tian, all of you are here. The Nangong twins were surprised to see Duan Ling Tian and the others. They did not expect this. Why are you in such a hurry? I don't see anyone chasing you. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Nangong twins in confusion. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Nangong twins shuddered in fear and their expressions changed drastically. They said urgently, Duan Ling Tian, hurry, let's return to the Saint Province realm. They quickly moved toward the black hole, clearly eager to return to the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian and Ka blocked their path instantly. Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown, what's happening? Nangong Yi said urgently, Duan Ling Tian, let's talk when we're in the Saint Province realm. If we don't leave now, it's going to be too late. Although Nangong Chen remained silent and did not lose his composure like Nangong Yi, a hint of anxiety could still be seen on his face as though they had encountered something truly terrifying. As soon as Nangong Yi finished speaking, a powerful divine consciousness from the distance shrouded the entire place in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, colors drained from the Nangong twins' faces. We're doomed. Chapter 2479 Anxious and Doubtful. This divine consciousness. Duan Ling Tian frowned as colors drained from the faces of the Nangong twins. Duan Ling Tian had already discovered the divine consciousness belonged to someone who was at or above the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ka said promptly, it's the divine consciousness of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. She turned to Duan Ling Tian and asked softly, Brother Tian, should I warn him off? No need. Upon learning the divine consciousness belonged to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I'd like to see this 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who dares to target the members of my 7 absolute sect. Killing intent surged from his body as his eyes flashed viciously. Although Duan Ling Tian and Ka were not conversing loudly, everyone heard their conversation due to the silence. The Nangong twins were, naturally, surprised by their conversation. They were already surprised when Ka accurately determined the cultivation base of that person hot on their trails. They were even more shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian's indifference. Based on Duan Ling Tian's attitude, he did not seem afraid of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is it possible that Duan Ling Tian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? This thought appeared simultaneously in the Nangong twins' minds when they saw how confident Duan Ling Tian was. After arriving at the Beyond Heaven secret zone and speaking to those people from the other 4 large mundane realms, they had also learned about Feng Qingyang. They knew that he was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and had strength comparable to 9 tribulation bodiless celestial after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Tell me what happened. Duan Ling Tian asked once the anxiety on the Nangong twins' faces disappeared. So, Nangong Yi, who had thought Duan Ling Tian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, sighed inwardly and recounted everything that had happened. A few days ago, the Nangong twins encountered 2 groups of people fighting for a celestial supreme treasures in an Earth-rank treasure vault. They stayed back and watched, and the results were surprising. Both groups fought with all their might. In the end, only a few cultivators at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage survived. Even then, they were severely injured. At that moment, the Nangong twins made up their minds decisively and snatched the celestial supreme treasures. It was the 2 pairs of boots on their feet. Duan Ling Tian said with a slight surprise, both of you are quite lucky. You benefited from the situation and managed to obtain 2 celestial supreme treasures. All of us have been to Earth-rank treasure vaults, but they all only contained 1 celestial supreme treasure respectively. We might be lucky, but we've also attracted trouble. Nangong Yi said with a bitter smile. At that time, although the remaining cultivators at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage are severely injured, it would take a long time for us to kill them. Moreover, They had already used their communication jade tokens to call for backups. One of them even said an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from their sect was nearby. Both of us were afraid and could only think of returning to the Saint Province realm. He sighed as he said, I'm sure you can guess what happened next. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled faintly. Regardless, congratulations are still in order. Both of you managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure each. Moreover, it's a movement-type celestial supreme treasure. Movement-type celestial supreme treasures were much harder to refine compared to offensive celestial supreme treasure. Hence, they were much rarer. Elder Huo, the three-legged golden crow, Elder Huo, had told Duan Ling Tian about this. Apart from that, Elder Huo had also told him about the movement-type celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. The only one that stayed in Duan Ling Tian's memory was the movement-type celestial supreme treasure called Wind Fire Wheels that was possessed by Nezha, the son of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing. Nangong Yi smiled bitterly as he said, you can congratulate us if we survive this. Currently, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial has found us with his divine consciousness. Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm as he said indifferently, don't worry. A mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial isn't strong enough to snatch your celestial supreme treasures away under my watch. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a booming voice rang from the distance, causing the Nangong twins' expressions to change drastically. What an arrogant brat! Although Duan Ling Tian seemed extremely confident, the Nangong twins who were unaware of Duan Ling Tian's strength were still affected by the arrival of the seemingly invincible 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The sound of wind howling rang in the air, displaying the speed of the incoming person. Duan Ling Tian and Ka were the only ones who could see his movements clearly. The newcomer was a muscular red-clad old man. When he moved, he seemed like a ball of flames that was capable of destroying in his path. Based on his aura, it seemed like he could be considered as quite strong among 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, this old man's aura is slightly weaker than the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from Moro realm whom I killed. A warm breeze blew past, and the red-clad old man arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and his companions. His red robes fluttered behind him like flames dancing in the wind, making him look as though he was shrouded by fire. Lad, I'm truly curious. Who gave you the courage to say that I, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, am not strong enough to snatch the celestial supreme treasures under your watch? The red-clad old man had a square face, and when he glared, he looked like an angry gorilla. He radiated a cold aura that seemed to cause the surroundings, temperature to drop. Faced with the domineering red-clad old man, Duan Ling Tian said calmly, what? Are you looking down on eminent celestials? As an 8 tribulation, bodiless celestial, the red-clad old man was definitely not a fool. Seeing Duan Ling Tian remained calm at this point, he could not help the doubts that rose in his heart. Why is this brat so calm? What is he hiding? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and his self-doubt began to grow. Could he be? Soon after, the red-clad old man's expression changed. As he was looking at Duan Ling Tian, he recalled something. Are you the boy who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? He was aware that the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened, the person who managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial before he left. He reasoned that since this eminent celestial in front of him was clearly unafraid of him, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, this purple-clad young man must have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian remained silent but Nangong Yi scoffed. Well, let me tell you something, since you're smart enough to guess Duan Ling Tian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. This person here can also be considered as the disciple of Senior Feng Qingyong, the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened. The red-clad old man's expression changed drastically as soon as he heard Nangong Yi's words, Feng Qingyong. The person who claimed the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened. Then, this means all of you are from the Saint Province realm. I assume this must be the point of entrance and exit to the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. The red-clad old man pointed to the black hole in the void. That's right. Nangong Yi lifted his chin, clearly proud he was from the Saint Province realm. At this crucial moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly chimed in, I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yi's smile froze on his face. Even Nangong Chen's expression changed slightly. The eyes of the red-clad old man brightened immediately. He was vacillating between leaving or not earlier. He didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Seeing the old man's expression, Duan Ling Tian said with a smirk, "What? Do you think I won't be able to stop you just because I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?" Chapter 2480. Back at the Saint Province realm, indeed. The red-clad old man thought the purple-clad young man who was an eminent celestial would not be a match for him, since the purple-clad young man did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, he was truly confused by the other party's behavior. Was the purple-clad young man bluffing, or did he truly possess the strength to defeat him? Suddenly, the red-clad old man's eyes widened as a thought appeared unbidden in his mind. He looked at Duan Ling Tian warily as he asked, "Wait a second. Are you Duan Ling Tian who killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure?" Previously, the red-clad old man had heard the rumor of an eminent celestial called Duan Ling Tian who had effortlessly killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who wielded a celestial supreme treasure. However, he had felt skeptical. Earlier, one of the twins called him Duan Ling Tian. The red-clad old man recalled Nangong Yi calling the purple-clad young man Duan Ling Tian. It was not difficult for him to piece the puzzles together. If the rumors were true, it would explain why Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of him. Although he was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not own any celestial supreme treasure. This meant his strength was on par with that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who wielded a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian managed to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who owned a celestial supreme treasure. The Nangong twins were stunned by the red-clad old man's revelation. After all, they had not heard of the rumors. The Beyond Heaven secret zone was vast and people were scattered everywhere. It was not a surprise that the Nangong twins did not hear about it, even though the rumors had been running rampant. "So what if I am, and so what if I am not?" Duan Ling Tian answered ambiguously with a faint smile on his face. Killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who owned a celestial supreme treasure. Not too long ago, he had just killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who owned a celestial supreme treasure as well. The red-clad old man's expression changed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Regardless, he was still an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since when had an eminent celestial dared to treat him in such a callous manner? However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. In the end, he decided not to take the chance and act recklessly. He scoffed and turned around, preparing to take his leave. This person sure is smart. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he saw the red-clad old man had chosen to retreat. He had planned to kill the red-clad old man if the red-clad man intended to fight. Currently, his strength was already equivalent to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was indeed no match for him. Upon seeing the red-clad old man leaving without a fuss, the Nangong twins were shocked. Duan Ling Tian did not even do anything, but the old man was frightened into leaving just like that. It was unexpected and unbelievable to say the least. Are we dreaming? Nangong Yi asked, stunned, as he looked at Nangong Chen who was standing next to him. Nangong Chen shook his head to indicate that he was also at a loss. The brothers stared at each other, shocked and confused. "Hey, why are both of you in a daze? Both of you are really lucky. Not only did you survive in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, but both of you even managed to obtain 2 celestial supreme treasures," Han Shuinai said. Upon hearing her voice, they finally regained their senses. However, they did not respond to Han Shuinai and looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of surprise and disbelief on their faces. Eventually, Nangong Yi, who could no longer suppress his curiosity, asked, "Duan Ling Tian, is the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial telling the truth? Did you really kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian responded to Nangong Yi's question with a nod and a smile. To him, Nangong Yi was not only his friend, but he was also a member of the 7 Absolute sect. They were not just friends, they were brothers. It's true. Upon learning the truth, both Nangong Yi and the taciturn Nangong Chen were shocked to their cores. They felt emotional when they recalled the first time they met Duan Ling Tian. In recent years, after being selected to join the 7 Absolute sect, they thought they would finally lessen the gap between them and Duan Ling Tian. However, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had widened the gap again. They never once doubted Duan Ling Tian's words, since Duan Ling Tian had never lied to them before, nor did he have a reason to lie. When Han Shuinai saw the shock expressions on the Nangong twins' faces, she said playfully, "Why are you so easily shocked? It's just a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with celestial supreme treasure. Not too long ago, Brother Ling Tian had even killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who owned a celestial supreme treasure." The excitement was evident on her face when she spoke, as though she was the one who had killed the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who owned a celestial supreme treasure. Han Shuinai continued to say, "Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial seemed to be the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muoro realm. But what does it matter? He's still killed by Brother Ling Tian." What? Upon hearing Han Shuinai's words, the Nangong twins, who had just regained their senses, fell into a daze again. "Duan Ling Tian, this. Is it true?" Nangong Yi asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he could only believe it after getting the confirmation from Duan Ling Tian. Han Shuinai pouted as she said sulkily, "What? Are you doubting my words?" "Yes, it's true." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Thus, the Nangong twins were thoroughly shocked again. "How's that possible? I thought you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. How did you get so strong?" Nangong Yi, naturally, did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words, he was just very curious. "It's a long story, I'll tell you about it when we have the time." Duan Ling Tian smiled before he added, "We're heading back to the Saint Province realm. If both of you don't intend on staying here any longer, then, come with us." Then, without waiting for Nangong Yi's response, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Ka and said smilingly, "Ka, let's go." "Okay." Ka nodded obediently. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also called out to Feng Tianwu. With that, 3 of them flew side by side as they entered the black hole and disappeared from everyone's sight. "I suggest both of you return with us. With your strength, it's a miracle you survived until now and obtained 2 celestial supreme treasures. If you want to stay alive, it's best if you leave." Han Shuinai, Mu Yi, Chen Yiru, and the others reminded the Nangong twins before they entered the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, the Nangong twins were the only ones left outside the point of entrance and exit to the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. "We should return." The Nangong twins looked at each other before flying into the black hole, leaving the Beyond Heaven secret zone, in the Saint Province realm. In a valley hidden in a snowy mountain range in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the sound of wind softly blowing rang in the air of the snowy mountain range. Soon after, several figures appeared in the sky like heavenly soldiers. "We're back." After being away for a few years, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy could not compare to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, this place was still home. Si Ling, Ka, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, extended her divine consciousness to search for her daughter as soon as she arrived. She discovered her daughter was cultivating but was not in closed-door cultivation. She had only called out to her daughter because her daughter was not in closed-door cultivation. After all, she could have interrupted her daughter's closed-door cultivation if she called out so suddenly. No matter how much she missed her daughter, she would not have disturbed her daughter if her daughter was in closed-door cultivation. Chapter 2481, The Disappearance of the Intelligence Network. "Mother!" Duan Si Ling cried out. She was able to clearly sense what was happening outside even though she was cultivating. She was not in closed-door cultivation after all. She was instantly alerted when she heard a familiar voice calling out to her. She knew it was her mother. The sounds of Duan Si Ling opening and closing the door echoed in the valley. Soon after, a slim figure flashed into the valley. "Father! Mother!" As soon as Duan Si Ling saw her parents, she immediately charged toward them with tears of joy filling her eyes. It was as though a dam that she had erected for so long finally broke. Si Ling. Ka held Duan Si Ling tightly in her arms, seemingly unwilling to let go, as soon as she ran forward to meet Duan Si Ling halfway. Si Ling. Duan Ling Tian's usual calm and unflappable expression disappeared immediately as soon as he saw Ka hugging the young girl who had grown up. His eyes were filled with affection and a warm smile appeared on his face. "Only a few years have passed, but you've grown so much, daughter." Currently, Duan Si Ling was already 16 years old. Even then, Duan Si Ling's pretty face that she inherited from Duan Ling Tian and Ka still contained innocence. Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, stared at him as he watched on affectionately as Ka and Duan Si Ling hugged. A pang of jealousy appeared in her heart when she saw this. If it was possible, she really wished to have a child with Duan Ling Tian. Han Shui Nai, Chen Yiru, and the others stood silently as they watched the mother and daughter hugging. No one made a sound, as though they were afraid of disrupting the moment. Zoom. Zoom. At some point, the old prophet and guardian Qing Huo, formerly from the fire worship sect, made their appearances as well. They were overjoyed to see Duan Ling Tian and the others returned unharmed. Although there was much they wanted to say, they remained silent as well as they watched the mother and daughter hugging. Time seemed to have stood still at this moment. After a few moments, Ka and Duan Si Ling finally realized the surroundings were abnormally silent and found everyone's eyes trained on them. Both of them blushed as Ka led Duan Si Ling by hand and returned to Duan Ling Tian's side. Duan Ling Tian beamed as she looked at her father, who seemed unchanged. She truly admired and respected her father. "Father, I haven't seen you in just a few years, and you've grown so much. You're almost as tall as your mother now," Duan Ling Tian said as he patted Duan Si Ling's head. He looked at her affectionately. Duan Si Ling had grown up so much that she was almost as tall as her mother now. In about 1 or 2 years, his daughter would be as tall as her mother. Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, asked with a warm smile, "Si Ling, do you still remember me?" "Aunt Tianwu." Duan Ling Tian moved next to Feng Tianwu and held her hand. She said with a giggle, "How can I forget you, Auntie Tianwu? You're still as youthful and pretty compared to when I last saw you." Although Feng Tianwu did not spend a lot of time with Duan Si Ling before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she had showered Duan Si Ling with a lot of love during that time. This was also why Duan Si Ling had a good impression of her. "You're such a sweet talker, Si Ling." Feng Tianwu laughed when she heard Duan Si Ling's words. Han Shui Nai decided to join the fun and asked, "Si Ling, how about me? How about me? Do you still remember me?" After greeting Han Shui Nai, Duan Si Ling went to Gan Ruyan's side and held her hand. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was deep in discussion with the old prophet and guardian Qing Huo. "Did you gain anything during your trip to the Sword Saint secret zone?" The old prophet asked eagerly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian with hopes shining in his eyes. "Junior uncle old prophet, in fact, there's no such thing as the Sword Saint secret zone." Duan Ling Tian had anticipated such a question from the old prophet, so he disabused the old prophet of that notion immediately. "There's no Sword Saint secret zone. What do you mean?" The old prophet was understandably shocked. "The so-called Sword Saint secret zone that we entered is actually a Beyond Heaven secret zone." Duan Ling Tian explained everything he knew to the old prophet. Naturally, he did not forget to tell the old prophet about how Feng Qingyang had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Beyond Heaven secret zone, it's connected to 5 mundane realms. All of them are large mundane realms except for our Saint Province realm. This was a lot of the old prophet to process. Powerhouses are everywhere in the large mundane realms. Although 9 tribulation bodiless celestials are scarce in our realm, there are quite a few of them in the large mundane realms. He continued muttering. Ancestor Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and defeated a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial because he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Not only was the old prophet shocked, but guardian Qing Huo was shocked as well. Then, Duan Ling Tian continued to recount what happened to them in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. "There are so many powerhouses in those mundane realms. Most top forces have 9 tribulation bodiless celestials." The old prophet and Qing Huo's mouths were agape the more they listened to Duan Ling Tian. They felt as though they were the toads living in a shallow well. "Junior uncle old prophet, how's the situation in the upper province since the devil clans have invaded?" A few years had passed since the devil clans had invaded the upper province. Duan Ling Tian, who had just returned to the Saint Province realm, was, naturally, in a hurry to find out about the state of the upper province. It was important to know one's enemies to gain the upper hand. "I lost contact with the outside world around a year ago. At that time, the connection of the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network with me was mysteriously broken." The old prophet sighed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. He forced a smile, then continued to say, "Currently, I suspect that the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network is under someone else's control or it has been destroyed. Otherwise, It's impossible for them not to pass me any information. Since the death of Han Shui-Nai's master, the control of the intelligence network of Red Dust progeny had been given to the Old Prophet. Initially, the Old Prophet planned to pass the intelligence network of the Red Dust progeny to Han Shui-Nai, who was the current successor of the Red Dust progeny after she came out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He did not expect the Red Dust progeny's intelligence network would suddenly disappear a year ago. Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown, "So you don't know what's been going on outside?" The Old Prophet shook his head and continued, "I intend to go and investigate the matter. However, I notice that since the devil clans have invaded the upper province, many devils have appeared in the usually peaceful northern region. It would be hard for me to make a move in this small area, let alone the entire northern region." The Old Prophet sounded helpless when he spoke. He had not even broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. There was hardly anything he could do to the devils. If he was caught by the devils, he would definitely die. The Old Prophet continued to say, "Initially, I was worried. After losing connection with the Red Dust progeny's intelligence network, I was afraid people and devils alike would discover this place in a year. Now that all of you have returned, I can finally feel relieved. Since this black hole leads to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, and the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial has been obtained, it doesn't matter if this place is exposed." "Junior Uncle Old Prophet, why do you think this place will be exposed in a year?" "What do you mean?" Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. The Old Prophet had already expected this question from Duan Ling Tian, so he replied, "The intelligence network of the Red Dust progeny is very complex and interconnected. Since I was receiving news from the Red Dust progeny's intelligence network, at the same time, this means they knew of my location as well. It would not be long before they trace it back to this place. If someone has truly taken over the Red Dust progeny's intelligence network, I estimate they would take a year to find me." "I see." Duan Ling Tian understood the situation now. "It seems like I'll have to personally find out about the state of the upper province." Chapter 2482, Snatching Back the Estate. Since Duan Ling Tian and his companions had returned, there was no need for the Old Prophet and the others to stay in this godforsaken place. "Let's go. Let's return to the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate." Duan Ling Tian led the group to the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate that was located on a snow-capped mountain. Their journey started smoothly. However, it did not take long before two dog devils appeared, salivating and staring at Ka, Feng Tianwu, Han Shui-Nai, and the other women. The devils' eyes were filled with greed and lust. Dog devils. Naturally, it was easy for Duan Ling Tian to identify the devils based on their appearance. Since he had stayed in the human devil clan's estate when he was in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for quite a while, he was privy to the matters in the devil clans, including the Dog Devil clan. Although the Dog Devil clan could not be considered as one of the top clans in the devil clans, it was not entirely a clan without strength. The two dog devils looked at each other and said in unison, "Old rules. Kill the men and keep the women." After that, they moved toward Duan Ling Tian and his companions like a gust of wind, targeting the men in the group. Chen Yiru scoffed when the two dog devils made a move. In just a blink of an eye, he moved in front of the two dog devils like an arrow that had been shot out, blocking the two dog devils' path. The strength of the two dog devils was weaker than a cultivator at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, they were frightened out of their wits when they saw someone had appeared out of thin air, staring at them like a ravenous tiger. Despite their strange appearance, they were quite intelligent. Since they could not capture the old man's movements, they knew the old man was stronger than them. Chen Yiru said reproachfully, "How dare you two monsters act recklessly in front of my master? Are you seeking death?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his right hand that was holding onto a saber, leaving dazzling saber rays in its wake. The saber rays traveled across the sky, leaving an imperceptible crack in the void. In the next moment, a soft noise rang in the air as the two dog devils were slashed to death. Their eyes were open as though they had died with dissatisfaction. After killing the two dog devils, Chen Yiru destroyed the two dog devils' corpses with just a flick of his sleeve. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby, nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw how Chen Yiru had dealt with this matter. Chen Yiru had always been competent. He had destroyed the two dog devils' corpses after killing them to prevent Duan Xiling from seeing the bloody scene. As soon as Chen Yiru destroyed the two dog devils' corpses, he detected a slight buzz of energy. He smiled coldly. "Mirror image Dao talisman, Although the presence of the mirror image Dao talisman meant the dog devils had someone supporting them, he was not afraid. After all, the person supporting the two dog devils might not be stronger than him. Even if that person was stronger, so what? His master had strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Apart from that, his master's wife had killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who were wielding celestial supreme treasures in just a blink of an eye. Her strength was comparable to golden celestials in the Devata realms. He was aware of Ka's strength since Duan Ling Tian had previously told him about the celestial ranking in Devata realms. Golden celestials were ranked above heaven celestials. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial strength was comparable to heaven celestials at the peak of their strength. After a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial successfully passed the bodiless celestial tribulation and ascended to a Devata realm, he would become a golden celestial. Chen Yiru thought to himself confidently, even if the powerhouse supporting the two dog devils is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he'll certainly die if he comes to look for trouble with us. He continued thinking to himself, however, Master said it's unlikely that there are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the devil clans. Nevertheless, he was not worried. Even if there were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the devil clans, they were no threat after all. Han Shui-Nai rolled her eyes and smiled when she noticed the aura of the mirror image Dao talisman. They have the mirror image Dao talisman. I'm interested to see whether the person backing them would dare to come looking for us. Probably not. With the strength Senior Chen Yiru displayed, the average devils would be frightened when they see it. It's unlikely they'll try to seek revenge from Senior Chen Yiru, Nangong Yi replied. Chen Yiru was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial after all. Ordinary devils would not dare to look for trouble with him. The appearance of the two dog devils was just a slight disturbance to Duan Ling Tian and his companions. After that, they encountered a few groups of devils who tried to look for trouble with them during their journey, but they were all killed by Chen Yiru. The strongest among the devils was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Let alone a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial like Chen Yiru, even the Nangong twins could easily deal with these devils. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian and his companions arrived at their destination, the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate on a nameless snow-capped mountain. We've arrived. At this moment, the old prophet spoke up. I received news from the Red Dust progeny a year ago that our temporary estate had been taken over by a group of devils. He was not worried about this since he had been informed by Nangong Yi that Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. When he first learned about Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was thoroughly shocked. After all, Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Feng Qingyong, but Duan Ling Tian did not even obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He was overjoyed when he thought about this since this meant the 7 Absolutes sect would rise to the top again and regain its glory from the era of Feng Qingyong. The devils who had occupied the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate were only a group of boar devils. The strongest among them was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chen Yiru killed all of them on his own. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian and his companions successfully snatched their temporary estate back. Dong. 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 Please spare my life, sir. Spare my life, sir. In a spacious great hall, a devil with the head of a boar and human body kneeled on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly even though his forehead was drenched in blood. It seemed as though he was not aware of it as he continued to kowtow and begged for mercy. A purple-clad young man sat on the highest seat in the great hall. An old man stood respectfully behind him. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Chen Yiru had intentionally spared this boar devil's life earlier under Duan Ling Tian's order. At this moment, the boar devil was still kowtowing and begging for mercy. His eyes flashed with fear that came from his heart and soul when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Chen Yiru was already so strong, but he was so respectful toward Duan Ling Tian and addressed Duan Ling Tian as master. Chen Yiru had effortlessly killed all the boar devils. How terrifying would his master be then? As Duan Ling Tian stared at the boar devil, he said indifferently, "Tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go." Upon hearing this, the boar devil realized his life had been spared because Duan Ling Tian had questions to ask him. "Sir, please ask away. I'll tell you everything I know." The boar devil replied deferentially. He had finally stopped kowtowing and begging for mercy. Since the devil clans invaded the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land, the upper province has been in chaos. I want to know if devil clans or the humans have the upper hand now. Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. The boar devil was originally worried and convinced that Duan Ling Tian would ask him some tricky questions. Therefore, he was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Chapter 2483 Mighty Arrival in the Dragon Clan. The boar devil thought he had heard wrongly, so he asked, "Sir, may I know what is it you want to ask? Was there a need to inquire about the current state of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land?" "I don't want to repeat myself," Duan Ling Tian said with a slight frown on his face. His eyes flashed with impatience when he saw the boar devil looking at him skeptically. Yes. The boar devil was so frightened when he saw the impatience in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He quickly revealed the current state of the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. Both the southern region and the northern region in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land have been taken over by the devil clans. The devil clans haven't been able to take over the western and eastern regions because of the Phoenix and Dragon clans respectively. Currently, the central region of the upper province has become the main battlefield for the devil clans from the land of exile and the humans from Saint Province realm. Through the boar devil, Duan Ling Tian had a rough understanding of the state in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The strongest existence in the devil clans is an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Both the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Dragon and Phoenix clan and the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clan fought to a draw. Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath. After thinking about it for a moment, he thought to himself, this shouldn't be the extent of the devil clan's strength. Although it was said that the devil clans did not have any 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it might not be the case. After a while, Duan Ling Tian looked at the boar devil who was kneeling before him and said nonchalantly, "Since you're pretty cooperative, you can fuck off now." To him, the boar devil was nothing more than an insignificant existence in the devil clans. It did not matter to him if he killed the boar devil or not. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The boar devil thanked Duan Ling Tian joyfully and quickly rushed out of the great hall and left the snow-capped mountain. After the boar devil left, Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet. His eyes flashed with fury as he said, "Now, I'll go to the Dragon clan and settle our old scores." He would never forget the deaths of 2 successors in the 7 Absolute sect that was caused by the Dragon clan. The Dragon clan had killed Ji Yu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd Absolute, and Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th Absolute. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian left the hall. He stared at the sky as he murmured, "Senior brother Ji Yu Li, if you're watching from heaven, please watch carefully as I seek revenge from the Dragon clan for you." Sandao. Duan Ling Tian beckoned Chen Yiru, who had just exited the great hall after he regained his senses. "Master," Chen Yiru replied respectfully. Duan Ling Tian said, "From now on, you're free. There's no need for you to follow me." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Chen Yiru became anxious. "Master, did I do something that's not to your liking? Please let me know so I won't repeat my mistake. Don't misunderstand my words." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and explained with a faint smile, "What I mean is we're no longer master and slave. You may choose to stay or leave the 7 Absolute sect. It's up to you." Chen Yiru had been faithful in serving Duan Ling Tian for quite a period of time, and he was extremely satisfied with Chen Yiru. For this reason, he decided to release Chen Yiru from his promise. "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you." Chen Yiru realized that he had misunderstood Duan Ling Tian's meaning. He continued to say, "Thank you for your grace, master. However, I'm willing to follow you." Duan Ling Tian said decisively, "Well, in any case, you're free from today onward." "I'll stay in the 7 Absolute sect as a guardian," Chen Yiru said determinedly. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "The 7 Absolute sect welcomes you." Soon after, Duan Ling Tian informed the other members of the 7 Absolute sect about the matter. "Welcome, Guardian Chen." The members of 7 Absolute sect led by the old prophet welcomed Chen Yiru, who was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Chen Yiru joining the sect would only make the sect stronger. Previously, he was not a member of the 7 Absolute sect even though he followed Duan Ling Tian and followed Duan Ling Tian's orders. If Duan Ling Tian ascended to a Devata realm, he would have left the sect. However, now that he became a guardian of the 7 Absolute sect, he would stay in the 7 Absolute sect whether or not Duan Ling Tian was around. After this matter was dealt with, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Ka to inform her about his intention to seek revenge from the Dragon clan. "Ka, I'm planning to head to the Dragon clan. Ka said without any hesitation, Brother Tien, I'll come with you. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tien shook his head as a faint smile appeared on his face. With my current cultivation, I'm not afraid even if the dragon clan has a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, don't you have the jade token I've given you? If I need your help, I'll notify you through the jade token, so don't worry. With your current strength, it'll only take you a couple of dozens of breaths to travel across half of the upper province. Furthermore, you can protect Si Ling and the others if you stay here. With you around, I don't have to worry about their safety. After listening to Duan Ling Tien's words, she knew she could insist on going to the dragon clan with Duan Ling Tien. She said solemnly, Brother Tien, if you encounter any problem, you must notify me immediately. Although Ka knew no one in the upper province should be able to threaten Duan Ling Tien's safety, she still could not help but worry. She was afraid harm would befall him. She had determinedly improved her strength because of her strong desire to help him after all. She did not want to be a useless person by his side. I will. Duan Ling Tien immediately agreed. He then added, please inform Tien Wu about this on my behalf. I think my trip to the dragon clan won't take long, providing there are no unseen circumstances. Okay. Ka nodded. She had always been very meek and obedient when faced with Duan Ling Tien. After Duan Ling Tien bade farewell to Ka, he left the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate that was located on a nameless snow-capped mountain. He quickly left the northern region and made his way to the eastern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As soon as he arrived in the eastern region, he instantly made his way to the dragon clan. Soon after, he arrived at the 100,000 towering mountains where the dragon clan was located. So this is the 100,000 towering mountains where the dragon clan's estate is located. With Duan Ling Tien's current strength, he easily dealt with the misty illusory formation shrouding the dragon clan's estate. In fact, there was no need for him to destroy the formation, he could easily bypass the formation if he wanted to. Duan Ling Tien stood on a sword as he made his way swiftly into the dragon clan's estate, leaving rainbow-like light in his wake. At the same time, the members of the dragon clan were alerted to the presence of an intruder. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Based on the thunderous sounds, I can feel how terrifying the intruder is. Is it a powerhouse from the devil clans? Who has the audacity to trespass onto the grounds of our dragon clan's estate? As chaos descended on the dragon clan, Duan Ling Tien's voice resounded thunderously in every nook and cranny in the dragon clan's estate. I'm Duan Ling Tien, the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect. I came to the dragon clan to seek revenge from the culprit responsible for the deaths of my sect's members, Ji Yu Li and Yu Wu Ying. If you don't hand the culprit over to me today, I'll annihilate the dragon clan. The entire dragon clan's estate fell silent immediately. Duan Ling Tien, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, personally came. Moreover, he had boldly announced that he had come to seek revenge, and if the dragon refused to hand the culprit over, he would annihilate the dragon clan. A hint of surprise could be seen on the face of a member of the dragon clan as he said skeptically, Did I hear correctly? Duan Ling Tien, the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect, said he'll annihilate our dragon clan. You heard correctly. He said if we don't hand over the culprit responsible for the deaths of the 2 members from his sect, Ji Yu Li and Yu Wu Ying, he'll annihilate our dragon clan. He's crazy. Crazy. The sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect is insane. Who does he think he is? He thinks he can destroy our dragon clan. The sect leader of 7 Absolute sect is seeking death. When the members of the dragon clan regained their senses, they erupted in anger. All of them thought Duan Ling Tien was courting death. Chapter 2484. The target appeared. Above the dragon clan's estate in the 100,000 towering mountains, a purple-clad young man hovered in the air as he looked down indifferently. His eyes flashed viciously as he murmured, Senior brother Ji Yu Li, I'll avenge you today. The purple-clad young man who had invaded the dragon clan's estate was none other than Duan Ling Tien. Duan Ling Tien was not lying earlier when he said he would annihilate the dragon clan if they did not hand over the culprit responsible for Ji Yu Li, Yu Wu Ying, and Han Shui Nai's master's deaths. Initially, he had thought to directly annihilate the dragon clan since he had Ka's help. If Ka got involved, let alone one dragon clan, she would be able to annihilate more than one dragon clan. However, after thinking about it, he decided to only kill those responsible for Ji Yu Li and Yu Wu Ying's deaths. After all, the dragon clan still had its uses. They could suppress the devil clans. Well, that was under the condition that the dragon clan no longer provoked the Seven Absolutes sect. If the dragon clan would not cooperate, then, he would no longer be kind and annihilate the entire dragon clan. Duan Ling Tian had boldly come alone because he had learned from Chen Yiru that there were no bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique in the dragon clan. Otherwise, he would not have been so foolish to come alone. Even if the dragon clan had a 3 tribulation bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, he would fall into a disadvantageous position. Knowing this, he had boldly announced that he would annihilate the dragon clan if they did not hand over the culprit who killed Ji Yu Li and Yu Wu Ying. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, anyway, it doesn't matter even if they have bodiless celestials who cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. If I summon Ka over, and with my current strength, even if they have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, there's no need for me to be afraid at all. Duan Ling Tian felt reassured when he thought about Ka. With Ka's strength that's comparable to a golden celestial in a Devata realm and her soul that's also similar to an ordinary golden celestial, it should be easy for her to counter the attack from a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Ling Tian did not expect that a day would come when he could rely on Ka. Her strength had also raised his confidence. Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself, if the dragon clan doesn't accede to my request, I'll just annihilate them. With Ka and my strength, even if the dragon clan ceases to exist, there's no need for us to fear the devil clans from the land of exile. His eyes shone brightly as he thought about this. The breeze was soft and fresh up in the sky above the dragon clan's estate where Duan Ling Tian was hovering. On the contrary, it was total pandemonium in the dragon clan at this moment. Annihilate the dragon clan. Someone actually said he wants to annihilate our dragon clan. In the long history of our dragon clan, I don't think there's anyone who dared to say they want to annihilate our clan. Is the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect trying to cause chaos here? Someone scoffed. Since the devil clans have invaded our upper province, there isn't any news of Duan Ling Tian over the past few years already. As soon as he reappears, not only did he appear in our dragon clan, he also threatens to annihilate us if we don't hand over the culprit. How audacious! I think our patriarch, the Supreme Elder, and the others must have already heard Duan Ling Tian's words, right? Another person snorted. If our patriarch and Supreme Elders appear, Duan Ling Tian would surely die. Similar discussion could be heard everywhere in the Dragon Clan's estate. All the members of the Dragon Clan did not take Duan Ling Tian seriously. They were confident he was not strong enough to annihilate the Dragon Clan. In their opinion, him coming here was akin to committing suicide, somewhere in the Dragon Clan estate. I was the one who killed Ji Yu Li. However, I was merely obeying the order of Supreme Elder, Elder Di Huan. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, he wants us to hand over Supreme Elder Di Huan to him. A middle-aged man muttered disdainfully. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He wants us to hand over Elder Di Huan to him. How preposterous. Even if we hand over Elder Di Huan to him, is he even a match for Elder Di Huan? Would he even be able to avenge the members of Seven Absolute sect? The 2 Dragon Clan's members who received orders from Di Huan's order to kill Yu Wu Ying and Han Shui Nai's master smiled contemptuously. Their words dripped with disdain when they spoke. Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragon Clan, was also Di Chen's father. Di Chen had failed his tribulation due to his obsession with Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had forced Di Huan to kneel and beg for forgiveness. This created a knot in Di Huan's heart, causing him to fail his tribulation. For this reason, Di Chen's father, Di Huan, regarded Duan Ling Tian as his archenemy. Di Huan hated Duan Ling Tian so much that he wanted to tear him into a million pieces before burning him into ashes. When Di Huan learned that Duan Ling Tian was the current sect leader of Seven Absolute sect, he turned his hatred to Seven Absolute sect and its member, killing those he encountered. In a wide valley in the Dragon Clan's estate, a loud explosion sounded as the calmness of a lake shattered. The water splashed far and wide, making an extremely dazzling sight. A figure shot out from the lake and headed toward the horizon as swift as a cannon that had been shot out. After a while, a figure appeared above the valley. All the bodiless celestials in the Dragon Clan instantly recognized the figure. It was none other than Di Huan, one of the 3 Supreme Elders in the Dragon Clan. He was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Di Huan, who had been peacefully cultivating in the lake, was extremely excited when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. He laughed as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, I can't believe you came to the Dragon Clan's estate on your own accord. Very good, very good." During the past few years, Di Huan had never stopped searching for Duan Ling Tian even after the devil clans invaded the upper province. His top priority was to seek revenge for his son. This had also caused a knot to form in his heart, becoming an obsession. If Duan Ling Tian did not die, it was highly likely that he would not be able to pass his 8th bodiless celestial tribulation as well. For this reason, Di Huan did not care about the devil clans invading the upper province. The devil clans, invasion and killing humans had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to search for Duan Ling Tian to kill him. He would be able to avenge his son, and at the same time, he could remove the knot and obsession in his heart. His personal matter was of utmost priority. He would only kill the devils if they were standing before him and intending to kill him. Even if the patriarch sent him out to deal with the devils, he would only do so out of obligation. Now that Duan Ling Tian had come, how could he not feel excited? Even if he was cultivating, it did not matter. Di Huan's eyes darkened as his expression turned disdainful as he said, "Annihilate the Dragon Clan. I'd like to see you eat your words. I wonder where you got your courage from." A loud explosion rang in the air as Di Huang moved, leaving cracks like spider webs in the void. In just a blink of an eye, Di Huan had risen into the sky as wind blew violently. He flew to the source of the voice. As he flew, he bellowed, "Duan Ling Tian. I, Di Huan, am the one who ordered my men to kill the members of your 7 absolute sect. I want to see where a brat like you got your courage from for being so delusional to think you can annihilate the Dragon Clan. As the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, I'll kill you today so the world knows that they can't trample on the Dragon Clan's pride and dignity." His voice spread through to the entire Dragon Clan's estate. Another commotion erupted as soon as Di Huan spoke. "It's Elder Di Huan. Elder Di Huan is coming out. Let's go see what's going on." Since Duan Ling Tian audaciously announced he would annihilate the Dragon Clan, I want to see how many moves he'll be able to receive from Elder Di Huan before he dies. Someone scoffed. Not only is Elder Di Huan a supreme elder of our Dragon Clan, but he's also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm afraid Duan Ling Tian won't even be able to withstand a strike from Elder Di Huan. The members who were enraged by Duan Ling Tian's words became excited when they heard Di Huan's voice that resonated in the entire Dragon Clan's estate. Chapter 2485. How is that possible? The members of the Dragon Clan were under the impression that Duan Ling Tian was still similar to how he was a few years ago. At that time, they found out his strength was comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Therefore, although Duan Ling Tian had disappeared for a few years, they assumed he was still as strong as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. None of them believed Duan Ling Tian was a match for Di Huan. However, there were a few members of the Dragon Clan who were much calmer and thought through the situation carefully. A few years ago, Duan Ling Tian was suspected to have strength comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. During that time, he had completely disappeared. He must have been in closed-door cultivation. It's likely that he has gotten stronger. Since he has boldly come to the Dragon Clan's estate and threatened to annihilate the Dragon Clan if the clan doesn't accede to his request, he's either really confident or he's just seeking death. As the sect leader of 7 absolute sect and the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute, do you really think he would recklessly seek death? These minority of people had thought a lot about this and analyzed this. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. Their voices were drowned out by the majority of people who were filled with confidence in Di Huan. Elder Di Huan appeared with a gust of violent wind above the Dragon Clan's estate. When he saw the purple-clad young man nearby, his eyes narrowed as he bellowed, "Duan Ling Tian." A hint of excitement could be heard in his voice. Although this was the first time Di Huan met Duan Ling Tian, he had long memorized Duan Ling Tian's appearance from the portrait he had seen. Even if Duan Ling Tian changed his face, Di Huan was certain he would recognize his physique. How could he not recognize Duan Ling Tian, who was currently not in disguise? In just a flash, Di Huan appeared before Duan Ling Tian. He stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly as flame's fury burned in the depths of his eyes. Di Huan. Duan Ling Tian looked at Di Huan intently as soon as Di Huan arrived. His expression was extremely frosty at this moment. It was not difficult for him to figure out that the person who had just appeared was Di Huan, the father of Di Chen, and the culprit responsible for the deaths of Ji Yu Li, Yu Wuying, and Han Shui Nai's master. Rage not dissimilar to a tempestuous storm rose in his heart immediately when he confirmed the person before him was Di Huan. At this moment, a battle would happen at any time. The sound of wind howling in the air reverberated loudly as more and more people appeared around Duan Ling Tian and Di Huan. It did not take long before more than 100 people were present. These people had, naturally, come to watch the show. As soon as they arrived, the first thing they did was to greet Di Huan before they stood aside, intending to watch the show. "It's my pleasure to meet you, Supreme Elder." "Greetings, Elder Di Huan." The onlookers began to discuss among themselves. "So he's Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect. It's him. Although I haven't seen him in person, I've seen his portrait. So this is the person who threatened to annihilate the Dragon Clan if we don't hand over the culprit responsible for his sect members' deaths. Well, Elder Di Huan has already admitted he's the culprit. I want to see what this person will be able to do to Elder Di Huan." Someone said disdainfully, "I think he didn't know the culprit responsible for the deaths of his sect members as our Supreme Elder Di Huan." Most of the members in the Dragon Clan looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a dead man walking. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, noticed the contemptuous looks in the Dragon Clan's members' eyes, but he was not bothered by it. He looked at Di Huan emotionlessly. He asked icily, "So you're the one who ordered your men to kill the members of my 7 Absolute Sect?" Although his tone seemed indifferent, his killing intent was palpable. "So what if I did?" Di Huan smirked, clearly not frightened. "What enmity did they have with you or the Dragon Clan?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes that were flashing coldly. "They don't have any enmity with the Dragon Clan and me. However, it's just unfortunate that they were from the 7 Absolute Sect. Duan Ling Tian, you humiliated my son, causing him to be obsessed with the matter. For that reason, he failed his tribulation. I want to kill you, but I couldn't find you at that time. I can only vent my anger on your people. Rather than saying I killed them, it's more appropriate to say that you killed them." A sneer could be seen on Di Huan's face when he spoke. "Then, do you know why I humiliated your son?" As Duan Ling Tian spoke, energy surged out of his body, forming numerous whirlpools around him that absorbed all the heaven and spirit energy in the surroundings. Then, the energy in his body surged, making him look as though he was shrouded by flames. Needless to say, he had cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. "I'm not interested," Di Huan replied coldly. "You aren't interested, however, I must still tell you." Duan Ling Tian looked at Di Huan pointedly. "Your son thought he was stronger than me and wanted to humiliate me by asking me to kneel and beg for his forgiveness. I only gave him a taste of his own medicine." His voice was extremely cold when he spoke. He did not feel guilty for what he had done at that time. After all, he had only treated Di Chen the way Di Chen had intended to treat him. He was enraged and found it unforgivable that Di Huan vented his anger on members of the 7 Absolute Sect. "So what?" Di Huan smirked, his eyes flashing viciously again. "Today, you arrogantly came to our Dragon Clan's estate and trampled on the pride and honor of the Dragon Clan with your words. I will kill you today to avenge my son and to protect the pride and honor of our clan." As soon as Di Huan finished speaking, a vast and majestic energy surged out of him. When it surged out, it instantly left cracks in the void that took a long time to close. The Supreme Elder is about to attack. Elder Di Huan is getting serious. Duan Ling Tian will surely die. The onlookers held their breaths in anticipation as they waited for the battle to start. Most people thought Duan Ling Tian would surely die. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Di Huan charged forward as he cried out, "Duan Ling Tian, die." As a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, Di Huan was not weak and his strength was not slow. In just a flash, he had disappeared before the eyes of the members of the Dragon Clan. Only a few bodiless celestial could vaguely catch his movements. Regardless, even if the bodiless celestials thought Di Huan's speed was extremely fast, it was extremely slow to Duan Ling Tian. Just like an ant, Duan Ling Tian smiled sarcastically when he saw Di Huan attacking without even knowing his own capability. He lifted his hand, revealing a sword. This was the celestial sword he had used when he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Body sword fusion. At this moment, millions of sword rays shot out from the celestial sword. Even Duan Ling Tian's body was shooting out millions of sword rays before he finally transformed into a simple and unadorned sword. The sword hovered in the air, restraining its aura, looking ordinary. Under the onlookers' watchful eyes, the simple sword that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into flew toward Di Huan at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. A crisp sound of a sword cry rang in the air. Everyone present on the scene could clearly see the sword. Even those weaker members of the dragon clan could vaguely see the sword. For this reason, everyone felt this sword was extremely ordinary. Suddenly, a member of the dragon clan who was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial laughed. I thought Duan Ling Tian's body sword fusion would be extraordinary. Who knew it's so ordinary? He thinks he can fight Elder Di Huan. How reckless. The sixth tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan wanted to continue mocking Duan Ling Tian when he suddenly stopped speaking. A horrified and incredulous expression appeared on his face at this moment. He cried out, "Heavens! How's this possible?" Chapter 2486. The Dragon Clan's patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A short-lived sword cry rang in the air. A few 6 tribulation bodiless celestials who were present on the scene widened their eyes in horror immediately. "Have mercy! Stop this!" 2 voices laden with urgency rang out in the air in unison, accompanied by the appearances of a middle-aged man and an old man. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late. A soft noise reverberated in the air as Supreme Elder Di Huan, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, who was lunging toward Duan Ling Tian, was killed in just an instant. The Dragon Clan's members who were present on the scene inhaled sharply when they saw this, horrified. Elder Di Huan is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's extremely strong. However, he could not even defend against Duan Ling Tian's attack. Am I dreaming? Sect leader Duan Ling Tian from the 7 Absolute sect killed Elder Di Huan with just a strike. Most of the Dragon Clan's members did not see Di Huan moved. They only regained their senses when Di Huan had already died. Naturally, they were shocked. Moreover, Di Huan, one of the 3 supreme elders in the Dragon Clan, was the strongest after their elusive patriarch. How could they not feel shocked when they saw he was killed with just a strike? Chills ran down their spines when they thought about it. After the sword ray pierced Di Huan's glabella, the simple and unadorned sword flashed and transformed into a tall purple-clad figure. The figure was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, when Di Huan made the first move and attacked, Duan Ling Tian had quickly cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the body sword fusion, before casting the 13 green lotus swords. With all these combined, his strength was comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since Di Huan was only a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, it was only natural that he could not defend against the attack and was instantly killed. Duan Ling Tian stared at the horizon as he murmured, "Senior brother Ji Yu Li, I've avenged you." He completely ignored the presence of the members of the Dragon Clan and the 2 powerhouses who had just arrived. Ji Yu Li was not only a member of the 7 Absolute sect, but he was also Duan Ling Tian's friend and senior brother. Meanwhile, the 2 powerhouses from the Dragon Clan who had just arrived stood in the distance. Their expressions were unsightly, but it was obvious they had no intention of attacking Duan Ling Tian. After all, they knew they were no match for Duan Ling Tian since they were also 7 tribulation bodiless celestials like Di Huan who had just been killed. Fear coursed through their veins when they recalled the scene earlier. Duan Ling Tian has gotten so strong. It seems like the current sect leader of 7 Absolute sect and the successor of the Fog Rain progeny is as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. During that time, Feng Qingyang's strength alone was a match for the entire Dragon Clan. It seemed like Feng Qingyang's successor was also as extraordinary as he was. At this moment, many members of the Dragon Clan finally discovered the presence of these 2 powerhouses. It's the Supreme Elders. The 2 Supreme Elders came as well. It seems like they tried to stop Duan Ling Tian from killing Elder Di Huan earlier. Stop Duan Ling Tian from killing Elder Di Huan? What a joke. Duan Ling Tian is capable of killing Elder Di Huan with a strike. Our 2 Supreme Elders are also 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. It's impossible for them to stop Duan Ling Tian. Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier, I'm afraid even if Elder Di Huan had joined forces with the 2 Supreme Elders, they still won't be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Isn't that obvious? When Duan Ling Tian overheard the conversation in his surroundings, he raised an eyebrow. The 2 Supreme Elders of the Dragon Clan. Then, He looked at the two powerhouses intently. When those two had arrived earlier, he knew they must have a high position in the Dragon Clan, but he did not expect them to be the Supreme Elders. The two Supreme Elders were unnerved when they saw Duan Lingtian staring at them intently as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them as well. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian only smiled inwardly. Well, I guess it's time for me to leave. Since he had already killed the culprit responsible for the deaths of Ji Yu Li, Yu Wuying, and Han Shui-Nai's master, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. He was not worried about the Dragon Clan retaliating like they did before, and he was almost certain that the Dragon Clan would no longer dare to antagonize the Seven Absolute sect in the future. After all, he was very confident about his strength. Moreover, his wife, Ka, was strong enough to stop the Dragon Clan from antagonizing the sect. At the moment Duan Lingtian was about to lead, a loud scoff reverberated in the air, seemingly coming from all directions. The person who had scoffed spoke imperiously, "You're planning to leave after killing my clan's supreme elder. You're Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Seven Absolute sect. Do you really think there's no one in the Dragon Clan who can defeat you?" The two supreme elders of the Dragon Clan turned around and looked in the distance. They quickly bowed respectfully. "Lord Patriarch." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Clan's members were taken aback. They followed the two supreme elders' eyes and quickly bowed as well. "Lord Patriarch." "Greetings, Lord Patriarch." The strongest person in the Dragon Clan was the inner clan's patriarch. A Dragon Clan's member thought to himself excitedly, "The Lord Patriarch has always been mysterious. I've never met him before. I really didn't expect I'd be able to meet him today due to the commotion Duan Lingtian caused." After all, he revered the inner clan's patriarch as though the patriarch was God himself. The other members of the Dragon Clan were also looking at the distance with an expression of anticipation on their faces. A gust of wind began to blow as a figure appeared in the distance. The figure belonged to a tall old man. His face was square with strong features. His eyebrows lent him an imposing aura, and he wore a golden robe. With just a glance, one could tell he was someone who had been at the top of the food chain for a long time. At this moment, the golden-clad old man's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave, came to halt immediately as soon as he heard the old man's voice. He was not anxious at all. He fearlessly met the old man's gaze. After a while, he said, "The world thinks the patriarch of the Dragon Clan is an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. I bet they wouldn't expect you to be a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Dragon Clan's patriarch was taken aback. "You can tell that I'm a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial." With an expression of surprise etched on his face, he had lost some of his imposing aura. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel smug upon hearing the Dragon Clan's patriarch's words. Before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he definitely would not be able to see through the old man's cultivation base. However, after meeting a few 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had gotten familiar with the unique aura of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian's words and the golden-clad old man's confirmation shocked all the members of the Dragon Clan, except for the two supreme elders. N9. 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Chapter 2487. The Patriarch of the Dragon Clan attacks. The Dragon Clan's members were amazed upon discovering the existence of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in their clan. Previously, all of them thought their patriarch was only an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. This was truly unexpected. 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Lord Patriarch is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Lord Patriarch is truly a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. That's the strongest existence in the mundane realms. They are extremely rare. To think there's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in our Dragon Clan. Incredible. Truly incredible. Who could have known? To think the patriarch is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm not dreaming, am I? Now that the devil clans have invaded the upper province, if our patriarch makes a move, won't the devil clans retreat with their tails between their legs to the land of exile? I agree. Based on how rare 9-tribulation bodiless celestials are, I honestly think it's unlikely for the devil clans to have a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial as well. Many members of the Dragon Clan eagerly anticipated watching their patriarch driving the devil clans back to the land of exile. At that time, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan and the clan would be revered as the savior of the Saint Province realm. They felt their emotions stirred when they thought about this. After all, They had all dreamed of becoming heroes in this time of crisis. Although they would only be basking in the glory of their patriarch, they still felt excited. On the other hand, among the members of the Dragon Clan, only the two Supreme Elders maintained their composure at this reveal. After all, as the Supreme Elders of the Dragon Clan and 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials, there were many instances where they had met the Patriarch. They were, naturally, privy to a lot of matters. They, including Di Huan who had just been killed, had long known about their Patriarch's cultivation base. Upon seeing the expression of surprise on the Patriarch's face, Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently, "Is it strange that I'm able to tell you're a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial?" "Is it not strange?" The Dragon Clan's Patriarch narrowed his eyes that were flashing coldly. "Not only are you able to discern my cultivation base, but you, a mere eminent celestial, managed to kill my clan's Supreme Elder who was a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial." His gaze turned pointed after he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian remained calm even when he saw the Dragon Clan's Patriarch's cold gaze. At this time, the members of the Dragon Clan, including the 2 Supreme Elders, were baffled after listening to their Patriarch's words. They could vaguely sense that Duan Ling Tian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, was a genius. That's right, Duan Ling Tian's only an eminent celestial. How did he manage to discern our Patriarch's cultivation base? Normally, an eminent celestial's divine consciousness can't even compare to that of a 3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, and 3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials are definitely not capable of discerning the cultivation base of a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. How did Duan Ling Tian do it? Duan Ling Tian is, indeed, strange. Are all the members of the 7 Absolute sects so strange? Upon hearing the Dragon Clan's Patriarch's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded as he said, "Well, when you put it that way, it does sound strange." He paused momentarily for dramatic effects before he said, "So, what are you going to do? Are you going to throw your life away to avenge Di Huan? Or are you going to publicly make an announcement that the Dragon Clan will no longer antagonize the 7 Absolute sect?" As Duan Ling Tian spoke, the Dragon Clan's members' expressions changed drastically. What did Duan Ling Tian mean when he said their Patriarch would be throwing his life away if their Patriarch tried to avenge Di Huan? Not only that, but he even had the audacity to demand their Patriarch to announce that the Dragon Clan would no longer antagonize the 7 Absolute sect. Did Duan Ling Tian think he was like the Celestials in the Devata realms who were stronger than a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? He's insane. Duan Ling Tian is out of his mind. The Patriarch is a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, the strongest existence in the mundane realms. Where did he get his courage from, to speak in such a manner? Does he think he's invincible just because he managed to kill Elder Di Huan? Although most of the members from the Dragon Clan, including the 2 Supreme Elders, acknowledged Duan Ling Tian's strength since he had easily killed their Supreme Elder, Di Huan, they did not think he was stronger than their Patriarch. Their Patriarch was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, the strongest existence in the mundane realms, who could threaten such an existence. Meanwhile, the expression of the Dragon Clan's Patriarch darkened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although he had lived for 10,000 years, he could not suppress his rage at all. "Duan Ling Tian, I'll kill you today to avenge Di Huan. I like to see how you, an eminent celestial, are going to kill a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial like me." The Patriarch's voice had barely faded away when a vast energy surged out from his body, leaving terrifying tears in the void. The tears looked like dragons flying in the air. The members of the Dragon Clan, including the 2 Supreme Elders, were in awe of their Patriarch's display of strength. None of them had seen a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in action before. Some of the members from the Dragon Clan with a weaker cultivation base were sent flying by the shockwave from the energy that surged out their Patriarch. They could only watch from the distance as he prepared to attack Duan Ling Tian. This is the power of a 9 Tribulations Bodiless Celestial. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw the energy surging out of the body of the Dragon Clan's Patriarch. "It seems like you intend on fighting me." As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial sword appeared in his hand. It shone dazzlingly when he sent his energy into it. As the sword rays flowed and ebbed, the sounds of sword whistling in the air rang clearly and deafeningly. Upon seeing the celestial sword, the Patriarch's eyes gleamed greedily and his breathing hitched from the excitement. It was obvious he could not wait to claim the celestial sword as his own. As expected of the legendary celestial supreme treasure. When Duan Ling Tian saw the covetous look in the Dragon Clan's patriarch's eyes, he chuckled. What, did you take a liking to my celestial sword? Well, if you want it, all you have to do is kill me. The Dragon Clan's patriarch scoffed. There's no need for you to remind me to kill you. I'll avenge Di Huan and snatch your celestial supreme treasure today. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, his smile had vanished completely. I'm waiting for you. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan made a move immediately. The void in his vicinity seemed to have caved in as the tears that looked like dragons continued to appear in the void. Chapter 2488 Neither side wins. Since you want to die, Duan Ling Tian, I shall fulfill your wish. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan bellowed as he charged forward like a tornado toward Duan Ling Tian. The moment the patriarch of the Dragon Clan shot toward Duan Ling Tian's celestial sword flew out of his hand as well, emitting sword rays that seemed like clones of the sword. The sword rays grew from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1000. It did not take long before the sword rays rose above Duan Ling Tian's head, forming a mysterious formation that emitted a mystical aura. In the end, the sword rays formed a defensive layer before him. Faced with the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to cast the 13 green lotus swords as well. 13 green lotus swords. A thunderous noise resounded in the air as the patriarch of the Dragon Clan collided with the sword barrier before attacking it. The sword ray barrier shook from the impact, creating a shockwave that spread in all directions. At this time, only the 2 supreme elders of the Dragon Clan managed to stabilize their footing. The remaining members of the Dragon Clan were sent flying by the shockwave. Those who were stronger only stumbled a few steps back, but those who were weaker were sent flying quite a distance away. All of them took a long time to recover their senses. Impossible. The patriarch's voice boomed thunderously, causing fear to rise in the hearts of the members of the Dragon Clan. When they turned to look at their patriarch, they discovered that their patriarch's attack did not breach Duan Ling Tian's barrier at all. The barrier had only become dimmer. However, it did not take long before it began to shine brightly again. Based on this, they could tell the barrier had returned to its peak condition. Their eyes widened in disbelief when they saw this. Lord Patriarch couldn't breach Duan Ling Tian's defense. Is this a joke? The Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, for goodness sake. Does this mean that Duan Ling Tian is stronger than Lord Patriarch? If he's stronger, then it makes sense how he's able to discern Lord Patriarch's cultivation base. That's also probably why he's so calm when faced with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. An eminent celestial who's stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Then, Duan Ling Tian's strength is on par with Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang's strength. The members of the Dragon Clan could tell Duan Ling Tian's strength was not inferior to Feng Qing Yang 100,000 years ago. Back then, Feng Qing Yang was also an eminent celestial who was capable of killing 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and possessed strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How are you so strong? You're just an eminent celestial. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan stared at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. There was even a slight hint of awe that could be seen on his face. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan muttered to himself, even Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang wasn't this strong before he ascended to a Devata realm. He had only become strong after he had a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard the Dragon Clan's patriarch's words. He did not expect the patriarch to know about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. You know about the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. Why wouldn't I know about it? The patriarch of the Dragon Clan said in a low voice. Many years ago, when Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang from the 7 Absolutes sect entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, many of our ancestors from the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan entered the secret zone as well. However, Feng Qing Yang was the only one who made it out alive from the Beyond Heaven secret zone. A hint of trepidation could be heard in his voice when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, then, I guess there's no harm telling you that the reason there's no news of me in these past few years is due to me being in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. What? The patriarch of the Dragon Clan's eyes widened in shock. After a while, he nodded as though he was hit with a pang of realization. I see. Everything makes sense now. No wonder you possess strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. You must have a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. If I'm not mistaken, you must have found your celestial supreme treasure in there as well, right? He looked at Duan Ling Tian's celestial sword covetously. Greed was apparent in his eyes. At this moment, the two supreme elders who also knew about the Beyond Heaven's secret zone were enlightened as well. As it turns out, Duan Ling Tian had a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone as well. On the contrary, the other members of the Dragon Clan were puzzled. It was their first time hearing about the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Beyond Heaven's secret zone. While the members of the Dragon Clan were caught up in their discussion, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan did not waste any time. He let out a deafening roar as he moved again, causing the others to stop their discussion immediately. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a blinding light burst out from the patriarch's body. When the light finally faded away, everyone saw that he had reverted to his true form. He was a golden divine dragon that was 10,000 meters long. At this moment, he had covered most of the sky and the sun. 8-clawed golden dragon. Duan Ling Tian quickly discovered the 8 claws on each of the patriarch's paws. Not only was the patriarch an 8-clawed divine dragon, but he was an 8-clawed golden dragon. The patriarch who had transformed into an 8-clawed golden dragon roared. Duan Ling Tian, I'd like to see if you can withstand the full force of my attack. His voice resounded like a tolling bell. It was deafening. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the patriarch's colossal body seemed to vanish into thin air. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who was able to capture the patriarch's movement. The patriarch moved with lightning speed. He seemed to have turned into a thick golden whip as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian, leaving tears in the void in his wake. He moved aggressively, clearly intending to kill Duan Ling Tian as soon as he could. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian commanded his sword, "Go." The sword flew out with a whistle, and the sword formation also seemed to have morphed into a divine dragon as it flew out to intercept the patriarch's attack. A blinding light appeared as a result of the collision, causing everyone present to squint. Another explosion rang in the air. Shortly after, another series of explosions reverberated in the air again. When the light faded away, the members of the Dragon Clan saw Duan Ling Tian stumbling a few steps back. After he steadied himself with much difficulty, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes brightened instantly. So Lord Patriarch is stronger. Unfortunately, a wretched cry rang in the air soon after. The members of the Dragon Clan discovered that their patriarch had returned to his human form. He was standing further away as he spat out a mouthful of blood as well. He looked worse for wear. Lord Patriarch is injured as well. Then, this means neither side has won. It did not take long for the members of the Dragon Clan to figure this out. After all, their patriarch could not defeat Duan Ling Tian even after he had reverted to his true form, an 8-clawed golden dragon. After the patriarch of the Dragon Clan caught his breath, he said in a deep voice, "Duan Ling Tian, although I can't kill you, you can't kill me as well. You better give me a satisfactory explanation or compensation for killing a supreme elder of my clan. Otherwise, I'll turn over the entire Saint Province realm just to annihilate the 7 absolute sect after you ascend to a Devata realm." Oh. Upon hearing the patriarch's words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He suppressed his anger with great difficulty as he asked, "I'd like to know what kind of explanation or compensation you want. I'll disregard the enmity between the 7 absolute sect and the Dragon Clan if you leave your celestial supreme treasure behind." The patriarch said as his eyes flashed greedily. "So, you want my celestial sword?" Duan Ling Tian said knowingly, "Since you want it so badly, I'll give it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the celestial sword over to the patriarch as though he was tossing out trash. Chapter 2489 Worthless Celestial Supreme Treasure. This. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan was taken aback. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would surrender the celestial supreme treasure so easily without putting up a fight. This caused him to feel skeptical. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan had threatened Duan Ling Tian in such a way because he believed Duan Ling Tian would ascend to a Devata realm before him. Once Duan Ling Tian had ascended, the 7 absolute sect would lose its backbone. At that time, the sect would be like a fish on a chopping board to him. Although he knew the threat would be effective, he truly did not expect Duan Ling Tian to give in to his demands so easily. He was in a daze over this development. After a while, he finally said, "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't take you to be such a sensible person." A mocking smile appeared on his face as he gripped the celestial sword that Duan Ling Tian had tossed over. "However, didn't it cross your mind that without the celestial supreme treasure, your strength is now greatly reduced? Currently, your strength is probably on par with an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as soon as he heard the words of the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. What, is the patriarch of the Dragon Clan going to go back on his words? You're going to attack me after I've given you the celestial supreme treasure? You're clever. The patriarch's eyes gleamed viciously as he said, it would spell disaster for the Dragon Clan if I spare your life. You must die today. You can only blame yourself for being naive. You should have made me swear on the lightning penalty oath before surrendering the celestial sword. You cut off your own path of retreat, so you can't blame me for this. His voice was laden with killing intent when he spoke. When the patriarch of the Dragon Clan finished talking, many of the members of the Dragon Clan burst into laughter. Duan Ling Tian has brought about his own destruction. To think the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect would be so careless. He actually surrendered the celestial supreme treasure without making the patriarch swear on the lightning penalty oath. Is this really okay? I mean, Lord Patriarch did promise to let the matter go as long as Duan Ling Tian surrenders the celestial supreme treasure. There were some members of the Dragon Clan who found their patriarch's action inappropriate. They frowned in disapproval when they saw the patriarch going back on his words. Someone said with a snicker, well, Lord Patriarch said that he wouldn't annihilate the 7 Absolute sect if he hands the celestial sword over. Lord Patriarch didn't say anything about not killing Duan Ling Tian. Well, you're right, I guess the Patriarch didn't go back on his words. Yes, as long as Lord Patriarch doesn't annihilate the 7 Absolute sect, he wouldn't be going back on his words. After discussing it among themselves, all of the members of the Dragon Clan were convinced their Patriarch did not go back on his words. They only felt that Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect, was too foolish and naive for not making their patriarch swear on the lightning penalty oath. They felt that Duan Ling Tian had caused his own downfall and only had himself to blame. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Clan looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a dead man walking. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would survive without his celestial supreme treasure. After all, they knew a celestial supreme treasure could raise one's strength tremendously. Now that Duan Ling Tian has lost the celestial supreme treasure, he's definitely not as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even without using the celestial supreme treasure, I'm certain it would be easy for Lord Patriarch to kill Duan Ling Tian now. You're right, they were evenly matched earlier. However, now that Duan Ling Tian has lost the celestial supreme treasure, he's certainly not a match for Lord Patriarch. It seems like the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect will fall in our Dragon Clan today. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian asked calmly, so are you going to kill me now? Even now, he showed no signs of being anxious. Of course, the patriarch said with certainty, you can only blame yourself for being too stupid for not making me swear on the lightning penalty oath after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. Although he was slightly puzzled by Duan Ling Tian's calmness, he did not think too much into it. After all, he was convinced that Duan Ling Tian was not a threat without the celestial supreme treasure. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was completely at his mercy like a fish on a chopping board. Duan Ling Tian continued to ask nonchalantly, well, will you keep your promise of leaving the 7 Absolute sect alone? The patriarch of the Dragon Clan was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would still think about his sect members even when he was on the brink of death. He said, you can rest assured that I'll keep my promise. Since you surrendered the celestial supreme treasure, I won't harm the 7 Absolute sect. Upon hearing this, the members from the Dragon Clan who were more righteous sighed in relief. They were genuinely worried their patriarch would go back on his words and attack the 7 Absolute sect. Good, very good. A brilliant smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as soon as he heard the patriarch's words. Because of these words, I'll leave the Dragon Clan alone after you die. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. His words were just too shocking. It took a while before the crowd broke into an uproar. Has Duan Ling Tian gone mad? What nonsense is he spouting? He has already surrendered the celestial supreme treasure. Does he still think he has a chance to kill Lord Patriarch? Even before he surrendered his celestial supreme treasure, he was only evenly matched with the patriarch. Now that he has lost his treasure, how could he speak so audaciously? Is he mad? I really wonder where he gets his courage from. All of the members of the Dragon Clan thought Duan Ling Tian was delusional. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the dragon clan laughed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It took a while before his laughter finally subsided. He said scornfully, Duan Lingtian, I don't know where you get your courage from, to say something like this even after losing your celestial supreme treasure. After I die you'll leave the dragon clan alone. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me without a celestial supreme treasure. Without a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian smiled sardonically when he heard the patriarch's words and saw the mocking looks from the members of the dragon clan. He raised his arm as another sword appeared in his hand. The sword burst into a blinding light as soon as he sent his energy into it. As the sword rays ebbed and flowed, waves of powerful energy spread outward. The energy was comparable to the energy Duan Lingtian had unleashed earlier with the celestial sword. The members of the dragon clan felt the energy, and their expressions changed drastically. Even the patriarch's expression was frozen. What's this? Another celestial supreme treasure. The two supreme elders exchanged a glance and saw the incredulity and awe in each other's eyes. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian would possess another celestial supreme treasure. Why did it seem like celestial supreme treasures were worthless? That's a celestial supreme treasure. I think so. Good heavens, how many celestial supreme treasures does Duan Lingtian own? Is that a legendary celestial supreme treasure? Since when have celestial supreme treasures become so abundant and worthless? The members of the dragon clan were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian producing another celestial supreme treasure. They did not imagine this would happen even in their wildest dreams. At this moment, the patriarch from the dragon clan finally recovered from the shock of seeing Duan Lingtian producing another celestial supreme treasure. I didn't expect you to have a second celestial supreme treasure, Duan Lingtian. However, he did not seem frightened. In fact, a look of greed could be seen in his eyes again. However, do you think you'll be able to kill me just because you have a celestial supreme treasure? Don't forget, I have one as well now. We were evenly matched earlier because I didn't have a celestial supreme treasure. Now that I have one, it won't be difficult for me to kill you. Today will be the day you offer up celestial supreme treasures to the dragon clan. His voice was filled with confidence when he spoke. Upon hearing this, the two supreme elders' eyes brightened and their breathing quickened. If the dragon clan obtained another celestial supreme treasure, there was no doubt one of them would be given the celestial supreme treasure. Chapter 2499 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Devil Clans. They did not doubt their patriarch's ability to snatch the second celestial supreme treasure away from Duan Lingtian. It was just as their patriarch had said, now that their patriarch possessed a celestial supreme treasure as well, it would not be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian who possessed another celestial supreme treasure. Earlier, the patriarch of the dragon clan did not have a celestial supreme treasure, and yet, he had fought to a draw with Duan Lingtian who had a celestial supreme treasure. Surely now that he had a celestial supreme treasure, he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian easily. Giving celestial supreme treasures to the dragon clan, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the patriarch's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, I'd like to see you try. I'll do just that, the patriarch cried out as he sent his energy into the celestial sword and began to attack Duan Lingtian without holding back. He intended to kill Duan Lingtian with a single blow. He did not want to give Duan Lingtian any chance to recover. The patriarch was skilled in swordplay. He wielded the celestial sword skillfully and unleashed an attack that was comparable to the strength of a golden celestial. A sword ray shot toward Duan Lingtian from the west, seemingly capable of destroying everything in its path. 10,000 soldiers surrender. Duan Lingtian cried out. Faced with the patriarch's attempt to kill him, he had mobilized his energy and conjured a sword formation above his head. Soon after, a mysterious energy spread from the sword formation in all directions. When the energy shrouded the patriarch of the dragon clan, he was frightened when he discovered the celestial sword was no longer under his control. The sword sent a shock up his arm and injured him before it flew toward the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. It did not take long before it became part of the formation. That was not all. The members of the dragon clan who carried their weapons with them lost their weapons as well. Their weapons seemed to have a mind of their own as they flew toward the sword formation before merging with it. The members of the dragon clan were, naturally, flustered by this. What's happening? What kind of technique is this? How did he snatch our weapons away? Even the patriarch's celestial supreme treasure has been snatched away. The two supreme elders from the dragon clan discovered the celestial supreme treasure that was in their patriarch's hand earlier had also been taken away. The patriarch of the dragon clan froze on the spot, stunned. A frightened and bewildered expression could be seen on his face as he stared at the formation above Duan Ling Tian's head. To be precise, he was staring at the celestial sword that had broken away from his grip just a moment ago. This is Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang's technique, the 10,000 soldiers surrender. As the patriarch of the dragon clan, he was well aware of what happened 100,000 years ago. He knew that Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang had a skill that could help him gain control over all weapons in a certain area. Although the patriarch of the dragon clan knew Feng Qing Yang had such a technique in his arsenal, he did not expect it to work on supreme celestial treasures. This skill can also gain control over celestial supreme treasures. No wonder Duan Ling Tian confidently surrendered the celestial supreme treasure to me earlier. I'm certain he has foreseen all this from the get-go. He knew it would be futile even if I had the celestial supreme treasure. He was not stupid. It did not take long before realization dawned on him. For a moment, flames of fury burned in his chest. Duan Ling Tian had made a fool out of him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian cried out, "Have a taste of my sword formation." The patriarch of the dragon shuddered in fear. He quickly reverted to his true form and unleashed all his strength again as he collided directly with Duan Ling Tian's sword formation. However, there were two celestial supreme treasures in Duan Ling Tian's sword formation. Although the powers of the two treasures could not be stacked, his attack was still greater than before. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian only suffered minor injuries while the patriarch of the dragon clan was heavily injured. Although he managed to deal a heavy blow on the patriarch of the dragon clan, as an 8-clawed golden dragon, the patriarch's regenerative ability was superior compared to him. When his wounds were just beginning to heal, the patriarch had already completely recovered. Duan Ling Tian, I admit that I might not be able to kill you today. The patriarch's 10,000 meters long body coiled and hovered in the air. His huge dragon eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. His voice was thunderous when he spoke, "However, it's impossible for you to kill me as well. Let's compromise. If you hand over one celestial supreme treasure, the dragon clan and I will no longer be enemies of the Seven Absolutes sect. Otherwise, I promise you that the Seven Absolutes sect would not have a day of peace after you ascend to a Devata realm." It was obvious that, even at this moment, he still coveted Duan Ling Tian's celestial supreme treasures. The patriarch of the dragon clan said persuasively, "You should know, as an eminent celestial, you'll be forced to ascend by the celestial ascension energy. On the other hand, I've just passed my 9th bodiless celestial tribulation, and I've only been a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial for less than a century. I can stay in the mundane realm for more than 9 centuries. You should think about this carefully. With only one celestial supreme treasure, we can bury the hatchet." He was confident he would be able to convince Duan Ling Tian. "You're right." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "It's indeed impossible for me to kill you." The patriarch of the dragon clan said hastily, "In that case, you should hand over one celestial supreme treasure. It's the best for both the Seven Absolute sect and the dragon clan." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Duan Ling Tian sneered. "I've not finished my sentence. It's impossible for me to kill you. However, it's not an impossible feat for someone else to kill you." "Someone else?" The patriarch of the dragon clan was stunned. When he regained his senses, he said with a scoff, "Duan Ling Tian, don't try to fool me. Currently, in this mundane realm, nobody can kill me. However, you might stand a chance if you join forces with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans." "Devil clans? A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard the words from the patriarch of the dragon clan. He was slightly taken aback. The devil clans truly have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Aren't 9 tribulation bodiless celestials supposed to be rare and only a few would appear in every generation? There's already a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm, and now, there's another one in the devil clans. The members of the dragon clan were frightened and shocked by this news as well. There's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans as well. Is this why Lord Patriarch didn't make a move when the devil clans invaded the upper province years ago even though he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? To think that there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans as well. How unexpected. If Lord Patriarch joins forces with the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, it's not impossible for them to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. The members of the dragon clan discussed among themselves before they finally came to the conclusion that their patriarch should not feud with Duan-Ling-Tien, the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect. Instead, they should join forces to deal with their common enemy, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, and drive the devil clans away. If you work together with that person to kill me, you and your sect will be condemned by everyone in the Saint Province realm. The patriarch of the dragon clan said smugly. He was certain that it was impossible for Duan-Ling-Tien to collude with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Even if Duan-Ling-Tien colluded with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and annihilated the dragon clan to keep the matter a secret, Duan-Ling-Tien still would not be able to stop his minor-major mirror image talisman from activating after his death. The talisman would project everything that happened to the owner of the corresponding talisman. The owner of the corresponding talisman was the Phoenix clan's inner clan's patriarch. In other words, if Duan-Ling-Tien worked with the devil clans, 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to kill him, Duan-Ling-Tien would not be able to keep this news under wraps. At that time, he would be condemned in this realm. At this moment, one of the supreme elders of the dragon clan stepped forward. Sect leader Duan, our patriarch is, currently, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in this realm. If you give us one celestial supreme treasure, not only will you be able to wash away the enmity between the dragon clan and the 7 absolute sect, but you'll also be able to work with our patriarch and our clan to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive them away. Isn't this a good solution? The supreme elder tried to persuade Duan-Ling-Tien in a friendly manner. He's right, the other supreme elder stepped forward as well. Sect leader Duan, you'll surely be able to drive the devil clans away if you work together with our patriarch. At that time, your name and our patriarch's name will be etched on the fabric history. This is beneficial to you. All you have to do is surrender one of your celestial supreme treasures. The 2 supreme elders of the dragon clan worked together to persuade Duan-Ling-Tien. However, Duan-Ling-Tien only scoffed upon hearing the 2 supreme elders' words. I'll kill the devil clan's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and drive the devil clan away, but I refuse to work with the dragon clan. Moreover, there's no need for me to collude with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to kill your patriarch. When he spoke, he looked at the patriarch of the dragon clan coldly. Chapter 2491 Ka appears. I'd like to see how you plan to kill me without working together with the devil clans, 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. When the patriarch of the dragon clan heard Duan-Ling-Tien's words, he felt offended. He was so angry that he burst into laughter. I don't think you'll be able to kill me with the techniques you've used so far. At this moment, most of the members of the dragon clan shook their heads. They thought Duan-Ling-Tien was delusional. Does Duan-Ling-Tien think Lord Patriarch is a pushover? Even if Lord Patriarch doesn't have a celestial supreme treasure, he's still a bona fide 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he, an eminent celestial who took a shortcut, kill the patriarch? Judging from the battle earlier, it's obvious that Duan-Ling-Tien has unleashed all his strength. Even then, he's only evenly matched with Lord Patriarch at best. With his strength, it's impossible for him to kill Lord Patriarch if he doesn't have the help from the devil clans, 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Based on Duan-Ling-Tien's words, it seems like he's not colluding with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Then, where does he get his confidence from? The members of the dragon clan were baffled by Duan-Ling-Tien's confidence. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan-Ling-Tien to kill their patriarch with the strength he had displayed so far. The patriarch smirked disdainfully. Suddenly, Duan-Ling-Tien looked at the horizons as though he had just seen something or someone. He called out, Ka. Upon hearing this, the members of the dragon clan were stunned. Ka, there's someone there. They quickly looked in the direction of Duan-Ling-Tien's gaze and extended their divine consciousness. However, they did not discover anything. There's nobody there. Is there really someone there? Why can't I sense them? Is Duan-Ling-Tien trying to pull wool over our eyes? At this moment, the members thought Duan-Ling-Tien was only trying to be mysterious. All of a sudden, the patriarch detected a presence behind the clouds that was moving in their direction. He cried out, "Who's there?" Upon hearing the patriarch of the dragon clan's words, the members of the dragon clan, including the 2 supreme elders, felt chills running up their spines. There really is someone there. They kept their eyes trained on the clouds, waiting to see the person who was hidden from them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the clouds parted suddenly, and everyone saw a flash before their eyes. They barely had the time to register that, when a graceful figure that clearly belonged to a woman had already appeared next to Duan-Ling-Tian out of thin air. Who is she? The two supreme elders' expressions changed drastically when they saw the woman. The woman's speed was so fast that they could not even catch any of her movements earlier. This meant the woman's speed had exceeded what was perceptible by their eyes. Naturally, they understood what this meant. Even when the patriarch moves, we can still catch a trace of his movements. However, I can't see any movements from the woman before she appeared. The two supreme elders communicated via voice transmission. At this moment, a horrified expression had appeared on their faces. In that case, there are only two possibilities. This woman is either stronger than a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, or her sudden appearance caused us to miss her movements. Indeed, it's probably the latter, since the former is too ridiculous to even think about. If it's the latter, then, this woman is definitely not simple. As the two supreme elders spoke to each other through voice transmission, they looked at the woman standing next to the purple-clad young man with trepidation in their eyes. At this moment, the members of the dragon clan were also looking at the woman who had appeared next to Duan-Ling-Tian. The woman was a peerless beauty. Her appearance could topple a nation. There were even a few of them whose eyes brightened at the sight of her beauty and lithe body. However, the remaining members of the dragon clan wore a grim expression on their faces. Who is this woman? What an incredible speed! I'm a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, but I didn't see how she appeared. I only know she came from the sky. Is she Ka? Duan-Ling-Tian called out this name earlier. Duan-Ling-Tian seems confident that he could kill Lord Patriarch. Moreover, he said he doesn't need the help from the devil clans, 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Was he talking about this woman? Is it possible that this woman is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Fear began to rise in the hearts of the members of the dragon clan as they looked at the woman who appeared next to Duan-Ling-Tian. Many of them felt this woman was probably a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, why would Duan-Ling-Tian be so confident? At this moment, the patriarch of the dragon looked at the woman fearfully and asked, "Who are you?" His divine consciousness had sensed the presence of this woman earlier, and he could tell this woman was not a simple person. This was also evident based on her speed. He could barely catch any traces of her movements when she had appeared earlier. This meant that the woman was quicker than he was. Similar to the others, he was convinced this woman was most likely a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. As for her speed that was superior to his, he attributed it to some movement-type celestial supreme treasure. The woman who had appeared did not deign to reply to the patriarch of the dragon clan. She was none other than Duan-Ling-Tian's wife, Ka. Earlier, when Duan-Ling-Tian had tossed the celestial sword to the patriarch of the dragon clan, he had sent a voice transmission jade token to his wife, Ka, who was in the north, asking her to come to the dragon clan. This was because it was truly difficult for him to kill the patriarch of the dragon clan. He did not expect the patriarch of the dragon clan to be a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Initially, Duan-Ling-Tian had no intention of making an enemy out of the dragon clan or its patriarch, who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, he had completed his objective of seeking revenge for the members of the 7 Absolute sect. As long as the dragon clan agreed to let go of the enmity, he was prepared to let bygones be bygones. He did not expect the patriarch would be so insistent on killing him to avenge Di Huan. Moreover, the patriarch even coveted his celestial supreme treasures. However, the straw that broke the camel's back was the patriarch's threat to annihilate the 7 Absolute sect once he ascended to a Devata realm. He found the patriarch greedy and despicable for threatening him when the patriarch had no way of defeating him. Earlier, Duan-Ling-Tian had willingly surrendered his celestial supreme treasure to test the patriarch of the dragon clan to see if the patriarch would go back on his words and insist on annihilating the 7 Absolute sect after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. If the patriarch went back on his word, he would not hesitate to annihilate the dragon clan after killing the patriarch. The patriarch would not have been able to guess that Duan-Ling-Tian was not making a fool out of him earlier, and that Duan-Ling-Tian was only testing his integrity. If he had insisted on annihilating the 7 Absolute sect, the dragon clan would have died along with him. Ka looked at the patriarch of the dragon clan before she turned to look at Duan-Ling-Tian. Her gaze softened instantly as soon as she turned her eyes to her man. It seemed like he was the only person to exist in his world. Brother Tian, is he the only one we're going to kill? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Well, he's quite trustworthy. When I gave him the celestial sword, he promised to leave the members of the Seven Absolutes sect alone. For this reason, killing him is enough. After that, Duan Ling Tian looked at the patriarch of the dragon clan and said coldly, you should be thankful that you didn't go back on your words earlier. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the only one to die today. Your entire clan would have died with you. With these words, he revealed his intention to test the patriarch earlier when he surrendered the celestial supreme treasure. It seems like Duan Ling Tian didn't surrender his celestial supreme treasure to Lord Patriarch because he was confident he would be able to take it back. I thought Duan Ling Tian had done that to make a fool out of Lord Patriarch. Based on his words, it seems like he was only testing Lord Patriarch's honesty. Does this mean that, from the beginning, he had already decided to kill Lord Patriarch? The members of the dragon clan were not foolish. After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, they quickly pieced the puzzles together. Chapter 2492 Squished to death. A complicated expression appeared on the face of the patriarch of the dragon clan. If the woman did not appear, he would have dismissed Duan Ling Tian's words. He would even mock Duan Ling Tian for his hubris. However, when he saw that the woman was most likely a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial as well, he began to take Duan Ling Tian's words seriously. After a while, he said to Ka politely, Madam, we're not acquainted prior to this. I hope you won't get involved in the matter between Duan Ling Tian and me. However, Ka ignored him again. Upon seeing this, the patriarch of the dragon clan's expression changed, but he tried to suppress his anger. After all, he thought Ka was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in possession of a celestial supreme treasure. With the supreme treasure, her strength would be comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Upon hearing the patriarch of the dragon clan's words, the members of the dragon clan broke out in a discussion again. Based on Lord Patriarch's words, it seems like this woman poses a threat to him. It seems like Lord Patriarch is worried about this woman joining forces with Duan Ling Tian. She must be a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, Lord Patriarch wouldn't act in such a manner. Previously, they were not 100% convinced that Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth when he said he was only testing their patriarch's honesty. However, after seeing the patriarch's behavior, they realized Duan Ling Tian was not bluffing earlier. If Duan Ling Tian and this woman join forces, they might be able to kill Lord Patriarch. If they decide to attack our clan as well, it'll be disastrous. It seems like we have no choice but to be happy even if Duan Ling Tian and this woman kills Lord Patriarch as long as they spare our clan. Thankfully, Lord Patriarch didn't renege on his words and insist on annihilating the Seven Absolutes sect. Some of the members of the dragon clan, including the two supreme elders, were relieved. Whether Duan Ling Tian and this woman would be able to kill their patriarch or not, at least, they knew they would be spared. The patriarch of the dragon clan's words amused Duan Ling Tian. He asked, do you know what relations I have with her? Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the dragon clan discovered that the woman was looking at Duan Ling Tian so affectionately as though she was looking at the love of her life. His expression changed drastically as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. She's my wife. Duan Ling Tian revealed his relationship with Ka to everyone in the dragon clan. Naturally, the members of the dragon clan, including the patriarch, were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. For a long time, they were rendered speechless. The members of the dragon clan were still reeling in shock when Ka moved between Duan Ling Tian and the patriarch of the dragon clan. Her eyes flashed coldly as she looked at the patriarch. She moved her jade-like hands slightly from beneath her sleeves. As soon as she moved her hands, a gust of wind began to blow violently around her as terrifying tears appeared in the void. She did not seem affected at all as she stood in the eye of the hurricane. The patriarch of the dragon clan who had just regained his senses seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed dramatically. He cried out, no. Just a second ago, he still had the bearing and majesty of a patriarch of the dragon clan, but currently, his face was filled with fear. He stood rooted to his spot. Naturally, it was not because he did not want to move. He had discovered that he could not move at all. It felt as though his body was made of lead. He could clearly feel a terrifying energy restraining his massive body. Even after he struggled with all his might and reverted to his true form, he still could not free himself. His body was only a useless vessel at this moment. He could only watch in horror as Ka slowly fisted her hand. This woman who possessed such otherworldly beauty seemed like death reincarnate to him at this moment. The patriarch of the dragon clan's eyes widened suddenly as a thought appeared in his mind. He had completely lost the dignity of a patriarch of the dragon clan as he cried out, "Why, you're a celestial. You're a celestial from a Devata realm." When the members of the dragon clan heard their patriarch's frightened cries, they trembled in fear. Their eyes were filled with trepidation and confusion when they turned to look at Ka. If they did not personally witness their patriarch's fear of this woman even after he had reverted to his true form, they would have a difficult time believing this. A celestial, a celestial, did I hear wrongly? Lord Patriarch says she's a celestial. A celestial should be in the Devata realms, right? Why is she here? At this moment, Ka's hand was completely fisted. A series of explosions rang in the air, shaking the ground. It felt as though the ground was about to split. Soon after, everyone saw a huge palm print appearing next to their patriarch. The palm was slim, and upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the palm print was a huge replica of Ka's palm. This palm that appeared out of thin air was a few hundred thousands of meters in length and width. It covered the sky completely. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, was shocked. Duan Ling Tian asked, "Ka, what technique is this?" He could clearly see the tears in the void that the palm left in its wake. Soon after, a cry laden with despair and regret resounded in the air. No, Duan Ling Tian saw the palm that had formed in the air grasp the patriarch of the dragon clan before squashing him to death. The patriarch of the dragon clan's aura disappeared immediately as soon as he died. Faced with the palm that was more than a few hundred thousands of meters in length and width, the patriarch of the dragon clan's true form, an 8-clawed golden dragon, was just like an eel. Everyone had only heard the patriarch's cry after his death since light traveled faster than sound. The entire place was deathly silent at this moment. Even Duan Ling Tian was stunned speechless. Although he knew Ka was capable of killing the patriarch, he did not expect her to cast a technique that directly squashed the patriarch to death. Meanwhile, the supreme elders of the dragon clan who finally regained their senses still had a trace of shock and fear lingering on their faces. They were so frightened that they had even forgotten to mourn the death of their patriarch. This is insane. Chapter 2493 Ka's concern. The members of the dragon clan, including the two supreme elders, gasped as soon as they regained their senses. They had personally witnessed their patriarch who had reverted to his true form that was hundreds of thousands of meters long disappear after being squashed by the gigantic palm. They knew that not only was their patriarch dead, but his soul had been destroyed as well. They were shivering in fear at this moment. Their patriarch was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. He should be even stronger after he had reverted to his true form. However, the young woman had killed him so effortlessly. One of the supreme elders from the dragon clan looked at the beautiful woman who was hovering in the air as he muttered to himself in fear, "Is she really a celestial from a Devata realm just like Lord Patriarch had said?" The other supreme elder smiled bitterly as he said, "Apart from a celestial from a Devata realm, do you think anyone in the mundane realm is capable of killing Lord Patriarch with just a palm strike?" She had squashed him to death. If the two supreme elders did not witness their patriarch, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, being squashed to death in such an effortless manner, they would have a hard time believing it. It was not just them who would believe this unless they personally witnessed it. At this moment, the members of the dragon clan looked at Ka in terror as they discussed furtively among themselves. Is she really Duan Ling Tian's wife? His wife is so strong. That's not the main point. The main point is his wife is a celestial from a Devata realm. Is it possible that his strength has something to do with her? Well, that's possible. At this moment, no one doubted that Ka was a celestial from a Devata realm. Moreover, she had to be a strong celestial to be able to easily squash a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to death. They also began to doubt that Duan Ling Tian had gained his strength from the Beyond Heaven secret zone. They thought it was more likely that his wife had helped him. Meanwhile, it took a long time for Duan Ling Tian to accept the fact that his wife had just effortlessly squashed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to death. On the other hand, Ka's expression was calm as she looked at the people in the surroundings and asked, "Brother Tien, they?" The members of the dragon clan's expressions changed greatly when they noticed Ka's eyes on them as though they were about to die. Didn't Duan Lingtian say that he wouldn't kill us? Earlier, he had said he would spare us since Lord Patriarch didn't go back on his words. Is he changing his mind? Is he going to take this chance and annihilate the dragon clan? Everyone, including the two supreme elders from the dragon clan, was frightened out of their wits at this moment. They were afraid this couple would kill all of them, let alone both of them. Even if only one of them attacked, killing them was as easy as killing ants. Now that the patriarch had died, the strongest people in the clan were the two supreme elders who were only 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. At this moment, all of them stared at Duan Ling Tian anxiously. They knew his wife would only listen to him. If he said he wanted them dead, there was no doubt that she would not hesitate to kill all of them. If I were to have a wife like this, I wouldn't even mind if I only have 1 or 2 years to live. What did Duan Ling Tian do to deserve a wife like this? I still can't believe Duan Ling Tian's wife is a celestial. Amidst the fear in their hearts, the male members of the dragon clan also felt envious and jealous of Duan Ling Tian. They thought he was extremely lucky to have a wife like Ka. Duan Ling Tian knew Ka was asking if she should kill everyone. There's no need to worry about them. There's nothing they can do now. Let's return. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Ka disappeared from everyone's sight. After they left, the members of the dragon clan were still staring at the sky in a daze. After a while, they sighed in relief. They discovered their robes were drenched with sweat. Duan Ling Tian is really terrifying. I think his wife is even more terrifying. With both of them around, the 7 absolute sect can do as they please, and no one in the mundane realm would be able to do anything or say anything about it. Fear rose in their hearts again when they spoke about Duan Ling Tian and Ka. No wonder Duan Ling Tian doesn't see a need to work with our patriarch to deal with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive them back to the land of exile. He doesn't even need to lift a finger. His wife is capable of that feat all on her own. After witnessing Ka's strength, the members of the dragon clan thought that the devil clan's future looked really bleak at this moment. Someone said enviously, the 7 absolute sect is going to rise to the top. Since Duan Ling Tian was the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, his wife would, naturally, be a part of the sect as well. If both of them drove the devil clans back to the land of exile or killed all of them, they would be considered as the saviors of the realm. Moreover, they would also bring glory to their sect. At that time, there was no doubt that the sect would become the most powerful and influential sect in the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of those people's thoughts. At this moment, he and Ka were traveling back to the northern region where the temporary estate of the 7 absolute sect was located. During their journey, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, Ka, it seems like you've gotten stronger. Ka nodded gently. Yes, it seems like it has increased a little. Duan Ling Tian could tell the technique Ka had just used was much stronger than the technique she had used to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when they were still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He asked solemnly, are there any side effects? He was worried that her gaining so much strength would be detrimental to her. No, Ka shook her head gently as she smiled at Duan Ling Tian affectionately. That's good. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, he said, when we return, let's head back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land to look for father and mother. After we find them, we'll deal with the devil clans and send them back to the land of exile. Ka smiled and said, I'll do whatever you want. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he reached out to touch Ka's head. He was extremely gentle. With Duan Ling Tian and Ka's speed, it did not take long before they arrived on the snow-capped mountain in the northern region. After spending a few days there, they decided to leave for the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Ka asked, Brother Tian, do you think Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are alright? She was worried that the 3 little ones did not survive the Beyond Heaven secret zone. She had found out previously that the 3 little ones had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, after leaving the secret zone for such a long time, she still did not see those 3. How could she not feel worried? Although Duan Lingtian was also slightly concerned about this matter, he hid his concern since he had to reassure his wife. Didn't you hear that they have gotten stronger? Moreover, it seems like they're not any weaker than bodiless celestials. Chapter 2494 News of Atomic Proportion. If 3 of them put their minds together, coupled with their strength, they'll definitely be fine. Perhaps, they'll be here when we return. Hopefully, at that time, we would have also found mother and father, Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he patted Ka's back reassuringly. However, contrary to his words, he was concerned about those 3 little ones' safety in the depth of his heart as well. Although those 3 had become powerful, there were so many people who were powerful as well in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There were even people who were stronger than 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Even if they were as strong as bodiless celestials, they would not be a match for those powerful people. Alright, Ka, who was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's true thoughts, felt more at ease after listening to his words. This time, only Duan Ling Tian and Ka would be making the trip to the lower province. Feng Tianwu did not come along since she was in closed-door training, and Duan Ling Tian did not want to bother her. Meanwhile, chaos had descended on the Dragon Clan again. Although the 2 Supreme Elders had ordered everyone present on the scene to keep news of what happened from spreading, the news still leaked out, causing an uproar in the Dragon Clan. It did not take long before everyone in the Dragon Clan learned about what happened. Previously, they had known that Di Huan had gone to meet Duan Ling Tian, but that was the extent of their knowledge until now. Elder Di Huan was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Heavens! Duan Ling Tian is capable of killing Elder Di Huan. This means he's stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength is at least comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? How can an eminent celestial be so strong? How can a person like him exist in the mundane realms? Everyone in the Dragon Clan was shocked that Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect, was capable of killing Di Huan. No wonder he dares to come to our Dragon Clan alone and demand us to hand Elder Di Huan to him. As it turns out, he's so strong. Even then, he's too arrogant to demand us to hand Elder Di Huan over or he'll annihilate our clan. Although the members of the Dragon Clan figured out Duan Ling Tian had killed their Supreme Elder and his power was at least comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, they did not think he was capable of annihilating their entire clan. Our patriarch appeared just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave after killing Elder Di Huan. Many of their eyes brightened when they learned about this. The patriarch is the strongest person in the Dragon Clan. At the very least, he's a peak 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Many of them were curious about what happened after their patriarch had appeared. However, when they discovered the truth, all of them were thoroughly shocked. Our patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since that's the case, it should be easy for our patriarch to kill Duan Ling Tian, right? No, I was there at that time. I had the same thoughts as you, but the result was out of my expectation. Duan Ling Tian's strength was not inferior to our patriarch's strength. Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he has mastered a technique that could rob people of their weapons and celestial supreme treasures. Since they're evenly matched, what happened next? Well, there was nothing the patriarch could do to Duan Ling Tian, and it was the same for Duan Ling Tian. So nothing happened in the end, right? No, at the critical moment, Duan Ling Tian's wife appeared. Duan Ling Tian's wife, what could a woman do to turn things around? What, with just a slight move of her hand, she killed our patriarch with a palm strike. She squashed our patriarch to death when he reverted to an 8-clawed golden dragon. Is this a joke? It sounds preposterous. Our patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he be killed by a woman without any chance to retaliate at all? The members of the Dragon Clan were even more shocked when they discovered Ka's terrifying strength. Before our patriarch died, he said Duan Ling Tian's wife is a celestial from a Devata realm. I'm afraid only celestials from the Devata realms would have that kind of power. It did not take long for news to spread out of the Dragon Clan and reach the land outside the mountain range. Soon after, it spread like wildfire through the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people were happy after they had gotten over the shock of discovering the patriarch of the Dragon Clan was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Many of them were confident the devil clans would be driven back to the land of exile when they learned there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Dragon Clan. However, their joy did not last long when they heard the following news. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan was squashed to death. He was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's capable of killing him? To think he was killed in such a manner. As time went on, people in the Dao Martial Saint Land learned the entire truth. At the same time, the Dragon Clan had publicly announced they had no enmity with the 7 Absolute Sect. The Dragon Clan's announcement convinced the people of the veracity of the news. Heavens, the 7 Absolute Sect really surprised me. During the past few years, there's been no news about them. I thought they were laying low. I didn't think they had gotten this strong. I thought it's impressive that Duan Ling Tian possesses strength equivalent to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. To think his wife is even stronger, that she could even squash a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to death. The 7 absolute sect of this generation seems to be even more terrifying compared to Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang's era. You're right, the 7 absolute sect is going to change the world. When the news finally spread to the northern region and to the snow-capped mountain where the temporary estate of the 7 absolute sect was located, the Nangong twins who were not in closed-door cultivation were shocked by the news as well. What? How? She has gotten so strong. When they recalled the gentle and quiet woman by Duan Ling Tian's side, they were even more shocked. They really did not expect Ka would be so terrifyingly strong. After all, no one had informed them about what happened in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Meanwhile, the devil clans had also received this news of atomic proportion. What? There are humans here who are capable of killing 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? Chapter 2495 Old Friends from the Devil Clans. The fact that the Devil Clans had conquered half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was a testament to their extraordinary strength. Moreover, there were many bodiless celestials in the Devil Clans as well, and some of them had remained in the land of exile. However, more and more bodiless celestials began to leave the land of exile to join their respective clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The devils Duan Ling Tian had encountered when he was in the lower province previously were nothing compared to these bodiless celestials. With the bodiless celestials' presence in the devil clans, the various clans' management, naturally, improved. There was less infighting among the devil clans. They were now united against the people of the Dao Martial Saint Land. With that, how could the devil clans not be strong? It was not an exaggeration to say they were as tough as an iron board now. The devil clans had conquered the northern and southern regions in the upper province, but the lands were not divided by the clans. All kinds of devils from different clans could be seen living harmoniously. When news about Duan Ling Tian and Ka's feat spread to the northern and southern region, the devils were, naturally, shocked. They were also shocked to find out that the dragon clan's patriarch was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A human capable of effortlessly killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial exists. Moreover, that person is the wife of Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. In the first place, I didn't even think there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm. In the land of exile, only one 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would appear every few generations. To think the Dao Martial Saint Land has a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Many of the devils were scared witless when they learned about this. However, they quickly learned that the devil clans also had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Apparently, the patriarch had said it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill him unless he joins forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from our devil clans. Well, from his words, we can infer that there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in our clan as well. This must be why the patriarch of the dragon clan didn't step forward and make a move to drive us out of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The devils were, naturally, excited when they learned about the existence of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. However, their excitement and joy faded away quickly when they remembered something. It was as though an ice-cold bucket of water had been poured on them. Wait, Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, is an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, there are 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many devils felt amazed inwardly by Duan Ling Tian's strength. They did not expect someone so young to possess such strength. After they had invaded the upper province, they had heard about his past achievements. However, during the time of their invasion, it seemed like he had disappeared into thin air. For this reason, they assumed something had happened to him. They did not expect that he would appear a few years later and become so strong. Initially, the devils learned that Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of 7 absolute sect, had strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. This news was not too shocking. However, after just a few years, his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. I heard there was a heaven-defying cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land 100,000 years ago. He was only an eminent celestial, but he was capable of killing 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and had strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. That heaven-defying cultivator was called a Sword Saint by the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was said that the Sword Saint was the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect at that time. The current sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, is his successor. The most terrifying person is not Duan Ling Tian, it's his wife. Rumor has it that his wife is even stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Well, she's definitely stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial so effortlessly. Well, that's only if the rumor is true. Well, everyone can believe that if they want, but I don't believe there's someone so strong among the humans. Most of the devils did not believe the news of Ka killing the patriarch of the dragon clan. They assumed this rumor was intentionally spread by the humans to demoralize them. If there's someone like that among the humans, why didn't she make a move when we invaded the upper province and drive us back to the land of exile? Yeah, if there were such a person, would she have allowed us to invade and conquer the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Humph, those human imbeciles, did they take us for fools? As time passed, some of the devils even thought the news of Duan Ling Tian possessing strength comparable to 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was fake. In a city in the southern region, a young man leapt onto one of the buildings around him. He had an expression of awe on his face as he muttered to himself, I wonder if it's true he has strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, his wife is capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would recognize the young man with just a glance. The young man was none other than Huang Qi Ling, a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace, whom he met outside the human devil clan's Saint City in the lower province. He was one of the 2 friends Duan Ling Tian had in the Wandering Saint Palace. When Huang Qi Ling arrived at a mansion, he called out respectfully, Sister Wen Jing. A cold voice replied, Come in. Huang Qi Ling entered the mansion and arrived in the front courtyard. He looked at the person's back as he asked softly, Sister Wen Jing, did you hear the news? The person Huang Qi Ling was speaking to was a woman who was dressed in robes that were as white as fresh snow. Her long and silky hair hung loosely like a waterfall. She emitted an icy aura that made her seem unapproachable as she stood there. When the white-clad woman heard Huang Qi Ling's question, her body trembled involuntarily. After a while, she nodded slightly. When she turned around, she revealed her appearance that could topple a city. However, her peerlessly beautiful face had an extremely cold expression. This woman was Duan Ling Tian's other friend from the human devil clan. They had met when Duan Ling Tian returned to the lower province after the devil clan's invasion. She was Huang Wen Jing, the most beautiful person in the human devil clan. Ever since the devil clans invaded the upper province, the human devil clan had come to the upper province as well. Huang Wen Jing and Huang Qi Ling were members of the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the most powerful forces in the human devil clan. Naturally, they followed the human devil clan's army to the upper province. Thanks to the Wandering Saint Palace, they were given a place to stay in the southern region of the upper province, with the arrival of bodiless celestials from the devil clans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even Palace Master Yuan Hao Chen from the Wandering Saint Palace was no longer an elite, let alone 2 nobodies like them. Sister Wen Jing, do you think the news is real? Do you think he has really gotten so strong? Moreover, his Huang Qi Ling suddenly ceased his questions. He remembered the woman before him had unrequited feelings for Duan Ling Tian. He knew if he continued his line of questioning, he would only poke on her sore spot. However, Huang Wen Jing said, moreover, his wife is capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's what you wanted to say, right? Huang Qi Ling forced a smile on his face and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Sister Wen Jing, There's nothing to be sorry about, Huang Wen Jing said indifferently. To begin with, there's nothing between us. There was nothing, there is nothing, and there won't be. She could not bring herself to finish her sentence. In the depth of her heart, she still held onto a shred of hope even though she knew the gap between her and that man was only getting wider and wider with each passing day. Chapter 2496 Dear Cousin, Point 2496 Dear Cousin, there are some women who thought they would never fall in love with a man in their lives. However, when they finally met the man who managed to sway their hearts, they would discover that their hearts had been completely occupied by the man. Their hearts would not have the space to fit another man. Huang Wen Jing was one of these women. Years ago, when Huang Wen Jing met Duan Ling Tian, he had displayed his strength in the Wandering Saint Palace. He had killed the human devil clan's ancestor, Liao Nai, a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, before leaving the Wandering Saint Palace. At that time, she knew a relationship with that man would never bear fruit. Even then, She could not seem to forget the man even after all these years. When Huang Wenjing had first arrived in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, she heard that man had strength comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although she was shocked, she could not help but feel proud as well. As expected, this was the man she liked. His strength was a testament to her good taste in men. In the following years, she no longer heard news about that man. She had been worried about his safety and feared he had been killed by the Dragon Clan. Currently, after all these years, she finally received news about him, causing her to sigh in relief and feeling proud at the same time. Despite only being an eminent celestial, his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After a while, Huang Wenjing finally replied to Huang Qiling, "I think the news is true. As for the news about his wife, I don't think it's fake either." When she spoke about Ka, a hint of envy that she could not suppress could be seen in the depths of her eyes. She was not envious of Ka's strength, she was envious that Ka could stay by his side. "I agree." Huang Qiling nodded in agreement. "Although the news seems exaggerated, I can't help but feel it's possible for someone like him." Meanwhile, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was stunned as well when he received the news. "There's news about Master." Years ago, Yuan Haochen had sworn on a lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master before Duan Lingtian left. He could not help but laugh bitterly when he finally received news about Duan Lingtian. Previously, Duan Lingtian had ordered Yuan Haochen to look for his family. Regardless if the news about Master is real or fake, there's no doubt that he has reappeared. However, I've made no progress with the matter he entrusted me with back then. How can I bring myself to face him? Although he did not spare any efforts in carrying out Duan Lingtian's order, he failed to find any traces of Duan Lingtian's family. Somewhere in the northern region, Yang Zhenxing, the former patriarch of the human devil clan, had also received news about Duan Lingtian and Ka. His expression darkened as he shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible, impossible. How could he and his wife be so strong? The news must be fake." Back then, Yang Zhenxing had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian kill his master. He only managed to escape because he had used a fiery blood evasion talisman. After his successful escape, he returned to the land of exile to meet the bodiless celestials in his clan. Unfortunately, when he returned to the Wandering Saint Palace with the bodiless celestials in tow, Duan Lingtian had left and vanished without a trace. He could not seek revenge from Duan Lingtian at all. When Yang Zhenxing came to the upper province, he assumed Duan Lingtian had been killed by the Dragon Clan. After all, this would explain Duan Lingtian's disappearance. He was happy. At the very least, Duan Lingtian's death could be considered as a revenge for his master. It was out of his expectation that he would receive news about Duan Lingtian after all these years. Moreover, it was said that Duan Lingtian possessed strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he accept this? In the northern region, in a snowy land where everything had remained frozen for the past 100,000 years, at this moment, the peace in the land was disrupted. The sound of wind whistling loudly shattered the silence as several figures flew in from different directions, leaving tears in the void in their wake. In just a blink of an eye, 7 figures appeared in the sky of the snowy land. All of them came to a halt at the same time as though they had a tacit agreement before this. A black-robed middle-aged man looked at the other 6 people and asked coldly, "I'm sure everyone has heard the news." The cold expression on his face was not feigned, this was his default expression. It gave him an unapproachable air. I have." The others nodded when they heard his words. They had only been here for a few minutes when a loud explosion sounded from the glacier beneath them. It seemed like the glacier had suffered from a tremendous impact as it began to crack, looking like a spider web. As the cracks continued to spread, another explosion sounded in the air. This time, the glacier was shattered, causing ice shards to fall into the cold water. The water splashed as ice shards continued falling. An indifferent voice said, "What happened?" Although the voice was not loud, it caused chills to run up the 7 people's spines. "Master Wu Ji." When the 7 people recovered from their shock, they quickly bowed reverently to an old man who had just appeared out of thin air. If people were to see these 7 people behaving in such a manner, they would have been greatly shocked. This was because these 7 people were extremely strong in the devil clans. All of them were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. How could one not feel shocked seeing 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans bowing reverently to an old man? The old man had a medium build and his appearance was average. He would not have stood out in a sea of people. However, since the seemingly average old man was treated so reverently by the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials, it was obvious his status was extremely high. Indeed, he was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Is it true that the patriarch of the dragon clan has died? The old man, Wu Ji, had a dark expression on his face when he learned about this news from these 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials. When he had first arrived in the upper province, he had found out the patriarch of the dragon clan was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. They had fought, but their fight ended in a match. Neither one could defeat the other. When he learned about the death of the dragon clan's patriarch, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. If that person could kill the patriarch of the dragon clan, that person could, naturally, kill him as well. After the incident, the dragon clan has announced they have no enmity with the 7 absolute sect. Based on that, the news is probably true, one of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials said. I agree, another 8 tribulation bodiless celestial said. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the devil clan's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was trembling in fear after learning about his wife's ability to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. When Duan Ling Tian and Ka returned to the lower province, they searched every corner for his parents, wife, and friends. However, even after searching for 2 months, they could not find anything. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, is it possible that father, mother, and the others have gone to the upper province as well? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Ka suggested, Brother Tian, since we can't find them here, should we return to the upper province to look for them? Duan Ling Tian nodded. After a while, he said gently, Ka, it must have been tough for you lately. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to search every corner of the lower province in just 2 months. If it were not for Ka's powerful divine consciousness, it would have been impossible for him to complete his search in such a short time. Brother Tian, there's no need for these words between us. Ka shook her head lightly as she looked at Duan Ling Tian tenderly. When Duan Ling Tian and Ka were about to return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a voice suddenly rang in the air. It seemed to have come from all directions. Duan Ling Tian was stunned while Ka's expression changed drastically. Currently, she had a panicked expression on her face. My dear cousin. The voice belonged to a man and was laden with fury. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt an extremely powerful energy bearing down on him without any warning. It felt as though he had been hit on the chest with a sledgehammer. His internal organs seemed to rattle from the impact. Soon after, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2497 Yun Qing Yan. Ka cried out angrily, Yun Qing Yan, stop it. The gentle expression on her face had disappeared and was replaced with a furious expression as she stood next to Duan Ling Tian. She looked at Duan Ling Tian tenderly and affectionately, but when she looked at the newcomer, her eyes were as cold as ice. Ka. Duan Ling Tian did not know who the newcomer was. He wondered how the newcomer was so strong. When he heard Ka's furious cry, he was shocked. This was his first time seeing her so angry. Naturally, he knew her anger stemmed from her love for him. He could not help but feel warm in his heart. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. That person seemed to have addressed Ka as his cousin. I as he. There was something Duan Ling Tian had buried in the depth of his heart and refused to think about. It was the fact that Ka was a reincarnated goddess. According to Tang Zan, the sect leader of fire worship sect, not only was Ka a reincarnated goddess, but she also had a cousin who seemed to have ambiguous intentions toward her. Her cousin was most likely a powerhouse from a Devata realm, although Duan Ling Tian possessed extraordinary strength now, he knew he was no match for the mighty celestials from the Devata realms. Those golden celestials or stronger could easily kill him. Based on Tang Zan's words, it was clear Ka's cousin from her past life was not your run-of-the-mill celestial. Ka seems to know his name. He's most likely that person. It seems like Ka had regained her memories about her cousin but neglected to inform Duan Ling Tian about it. Naturally, he understood that Ka had kept this from him because she did not want to worry him. The voice that seemed to have come from all directions rang in the air again. It seems like you've regained your memories, cousin. At the very least, you remember me. Ka stared ahead with her limpid eyes before a figure suddenly appeared. The figure belonged to an azure-clad young man. He was handsome, muscular, and tall. His dark green hair fell loosely on his back, untied. A wicked smile seemed to be permanently etched on his face. The azure-clad young man's wicked smile and handsome appearance would definitely be a lethal combination for young girls who had just learned about love. At this moment, the azure-clad young man was staring intently at Ka. Duan Tian's expression changed greatly when he noticed the azure-clad young man's intense stare toward Ka. Without paying mind to his safety, he moved at blinding speed and planted himself between the azure-clad young man and Ka. He was truly worried the azure-clad young man would hurt Ka. At this moment, he was only driven by instinct to protect his wife. He seemed to have forgotten he was no match for the azure-clad young man at all. Just a few moments ago, he had been grievously injured by the azure-clad young man before the azure-clad young man had even appeared. As soon as Duan Tian stood in front of Ka, shielding her, the azure-clad young man's expression turned icy before it darkened. His body instantly emitted a strong killing intent. He spoke in a tone so cold that it seemed to cause the surroundings' temperature to drop. To think that you'd come to me before I go looking for you. You're seeking death. In the next moment, the void around Duan Tian seemed to have shattered like glass even though the azure-clad young man did not seem to move. Duan Tian began to sway on his feet, it seemed like he was about to collapse at any moment. He felt a domineering energy surrounding him from all directions. His energy was completely suppressed. A sense of danger quickly rose in his heart. Elementary devouring tactic, sword formation, 13 green lotus swords. Duan Tian did not hesitate as he quickly cast all the techniques in his arsenal to break free from this shackle. How's this possible? It did not take long before Duan Tian discovered that the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was being suppressed and nullified by the energy that surrounded him. Since he could not cast the elementary devouring tactic, how could he absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings to raise his strength? How's he so strong? Duan Tian discovered he could not unleash his other techniques as well. At this moment, he felt as though he was standing at death's door. This feeling intensified as the azure-clad young man said coldly, "You're seeking death." The moment the azure-clad young man's voice faded, waves after waves of destructive energy pressed down on Duan Tian, seemingly capable of killing him at any time. At this moment, Ka cried out, "Yan. If you kill Brother Tian, I won't live as well." She said this in a tone that brooked no arguments. "You should know you won't be able to stop me if I want to die." Duan Tian's eyes widened in fear and his expression changed when he heard Ka's words. He said with great difficulty, "Ka." He had never felt so helpless before. Although his strength could be considered as the strongest in the mundane realms, he was still powerless before this azure-clad young man. Even if the azure-clad young man did not kill him now, he still would not feel happy. The azure-clad young man, Ka's cousin, Yan, stood still with a darkened expression on his face. The aura he emitted was sinister. "Cousin, you'll throw away your life for this vermin." Yan's attention was solely focused on Ka at this moment. His eyes were filled with jealousy when he spoke. Underneath that jealousy was killing intent. Naturally, that killing intent was directed at Duan Tian, not Ka. Ka said coldly, "He's no vermin, he's my husband." "Your husband?" Yang's eyes widened in anger when he heard Ka's words. His expression turned even darker, and his killing intent was so strong that it would make one's hair stand on ends. He said grimly, "Cousin, I'd like to remind you that we have a marriage agreement. Since he became your husband before you regained your memories, if he dies today, I'll overlook everything that happened between you and him. After all, I would have no quarrel with a dead man." He truly did not expect this result after years and years of his meticulous planning. Ka scoffed. "Marriage agreement, Yan, if I'm not mistaken, when I died in my past life, our marriage agreement had been dissolved. In my current life, I have no relations with you at all." Yang asked in a deep voice, "Cousin, why do you hate me so much? Why won't you be with me? I've told you this in my past life, I only see you as an older brother. However, you could not accept it and destroyed everything we had. You made me give up life so I didn't have to marry you. Even after I reincarnated, you meddled and placed me in this mundane realm, sending someone to keep an eye on me. Unfortunately, you didn't expect that even with your meticulous planning, you still failed." Ka said. Upon hearing this, Duan Tian realized Ka had died in her past life because of Yan. She had died so she did not have to marry Yan. However, Yunqing Yan meddled and placed Ka in the mundane realm after she had been reincarnated. It was not difficult to figure out that the person Yunqing Yang had sent to keep an eye on Ka was Tang Zan, the former sect leader of fire worship sect. Chapter 2498 To Live and Die Together. Yunqing Yang's expression darkened when he heard Ka's words. Back then, he had gone to a lot of trouble to arrange the fate of this woman's reincarnation and placed her in this remote mundane realm. He had done it so she would not come in contact with her family so soon, giving him more time to approach her. Before she regained her memories, he had planned to build a relationship with her, win her over, conquer her. He really did not expect his younger cousin would marry another man and even give birth to a child. Vexed, Yunqing Yang thought to himself, shit. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left all those years ago. Many years ago, he had to leave the mundane realm after arranging for his cousin to be reincarnated here to attend to some matter. It had taken him many years before he returned. Naturally, those years were not long to him. Since he had found someone to keep an eye on Ka, he felt at ease leaving her in this mundane realm. Who knew the person he had entrusted to keep an eye on his cousin had died and his cousin had been won over by another man when he returned. He could not accept this. Cousin, you should know that uncle and aunt won't allow you to be with this mortal vermin. If they were here today, they would kill him as soon as they find out he has defiled you, Yunqing Yang said in a deep voice. Ka said coldly, that's the Xia family's business, and it's none of your business. Cousin, have you forgotten that my mother is your aunt? She's a member of the Xia family as well. As her son, I'm considered a half-member of the Xia family. Therefore, I can't shirk my responsibility when it comes to the Xia family. Yunqing Yang said as he stared at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent. He struggled to suppress the urge to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. Don't make yourself sound so noble. Ka scoffed. Do you dare say you have no selfish motives behind your actions? Yunqing Yan, I advise you to give up and not waste any more time on me. Whether it's in my past life or my current life, I'm not interested in you nor will I ever be your cultivation partner. The marriage agreement between us in my past life had been destroyed along with my body in my past life. Ka said determinedly. Yunqing Yan's expression turned unsightly immediately. We'll put aside the matter regarding our marriage agreement for now, but you must return with me today. Your parents have asked me many times about your reincarnation. They care about you a lot. What a joke. Ka laughed scornfully when she heard Yunqing Yang's words. She looked at him pointedly and said, if you truly care about my parents' feelings, you wouldn't have placed me in this remote mundane realm. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't tell them that I was reincarnated in this mundane realm, right? When she saw the change in Yunqing Yan's expression, she scoffed again. It seems like I'm right. After a moment, the frown disappeared from Yunqing Yang's face. So what? No matter what, you have to follow me back today. She's my wife. Who are you to bring her back with you? Duan Ling Tian, who had remained silent thus far, could not help but speak up when he heard Yunqing Yang said he intended on bringing Ka away. His expression soured as well. In the past, he was helpless when Ka was taken away by Gan Ruyan in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Today, it seemed like history was about to repeat itself. This time, he would not sit back and do nothing. He had promised Ka that they would not part again as long as he still had one lingering breath in him. Who am I? Yunqing Yang remained calm when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. A sneer appeared on his face before he said mockingly, I'm someone who's invincible in front of someone like you. I don't even have to lift a finger to kill you or make you wish for death. I can do that with just a thought. His eyes flashed coldly when he spoke. A series of explosions rang in the air as the void around Duan Ling Tian that had just mended itself crumbled again. Shortly after, an extremely powerful force hit Duan Ling Tian, dispersing the energy he had mobilized through his 99 saint veins. The force that hit him seemed to be just the right amount. He had no way to mobilize his energy faced with this sweeping force, nor did he have any way to cast his techniques. It seemed like he had been reduced to a puppet, powerless to resist the evil force that assaulted him. He kept spitting out mouthful after mouthful of blood, causing his aura to weaken. He could not even maintain his position in the air, and he fell with a crash on the peak of a mountain. He was further weakened from this. Yunqing Yan, Ka said through clenched teeth when she saw this. Her body trembled with rage and no warmth could be seen on her peerlessly beautiful face at this moment. Her eyes were filled with killing intent when she stared at Xianxia. However, pain flashed in her eyes when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Ka could not move because Xianxia had bound her, so she could not act when he attacked Duan Ling Tian. Xianxia did not even move a muscle when he bound Ka and attacked Duan Ling Tian. It was one thing for him to be able to deal with Duan Ling Tian so effortlessly. However, his strength was made evident when he could even act on Ka, whose strength was on par with a golden celestial from the Devata realms at the same time. Xianxia did not bother with Ka's cries of anger. He descended from the sky on the mountain peak and arrived before Duan Ling Tian, who was lying on the ground, heavily injured. He squatted down as Duan Ling Tian lifted his head with great difficulty to look at him. He said mockingly, "Didn't you ask who am I to take your wife away? Are you going to ask the same question again? How dare a vermin like you scream and shout before me, seeking death?" Duan Ling Tian's heavy injuries rendered him immobile. He only lay on the ground silently. However, when he heard Xianxia's words, he gritted his teeth and spoke with great difficulty in a hoarse voice, "You better kill me today, Xianxia. Otherwise, you'll regret it in the future. Mark my words." Xianxia slapped Duan Ling Tian as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. He said scornfully, "You dare boast about making me regret this in the future if I let you live, you scum. Fine, if you wish to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Xianxia had no qualms about killing Duan Ling Tian. If his cousin did not interfere earlier, he would have already killed Duan Ling Tian. How dare this vermin defile his cousin and even have a child with her? He could not tolerate this. He wanted to tear this man into thousands of pieces. "Xianxia!" Ka cried out just as Xianxia was about to kill Duan Ling Tian. "If you kill brother Tian, I'll end my life immediately to follow him." Xianxia's hand came to a stop when he heard Ka's words. His expression was extremely grim. His anger began to boil again as he said, "Cousin, you're of noble birth, and yet, you're willing to discard your life for this mortal. Is he worth it?" His cousin had been a beauty with a cold character in her past life. She would keep him at arm's length no matter what he did. Even when they had a marriage agreement, she still did not submit to him. To think she was willing to discard her life for man after she had been reincarnated. Xianxia's heart was filled with jealousy. Why would the woman who remained out of his reach even though he went through great pains to pursue her willingly discard her life for another man? She would not even give him a chance. If this man was superior to him, he might have been able to accept it. However, this man was just a mortal vermin in this mundane realm. He did not even have to lift a finger to kill this man. He really felt unresigned. He's the man I, Shanning Shui, have chosen. No matter how many times I'm reincarnated, I'll live and die together with him. If he lives, I live, if he dies, I die. Ka said coldly, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop even further. Chapter 2499 I am heaven. If he lives, I live, if he dies, I die. Ka's voice was filled with determination. She did not even hesitate when she said those words, causing Xianxia's expression to change drastically. "Cousin, you. Xianxia looked at Ka, speechless. Rage had consumed him, and he found it difficult to talk. "Brother Tian." Contrary to the domineering way she had spoken to Xianxia, Ka's tone was gentle when she spoke to Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes flashed with pain as she said, "I've told you that I don't ever want to leave your side. I want to be with you always, even in death." Ka. Duan Ling Tian, who was stirred by Ka's words, coughed up blood again. His face was devoid of colors at this moment. When he regained his breath, he said urgently, "I've promised you that I won't part with you again. Nobody can take you away from me unless they kill me. If you die, Ka won't live as well," Ka said resolutely and decisively. She was not afraid of death as long as she could be with her man. Good, very good, what a touching sight." Xianxia's expression was truly unsightly when he saw the deep relationship between his cousin and this vermin from the mundane realm. He only laughed angrily. After a while, he calmed down and said confidently, "However, do you think I'll reveal myself if I didn't make any preparations beforehand?" Duan Ling Tian only frowned slightly when he heard Xianxia's words. On the contrary, Ka's expression changed drastically. This was because she knew her cousin was someone who would use every means at his disposal to get what he wanted. An ominous feeling rose in her heart. Xianxia looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly before he waved his arm across the air. Duan Ling Tian, take a good look. Tell me, who are these people? The air before Yun Qingyang trembled violently. The void shook for some time, and a mirror image appeared before Yun Qingyan, Duan Ling Tian, and Ka. Duan Ling Tian and Ka's expressions changed drastically when they saw the content of the mirror image. Despicable. Ka glared at Yun Qingyan. Yun Qingyan, you're not only an embarrassment to yourself, but you're an embarrassment to the Yun family as well. Yun Qingyang ignored Ka's furious cry. He looked at Duan Ling Tian who was lying on the ground and said, "What do you think? Do you like this huge present I prepared for you? Father, mother, little Fair, Nian Tian." Duan Ling Tian did not seem to hear Yun Qingyang's words. His attention was solely focused on the mirror image before him that displayed his parents, his wife, Li Fei, and his son, Duan Nian Tian. He could also see his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, his soon-to-be father-in-law, Feng Wudao, and his other friends. Duan Ling Tian saw his family and friends being imprisoned in a cramped and ice-cold room. They looked listless as though they had lost their souls. Nevertheless, his family and friends could not hear him regardless of how loud he shouted. It did not take long before the mirror image shifted to a different scene of another group being imprisoned in a small room, causing another drastic change in Duan Ling Tian's expression. Senior Uncle Prophet, Tian Wu, Si Ling, all his close friends who were supposed to be in the temporary estate of the Seven Absolute sect in the northern region of the Upper Province had been imprisoned with the exception of Zhang Yi from Yanhuang realm. Si Ling, Ka cried out when she saw her daughter, Duan Si Ling. Her expression further darkened. "Yun Qingyan, if you touch even a single hair on my daughter's head, I'll kill you." She looked murderous as she spoke to Yun Qingyang, as though she wanted to tear him into 1,000 pieces. When Yun Qingyan heard Ka's words, his face darkened. However, he continued to ignore Ka. His eyes fell on the heavily wounded Duan Ling Tian who was lying by his feet. He said coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, do you know where they are? I don't think you'll believe me even if I tell you. They are, quite literally, in my hands." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his hand. Duan Ling Tian saw something appearing in Yun Qingyang's hand. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. A small prison that looked similar to the prison shown in the mirror image had appeared in Yun Qingyang's hand. "This is a peak celestial weapon I stumbled upon when I was roaming the Devata realm many years ago. This is a spatial celestial weapon. It's capable of containing all life forms. I've turned it into a prison on a whim, but it seems like it has come in handy now," Yun Qingyang said flippantly as though he was speaking of something trivial as he shook the celestial weapon in his hand. "My family, my friends. They're all kept in there?" Duan Ling Tian asked in a hoarse voice as he looked at Yun Qingyang coldly. "That's right," Yun Qingyang said nonchalantly, "they're being held in this spatial celestial weapon that I made. All it takes is a mere thought to turn all of them into dust." Duan Ling Tian's face was pale as he spat out, "Despicable." He did not expect Yun Qingyang would resort to this tactic. Yun Qingyan was from the Devata realms and was likely not inferior to a great overarching golden celestial, and yet, someone like that stooped so low as to hold his family and friends hostage just to threaten him. "Yun Qingyan," Ka cried out again, "leave them out of this. This is too much." At this moment, Yun Qingyang finally turned to look at Ka. He took his time as he said, "Cousin, I don't think there's anything outrageous about this. Didn't you refuse to leave with me? Didn't you want to die with him? You even said you'll die along with this vermin. I don't want you to die, so I don't dare to kill him. And if he doesn't die, you won't leave with me. Can't you see the conundrum I am in? I guess I can only fulfill your wish and let him live." His smile widened as he looked at the prison-shaped spatial celestial weapon in his hand. He continued to say, "However, I'll have to bring these people away with me. I can't say what's going to happen to them once I bring them away. After all, you won't be by my side to remind me not to harm them, dear cousin." As he spoke his words that held hidden meaning, he looked at Ka meaningfully. Duan Ling Tian and Ka's expressions were extremely grave upon hearing this. "Yun Qingyan, you call yourself a celestial from the Devata realm. You should just come at me if you want to kill me. You're despicable. How dare you use my family to threaten me when you think I'm nothing more than vermin? Aren't you worried that you'll incur heaven's wrath?" Duan Ling Tian cried out fiercely with whatever strength he could muster. "Heaven's wrath?" Yun Qingyang laughed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Duan Ling Tian, I'll show you that I am heaven itself before someone like you." If heaven wants you dead, none of you can escape. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the people in the small room, as seen from the mirror image, suddenly exploded into a blood mist. The room was dyed red from blood. Duan Ling Tian cried out in horror, "Gold thug." The person who was killed by Yun Qing Yan with just a thought was a loyal servant of his. He was the Golden Hellhound, Jin Sha. He had ordered Gold Thug to stay with his father in the Azure Cloud Mansion. His father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ru Feng. Although Duan Ling Tian had not seen Gold Thug for a long time, he had treated Gold Thug as one of his own. He felt anger rise in him upon watching Gold Thug die. His eyes were so cold at this moment that it seemed as though he could freeze everything he laid his eyes on. In the next moment, the image on the screen shifted. "I told you, before vermin like you, I am heaven." The instant Yun Qing Yan's voice reached his ears, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically again. This was because another person imprisoned in that small room was killed again. Shang Quan. The person whom Yun Qing Yang killed was Shang Quan, who had followed Duan Ling Tian for a long time. Chapter 2500 Feng Qing Yang, the Heavenly Emperor of Solitary Destructive Heaven. Regardless if it was Shang Quan or Gold Thug, they were both Duan Ling Tian's people. He had never considered them as his slaves. Shang Quan had been by his side since he was young and had selflessly helped his family. He treated Shang Quan like family. It was agonizing for him to witness the death of Shang Quan, whom he regarded as his family. Duan Ling Tian glared at Yun Qing Yan, his fury evident in his eyes. "Yun Qing Yan, enough!" Ka screamed loudly. Her voice was cold enough to send chills running up one's spine. She was, naturally, aware of Shang Quan's importance in her man's heart. She understood how he must have felt. She had spoken up because she was afraid Yun Qing Yan would continue on his killing spree on those people he imprisoned in the spatial celestial weapon. In the end, she said listlessly, "Let them go. I'll return with you." It was obvious it had taken her a lot to make this decision. "It seems like you've finally regained your senses, cousin sister." Yun Qing Yan looked at Ka with a smug expression and smiled victoriously. After all the efforts he had expanded, this was the result he had wanted. Ka. Duan Ling Tian's face turned even paler, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Although he did not want his family and friends to be harmed, he did not want Ka to leave as well. "Let them go," Ka said icily as she glared at Yun Qing Yan. Yun Qing Yan's prisoners were all important to Duan Ling Tian, and they were just as important to her. They were her relatives and friends. She would never let harm befall them. Yun Qing Yan replied, "I'll let them go, but not now. Either you let them go or I won't come with you," Ka warned. "Cousin sister," Yun Qing Yan answered flippantly, "I was planning on imprisoning Duan Ling Tian as well before I use him and the others to force you to come home." "Well, I can let Duan Ling Tian go for now, but I won't let the others go yet. At least, not now. If you dare imprison Brother Tian, I won't return with you even if I have to die," Ka declared with a determined look on her face. "My patience has its limits, cousin," Yun Qing Yan said with a hint of impatience. "I'll give you one last chance. I won't harm Duan Ling Tian nor will I imprison him. However, you must return with me. I'll give you 10 breaths to think this over. If you don't make up your mind by then, I'll kill everyone in this spatial celestial weapon." His voice was filled with killing intent. Duan Ling Tian and Ka's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. If Yun Qing Yan had only wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian or forcibly drag Ka away, both of them would not let it happen. After all, if he killed Duan Ling Tian, she would kill herself. If he forced her to leave, Duan Ling Tian would use his life to stop her from leaving. This would inadvertently lead to Duan Ling Tian's death, and as a result, her death as well. Yun Qing Yan was in a conundrum since he did not want Ka to die, but he had found a way out of it by holding those people hostage. If Ka refused to cooperate, he would kill the imprisoned Duan Ru Feng, Li Ru, Feng Tianwu, Han Shuinai, and everyone else. He knew Duan Ling Tian and Ka would be unwilling to let that happen. After 3 breaths, Ka turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as her eyes flashed in anguish. "Brother Tian." When Duan Ling Tian saw the pain in Ka's eyes and her determined expression, he knew that she had made up her mind. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with reluctance as he called out, "Ka." Duan Ling Tian wanted to stop Ka from leaving with Yun Qing Yan. However, he would sentence his family and friends to death if he did that. He was in a dilemma. He thought to himself desperately. What should I do? What should I do? On one hand, he would have to abandon his wife, Ka, and let her leave. On the other hand, he would have to let his family and friends die. Don't worry, brother Tien. I'll be alright. Naturally, Ka was aware of Duan Ling Tien's dilemma. She tried to comfort him as she said, I'm only returning home. Even if I don't leave now, I'll have to leave sooner or later. I'm just returning home a little earlier than I planned, and I'm returning without you. Ka. Duan Ling Tien's heart was laden with anxiety even though he had already expected Ka's decision. He felt as though he had been forced to eat his words. He had once said that he would not let her be taken away from him again even if he had to die. Yun Qing Yan. Ka could no longer bear to look at Duan Ling Tien's face that was filled with despair. She turned to look at Yun Qing Yan furiously. I possess brother Tien's soul pearl. If anything happens to him, I'll die along with him. Although Yun Qing Yan knew this very well and had no intention of killing Duan Ling Tien for snatching his woman away, he still could not help but be angered by Ka's words. His eyes flashed with malice as he looked at Duan Ling Tien. He's nothing but a vermin from a mundane realm. As long as you don't look for him, I won't harm him. The nonchalance in his voice revealed his contempt toward Duan Ling Tien. Before Ka replied, he sneered at Duan Ling Tien. Hey, brat, didn't you say you'll make me regret it if I don't kill you today? Let me tell you this, I've never felt regret in my life. After Yun Qing Yan finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Duan Ling Tien's face again, leaving an angry-looking red welt on Duan Ling Tien's face. Yun Qing Yan. When had Duan Ling Tien ever experienced such humiliation? He glared at Yun Qing Yan as his body trembled in anger. Today, I'll be taking your wife, family, and friends away. I want to see if you can make me feel regret. Yun Qing Yan grinned when he saw his words had caused Duan Ling Tien's expression to turn unsightly. He seemed to have recalled something before he said, by the way, I believe it's best for me to tell you this. Your master, Feng Qingyong, the person who left you his legacy, is now the heavenly emperor of one of the 81 Devata realms, the solitary destructive heaven. Due to his immense power, he's considered as one of the strongest people in the Devata realms. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tien who was enraged was taken aback. Feng Qingyong was the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven. His knowledge of Feng Qingyong was limited to whatever he had discovered in the Saint Province realm. 100,000 years ago, Sword Saint Feng Qingyong was the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect and the successor of the First Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. When he was an eminent celestial, he possessed strength to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and was comparable to 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Later on, he ascended to a Devata realm. Based on his achievements in the Saint Province realm, there was no doubt he would be extraordinary even in a Devata realm. At least, that was what Duan Ling Tien believed. However, he truly did not expect Feng Qingyong had become the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven. Although solitary destructive heaven was only one of the 81 Devata realms, to be able to become a heavenly emperor in one of the Devata realms was a testament to Feng Qingyang's strength. He found it hard to accept that Feng Qingyong had become the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven in just 100,000 years. At this moment, Duan Ling Tien who was reeling from the shock of this revelation seemed to have forgotten the current situation. Yun Qing Yan's words were too shocking after all. When he calmed down, he asked skeptically, why are you telling me this? Inwardly, Duan Ling Tien could not help but feel nervous. Yun Qing Yan obviously knew that Feng Qingyong was his master, and yet, Yun Qingyong was bold enough to treat him in this manner. Something was amiss. Was it possible that Yun Qing Yan was not afraid of Feng Qingyong? Yun Qing Yan said flippantly, I'm telling you this to tell you that Feng Qingyong is nothing to me. Moreover, I've also sent my men after him. Naturally, the solitary destructive heaven no longer has a heavenly emperor. Chapter 25:01 Pull yourself together. Yun Qing Yan's revelation was like a bolt of lightning that struck Duan Ling Tien on a clear day. Feng Qingyong, the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven, one of the Devata realms, was one of the strongest people in the Devata realm. Not only was Yun Qing Yan unafraid of him, but he even sent his men after him. Moreover, he revealed that the solitary destructive heaven no longer had a heaven emperor. Duan Ling Tien, naturally, knew what this meant. The men whom Yun Qing Yan sicked on Feng Qingyong had taken Feng Qingyang's life. Still in shock and disbelief, he quickly sent a voice transmission to Ka. Ka, are his men really capable of killing a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm? Duan Ling Tian was not certain if Yunqing Yan's men were truly capable of killing a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, but he was certain Ka must know. Ka replied through voice transmission, Brother Tian, if he sent his men to kill a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, save for a few extremely strong heavenly emperors, most would not be able to escape with their lives intact. Since she had regained memories from her past life, she knew Yunqing Yang had capable men under him who were capable of such a feat. Duan Ling Tian felt his heart sink upon hearing Ka's confirmation. He glared at Yunqing Yan as he growled, Feng Qingyang and I have never even met. Why would you vent your anger on him because of me? Why did I vent my anger on him? Yunqing Yan calmly replied, well, if you're looking for someone to blame, then, you can only blame yourself for receiving his legacy. Apart from that, with Feng Qingyang's exceptional talent, I can't leave him be as well. You pose no threat to me, but if Feng Qingyang was given more time, I can't say for sure that he won't be a threat to me. Naturally, there were other things that Yunqing Yan did not reveal to Duan Ling Tian. Apart from removing a future threat, since Feng Qingyang might seek revenge for Duan Ling Tian, he was also worried that after Duan Ling Tian ascended to a Devata realm, Duan Ling Tian would grow stronger under Feng Qingyang's guidance. He could not allow something like that to happen. He had come to this conclusion on his own after thinking about it. After all, Yunqing Yan had meticulously planned all of this. He had anticipated many possibilities and eventualities before appearing in front of Duan Ling Tian and Ka. He had also anticipated this today. He had anticipated that his cousin would not willingly return with him, and he would be unable to kill Duan Ling Tian due to his cousin's threat. However, he knew once he imprisoned Duan Ling Tian's family and friends, his cousin would have no choice but to obediently return with him. Leaving Duan Ling Tian alive meant he was giving an opportunity for Duan Ling Tian to grow stronger. Despite his conviction that Duan Ling Tian would never pose a threat to him, even with Feng Qingyang's help, he decided to get rid of Feng Qingyang as an extra precaution. With this, he felt he no longer needed to fear Duan Ling Tian's heaven-defying talent. You deserve death. Duan Ling Tian glared at Yunqing Yan furiously, his body was trembling all over. His body had just regained some power and had now become agitated. Even if I deserve death, you don't have the power to do anything to me. Yunqing Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully. He sneered as he rose into the sky and looked at Ka. He waved his hand as he said, cousin, it's time to go. Then, Ka's figure turned into an afterimage, just like Yunqing Yan, and disappeared. Ka, Duan Ling Tian cried out as though his heart had been hollowed out, and he had lost his soul as he watched Ka disappear before his eyes. He felt as though he was drowning in a sea of anguish. Before Ka left, she sent a voice transmission that rang clearly in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Brother Tian, don't worry, I'll protect father, mother, sister Fair, sister Tian Wu, and the others. I won't let harm come to them. There's another thing. My name in the past was Sha Ning Shui. I'm from the Sha family, one of the 10 great clans in Divine Offering Land. The Divine Offering Land is. Unfortunately, before Ka could finish explaining the Divine Offering Land, her voice transmission was cut off. It was obvious she had been taken away before she could finish sending the voice transmission. Sha Ning Shui, the Divine Offering Land, all remember this. Duan Ling Tian summed up the important parts of Ka's voice transmission. She was Sha Ning Shui in her past life, and her family, the Sha family, was one of the 10 great clans in the Divine Offering Land. Her words, her name and the place he was unfamiliar with, were deeply etched in his mind. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could finally use a little of his power, and he began to heal his wounds. At the same time, he took out a healing medicinal pill from his spatial ring before swallowing it to aid the healing of injuries. Due to his heavy injuries, he only managed to forcibly move his body after half an hour. After an hour had passed, Duan Ling Tian finally managed to flip around and lay on his back, staring at the boundless azure sky. His eyes were filled with despair as though he had lost his soul, and he did not move for a long time. Those who were unaware of what was going on would have thought he was a corpse if they saw him from afar. This day was an incomparable dark day for Duan Ling Tian. His wife, Ka, had been taken away. Moreover, his family and friends had been taken away as well. He had to helplessly watch as Yunqing Yan take Ka, his family, and friends away. Trash, I'm trash, I'm trash. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had mercilessly belittled himself. Faced with Yun Qingyan's overwhelming strength, his strength that was considered the peak in the mundane realms was useless and not worth mentioning at all. He was like an ant in front of Yun Qingyan, and Yun Qingyan could easily squash him to death. Yun Qingyan did not even need to move. With just a thought from Yun Qingyan, he would meet a tragic end. Who on earth is Yun Qingyan? Even his men are capable of killing a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm. Moreover, where's the divine offering land? Duan Ling Tian's mind was filled with confusion. He had assumed Yun Qingyan was just a powerful celestial from a Devata realm. He did not expect Yun Qingyan was capable of killing a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm. Unexpectedly, Yun Qingyan did not even need to personally make a move. His men were more than capable of that job. Even if Yun Qingyan was not as strong as a heavenly emperor, to have such men under him meant his background was extraordinary. Senior Feng Qingyong. When Duan Ling Tian thought about his master who had left him the legacy and whom he had never met before, his heart felt heavy with guilt. The feeling of guilt stubbornly remained in his heart, refusing to leave. After all, his master had died by association to him. He would not have grown so strong if he did not have the legacy. How could he not feel guilty that Feng Qingyong had died because of him? As time passed, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were eventually filled with determination. Don't worry, master, I'll avenge you one day. Although he had experienced the wide gulf between him and Yun Qingyan that seemed like the distance between heaven and earth, he did not allow himself to feel discouraged. He resolved to close the gap between him and Yun Qingyan and avenge Feng Qingyong. Based on Yun Qingyan's words earlier, Duan Ling Tian figured out that Ka family had to be extraordinary as well. If he wanted the blessing from her family, he would have to become stronger as well. Father, mother, little Fair, Tian Wu, Nian Tian, Si Ling. Wait for me, I'll save you from that ice-cold prison as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian's feeling of guilt increased when he thought about his family and friends who were imprisoned by Yun Qingyan. After all, Yun Qingyan would not have targeted him if it were not because of him. My strength is still too weak. Before today, Duan Ling Tian had felt an unavoidable sense of pride in his strength ever since he possessed strength comparable to a 9-tribulation bodily celestial. However, after meeting Yun Qingyan, he knew that he was still woefully weak. His power was nothing in front of a true powerhouse. 3 days. Duan Ling Tian lay on the mountain for 3 days. He thought about many things as he lay there. He had despaired and felt loss, his emotions fluctuated continuously. However, in the end, he pulled himself together. I'm afraid these wounds will need about 10 days to half a month to completely heal. Duan Ling Tian had finally regained his composure. He no longer looked like someone who had just lost his family and friends. Naturally, this was just a mask he put on. How could someone like him who cherished affection and loyalty be completely unaffected? He had merely buried his pain and despair in the depth of his heart. Chapter 2502 Departure from the Saint Province Realm. It had been 3 whole days. All possibilities, conceivable and inconceivable, had crossed Duan Ling Tian's mind. Ka had been forced to leave, and his family and friends had been taken away. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Duan Ling Tian. However, he knew he could not afford to wallow in despair or agony. It was not beneficial to the situation. The only thing he could do now was to bring his emotions under control and quickly increase his strength. When he was strong enough, he would be able to make his way to the divine offering land and save Ka, his family, and friends from Yun Qingyan. As he looked at the azure sky, he muttered to himself, Ka, I won't make you wait for a long time. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian flew into the sky, leaving the place as though he was free of troubles. Naturally, this was just a facade. He was leaving the lower province for the upper province, in the northern region of the upper province. On a snow-capped mountain where the temporary estate of 7 Absolutes sect was located, upon Duan Ling Tian's return, he saw a solitary figure standing on a mountain. He quickly flashed next to the figure. Zhang Yi. Yun Qingyan did not capture Zhang Yi. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. After all, he did not see Zhang Yi among the prisoners. It was obvious Yun Qingyan had carefully selected his prisoners. Yun Qingyan had only selected those who were very close to him. He had only gotten to know Zhang Yi in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, and this was Zhang Yi's first trip to the Saint Province Realm. Therefore, It wasn't strange that Yun Qingyan did not capture him. Duan Ling Tian. The gloom on Zhang Yi's face disappeared immediately when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Then, he said anxiously, Duan Ling Tian, they've all been taken away. That guy is extremely powerful. I think he's definitely not inferior to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He could not conceal the terror on his face when he recalled the green-clad young man whom he had met a few days ago. He had remembered the scene vividly. He had felt like an ant before the green-clad young man. Although the green-clad young man did not target him, he knew very well that if the green-clad young man so wished, he would die with just a thought. I know. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and nodded. Naturally, he knew who Zhang Yi was talking about. Before Zhang Yi could respond, he said, let's return to the Beyond Heaven secret zone and head to Yanhuang realm. But the others. Zhang Yi was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He found Duan Ling Tian's reaction hard to believe. After all, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to react even though his daughter had been captured. He repeated himself, Duan Ling Tian, even your daughter and Lady Tian Wu were forcibly taken away. I know. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he said, let's go to the Beyond Secret Heaven Zone. Without waiting for Zhang Yi's reply, he lifted his hand and brought Zhang Yi with him to the entrance of the Beyond Secret Heaven Zone that was located somewhere in the northern region. He swiftly flew like a gust of wind to the entrance. During the journey, Zhang Yi finally discovered something was amiss. Duan Ling Tian. He had many questions hanging on the tip of his tongue, but when he saw the empty look in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he decided to bite his tongue and swallow the questions. He saw no emotions in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as though he had lost his soul. He was certain something must have happened. We're here. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had brought Zhang Yi to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that was located in a snow valley that was shrouded by thick fog. A few wooden houses stood in the snowy valley. It looked no different from when Duan Ling Tian last left it. It seemed like nobody had come after they had left. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at the black hole in midair. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to step into the black hole, Zhang Yi called out, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian came to halt and turned to look at Zhang Yi skeptically. What is it? He did not know why Zhang Yi had called out to him. We might not end up in the same spot after entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Zhang Yi replied, so we should find a place to rendezvous, right? He was not worried that Duan Ling Tian would not be able to find the point of entrance and exit to Yanhuang realm. With Duan Ling Tian's power, he could easily find someone to lead him there. Right, I forgot about that. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How about this? We'll meet up at the point of entrance and exit of Yanhuang realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Anyone who arrives first will wait for the other person there. What do you think? All right, Zhang Yi nodded. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian disappeared in just a blink of an eye into the black hole. Zhang Yi saw a ripple in Duan Ling Tian's wake after Duan Ling Tian had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It seems like he's in a rush. Although Zhang Yi did not know why Duan Ling Tian was in such a rush, he followed suit anyway. Duan Ling Tian was in a rush before he did not know when he would ascend to a Devata realm. It was beyond his control when he would have to ascend. He would have to wait for the celestial ascension force to come before he could ascend to a Devata realm and become a celestial. He had no way of getting any stronger in the Saint Province realm, and he was in a rush to get stronger due to Yun Qingyan. Duan Ling Tian thought he might be able to find new ways to raise his strength in a large mundane realm like Yanhuang realm. Moreover, he could also find a way to return to Earth where he was from in his past life. If it was not because of Earth, he might not have necessarily chosen to go to Yanhuang realm. After all, there were another 3 large mundane realms. Those 3 mundane realms were not inferior to Yanhuang realm. The devil clans, including their 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, will definitely be terrified of Ka's power after she killed the clan leader of the dragon clan who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Under these circumstances, even if they don't return to the land of exile, they still wouldn't dare to act recklessly unless they find that she's no longer in the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian had thought about this before leaving the Saint Province realm. The Saint Province realm was his home in this life, therefore, he did not want it to be plunged into chaos. He did not deal with the devil clans first due to the existence of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. He would not be able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial without Ka. He could only hope Ka demonstration of strength in the dragon clan would serve as a deterrent to the devil clans. Indeed, many powerhouses had heard about the incident in the dragon clan. For this reason, they issued an order to the lesser devils in the clans to not act recklessly or slaughter humans in the Saint Province realm. For a while, the Saint Province realm's peace was temporarily restored with devils and humans living in harmony. However, this was only the calm before the storm, since it was only a temporary solution. Once the devil clans found out Ka was not around, they would certainly continue their effort to conquer the Saint Province realm. Chapter 2503 The Woman in Black. Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. Duan Ling Tian had finally returned to the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone, but he had lost all his initial excitement. He was certainly not in the mood to search for treasure vaults that contained celestial supreme treasures. He continued his journey, looking for people from Yanhuang realm. Since he had been separated from Zhongyi after entering the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone, he needed to find someone from Yanhuang realm to lead him to the point of entrance and exit. Since he was not from Yanhuang realm, he could not detect the point of entrance and exit of Yanhuang realm. Skyline realm, Vast Cloud realm, Moro realm. Half a month had passed, and Duan Ling Tian had run into people from the other 3 large mundane realms, but he had yet to meet anyone from Yanhuang realm. At this time, he had begun to feel anxious. It's been half a month now. Zhang Yi has probably arrived at the point of entrance and exit to Yanhuang realm, right? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself anxiously. Since Zhang Yi was from Yanhuang realm, he would be able to sense the point of entrance and exit to Yanhuang realm. As soon as he entered the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone, he had probably begun to make his way there. Therefore, it was not a stretch to think he had already arrived. Duan Ling Tian, who was growing increasingly anxious, continued to search for people. I think there are people there. A surge of hope rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart, and he made his way to a canyon where a loud ruckus could be heard. The sound grew louder and louder as he approached the canyon. When he finally arrived, he saw a group of people surrounding one person. The person who was surrounded was a woman dressed in black from head to toe. Even her face was covered with a black cloth. She was dressed like an assassin in the dramas that Duan Ling Tian had watched in his past life. He could tell she was a woman due to her outfit that clung to her figure. Although the outfit was not extremely tight, it still showed off her good figure. It was an extremely seductive figure. Hand over the celestial supreme treasure or die, one of the people surrounding the woman said threateningly. His words were laden with killing intent. It seemed as though they would kill her as soon as she showed any signs of objecting. An untidy young man said to black-clad woman, "Why don't you remove the black cloth covering your face? If you're pretty enough and you surrender the celestial supreme treasure to me, I might even take you in as my concubine." The woman's eyes, the only thing that her get-up did not cover, flashed with disdain as she said in a melodious voice, "Didn't we agree that it's first come, first serve before we enter the heaven-rank treasure vault? Why did all of you go back on your words once I obtained the celestial supreme treasure?" A woman standing across the black-clad woman scoffed. Most of the people there had a disdainful expression on their faces. Only a few people wore a guilty expression on their faces. Was there anyone who did not want a celestial supreme treasure? Perhaps, they agreed that finders would be keepers. However, that was before a celestial supreme treasure had shown up. Now that a celestial supreme treasure was at stake, everyone's words had flown out of the window. She seems quite confident. Duan Ling Tian, who had just arrived, thought to himself. He could clearly sense that the black-clad woman was not frightened despite being surrounded by so many people. She seemed calm. It was clear to him that she was confident. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's arrival had drawn everyone's eyes, including the black-clad woman. However, they only spared him a glance before turning back to look at the black-clad woman. On the other hand, the black-clad woman stared at the people surrounding her icily. She knew they were about to attack. Just as a fight was about to break out, Duan Ling Tian spoke up, "Hello, everyone. Is there anyone from Yanhuang realm here?" The group of people turned to look at Duan Ling Tian again when he spoke. However, none of them replied to him. They assumed he was just another man who had entered the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. He was probably less than 100 years old and was an eminent celestial like them. They could not be bothered with someone like him. After all, he was no threat to them. So what if he was angry because they ignored him? There were at least 3 eminent celestials in their group. What could one eminent celestial do against so many people? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by their cold treatment. He closely observed their expressions when he spoke, and he managed to determine, based on their expressions, that one of them was from Yanhuang realm. His eyes would not deceive him. As Duan Ling Tian stared at the person from Yanhuang realm, the group of people began to cry out one after another. Kill her! Kill her! Take the celestial supreme treasure away! Various attacks flew toward the black-clad woman, causing her to look like a cornered beast. However, she only scoffed. Her eyes glinted disdainfully as she lifted her hand. A dagger instantly appeared in her hand. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian determined that the dagger was a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian watched as the seemingly trapped black-clad woman wielded her dagger. As though she had divine help, she easily defended against the attacks that were lobbed at her. After a while, energy simmered on the surface of her body before she finally released it. No, the expressions of the three eminent celestials changed drastically as soon as the black-clad woman released the energy. Since they were eminent celestials, they were definitely more sensitive to danger compared to everyone else. They realized belatedly that the black-clad woman might be an eminent celestial like them, but her strength was definitely greater than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Her power has risen to such a level after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. This means, prior to obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, her strength was on par with a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Among the three eminent celestials who surrounded the black-clad woman, two of them had strength on par with a three-tribulations bodiless celestial. As soon as the black-clad woman retaliated, they felt the danger and the urge to retreat. They looked at the black-clad woman with eyes that were filled with envy and jealousy and a hint of fear. After all, if they possessed the celestial supreme treasure, their strength would not be inferior to hers. She concealed her strength. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he watched from afar. At this moment, a stronger attack shot toward the black-clad woman. She quickly wielded her dagger with movements as fast as bolts of lightning. Flashes of light that looked divine could be seen as she deflected the attacks. A series of explosions rang in the air like a thunderstorm as the black-clad woman released an explosive energy, effectively nullifying the attacks from the group of people with the dagger. At this moment, the group of people's expressions, including three eminent celestials, changed drastically when they saw the woman easily deflecting their attacks. This is bad, we've underestimated her. Her power is at least on par with a five-tribulation bodiless celestial. These people truly did not expect the black-clad woman to conceal her power. If they had known she was as strong as a four-tribulations bodiless celestials prior to obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, they would not have the courage to covet the celestial supreme treasure in her possession even if they had 100 doses of liquid courage. Run! The three eminent celestials decided to flee as soon as they realized the black-clad woman was stronger than them. However, could they escape? In just a blink of an eye, the black-clad woman killed all three eminent celestials and the people who had surrounded her earlier before they could even react. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and the black-clad woman were the only ones left in the vast canyon. Duan Ling Tian looked at the black-clad woman as he asked slowly, "Are you from Yanhuang realm?" Chapter 2504 The Assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. The black-clad woman looked at Duan Ling Tian warily and asked, "Do you want my celestial supreme treasure as well?" Duan Ling Tian could only see the black-clad woman's eyes and long hair that fell like a waterfall on her back. He was already anxious for failing to find anyone from Yanhuang realm after so long, so he became impatient when he heard the woman's words and her refusal to answer his question. He said snappily, "If I wanted your celestial supreme treasure, do I have to wait until this moment?" A vast energy surged out of his body as soon as he finished speaking like a burst of flames, giving him an intimidating aura. At the same time, wave after wave of sword rays formed and shrouded his body. The piercing sound of swords whistled in the air as sword rays gathered around Duan Ling Tian before they finally rose above his head. This was his sword formation. It emitted a formidable aura as it hovered above his head, encompassing a large area in his surroundings. The black-clad woman's expression changed drastically when she felt the mysterious aura. Naturally, her expression was hidden underneath the black cloth. However, the hint of shock in her eyes could not be concealed at all. It was obvious that she longer had her composure from before. While she was in a state of shock, the black-clad woman's dagger injured her hand before it flew out of her grasp as though it was being summoned by something. She could only watch as the dagger flew to the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head. The black-clad woman was thoroughly shocked. Duan Ling Tian had taken the dagger into his hand. He waited before flipping it around. As he held the dagger in his hand, he stared at the black-clad woman and asked indifferently, "Now, do you still think I covet your celestial supreme treasure?" You're Duan Ling Tian." The black-clad woman, once again, failed to answer Duan Ling Tian's question. Her eyes revealed her shock. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. "You know me, are you really Duan Ling Tian?" The black-clad woman gasped when she heard Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. "Is it true that you killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muoro realm despite being an eminent celestial? Also, are you really as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial?" "Why would I lie?" Based on the black-clad woman's words, Duan Ling Tian knew she must have heard of his deeds in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. "So it's you." The black-clad woman sighed in relief. The fear in her eyes had disappeared, and it was replaced by curiosity as she gazed at Duan Ling Tian. If the man standing before her was Duan Ling Tian, there was no doubt he would not covet her celestial supreme treasure. After all, if he had wanted it, he could easily kill her. There was no need for him to waste words with her. "When I asked if any of you were from Yanhuang realm, I could tell, based on the look in your eyes, that you're from Yanhuang realm. Am I right?" Duan Ling Tian asked. He had noticed a change in the black-clad woman's eyes when he had asked that question earlier. "Yes." The black-clad woman finally answered Duan Ling Tian's question. She had avoided answering his question earlier and asked him if he coveted her celestial supreme treasure. As a result, he had taken her celestial supreme treasure as a show of power. Now that she had given him an answer, her eyes darted toward the dagger he held in his hand. She had obtained the dagger from a heaven-rank treasure vault. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the black-clad woman's reply. He quickly asked as he weighed the dagger in his hand, "Do you want me to return this celestial supreme treasure to you?" The black-clad woman's eyes brightened upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. "You'll return it to me." When he had taken the dagger away, she was prepared for the eventuality of losing the dagger. Unexpectedly, it seemed like he intended to return it to her. If he was willing to return it, she, naturally, wanted it. It was a celestial supreme treasure after all. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush and stated his condition immediately. "As long as you take me to the point of entrance of exit to Yanhuang realm, I'll return this celestial supreme treasure to you." It was not easy for Duan Ling Tian to find someone from Yanhuang realm. Therefore, he was determined to seize this chance. He was willing to use every means available to him to get the black-clad woman to show him the way to the point of entrance and exit to Yanhuang realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. "You want to go to Yanhuang realm?" The black-clad woman, naturally, understood Duan Ling Tian's intention. She finally knew why he had asked her and the group of people if they were from Yanhuang realm. "Don't you have a companion from the Celestial Master sect? Why didn't you ask him to lead you there?" The black-clad woman asked skeptically. She was familiar with Duan Ling Tian's feats in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Not only did she hear about his strength that was on par with 9 tribulations bodiless celestials and how he had killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm, but she had also heard that one of his companions was from the Celestial Master's sect in Yanhuang realm. "You even heard about this?" Duan Ling Tian could not hide his surprise. "I brought him with me to the Saint Province realm. However, we were separated when we entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone again." "I see." The black-clad woman nodded. Her eyes darted around as a cunning light flashed in her eyes. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He did not miss the cunning glint in the black-clad woman's eyes. He vaguely felt an ominous feeling rising in his heart. The black-clad woman said, "I don't have a problem with leading you to the point of entrance and exit to Yanhuang realm. However, before that, you'll have to help me pass the challenges in the heaven-ranked treasure vaults. I want the divine abilities from the Devata realms. I have no interest in the minor inheritance in the heaven-ranked treasure vaults, so you don't have to help me with that. Don't try to take advantage of the situation." Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. "I'm already being generous by returning you the celestial supreme treasure. How dare you demand I help you to obtain the divine abilities in the heaven-ranked treasure vaults? I'm not taking advantage of the situation." The cunning light in the black-clad woman's eyes grew brighter. "After all, it's not difficult for you to help me pass the challenges, right?" Indeed, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to pass all the challenges in a heaven-ranked treasure vault. However, he did not want to waste too much time in here. After all, It would take some time for one to memorize and comprehend divine abilities. He said irritably, my patience has its limit. If you won't do it, I'll just find someone else. You're welcome to do that. It's not like I can't pass the challenges. I just need more time, the black-clad woman said indifferently, putting Duan Lingtian in a tough spot. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Duan Lingtian glared at the black-clad woman. His eyes were cold as he stared at her. Would you do it? The black-clad woman retorted as she stared at Duan Lingtian. The cunning light in her eyes did not disappear at all. Duan Lingtian scoffed, but in the end, he decided to compromise. After all, it was difficult for him to encounter someone from Yanhuang realm. Who knew when he would find another person from Yanhuang realm if he let her go? The black-clad woman looked extremely pleased with herself when Duan Lingtian agreed to her request. It took him 3 days and 3 nights to help her pass the challenges. In fact, he could have done it faster, but he was restricted by the rules in the heaven-rank treasure vault. Assist-type divine ability. The divine ability in the heaven-rank treasure vault soon appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was an assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. It's an assist-type divine ability. The black-clad woman exclaimed excitedly. She did not waste time and began to memorize and comprehend the divine ability. If she managed to memorize and comprehend it before the time was up, she would be able to obtain it. This process was similar to the one that Duan Lingtian had previously gone through in order to obtain the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian, however, did not attempt to comprehend and memorize this assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. After all, the assist-type divine ability he had mastered, the elementary devouring tactic, was far superior in comparison. Chapter 2505 Tang Xiao Xiao from Tang Sec. An assist-type divine ability that was far inferior to the elementary devouring tactic was not something Duan Lingtian was interested in. He would not waste his time trying to memorize or comprehend it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, while she's busy memorizing and comprehending the assist-type divine ability, I might as well use this time to comprehend more of the 13 green lotus swords. The 13 green lotus swords was an incredibly powerful divine ability from a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian had only managed to comprehend parts of it, and currently, his mastery of the divine ability only gave it strength comparable to an ordinary divine ability from the Devata realms. To unleash its full potential, he had to continue comprehending it. Duan Lingtian was so immersed in his cultivation that he had forgotten the passage of time. When the black-clad woman roused him, he discovered the stone table that contained the assist-type divine ability had disappeared. He asked her, "You've obtained it?" The black-clad woman nodded. Duan Lingtian managed to glimpse a hint of joy and relief in her eyes when she spoke. The black-clad woman said, "After I memorized it, when I opened my eyes, the stone tablet had already disappeared." It seemed like she was relieved because she had barely managed to memorize the assist-type divine ability before it disappeared. Since she had obtained her objective, he asked her, "Can you bring me to the point of entrance and exit to Yanhuang realm now?" "Let's go." The black-clad woman nodded. She would lead Duan Lingtian to the point of entrance and exit to Yanhuang realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone like she had promised him. The black-clad woman was just about to leave the valley and head east when Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his hand. A wave of energy shrouded her immediately and brought her in the eastern direction, moving at lightning speed. How fast, she thought to herself. She noticed that his speed far surpassed her speed. After a few moments, to her shock, she discovered that it was not even his fastest speed. Duan Lingtian had moved by creating sword formations and leaping from one formation to another. When the black-clad woman finally regained her senses, she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. "Hold this." Soon after, he tossed her a dagger as though he was tossing out trash. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian tossing the celestial supreme treasure to her in such a cavalier manner, she grumbled under her breath, "Come one. That thing you just tossed over is a celestial supreme treasure." They passed the remainder of their journey in silence. In the end, the black-clad woman decided to break the silence. "Okay, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Tang Xiao Xiao, and I'm a disciple of Tang sect in Yanhuang realm." She revealed her name and the sect she was from immediately. The Tang sect. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Tang Xiao Xiao's words. He could not help but ask, did the Tang sect originate from planet Yanhuang? Tang Xiao Xiao nodded. Disciples from Tang sect can trace our lineages back to planet Yanhuang just like those from the Celestial Master sect. However, Our sect is slightly weaker because we don't have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's not a big deal though. The Celestial Masters sect wouldn't dare to simply provoke us. They can try to destroy our sect, but, as long as even one of us lives, they'll never have a day of peace. Her eyes shone with pride as she spoke about her sect. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, is it true that Tang's sect is proficient in using concealed weapons? He had already heard of Tang's sect during his past life on Earth. He had met an old man from the sect who taught him the supreme art of knives throwing. It was thanks to that technique that he had managed to extricate himself from many precarious situations. It was especially useful when he had used up all his ammunition. If it were not for the technique taught by the old man, his body would have been riddled with holes from his enemies' bayonets. Since he discovered Tang Xiaoxiao was from Tang's sect, his impression of her improved. Previously, he had assumed Tang's sect was just an ordinary sect with a handful of techniques based on inner energy. Who knew there was nothing ordinary about the sect? The sect had lost its glory and power in the olden days, making it look underwhelming. How do you know about this? Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's question. She asked, did you hear it from your companion from the Celestial Master sect? No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He lifted his hand as energy surged out and formed a throwing knife. After that, he threw the knife forward in a rather crude form. A bewildered expression appeared on Tang Xiaoxiao's face immediately. She cried out, that's the Tang sect's concealed weapons technique. Although Duan Ling Tian's execution was very crude, it was not difficult for her to tell that the technique was from her sect. How did you learn our special concealed weapon techniques? She asked skeptically. A long time ago, I encountered a senior from your sect by chance. He was the one who taught me this, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Isn't he embarrassed for teaching you this technique when he's clearly not very skilled at it? What an embarrassment to our sect. If I were not extremely familiar with our sect's techniques, I wouldn't have been able to tell that the technique was from our sect. Tang Xiaoxiao said with a frown. It seemed like she felt this senior from her sect had done the Tang sect a great disservice. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. His previous incarnation lived in the middle of the post-techniques era. This proved the old man was extraordinary for being able to remember his sect's teachings. Moreover, it was unfair to compare the old man to Tang Xiaoxiao, who was in her prime and clearly a successor of the Tang sect. After a while, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, there it is. It's just ahead of us. Due to Duan Ling Tian's unearthly speed, it did not take long before they arrived at the point of entrance and exit to Yanhuang realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian nodded. A few moments later, Tang Xiaoxiao said, we're here. On cue, a single black dot appeared in Duan Ling Tian's vision. The closer he got, the bigger the black dot became. When they finally arrived, a huge black hole hovered in the air like the gaping maw of a hungry beast. Zhang Yi isn't here yet, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself after he scanned his surroundings. He's probably transported to a place far away from here, he concluded in the end. As it turned out, he was right. After a day and a night, Zhang Yi finally arrived. I didn't expect you to arrive first, Zhang Yi exclaimed in mild surprise when he noticed Duan Ling Tian. When he saw Tang Xiaoxiao, he asked curiously, who's this? Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were cold, and her expression was indifferent, making her seem unapproachable. She's Tang Xiaoxiao. She's also from the Yanhuang realm, Duan Ling Tian replied. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Zhang Yi cried out, Tang Xiaoxiao. His expression was one of shock as his eyes darted back to Tang Xiaoxiao. You're the strongest among the younger generation in Tang sect. You're right. Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to enjoy Zhang Yi's shock. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with a pride-filled gaze. Her eyes seemed to tell Duan Ling Tian that, yes, she was quite an important person in Tang sect. The strongest among the younger generation in Tang sect. Duan Ling Tian echoed Zhang Yi's words, mildly taken aback as well. He knew she was quite strong but did not expect her to be the strongest among the younger generation in her sect. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian was prepared to depart to Yanhuang realm with Zhang Yi. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian and his companions appeared in front of the black hole in Yanhuang realm. We're back, Zhang Yi exclaimed with a smile. However, soon after, a thunderous bellow rang in the air. Zhang Yi, Chapter 2506. Zhang Chu He, the left guardian of Celestial Master sect. The thunderous voice caught Zhang Yi by surprise as an expression of trepidation appeared on his face immediately. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao instantly turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a figure flashing in and out in the distance. As the figure approached them, they finally saw it was an old man. Duan Lingtian thought the old man looked familiar. Duan Lingtian studied the old man as he thought to himself, have I met him before? Apart from that, he discovered that the old man's eyes were trained on him even though he had called out Zhang Yi's name. Flames of fury and killing intent burned in the old man's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he relished the thought of killing him slowly and painfully. It seems like he really hates me. The persistent feeling that he had met this old man stayed with him even though he could not recall when he had met this old man. Duan Lingtian was still wondering about the old man's apparent enmity and familiarity when he heard Zhang Yi cried out in fear, the left guardian. The left guardian. Realization finally dawned on Duan Lingtian. He must be Zhang Chuhe, the left guardian of Celestial Master's sect. No wonder he looks familiar. He's Zhang Yunfei's grandfather. After Duan Lingtian killed Zhang Yunfei, a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect, in a heaven-ranked treasure vault left by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Zhang Yi had told him about Zhang Yunfei's grandfather. Zhang Yi told him that Zhang Chuhe was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial whose power could rival the other 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in the sect. Zhang Chuhe's strength was only second to the strongest person in Celestial Master's sect, the Free Cloud Sage who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After confirming the old man's identity, Duan Lingtian looked at him scornfully. He did not fear Zhang Chuhe at all. It was only natural since his strength was currently comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Why would he fear a mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Zhang Yi, you colluded with an outsider to murder your sect member. Today, I'll act in accordance with our sect laws and execute you. Zhang Chuhe closed the distance between them in just a blink of an eye. He glared at Zhang Yi balefully as energy-like tidal waves rolled off his body. At this moment, he seemed like the Grim Reaper about to reap Zhang Yi's life with his scythe. Zhang Yi paled instantly. Zhang Chuhe's speed looked deceptively slow, but he discovered that he had been bound to his spot by an unseen force. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not free himself at all. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Chuhe had bound Zhang Yi, he scoffed loudly before he called out, elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, his strength had risen by 2 levels. Sword formation. A celestial sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand before it began to spin around him. Millions of sword rays gathered above his head and formed a sword formation. This was the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation. This attack was undoubtedly stronger than the Body Sword Fusion. Release. Duan Lingtian cried out as his eyes glinted coldly. The sword formation above his head began to spin like a hurricane. A series of explosions sounded in the air. Terrifying long cracks began to appear in the void around Zhang Yi, looking like black pythons. This scene was more than enough to send chills running up one's spine. What is? Zhang Chuhe, who was lunging toward Zhang Yi to kill him, could not evade Duan Lingtian's sudden attack. The technique he had used to bound Zhang Yi backfired, causing him to come to a halt before throwing up blood. Since he did not use all his strength to cast the technique to bind Zhang Yi, it caused a backlash when he was attacked. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's attack was comparable to the full strength of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since he was holding back his strength, he, naturally, could not bear the brunt of the attack with the full strength of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could you possibly be this strong? Zhang Chuhe looked at Duan Lingtian in fear and disbelief as he wiped the blood that had trickled out of his mouth. The purple-clad young man had killed his grandson, and he had planned to seek revenge from him today. He had been waiting out here for a long time for Zhang Yi's return. He had planned to torture Zhang Yi for the purple-clad young man's location. He was pleasantly surprised earlier when he saw the purple-clad young man had come to Yanhuang realm with Zhang Yi. There was no need for him to search for the purple-clad young man. For that reason, Zhang Chuhe planned to kill Zhang Yi first before killing the purple-clad young man. However, he did not expect the purple-clad young man would be so strong. Based on the purple-clad young man's attack, he was not sure if he could defeat him even if he unleashed all his strength. Are you surprised? Duan Lingtian asked coldly as he studied Zhang Chuhe's expression. You're just an eminent celestial. Zhang Yi exclaimed in disbelief. After a while, a knowing expression appeared on his face. You don't tell me you obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian sneered. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Chuhi was greatly infuriated at being treated in such a demeaning manner by an eminent celestial. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength was not inferior to his, he could not help but feel angry. You arrogant brat, arrogant. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes at Zhang Chuhi's words. A cold light flashed in his eyes. You obstructed our path first. Who do you think is arrogant? Zhang Chuhi scoffed. I have no interest in you. My problem lies with Zhang Yi. He colluded with an outsider to murder his own sect member. I'm here to deliver punishment on behalf of the Celestial Master sect. Do not interfere. Duan Ling Tian laughed uproariously when he heard Zhang Chuhi's words as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing about? Flames of fury burned in Zhang Chuhi's eyes as though they were capable of burning everything in his sight. I find it hilarious that even though you know I killed your grandson, you don't have the courage to say it out loud. Are you trying to stall for time and wait for reinforcements so you can gang up on me later? Duan Ling Tian had seen Zhang Chuhi subtly sending a signal earlier. He was certain Zhang Chuhi knew he was no weaker than an 8th tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Chuhi was not confident he would be able to defeat him, so he had requested for reinforcement. Don't make me laugh. Why would I need help to deal with someone like you? Zhang Chuhi flew into a rage out of humiliation since his plan had been exposed. He would not admit to it. Oh, is that so? Duan Ling Tian smiled. It was deceptively friendly. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the shadow of contempt hidden in his smile. He said dismissively, well, since you're so eager for revenge, I'll give you a chance and wait for your reinforcement to arrive. However, let me warn you that there's a limit to my patience. I'll wait for 15 minutes. If your reinforcement doesn't arrive by then, don't blame me for not holding back. His gaze caused Zhang Chuhi's blood to run cold. Impudent. Zhang Chuhi's expression turned unsightly. He had assumed Duan Ling Tian's strength was only comparable to an 8th tribulation bodiless celestial. He might have a hard time defeating Duan Ling Tian, but the same could be said for Duan Ling Tian as well. It would not be easy for Duan Ling Tian to defeat him as well, so why was Duan Ling Tian behaving so arrogantly? Did this brat treat him like an ant? Left guardian, Zhang Yi said anxiously. Zhang Yunfei died because he coveted my friend's celestial supreme treasure. If he were not greedy, my friend wouldn't have killed him. More importantly, did you summon the right guardian as well? He continued to say in a grave tone, please reconsider your decision. It's fine if you want to throw your life away, but please don't involve the right guardian. What did you say? Zhang Yi's words further fanned Zhang Chuhi's flames of fury. He said disdainfully, are you implying that even with the help of the right guardian, I still won't be able to deal with this stupid brat? Preposterous. Do you think he's like Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Chapter 2507. A good show. Left guardian, Duan Ling Tian killed Wu Shao, the strongest 8th tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm. His strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi said solemnly, let alone the right guardian, even our patriarch, the free cloud sage, wouldn't be able to defeat him. He knew Duan Ling Tian's strength very well. He had divulged this information to Zhang Chuhi so that Zhang Chuhi would not drag the Celestial Master's sect down a destructive path just because of his personal grudge with Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Chuhi would only cause the downfall of the sect if he persisted. The Celestial Master's sect was a large and influential force in Yanhuang realm. In comparison, Duan Ling Tian was just a lone wolf with no attachments. If both sides were to fight, the Celestial Master's sect had much more to lose. As a disciple of the sect, Zhang Yi, naturally, did not wish for the sect to be destroyed. For this reason, he had spoken up to Zhang Chuhi. Zhang Chuhi said, Duan Ling Tian. So he's the one who killed a 7 tribulation bodiless as soon as they encountered each other. He had heard of Duan Ling Tian killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial while he waited here. He also heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Rumor had it that Duan Ling Tian had succeeded in killing that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with celestial supreme treasure due to the technique he had mastered that enabled him to snatch all weapons, including celestial supreme treasures, from his opponents. This was the extent of Zhang Chuhi's knowledge about Duan Ling Tian. He was unaware of what had happened near the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, he did not take Zhang Yi's warning seriously. Instead, he thought Zhang Yi was exaggerating Duan Lingtian's strength to intimidate him. If he was cowed by Zhang Yi's words, would it not give Zhang Yi a chance to avoid punishment? Moreover, if Zhang Yi was telling the truth, why did Duan Lingtian not kill him the moment he attacked? Why did Duan Lingtian bother wasting words with him? Unbeknownst to Zhang Chuhe, Zhang Yi was the only reason Duan Lingtian did not deal with him harshly as he normally would. Just as 15 minutes were about to pass, a booming voice that sounded like the tolling of a giant bell rang in the distance. "Guardian Chuhe, what troubles you that you had to summon me?" Soon after, a short and stout old man with a surprisingly muscular body appeared in everyone's sight. He looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically before a hint of surprise appeared on his face when he saw Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sighed softly when he saw this old man. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "This person is Shi Zhang, the right guardian of Celestial Master Sect. If it's possible, can you please show him some mercy? He's my master's benefactor." It was clear he wished to protect the right guardian. "Don't worry," Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission as he looked at Zhang Yi reassuringly. "Apart from Zhang Chuhe, I won't fatally injure other members of the Celestial Master Sect. I know how much you yearn to stay in the sect." Zhang Yi said with a sigh, "Well, it's where I came from after all." Zhang Chuhe said in a thunderous voice, "Guardian Shi Zhang, Zhang Yi had colluded with an outsider to kill a sect member. He killed my grandson, Zhang Yunfei. He should be executed." As soon as Zhang Chuhe finished speaking, the right guardian's expression darkened immediately. His eyes seemed to bore through Zhang Yi as he asked, "Is Guardian Chuhe telling the truth, Zhang Yi? Did you collude with an outsider and kill Zhang Yunfei?" Zhang Yi's master might be one of Shi Zhang's favorite disciples, but Zhang Yunfei was an important person among the younger generation. He was second only to his older twin brother, Zhang Yuntang. The Celestial Master Sect, naturally, valued talented youths. For this reason, Shi Zhang was angry when he heard Zhang Yi might have worked with an outsider to kill a promising youth in the sect. "Right guardian, Zhang Yi began to explain himself. However, Zhang Chuhe quickly interrupted Zhang Yi. He scoffed as he said, "What kind of excuses are you going to come up with? I personally witnessed the entire incident through the mirror image formation. How can you still deny it?" After a moment, he said fiercely, "Today, I'll kill the man responsible for my grandson's death, and then, I'll kill you as well." He flew across the sky in an arc toward Duan Lingtian like a brilliant rainbow. It was clear that this time around, he no longer held back any of his strength. After all, his opponent was as strong as him. "You're overestimating yourself." Faced with Zhang Chuhe's impending attack, Duan Lingtian only blinked before he pushed his hands forward. The sword formation hovering above Duan Lingtian reacted to his movement. As though it possessed a mind of its own, it flew toward the seemingly imposing Zhang Chuhe. Zhang Chuhe knew Duan Lingtian's sword formation was powerful enough to rival the full strength of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, so he braced himself and drew all his power to directly collide with Duan Lingtian's attack. The sound of something being torn rang near Zhang Chuhe. As he charged toward Duan Lingtian's sword formation, tears began to appear in the void around him like spiderwebs. "How strong!" Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, looked on with excitement. She had heard of Duan Lingtian's strength through word of mouth but had yet to witness it personally. She was excited to see the result of this battle. As soon as Zhang Chuhe collided with the sword formation, he was sent flying, throwing up blood. He looked extremely wretched at his moment. It was clear his strength was lacking compared to Duan Lingtian. Shi Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. He studied Duan Lingtian again in earnest. When he had arrived earlier, he had discovered Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial through his divine consciousness. How could he not feel shocked when Duan Lingtian managed to defeat the left guardian of Celestial Master's sect despite only being an eminent celestial? Although Duan Lingtian had only narrowly defeated Zhang Chuhe, it was still a victory nonetheless. A hint of trepidation rose in his heart. However, he was not entirely frightened. After all, based on the strength Duan Lingtian had demonstrated, if he joined forces with Zhang Chuhe, they would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. No wonder Zhang Chuhe summoned me. This one's a beast. When he regained his senses, he asked calmly, "Are you the man who inherited the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?" Which force are you from? Zhang Chuhe, who had somewhat recovered from his injury, spoke up at this moment. Guardian Shi Zhang, he's not from Yanhuang realm. He's from a small mundane realm called the Saint Province realm. Anyway, what's important is there's a celestial sword in his sword formation. A celestial sword? Shi Zhang immediately turned his attention to the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, there was a celestial sword. His gaze turned heated instantly. Is everyone in the Celestial Masters sect so long-winded? Duan Ling Tian said flippantly as he looked at Zhang Chuhe and Shi Zhang. For Zhang Yi's sake, he had decided to let Shi Zhang join the fight. However, enough was enough. His patience had been stretched to its limit, and he no longer wanted to waste any more time. Impudent. Duan Ling Tian's words shocked Zhang Chuhe and caused Shi Zhang's expression to darken. Shi Zhang thought Duan Ling Tian was outrageously arrogant. Zhang Chuhe sneered and lunged at Duan Ling Tian again like a cockroach that refused to die. Duan Ling Tian disregarded Zhang Chuhe and said to Shi Zhang calmly, Shi Zhang, you're the right guardian of Celestial Masters sect, right? I've been waiting for you so you can watch a good show. Now that you're here, let the show begin. A good show? Shi Zhang was bewildered. He was about to join in the fight, but Duan Ling Tian's words caused him to stop moving. Soon after, he witnessed a scene he would never be able to forget in his life. Duan Ling Tian had just finished speaking when the sword formation above his head flew out again. However, this time there were 6 sword formations. As they flew out, they began to merge into one, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. He had cast his divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, as well. He did not hold back his strength at all. This aura, Shi Zhang muttered to himself when he felt Duan Ling Tian's aura. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuhe was already panicking. No, this is impossible. Impasse. He had unleashed all his strength, and yet, this sword formation easily defeated him. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Shi Zhang exclaimed inwardly as his eyes widened in fear. It's possible that Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, was as strong as this young man before he ascended. Chapter 2508 Parting. Zhang Chuhe, the left guardian of Celestial Masters sect and an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, died with just a single strike from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was like a different person compared to before. He was clearly several times stronger than Zhang Chuhe. Based on this, Shi Jing, the right guardian, discovered that Duan Ling Tian had been holding back his strength during the previous skirmishes. Through this attack that killed Zhang Chuhe so easily, it could be seen that Duan Ling Tian finally revealed his strength. This purple-clad young man is just like Feng Qingyang. Shi Zhang felt shivers running up his spine when he thought of this. A wave of relief overcame him when he recalled he did not rush to join Zhang Chuhe earlier. Otherwise, Zhang Chuhe would not be the only one to die today. Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had just revealed and how he killed Zhang Chuhe as though he was only killing a chicken, he knew very well that even if he were to join forces with Zhang Chuhe, they still would not be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Shi Zhang continued thinking to himself, in the Celestial Masters sect, I'm afraid only the Free Cloud Sage is a match for him. His expression was tense, and he had instinctively balled his sweaty palms up. This was because he discovered the purple-clad young man who just effortlessly killed Zhang Chuhe was staring at him in cold indifference. Although he did not detect any killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he still could not help but shiver in fear. He knew if Duan Ling Tian so wished, Duan Ling Tian could kill him in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shi Zhang with a piercing gaze as he said nonchalantly, Guardian Shi Zhang, right? My name's Duan Ling Tian, and I'm from the Saint Province realm. I met Zhang Yi and befriended him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yunfei from your Celestial Masters sect coveted my celestial supreme treasure and died as a result of his greed. His death has nothing to do with Zhang Yi. However, I don't feel any guilt at all for killing Zhang Yunfei or Zhang Chuhe. If the Celestial Masters sect takes offense at this, then, please come at me. I'll wait for you. However, if the sect decides to hold this against Zhang Yi and unjustly blame him for this, I won't hesitate to pay the sect a visit. Shi Zhang gulped when he heard Duan Ling Tian's threats. He had seen Duan Ling Tian's strength, so he had no doubt that chaos would descend on the Celestial Masters sect should Duan Ling Tian decide to pay them a visit. After all, even the strongest person in the sect had strength comparable to Duan Ling Tian. Most importantly, the strongest person in the sect could not possibly protect every single person in the sect. On a side note, not only did I help Zhang Yi obtain a celestial supreme treasure, but I also helped him obtain an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. If your sect decides to nurture him and let him master your sect's assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm and celestial techniques, I can guarantee that Zhang Yi would reach greater heights than Zhang Yunfei ever could. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian decided to play the roles of both a good cop and a bad cop. First, he had openly threatened the Celestial Master's sect. Then, he seemed to reveal a way for the sect to nurture their talent by encouraging them to pay more attention to Zhang Yi. Celestial Supreme Treasure, an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. Shi Zhang inhaled sharply when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He turned to look at Zhang Yi for confirmation. Zhang Yi nodded in assent. Apart from that, I'm also an acquaintance of older brother Zan Yuanji from the Yellow Thirk Mansion. I heard older brother mention he's a good friend of the Free Cloud Sage. Please convey my message to the sage that if there's a chance, I would like to have a word with him as well, Duan Ling Tian said as he stared at Shi Zhang. After that, he turned to Zhang Yi and said candidly, "This is the most I can do for you, Zhang Yi." "It's more than enough," Zhang Yi replied hurriedly. His gratitude was apparent on his face. Duan Ling Tian's words were enough to ensure that no harm would come to him once he returned to the Celestial Master's sect. In fact, even before Duan Ling Tian had spoken up for him, he had already felt relieved when Zhang Chuhe died. After all, Zhang Chuhe was the main reason he was afraid of returning to the sect. With Zhang Chuhe's death and Duan Ling Tian's words, he was certain his life in the sect would improve. Zan Yuanji, Shi Zhang was stunned when he heard this name. An expression of awe appeared on his face as he asked, "Why, you're acquainted with Senior Zan Yuanji?" Zan Yuanji from the Yellow Thirk Mansion was one half of the mansion's 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. More importantly, Shi Zhang knew Zan Yuanji was good friends with the Patriarch of Celestial Master Sect. This was common knowledge. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He lifted his hand and revealed a purple and golden order token. When he sent his energy into the order token, a ray of purple light shot toward the north. He raised an eyebrow. Yellow Thirk Mansion is in the north. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of visiting the Yellow Thirk Mansion at the moment. Moreover, he doubted Zan Yuanji had returned from the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He made up his mind to visit Yellow Thirk Mansion if he had enough time left after visiting Earth. Since he was finally in Yanhuang realm, his first thought was, naturally, to return to his home in his past life. Going back to Earth had become a slight obsession to Duan Ling Tian. He supposed it was better if he did not know he could return to Earth if he wanted to. He had never obsessed over his past life previously. However, now that he knew it was possible to return, he could not help thinking about how he was betrayed by his manager, causing him to seethe in anger. He could not seem to let go of the fact that he had died in his last life due to his manager's betrayal. If I see him, I should ask him why he betrayed me back then. Duan Ling Tian had considered his manager as his brother and only kin in the world. He did not expect someone whom he thought of as a brother would be the cause of his death. He thought to himself, it's been a good few decades now, he must be an old man. I hope he hasn't died. Based on the time since he began his new life, he figured his manager must be in his 70s or 80s now if he had not died of old age. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself resolutely, nevertheless, I still want to return to Earth even if it's just a while for me to have a look around. As Duan Ling Tian fiddled with the order token, Shi Zhang's eyes widened when he saw the order token. Is that the Yellow Thirk Mansion's violet gold token? The violet gold token was not any run-of-the-mill order token based on Shi Zhang's knowledge. Only elders who had ascended to Devata realms possessed it. The number of people who possessed this order token could be counted on one hand. All of them, without any exception, were elites in Yanhuang realm. Members of the Yellow Thirk Mansion recognized outsiders in possession of the violet gold token as friends. Whoever made an enemy of those people would automatically become an enemy of Yellow Thirk Mansion as well. They were also viewed as being on equal status with the Mansion Master of Yellow Thirk Mansion. Ah, I almost forgot. He might only be an eminent celestial, but his prowess is not inferior to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's not surprising that someone so powerful possesses the violet gold token. Zhang Yi, before I ascend to a Devata realm, if I have the time, I'll visit you in the Celestial Master sect. If I don't, well, We can also meet in the Devata realms, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Although he had very few friends, all of them meant a lot to him. All right, Zhang Yi replied with a nod. To him, Duan Ling Tian was not only a friend, but he was also his benefactor. He wanted to tell Duan Ling Tian he did not yearn to return to the Celestial Master sect. In fact, he wanted to follow Duan Ling Tian until Duan Ling Tian ascended to a Devata realm. However, he did not voice this out. After all, with his current strength, he felt he would only be a burden if he followed Duan Ling Tian. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian beckoned to Tang Xiao. The two left immediately, vanishing into thin air before Zhang Yi and Shizong's eyes. Shizong only averted his gaze after Duan Ling Tian's figure had disappeared. He turned to Zhang Yi and exclaimed, "You've made an impressive friend, Zhang Yi." "I know," Zhang Yi replied with a nod. It could be seen in his eyes that he was reluctant to part with Duan Ling Tian. He knew very well that after this parting, if Duan Ling Tian had no time to visit the Celestial Master sect, it would be difficult for them to meet again. After all, not to mention that there were 81 Devata realms, each realm was almost boundless. Zhang Yi, Shizong could not help but ask, Duan Ling Tian obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time around, right? He was quite certain the reason an eminent celestial had strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was due to the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, but he just wanted to confirm it again. There was nobody better to ask for confirmation than Zhang Yi. No, to Shizong's surprise, Zhang Yi shook his head. Duan Ling Tian didn't obtain the inheritance. The one who obtained it is his friend. Chapter 2509 Planet Shu Tang. Duan Ling Tian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Shizong exclaimed in shock when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He was certain in his belief that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would not be so strong. He muttered to himself after recovering from the shock, to be this powerful even without the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Is he even human? Zhang Yi explained. Duan Ling Tian might not have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, but he's closely connected to the last person who obtained the inheritance in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. No wonder, Shizong exclaimed, this would explain it. However, I didn't think that one would be able to pass on the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial to another person. After a pause, his eyes brightened as he said, then, this means the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial this time around can also teach it to someone else if he's willing. Didn't you mention he's Duan Ling Tian's friend? Lord Guardian, I advise you from having any thoughts involving that person, Zhang Yi replied, well aware of Shizong's thought. That person is now with Senior Zan Yuanji of Yellow Thirk Mansion. Moreover, he has been made a guest elder of the Yellow Thirk Mansion. I assume he'll be returning to the Yellow Thirk Mansion with Senior Zan Yuanji after leaving the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Shizong said with a sigh, I can't believe Yellow Thirk Mansion is one step ahead of us. He silently dismissed his plan of convincing the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial to join their sect. Since he was with Yellow Thirk Mansion, the Celestial Master's sect would not stand a chance. Let's return, Shizong said, looking at Zhang Yi meaningfully. Who would have thought the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time would improve your life so much? From now on, as long as you work diligently, you'll definitely surpass Zhang Yun Tang soon. I can already imagine how wide your master's grin would be when he learns about this. Zhang Yi chuckled shyly, making him look timid. Meanwhile, under Tang Xiao's lead, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a transportation formation that was located near the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Is that a transportation formation? Duan Ling Tian was amazed when he saw an enormous and intricate design etched on the vast land. It was his first time seeing such a grand transportation formation. Yes, Tang Xiao replied, nodding, this is known as an interstellar transportation formation. The macro formation is divided into 81 micro formations. Come with me. With Tang Xiao in the lead, Duan Ling Tian approached one of the micro formations. It was much smaller than the macro formation, but it was still big enough to hold about 7 to 8 people. It was located next to a stone slab with an opening at the top. Place a saint stone here, and choose the galaxy you want to go to. It'll transport you to the home planet of that galaxy. Look here, This teleportation formation is linked to the home planets of 9 different galaxies. Tang Xiaoxiao began to explain as she pointed at the stone slab. Duan Ling Tian examined it and found recognizable writings engraved at the side of the slab. Cloud Haze Galaxy, Boulder Galaxy, Pathwest Galaxy. A button was located next to a galaxy. The entire contraception seemed very user-friendly. Tang Xiaoxiao brought out a huge number of saint stones and placed them in the opening on the stone slab. Now, let's bring you to the galaxy where Tang sect is. After that, she pressed the button that corresponded with the Cloud Haze Galaxy. She explained, we'll need to pass 3 transfer points before we arrive in the galaxy where Tang sect is located. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered the huge number of saint stones that had been put into the opening had been consumed by an unseen energy the moment Tang Xiaoxiao pressed the button. Shortly after that, the micro formation that both of them were standing on began to shine brightly. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian saw the bright light engulf them before everything turned dark suddenly. In just a short moment, light returned to his eyes. He discovered he was in an unfamiliar place. He was at a different interstellar transportation formation, and both he and Tang Xiaoxiao were standing in the middle of another micro formation. They traveled twice again before they finally arrived at the galaxy where Tang sect was located. This is a home planet in this galaxy where Tang sect is located. It's called Planet Shu Tang. Tang Xiaoxiao explained. Planet Shu Tang, huh? Duan Ling Tian nodded to himself. He deduced that the one who named this planet was the Grand Master of Tang sect from Earth, his old home. After all, the Tang sect was also known as the Tang clan from Shu. He asked, so, what should I do if I want to go to planet Yanhuang? At this moment, this was his greatest wish. Since planet Yanhuang doesn't have any transportation formation, the only way to get there is to travel to the galaxy closest to planet Yanhuang's galaxy. After that, you'll have to cross the stellar province physically to reach the planet, Tang Xiaoxiao replied. Duan Ling Tian had informed Tang Xiaoxiao why he had decided to come to Yanhuang realm. He had told her about his wish to go to planet Yanhuang. This was also the reason why she had brought him here, since it would make his trip much more convenient. If that's the case, please send me to the galaxy closest to planet Yanhuang. Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of excitement. His eyes were bright. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head. I wish things are that easy. Duan Ling Tian felt his heart skip a beat. He furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean? Well, it's easy to send you to planet Yanhuang's neighboring galaxy, but you'll need to ascertain the location of planet Yanhuang's galaxy first before hurrying there, right? Tang Xiaoxiao explained. Can't the natives in those planets tell me where to go? Duan Ling Tian was confused. He thought asking around for directions to planet Yanhuang or its galaxy would do. It's not simple, Tang Xiaoxiao remarked, shaking her head. From what I heard, fewer and fewer people care about that planet as time went on. Unless you can find a star chart of the stellar province around planet Yanhuang's galaxy, it'll be incredibly difficult to locate that galaxy even if you're in its neighboring galaxy. A star chart. Duan Ling Tian froze. This was the first time he had heard of such a term. After listening to Tang Xiaoxiao's explanation, Duan Ling Tian discovered the star chart was similar to a map. With it, one would be able to find the places they needed to go. Do you know how to get the star chart I need? Duan Ling Tian asked. A hint of desperation could be heard in his voice. He needed a star chart to make his way to planet Yanhuang. Going to planet Yanhuang was his main objective of coming here after all. Well, currently, the star charts depicting the stellar province around planet Yanhuang's galaxy is the rarest object in Yanhuang realm. Tang Xiaoxiao said. Duan Ling Tian's face fell. It seemed like he would be fighting an uphill battle just to find and obtain the star chart. What's with that face? Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly grinned when she saw the change in Duan Ling Tian's expression. However, since her face was hidden, he did not see her smile. I said those star charts are extremely rare, but I didn't say I don't know how to find them. You see, my ancestor has a hobby of collecting star charts. Based on my knowledge, he should have the star chart you're looking for. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Xiaoxiao, clearly miffed. You should have said so earlier. No, you were too impatient, Tang Xiaoxiao said in between chuckles. Come on, let's go to Tang sect. I'll take you to my ancestor. However, you'll have to depend on yourself to obtain the star chart. Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. He's your ancestor. Can't you just ask for it on my behalf? Oh, it's not that simple. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head. My ancestor is quite eccentric. As long as I ask for it, he'll give me anything I want, except for the star charts. He treats them like his treasure. All right, just bring me to him first. Based on Tang Xiaoxiao's words, he knew her ancestor had to be a difficult person. However, the old man's eccentricity would not stop him from meeting him. After all, his return to Earth now hinged on the old man lending him the star chart. Chapter 25:10a cover. Let's go, Tang Xiaoxiao replied as she removed the cloth that hid her face throughout the journey. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, discovered this immediately. He was taken aback by her appearance. She was extremely beautiful with her arched eyebrows, straight and tall nose, bright eyes, and cute and pink lips. She looked extremely enticing. When she smiled, her dimples became prominent, and he could not help but fall into a daze. He had seen his share of beautiful women in the past. His wives, Kei and Li Fei, and his partner, Feng Tianwu, were all peerless beauties in their own rights. However, Tang Xiaoxiao's beauty was not inferior to them. There was no need to compare them since all of them were a different kind of beauty. Everyone loved looking at beautiful things, and Duan Ling Tian was no exception to that. After a moment, he finally regained his senses. When Tang Xiaoxiao saw Duan Ling Tian had snapped out of his daze, she feigned a frown and asked teasingly, "What? Did I scare you with my ugly appearance? If you're considered ugly, then, most women would have to kill themselves," Duan Ling Tian said gently with a bitter smile. "I didn't expect you to be such a smooth talker." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly and said, "You must have a lot of women waiting for you." Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian's smile froze on his face. Then, he clenched his hands tightly as his expression darkened and killing intent surged from his body. Tang Xiaoxiao felt chills running up her spine when she saw this. She said apologetically, "Sorry, did I say something I shouldn't have said?" After seeing the change Duan Ling Tian underwent, the smile on Tang Xiaoxiao's face disappeared along with her pretty dimples as she looked at him worriedly. "It's all right." Duan Ling Tian regained his senses when he heard the anxiety laced in Tang Xiaoxiao's question. He shook his head and quickly changed his expression. When she had mentioned the women who were waiting for him, he had remembered Kei, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu, and the situation they were in. At the same time, he inadvertently thought about the culprit, Yun Qing Yan as well. When he thought about that man, he had let his killing intent out. Although Duan Ling Tian had returned to his normal behavior, Tang Xiaoxiao no longer dared to joke around. At the same time, she was curious about what had made him lose his composure. She thought to herself, "It seems like I've hit the nail on the head. He must have a lot of women waiting for him. However, why did he react in such a manner?" She was baffled. Duan Ling Tian quickly changed the topic when he noticed the lingering awkwardness. "When I first met you, you seemed unapproachable. At that time, I thought you were an icy beauty. Who knew you'd be so lively?" Lively? Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his words. She just realized, without knowing when, she had stopped putting up a facade in front of him. The only person whom she acted in this manner with was her ancestor. After all, her facade was a way for her to protect herself. Tang Xiaoxiao was still deep in her thoughts when a loud voice resounded from afar. At the same time, 3 figures could be seen heading in the direction of the interstellar transportation formation. Xiao Xiao. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 figures appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes led the group. A blue-clad middle-aged man and a green-clad old man stood behind him. It seemed like the young man was the one who had called out to Tang Xiaoxiao. Prior to their arrival, Duan Ling Tian noticed the smile on Tang Xiaoxiao's face had vanished as soon as she heard the finely dressed young man's voice. Currently, a cold expression that made her seem extremely unapproachable could be seen on her face. It was so cold that it seemed to have made the temperature in the surroundings drop by a few degrees. "Xiao Xiao, who's he?" The finely dressed young man's expression turned sour when he saw Duan Ling Tian. This was his first time seeing Tang Xiaoxiao acting so familiar with a man. Moreover, this man was someone he was not familiar with. He was obviously not from Tang sect. Even if this man was from Tang sect, he was certain the man would only be an ordinary disciple. Otherwise, he would have recognized him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered the finely dressed young man was rudely sizing him up as though he was warning him off. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, Tang Xiaoxiao moved at lightning speed and pressed herself against Duan Lingtian's side. She reached out and twined her arm around his arm, making them look really close. She stared at the finely dressed young man coldly and said, "He's my man." The moment the finely dressed young man saw Tang Xiaoxiao's intimate action toward Duan Lingtian, his expression had changed drastically. When he heard her words, his expression worsened. At the same time, a frown had involuntarily appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Was Tang Xiaoxiao using him as a cover? He was no stranger to such tricks. In his past life on Earth, to pass time, he would read novels on the internet. Through these novels, he learned that women would occasionally use a man as a cover to reject their admirers. It seemed like now he was in a situation that he had frequently read about in the past. He had frowned earlier because he did not like being used. However, his expression eased after a while, and he did not expose her lie. He asked her through voice transmission, "Is he one of your admirers?" Duan Lingtian was baffled by Tang Xiaoxiao's reply. Was he mistaken? According to her, the finely dressed young man was not her admirer. "Tang Xiaoxiao," the finely dressed young man said in a low voice, completely disregarding Duan Lingtian and treating him as though he was invisible, "Don't forget you're engaged to Brother Yu Ting. Sect leader has agreed with Brother Yu Ting's father to hold a grand celebration for your engagement as soon as you return from the Beyond Heaven secret zone." He shot her a warning look when he reached the end of his sentence. Engaged. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed dramatically. Then, she asked icily, "How come I don't even know that I'm engaged?" "Sect leader and Brother Yu Ting's father came to this decision after you entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone," the finely dressed young man said. Then, he turned to Duan Lingtian and said rudely, "Brat, do you even know the identity of the woman standing next to you? Not only is she the strongest among the younger generation in Tang sect, but she's also the fiancée of the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. If you want to live, you better keep your distance from her. Otherwise, both the Tang sect and the Heavenly Wave Mansion won't let you go." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes at the threat that the finely dressed young man made. He said nonchalantly, "Oh, it seems like you're not one of Xiaoxiao's admirers. Based on your reaction, I thought you're one of her admirers. I didn't expect you to be the dog of one of her admirers instead." Through the finely dressed young man's earlier words, he had managed to piece the puzzle together. The Heavenly Wave Mansion is a sect whose strength was comparable to the Celestial Master sect. A few years ago, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, Yang Yuting, met Tang Xiaoxiao and was entranced by her beauty. After that, he began to pursue her, but she had always been dismissive toward him. As a last resort, Yang Yuting had sought help from his father, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. For this reason, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion had asked for her hand in marriage on his son's behalf. Naturally, Tang Xiaoxiao had rejected the proposal. Moreover, her ancestor, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and supreme elder, in Tang sect had also supported her decision. However, the other 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in Tang sect, the sect leader and a supreme elder, had agreed to it. In their opinion, this marriage was beneficial to the Tang sect. Since Tang sect did not have any 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the decisions were made by the 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. For this reason, Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor had been vetoed by the other 2. As a supreme elder of Tang sect and one of the pillars of the sect, it was not appropriate for him to overturn the decision made by the other 2 just because she was his descendant and he favored her. On the other hand, the finely dressed young man was the descendant of the other supreme elder in Tang sect. Even before this, he had already had a close relationship with Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Rather than a friend, it was more accurate to say he was like Yang Yuting's minion. Chapter 25:11 Tang Xiaoxiao's condition. The finely dressed young man's nose flared in anger as though he was going to breathe out fire when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "What did you say? You dare to call me a dog? I, Tang Zhenbao, have never been humiliated in such a way in my entire life." The finely dressed young man, Tang Zhenbao, glared at Duan Lingtian balefully before he said to the men standing behind him impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Kill him now." As soon as Tang Zhenbao was done with his tirade, the middle-aged man and the old man said unison, "Yes, young master." The 2 men were about to attack when Tang Xiaoxiao, who wore a dark expression on her face, said coldly, "He's my man. If you dare attack him, I'll kill both of you. You should know I'm more than capable of that." The two men's expressions changed when they heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. At the same time, they quickly retreated and withdrew their energies. After all, they would die if she really decided to kill them. Not only was she the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, but she was also greatly favored by one of the supreme elders of Tang sect. Even if she was no match for them, the supreme elder would definitely help her as long as she asked this of him. Although their master was a descendant of the other supreme elder, the supreme elder would not openly oppose another supreme elder for their sake. When Tang Zhenbao saw his two followers, hesitation due to Tang Xiaoxiao's threat, he threatened them as well, "If you don't do as I say, you'll definitely die." These two men were his followers. When he saw them hesitating due to Tang Xiaoxiao's threat, he felt even more humiliated. How could he let this matter go? The two men's expressions changed again. At this point, they had no choice but to attack. Regardless, they would have to offend one of the two parties. In that case, it was better for them to listen to their master. Perhaps, they might be able to stay alive this way. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian as he said to the middle-aged man, "Stop her. I'll kill the boy toy." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man nodded before he said to Tang Xiaoxiao, "I'm sorry, Miss Xiaoxiao." He moved next to her, intending to stop her, so his companion could kill Duan Lingtian. 2-4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. Duan Lingtian easily discovered the two men's cultivation bases when they made a move. Seeking death, Tang Xiaoxiao said in anger when she saw Tang Zhenbao's followers making a move despite her warning. She waved her hand and a dagger materialized in her hand. When she sent her energy into the dagger began to emit a blindingly bright light. Its aura was terrifying. Tang Xiaoxiao did not waste any time and struck immediately. Her target was not the middle-aged man, but the old man who was charging toward Duan Lingtian. Although the old man was a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, he did not notice Tang Xiaoxiao since his attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. After all, he did not know Tang Xiaoxiao, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure, was now as strong as a 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. For this reason, her dagger was only a foot away from him when he finally noticed her. "No!" the old man cried out. It was too late by the time he noticed Tang Xiaoxiao. Put aside the fact that Tang Xiaoxiao's strength was currently comparable to a 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, even if her strength was still at the level of a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, it would still be difficult for him to avoid the strike. Tang Xiaoxiao's dagger stabbed the old man's glabella, and he died instantly. After killing the old man, her expression turned even colder. Suddenly, she threw the dagger out in a strange manner. The dagger flew toward the middle-aged man charging at Tang Xiaoxiao. He was thoroughly shocked when he saw her killing his companion in just a blink of an eye. He wondered how she had done it. At most, her strength was on par with theirs. How did she cast such a powerful strike? When realization dawned on him, he cried out, "Celestial Supreme Treasure!" He discovered how extraordinary the dagger was when she threw it at him. Similar to his companion, the dagger stabbed his glabella. Tang Xiaoxiao killed 2-4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials in just a blink of an eye. Apart from being a hidden weapon technique, the celestial technique that Tang Xiaoxiao mastered doubled as a hand-to-hand combat technique. Duan Lingtian could clearly see through the technique Tang Xiaoxiao used. When the dagger returned to Tang Xiaoxiao's hand, Tang Zhenbao finally regained his senses. Greed was the prominent emotion in his eyes as he stared at her. "Why you own a celestial supreme treasure?" Tang Xiaoxiao did not deign to reply to Tang Zhenbao. She only glanced at him coldly before saying to Duan Lingtian, "Let's go. If it's inconvenient for you to kill him, I can kill him for you." Duan Lingtian remained motionless. His eyes were trained on Tang Zhenbao. Although he seemed calm, killing intent could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. Since Tang Zhenbao had the audacity to order his men to kill him, Tang Zhenbao would have to pay the price for it. Moreover, he thought it was inconvenient for Tang Xiaoxiao to kill Tang Zhenbao. Tang Xiaoxiao said, "I know you want him dead, and yes, he deserves to die. However, if you kill him, you can forget about my ancestor lending you the star chart. After all, Tang Zhenbao belongs to the Tang sect even if he's not related to my ancestor. If you kill him, you'll be an enemy of the sect." After listening to Tang Xiaoxiao's words, a slight frown appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, but he nodded anyway. "Fine, I'll spare his life for your sake. However, he must still pay a price for his actions." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he moved like a ghost and appeared before Tang Zhenbao in just a blink of an eye. He moved at lightning speed as he broke Tang Zhenbao's arms and legs. He also suppressed Tang Zhenbao's cultivation base so Tang Zhenbao could acutely feel the pain. Unsurprisingly, Tang Zhenbao began to shriek like a pig. His cultivation base was merely at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was as vulnerable as a defenseless baby in front of Duan Ling Tian. It was as easy as ABC for Duan Ling Tian to make him suffer. "Let's go," Duan Ling Tian called out to Tang Xiao after he was done with Tang Zhenbao, ignoring Tang Zhenbao's murderous gaze. Then, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao made their way to see her ancestor to borrow his star chart. He could have killed Tang Zhenbao and snatched the star chart from Tang Xiao's ancestor with his current strength, but he decided against it for Tang Xiao's sake. After all, she was a decent person and had helped him out in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. "No matter who you are, you must die. I want you dead," Tang Zhenbao said through gritted teeth as he watched Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao's figures slowly disappear from his sight. Meanwhile, after a bout of silence, Tang Xiao finally said, "I'm confident I'll be able to borrow the star chart for you from my ancestor if you promise me something." "Speak," Duan Ling Tian said. He was slightly displeased by Tang Xiao's sudden demand. He felt the gap between them widened. He had just begun to treat her like a friend, and yet, she had a condition in return for doing him a favor. Tang Xiao said bluntly, "After we get the star chart, take me away from this galaxy." That's it. Duan Ling Tian assumed she would take advantage of this chance and demand something outrageous from him, such as another celestial supreme treasure. As it turned out, he had thought the worst of her. In his opinion, her request was tantamount to nothing. Even if she could not help him obtain the star chart, he would not reject her if she requested him to bring her away from this galaxy. Chapter 2512 The Thousand Opportunities Galaxy. "That's your condition?" Tang Xiao nodded. She did not detect Duan Ling Tian's abnormal behavior earlier. She seemed to recall something at this moment and said apologetically, "Duan Ling Tian, I apologize for saying you're my man earlier in front of Tang Zhenbao. I wanted to put on an act in front of him." "It's all right." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I just find it strange that you need to put on an act in front of him since he's not your suitor. He's close to Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. I want him to pass the news to Yang Yuting so Yang Yuting will give up on me." Tang Xiao paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect sect leader would promise my hand in marriage to the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion while I was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. So the act was all for naught?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes." Tang Xiao nodded as her eyes flashed with determination. "However, I'd rather die than marry Yang Yuting." "You seem to despise Yang Yuting." Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow and said, "The Heavenly Wave Mansion is as powerful as the Celestial Master sect. Both of them have 19 tribulation bodiless celestial in their ranks. That's probably why your Tang sect is so eager for a marriage alliance. With such a lofty status, why do you despise him?" "Because Yang Yuting is a good-for-nothing scumbag." Tang Xiao's disdain was apparent on her face as she spoke. "The things he did. It's revolting just to think about it, let alone say it out loud. That's enough. I don't want to talk about him anymore." After a few moments, she added, "We should go to my ancestor for the star chart and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, sect leader and the others will definitely stop me if they learn of my plan." If I'm not mistaken, Tang Zhenbao should have already gone to look for his ancestor. When she reached the end of her sentence, a sense of urgency could be heard in her voice. "You want to leave just to avoid the marriage, right? You're also worried the sect leader and the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in the sect will force you to marry." It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. "Yes." Tang Xiao nodded. "Actually, I can help you if you truly oppose the marriage. There's only 19 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion anyway," Duan Ling Tian said flippantly. Although his strength was only on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he believed they would concede to him. After all, he was just a sectless cultivator in Yanhuang realm, he had no attachments here. The Heavenly Wave Mansion would not want to offend someone like him. As the saying went, you have nothing to lose if you have nothing to begin with. Even if he could not defeat the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, he could easily deal with the people from the mansion. I know you're as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, and to be honest, I've thought about it. Tang Xiaoxiao sighed when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Heavenly Wave Mansion is not an ordinary bodiless celestial. He has mastered the soul congregation embodiment. Without the soul congregation embodiment, you'll be evenly matched. However, with his soul attack, how can you, as an eminent celestial, possibly bear the brunt of the attack? Regardless of how strong Duan Lingtian was, he was still an eminent celestial. Even with his techniques and weapons that made him as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, his soul was that of an eminent celestial. There was no doubt that he would not be a match for the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Heavenly Wave Mansion who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment. Let alone a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment, he would have a hard time dealing with a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial's soul attack. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered soul congregation embodiment. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Currently, the only people who were a threat to him in the mundane realms were bodiless celestials who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment. Previously, when he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he was forced to hide in a heaven-rank treasure vault when he was hunted by a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment. At that time, he was already as powerful as an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and could easily kill an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, just because the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial had mastered the soul congregation embodiment, he still had to hide from the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial and wait for Chen Yiru to come to his rescue. Duan Lingtian asked grimly, "Are you sure the Heavenly Wave Mansion's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial has mastered the soul congregation embodiment? If that's the case, then, I really can't help you." Duan Lingtian sighed before saying, "Let's go. We'll meet your ancestor." The planet Tang sect was in planet Shu Tang, and the planet was located in the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy. Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor is one of the 2 supreme elders of Tang sect, so he lived in the inner court of Tang sect. As the strongest disciple among Tang sect's younger generation, Tang Xiaoxiao's face was all the pass she needed to enter the inner court. Along with her, Duan Lingtian also managed to enter without any obstacles. When they arrived in a large courtyard, Duan Lingtian finally saw Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor. He was a kind-looking old man with keen eyes. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao entered the front yard, she called out, "Ancestor." Then, she sat down at the stone table, directly opposite the old man who was sipping tea. "I've never cared much about your manners when you're with me. Who knew you'd act this way as well when there are outsiders around? You're getting more and more unruly," the old man said as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. The old man might sound like he was chiding Tang Xiaoxiao, but there was no hiding the affection and adoration in his eyes as he looked at her. "Ancestor, he is my friend. He's not an outsider." Tang Xiaoxiao smiled. Then, she called out to Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, come sit. This is my ancestor. He's one of the 2 supreme elders of Tang sect, Tang Zhongyi Senior." Duan Lingtian nodded at Tang Zhongyi before taking a seat next to Tang Xiaoxiao. He was calm, not a trace of nervousness could be seen at all. After all, the old man might be a powerful 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, but the old man was no threat to him at all. Tang Zhongyi frowned upon seeing Duan Lingtian's nonchalant behavior. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see displeasure in the depths of his eyes. Tang Xiaoxiao might be able to act flippantly in front of him, but that was because she was the most outstanding disciple in the sect, and he truly adored her. However, what right did this young man have to act in this manner with him? As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, he had already probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with his divine consciousness. Therefore, he knew Duan Lingtian was just an eminent celestial. For Tang Xiaoxiao's sake, Tang Zhongyi did not show his displeasure. He turned to Tang Xiaoxiao and asked, "Girl, how was your trip to the Beyond Heaven secret zone?" "Ancestor, take a look." Tang Xiaoxiao lifted her arm and placed the dagger she obtained in the Beyond Heaven secret zone on the stone table before looking at Tang Zhongyi. "This is..." Tang Zhongyi took the dagger, his eyes widening in shock. "A celestial supreme treasure. You obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Good, good, well done." He could not hide his happiness at all, as though he was even happier that she had obtained a celestial supreme treasure compared to if he had obtained one himself. "Girl, with this celestial supreme treasure, your strength is equivalent to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial now. Tang Zhongyi truly thought Tang Xiaoxiao was worthy of her title as the strongest person among the younger generation. She was truly the pride of the family and the sect. He could not help but lament inwardly, if only Xiaoxiao is a boy. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression turned solemn as she asked, "Ancestor, do you know about the engagement sect leader promised on my behalf?" "I know." Tang Zhongyi nodded and sighed. "Girl, I have thought through it before you came back. If you're truly reluctant to marry Yang Yuting, I'll send you away. You can cultivate quietly elsewhere until you ascend to a Devata realm." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao trembled as tears began to pool in her eyes. "Ancestor." Tang Zhongyi rose to his feet and said, "You've just arrived, the sect leader and the others probably haven't heard about it. You should leave now, I think you'll be able to avoid them for now." Suddenly, a hearty laughter rang in the air. After a while, a voice said, "Xiaoxiao, you managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone." Sect leader. Tang Zhongyi's expression changed instantly. Chapter 25:13 Three greatest powerhouses of Tang sect are gathered. Although Tang Zhongyi was a supreme elder of Tang sect and the strongest among the 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, if the 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials were of the same opinion, he would not be able to veto their decision. The rules in Tang sect had always been to follow the majority's vote when it came to decision-making for the high-ranking officials. If he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he could have refused to let Tang Xiaoxiao marry into the heavenly wave mansion since the other two would not be able to do anything. It was unfortunate that he was not a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and could not help Tang Xiaoxiao get out of the marriage alliance. Tang Zhongyi had devoted most of his life to Tang sect. This was the first time he had a personal stake in the sect's matter and planned to act selfishly by sending Tang Xiaoxiao away. Who would have thought the sect leader of Tang sect would arrive at this moment? Why did he come so quickly? Tang Zhongyi was baffled. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao with a hint of distress. If the sect leader was not aware that she had returned, he could secretly send her away. However, now that sect leader was aware of her return, it would be impossible for him to do so. If it was just the sect leader alone, he might be able to defeat him. The problem was there was also the other supreme elder of Tang sect. He must have come because I killed Tang Zhenbao's men. Tang Xiaoxiao frowned a little when she heard the sect leader's voice, but her expression remained largely unchanged. At the same time, she turned to Tang Zhongyi and said through voice transmission, "Ancestor, I remembered you saying that you have a collection of star charts that encompasses the stellar province of the galaxy where planet Yan Huang is situated. Can you borrow me that star chart?" Star chart? Tang Zhongyi was still feeling unresigned for not being able to send Tang Xiaoxiao away when he heard her words. He was taken aback for a moment. Finally, he replied through voice transmission, "What do you need the star chart for?" "Ancestor, I'm very touched by your words earlier. However, since the sect leader has come, I'm afraid you won't be able to quietly send me away. If I have the star chart of the stellar province of the galaxy where planet Yan Huang is located, I might have a chance of leaving Tang sect," Tang Xiaoxiao said through voice transmission. "You're able to leave Tang sect if you have the star chart?" Tang Zhongyi was baffled by Tang Xiaoxiao's words. After a while, he replied through voice transmission again, "How are you going to do that?" "Ancestor, stop asking so many questions, you'll see soon enough. Can you please borrow me the star chart before the sect leader arrives?" Tang Xiaoxiao said urgently. Although Tang Zhongyi had many questions on his mind, he knew time was of the essence, and he could hear the urgency in Tang Xiaoxiao's voice, so he no longer questioned her. He quickly gave her the star chart. Only after he handed over the star chart did he ask, "Are you still trying to be mysterious? Tell me about your plans quickly." Just as Tang Xiaoxiao was about to reply, a gust of wind blew in the front yard before a figure appeared in front of the stone table. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man who was dressed in a silver robe with golden trim. He had a medium build, a square face, and spiky hair. His aura was imposing. It was clear that he had long gotten used to being in a position of power. This must be Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect. Before Duan Ling Tian arrived in Tang sect's inner court, Tang Xiaoxiao had told him the sect leader's name. He also learned that Tang Chong was one of the 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in Tang sect. As soon as Tang Chong appeared, his eyes did not leave Tang Xiaoxiao. "Lord sect leader." Tang Xiaoxiao rose to her feet immediately before bowing. Respectfully, I did manage to obtain a celestial supreme treasure. Congratulations, Tang Chong said before turning to look at Tang Zhongyi who was standing at the side. Elder Yi, your descendant is truly outstanding. Not only is she a genius, but even her luck is good. You are being too kind with your words, sect leader, Tang Zhongyi said modestly. At this moment, Tang Chong's eyes found Duan Lingtian who was still seated at the stone table. His eyes instantly turned cold and piercing. However, Duan Lingtian remained unaffected. Not only was he indifferent to Tang Chong's cutting gaze, but he even moved to pour himself a cup of tea, completely ignoring Tang Chong. Tang Chong continued staring at Duan Lingtian pointedly as he asked in a deep voice, Xiao Xiao. I heard from the others that this person is your man. The moment Tang Zhongyi heard Tang Chong's words, his expression changed drastically. He quickly turned to look at Tang Xiao Xiao with an expression of shock and disbelief. Yes, Tang Xiao Xiao said. She did not expect Tang Chong would bring this up, but she had no choice but to answer in the affirmative. Upon hearing Tang Xiao Xiao's admission, Tang Chong and Tang Zhongyi's expressions changed dramatically. Xiao Xiao, don't forget that you're engaged. Tang Chong looked at Tang Xiao Xiao and said in a deep voice, we've already discussed this with the Heavenly Wave Mansion and agreed that the engagement ceremony would be held as soon as you return from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. How can you recklessly bring another man here? His voice turned deeper and deeper the longer he spoke. Sect leader, Tang Xiao Xiao said softly, I don't want to marry Yang Yu Ting. My heart already belongs to someone else. When she finished speaking, she turned to look at Duan Lingtian. An angry and deafening roar that seemed to come from all directions rang in the air as soon as Tang Xiao Xiao finished speaking. Sect leader, why are you wasting words with her? In my opinion, we should just kill the brat. A tall and muscular old man appeared at this moment. He had a beard and messy white hair that looked like a lion's mane. He glared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent as soon as he appeared. He asked imperiously, so you're the one who broke my descendant's arms and legs to humiliate him? Tang Hong. Since the old man had mentioned his descendant, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the old man was Tang Hong, the other supreme elder of Tang sect and Tang Zhenbao's ancestor. Similarly, Tang Xiao Xiao had revealed the name of the other supreme elder of Tang sect to Duan Lingtian earlier. Duan Lingtian continued to sip on his tea calmly as though he was truly engrossed in it. He seemed to completely disregard the presence of these 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Ancestor, that's him, please avenge me. Another voice rang in the air as Tang Zhenbao appeared. It seemed like he had recovered from the injuries that Duan Lingtian had inflicted on him earlier. At this moment, he seemed quite energetic as he pointed at Duan Lingtian angrily. He stared at Duan Lingtian as though he wished he could tear Duan Lingtian into a million pieces. It seems like you didn't learn your lesson, Duan Lingtian said before turning to Tang Xiao Xiao, saying, Xiao Xiao, I've already spared him once. I won't do it again. Sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hong and the others did not even have time to react before a sword appeared in his hands and flew out immediately. Sword-wielding art. Duan Lingtian had cast the technique so quickly that no one had time to react at all. However, before the sword pierced Tang Zhenbao's glabella, the sword suddenly came to a halt a mere foot away from Tang Zhenbao's forehead. A large palm that seemed as though it could over the sky appeared and grabbed Duan Lingtian's sword. It was none other than Tang Hong who had acted. His eyes lit up as soon as he discovered how extraordinary the sword was. Celestial Supreme Treasure. A Celestial Supreme Treasure. Tang Hong's words instantly caught Tang Chong and Tang Zhongyi's attention. Chapter 25:14 Is he truly your man? Boy, I didn't expect you to own a Celestial Supreme Treasure. Tang Hong's eyes seemed to be glued to the celestial sword before he averted his eyes that were filled with greed to Duan Lingtian. In any case, it belongs to me now. Based on his words, it was clear that he intended to snatch the celestial sword away from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Tang Hong's words. A mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial dares to say such words. Then, he mobilized his energy before it surged out of his body that formed whirlpools around him. In just a blink of an eye, he absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Assist-type divine ability, how powerful. The 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from Tang sect were stunned by Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability. They were further stunned when they saw another sword appearing in Duan Lingtian's hands. The sword's aura was piercing and terrifying. Another celestial sword. Duan Lingtian has 2 celestial supreme treasures. Moreover, They're both celestial swords. Who is he? Both Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, and Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, were shocked to the core by the second celestial supreme treasure. It should be noted that there were only 3 celestial supreme treasures in the entire Tang sect. Even if they counted the celestial supreme treasure that Tang Xiao obtained, there were only 4 celestial supreme treasure in the sect. However, Duan Ling Tian, who was just an eminent celestial, possessed 2 celestial supreme treasures. How could they not feel shocked? Another celestial supreme treasure. Tang Zhenbao exclaimed as he stared greedily at the celestial sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. On the contrary, Tang Hong, the other supreme elder of Tang sect, who had coveted Duan Ling Tian's celestial supreme treasure earlier and announced he was going to snatch Duan Ling Tian's celestial supreme treasure away, suddenly turned wary. The greed in his eyes had disappeared at this moment. Who are you? It was possible that an eminent celestial got lucky and obtained a celestial supreme treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, the odds of obtaining 2 celestial supreme treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone due to luck was extremely slim. After all, there were no shortages of mighty powerhouses in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There were many 8 and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For an eminent celestial to obtain 2 celestial supreme treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the eminent celestial had to have an extraordinary background. For this reason, Tang Hong began to feel wary. I'm the one who's going to kill you today, Duan Ling Tian replied to Tang Hong's question. As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial sword in his hand flew out and began to spin around him at an increasing speed. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword rays appeared above his head. A series of swords cries rang in the air as a sword formation formed above Duan Ling Tian's head. The void trembled as soon as it was formed. Then, a mysterious energy surged out in all directions and shrouded everyone present on the scene. Whoosh! Tang Hong's expression changed immediately when he discovered the celestial sword he had snatched earlier had broken out of his grip. Moreover, during the process, it had injured him as well. He could only watch helplessly as the celestial sword flew toward the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head and became part of the formation. At this moment, upon seeing this scene and recalling Duan Ling Tian's earlier words, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Ling Tian scoffed before the sword formation above his head flew toward Tang Hong at lightning speed. Swoosh! 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 When the sword formation flew out, it seemed like the sky was covered with swords, and it left terrifying-looking tears in its wake that looked like gigantic black pythons. Boom! Faced with the fierce sword formation, Tang Hong had no choice but to defend against it, even though he knew he might not be able to successfully defend against it. His energy surged out quickly from his body.At this moment, the sect leader and the other supreme elder of Tang sect, Tang Chong and Tang Zhongyi, cried out in unison, "Please show mercy." Their expressions had changed drastically at this moment. Boom! Boom! As they spoke, their energies surged from their bodies as well. However, the sword formation that covered the sky had already clashed with Tang Hong's celestial supreme treasure, a 7-inch long throwing knife. With his life on the line, Tang Hong unreservedly sent all his energy into the throwing knife. His strength was now comparable to the strength of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. Shoo! 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 Swords! Cries rang in the air again when Duan Ling Tian's sword formation clashed with the 7-inch long throwing knife. The throwing knife suddenly turned against Tang Hong, leaving him defenseless and vulnerable in just a second. Before he could even react, Duan Ling Tian's attack landed on him. At the moment he died, his eyes were still widened in shock and disbelief. Perhaps, before he died, he finally realized how futile it was to point a celestial supreme treasure at Duan Ling Tian. Ancestor! Tang Zhenbao cried out. His face had turned pale immediately. Although he could not really see what had happened due to his weak cultivation base, he had clearly sensed his ancestor's aura vanishing. There was only one explanation for this: his ancestor must have died. Tang Chong and Tang Zhongyi's expressions turned grave. They did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would be so overwhelmingly strong. He had managed to kill Tang Hong with just a strike. It happened so fast that they did not even have time to help Tang Hong. However, they knew very well that even if they managed to help Tang Hong, they still would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. His attack is extremely effective against celestial supreme treasures. It managed to turn the celestial supreme treasure against its owner. Even if all 3 of us wielded celestial supreme treasures, it would be pointless for us to use them. However, if we don't use them, we won't be able to defend against his attack that's comparable to the full force of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Tang Chong and Tang Zhongyi were well aware of this. For this reason, their eyes were filled with fear when they turned back to look at Duan Ling Tian. Shu. Shu, 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 shu. After killing Tang Hong, the sword formation continued on its trajectory and headed toward Tang Zhenbao before killing him. After that, Duan Ling Tian retrieved his 2 celestial swords along with Tang Hong's celestial supreme treasure, Xiao Xiao. He called out before tossing the throwing knife to her. It seems like he had no intention of keeping the celestial supreme treasure, even though no one would have dared to say anything even if he had done so. This, Tang Xiao. Xiao said hesitantly as she held the throwing knife in her hand. After all, the throwing knife rightfully belonged to Duan Ling Tian, who had killed its owner. Give it to your sect leader. Since you helped Tang's sect reclaim the celestial supreme treasure and Tang Hong is dead, there should no longer be a reason for you to marry the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Moreover, your ancestor wouldn't allow it even if your sect leader tries to force you. Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission. Tang Xiao finally understood Duan Ling Tian's intention after listening to his words. She smiled at him gratefully before she handed the throwing knife to Tang Chong. The sect leader of Tang sect.As Tang Chong held the throwing knife in his hand. Various emotions swelled in his heart. Meanwhile, Tang Zhongyi, who had regained his senses, thought to himself with a sigh as his eyes darted back and forth between Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao. I really didn't expect Xiao would bring someone so powerful back to the sect. All his dissatisfaction with Duan Ling Tian earlier had vanished. After all, Duan Ling Tian had the capabilities to act so casually before them. In the end, he asked, Xiao, is he really your man? No. At this time, Tang Xiao no longer had any reason to lie since, to a certain extent, the crisis had been resolved. That's too bad. Tang Zhongyi mumbled to himself. An expression of disappointment could be seen on his face when he heard Tang Xiao's words. Chapter 25:15 Planet Saddle in the Coast Galaxy. Tang Zhongyi was not the only one who looked disappointed. Even the sect leader of Tang sect, Tang Chong, seemed disappointed. After both of them had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength that rivaled a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, they felt emotional when they recalled Tang Xiao had said that he was her man. This meant the Tang sect had a powerhouse whose strength was equivalent to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In their opinion, it should not be of great consequences even if Duan Ling Tian opposed the Heavenly Wave Mansion. How could they not feel disappointed now that they learned of the truth? Ancestor, what are you saying? Tang Xiao's face flushed a deep shade of crimson when she heard Tang Zhongyi's disappointed sigh and words. She looked as shy as a young bride. Girl, since Supreme Elder Tang Hong has died, there's no need for you to leave, Tang Zhongyi said. After all, now that Tang Hong was dead, he was more than capable of stopping the marriage between Tang Xiao and the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Apart from that, he was certain the sect leader would no longer insist on marrying Tang Xiao off like he did before after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength. Ancestor, I think I'd like to travel and see the world. Tang Xiao said with a smile. Before ascending to a Devata realm, I'd like to take my mind off things by traveling in the mundane realm. As you wish. Tang Zhongyi nodded when he heard Tang Xiao's words. However, you must visit me before you ascend. I will. Tang Xiao nodded. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was ready to leave, called out to Tang Xiao, let's go. In the beginning, he thought Tang Xiao would no longer follow him since he had already killed Tang Hong. He did not expect that she would decide to follow him. Tang Xiao grunted in acknowledgement and left with Duan Ling Tian. The star chart that Xiao requested from me. I have a feeling Duan Ling Tian is the one who wants it. Tang Zhongyi somehow guessed the situation as he looked at the duo's retreating backs. He thought to himself, Xiao must have some kind of agreement with Duan Ling Tian. She probably promised to help him obtain the star chart that plotted the stellar province of planet Yan Huang's galaxy in exchange for his help to bring her away from Tang sect. He could guess this much after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength. Elder Yi, Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, called out after he put the celestial supreme treasure, the throwing knife, away. A bitter smile could be seen on his face as he said, we should think of a way to deal with the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Although I don't think the Heavenly Wave Mansion will sever their relationship with our sect, we are still trampling on their pride by breaking the engagement. Even if they don't declare war on us, I don't think they'll let the matter go. The bitter smile on his face grew more pronounced when he reached the end of his sentence. Tang Zhongyi understood the gravity of Tang Chong's words, and his expression darkened when he thought about the matter. We'll be going to this galaxy first. It's near the galaxy where planet Yan Huang is situated. Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao were near the interstellar transportation formation. Tang Xiaoxiao smoothed out the star chart she obtained from Tang Zhongyi and pointed to one of the charted galaxies as she spoke to Duan Ling Tian. It's also the only galaxy nearest to the galaxy where planet Yan Huang is located. These few galaxies around planet Yan Huang's galaxy are slightly more primitive. They do not have any interstellar transportation formations. Our only choice is to traverse the stellar province with our physical bodies and enter planet Yan Huang's galaxy before going to planet Yan Huang, Tang Xiaoxiao continued. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Let's proceed according to what you've said. I'll follow you. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian followed Tang Xiaoxiao through dozens of transfer points before they arrived at their intended destination. They were now at the interstellar transportation formation nearest to planet Yan Huang's galaxy. This transportation formation was situated in a galaxy called the Coast Galaxy. The Coast Galaxy is completely ruled by technology. This planet we're on is the mother planet, Planet Saddle. They had just arrived on Planet Saddle in the Coast Galaxy. Tang Xiaoxiao had launched into an explanation of their whereabouts before they even left the interstellar transportation formation. Naturally, I learned all this from the annotations on the star chart. I've never even heard about this galaxy until today. After all, this galaxy is too far away from the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy where our Tang sect is located, Tang Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Yan Huang realm is too big. Our Saint Province realm can't compare at all. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed emotionally. That's only natural, Tang Xiaoxiao continued to say, your Saint Province realm is but a small mundane realm. Our Yan Huang realm is a large mundane realm. Well, when you ascend to a Devata realm, you'll learn the meaning of big. Moreover, there are 81 Devata realms in total. Each and every one of them is larger than our Yan Huang realm. Naturally, a large mundane realm like Yan Huang realm is the closest thing to a Devata realm. There's also a boundless starry sky in the Devata realms, with countless planets, galaxies, and stellar provinces. The Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian's interest in the Devata realms was further piqued when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. He felt like a country bumpkin who went to a metropolis when he arrived at Yan Huang realm after leaving the Saint Province realm. According to Tang Xiaoxiao, the Devata realms were even bigger than Yan Huang realm. It was as though it was boundless. Let's go. We need to leave Planet Saddle and the Coast Galaxy, traverse the stellar province with our physical bodies, and make our way to planet Yan Huang's galaxy. After Tang Xiaoxiao beckoned Duan Ling Tian to leave the interstellar transportation formation, she took out the star chart again and spread it out. According to the annotations on this star chart, after leaving the Coast Galaxy, we'll still have to go through 3 galaxies before we arrive in planet Yan Huang's galaxy. If you bring me along, with your speed, I think it'll take 3 months for us to arrive. This is based on the condition that you use your full speed throughout the journey. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Duan Ling Tian as she continued to say, I came to this conclusion after I take into account of us traveling on using your sword formation and your speed that's comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If the condition is not met, we'll take a longer time. It's so far away. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by Tang Xiaoxiao's words. With his full speed, they would still need 3 months to arrive in planet Yan Huang's galaxy. With this speed, they would have been able to complete a circle around the upper and lower province in the Dao Martial Saint Land in just a few days. His mood took a dive as he thought to himself, compared to a small mundane realm, a large mundane realm is so big. Duan Ling Tian was about to bring Tang Xiaoxiao to their destination when an excited voice rang in the air. So cool, this is so cool. The voice sounded as though it was close to them. Duan Ling Tian focused his eyes and saw 3 young men wearing clothes that resembled a suit in his past life on Earth. The 3 young men were standing on something that resembled skateboards and speeding toward both of them. It was obvious the skateboards were not ordinary skateboards. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into the 3 young men's skateboards, and he discovered the skateboards' internal structure. When he discovered the densely packed capacitances and wires within, he felt his scalp tingling. The technology here has progressed so much. Duan Ling Tian clearly remembered that the most sophisticated technological product in his past life on Earth was nothing as complicated as these skateboards. It could not even compare to the simplest parts of these skateboards. Beep. 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 Duan Ling Tian was still in awe of the three young men's skateboards when a red light shone from their skateboards and sounded a warning. They're standing on flight skateboards. They can be seen everywhere in a galaxy that's ruled by technology. The humans within the galaxies ruled by technology rely on them for flight. Tang Xiao seemed to have noticed Duan Ling Tian's shocked expression. She quickly explained, "You must have probed their flight skateboards with your divine consciousness, right? Otherwise, the skateboards' alarms won't go off." Duan Ling Tian nodded, still in awe. Although he had known that technology and cultivation coexisted in large mundane realms, he was still amazed by the technology in large mundane realms. Although Earth also had its own technology, it was primitive compared to this. He mused inwardly, if Earth's technology were to progress normally, it would take 10,000 years for it to be this advanced. One of the young men standing on the skateboards glared at Duan Ling Tian as he said in a deep voice, "Boy, how dare you do as you wish in our coast galaxy when you're just a cultivator? You must be tired of living." Another young man said lecherously as he looked at Tang Xiao, "Let's kill the male cultivator and take the female cultivator with us. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I had some fun with a female cultivator." Chapter 25:16 Mecha, what makes you think you can? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's lips instinctively curved into a disdainful sneer as he coldly looked at the young man who was staring at Tang Xiao lecherously. When he had extended his divine consciousness earlier, he had learned everything about the three young men. Although the three young men had stronger physiques and greater strength compared to the average person, they did not have any power within. To him, they were no different from the average man. Tang Xiao laughed mockingly and did not take three young men seriously. "You want to capture me? We'll just have to see if you have the capability to do so. It seems like these two cultivators are very confident." The young man who had not spoken until now said when he saw the disdain and mockery on Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao's faces. Then, his lips curved up into a cold and cruel smile. Among the three young men, this young man seemed to have the strongest physique. He was 3 times stronger compared to the other two. Naturally, this did not make him any different from the other two young men in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The young man who had spoken first chuckled. "Boss Knock, according to the old rules, you'll have to hold the line for us. If we can't handle them, you'll have to help us." The Boss Knock he had mentioned was the strongest young man out of 3 of them. As soon as the young man had spoken, an illusory image appeared on his and the other young man's body. In just a blink of an eye, the illusory image came to life. Then, the two young men who were originally around 180 centimeters in height grew to 3 meters. At this moment, both men's bodies became extremely angular and their skin had turned shiny like metal. It seemed like they were encased in some flexible and unusual metal. In fact, they looked like those mechas Duan Ling Tian had seen in science fiction movies in his past life on Earth. Those in the movies were fake, but these were real mechas. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He really did not expect the mechas he had seen in movies in his past life were real. "Isn't your Saint Province realm a small mundane realm? Do you have mechas there as well?" Tang Xiao was surprised when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "I thought small mundane realms are different from large mundane realms. They don't have planets, galaxies or stellar provinces, right? So these are really called mechas." Duan Ling Tian was stunned as well when he heard Tang Xiao's words. He did not think these things before him were also similarly called mechas. Is it possible that mechas from planets with advanced technology have visited Earth before? If not, where did the word mecha come from in the first place? Duan Ling Tian began to speculate inwardly. Now that he discovered the existence of mechas in this galaxy that was governed by science and technology, he found it hard to believe that someone on Earth had casually coined the term mecha. The world is vast, but there could not possibly be a coincidence like this, right? At this moment, a square lens embedded in the left eye of one of the mecha men suddenly blinked. Then, he turned to the young man who had not transformed into a mecha and said, "Boss Knock, it looks like you won't need to do anything. These cultivators aren't even 100 years old. That's right. There's no need for us to worry about 2 cultivators under the age of 100. The other mecha man chimed in agreement. It was clear their transformation into mechas was all thanks to science. They can actually read our age. Duan Ling Tian turned to Tang Xiao who stood next to him. looking mildly surprised. It's normal. Tang Xiaoxiao did not seem too surprised. The mechas they've transformed into are equipped with investigative probing functions. The lenses on their left eyes aren't just for show. Their structures are far more complicated than the average man's imagination. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had seen it with his divine consciousness, no more than 100 years old. The young man called Boss Nok burst into laughter. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao again, his eyes were filled with disdain. He had a good understanding of cultivators. It was difficult for cultivators below the age of 100 to enter that Saint Celestial stage. Although cultivators under the age of 100 who had broken through to the Saint Celestial stage or higher were not considered rare in the 10 stellar provinces in the Coast Galaxy, there were not many of them. It was unlikely for the two cultivators to have broken through to the Saint Celestial stage. Even if they did, they would probably only be at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage or third form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. After all, the number of cultivators in the 10 stellar provinces in the Coast Galaxy was few and far in between. He did not think they would be so unfortunate to run into those rare cultivators below 100 years of age who were at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Currently, his two friends had strength comparable to cultivators at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage now that they had transformed into mechas. Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao were, naturally, unaware of the thoughts running through Nok's mind. Otherwise, they would have laughed. Fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Let alone the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, their cultivation bases were much higher than cultivators at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. They were eminent celestials. Moreover, they were not ordinary eminent celestials. Duan Ling Tian's full strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Tang Xiaoxiao, who was much weaker than Duan Ling Tian, possessed strength comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If only they knew Nok thought they had not even broken through to the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, Nok could not be blamed for his misconception. After all, the stellar provinces around this stellar province in the Coast Galaxy that were governed by cultivators were not unified. There were many small unknown factions in Yanhuang realm that did not have much cultivation resources. Strong forces like the Tang sect or the Celestial Masters sect would not even take notice of the cultivation resources there, let alone take root there. In fact, even those forces weaker than the Tang sect and the Celestial Masters sect would be loath to set up a base there. For this reason, it was only natural that these forces with cultivators who were under 100 years of age and managed to break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage were considered as rare geniuses. Apart from that, the cultivators who traveled in the Coast Galaxy that was governed by science and technology were generally from the nearby stellar provinces, since this was a very remote place. It only stood to reason that Nok thought Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao were cultivators from one of the nearby stellar provinces. If Nok had known Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao were travelers from somewhere far away, the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy, he would not have dared to provoke them. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao contemptuously as he said with a smirk, "Seeing as they're no older than 100 years old, I'm sure both of you are capable of crushing them." After a pause, he said coldly, "Kill the man, spare the girl." His eyes flashed lecherously as well when he spoke. Kill. The two young men in mechas attacked as soon as Nok finished speaking. Click. 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 The two mechas looked extremely heavy, but they were rather agile in their movements. One mecha extended its right arm, and a sharp blade made of fine steel appeared after it shook its arm. The blade gleamed with a cold light, looking as though it could cut through anything. The other mecha extended its left arm, and a black hole appeared at the end of its arm. A white light flickered in the black hole before it grew brighter and brighter to the point where it looked as though it was about to explode. The first mecha moved at lightning speed as it charged at Duan Ling Tian with its blade pointed at his chest. The young man in the mecha could move at such fast speed because of the propulsive force pushing him ahead from behind. This propulsive force came from the 3 vacuum recoil installations behind. The vacuum recoil installations released vacuum blasts to push him forward speedily. This speed is on par with a cultivator at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although the mecha was moving at a snail's pace in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he still found the speed startling. A loud explosion rang in the air. It came from the blaster at the end of the arm of the other mecha. A bright light filled the void immediately. A laser blast's attack that's comparable to the strength of a cultivator at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian was also taken aback by this discovery despite it posing no danger to him. Faced with the two mechas' attacks, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao stood indifferently in their spots, clearly not taking the mechas seriously. However, In the eyes of the two young men controlling the mechas, they thought that their speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao could not catch their movements, and therefore, could not react in time. Chapter 25:17 The Garnier family. They can't even react in time. It's no surprise since they haven't even broken through to the Saint Celestial stage. How boring. These were the thoughts running through the minds of the two young men in the mechas. Inside the mechas, their eyes that were filled with killing intent flashed with disappointment at the seemingly lack of challenge their opponents presented. After all, even a cultivator at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage would put up a better fight compared to these two people. Knock, who was standing nearby and observing everything, sneered disdainfully. How weak. However, his expression froze in the next moment as he exclaimed, "How's this possible?" Soon after, two alarmed cries rang in the air. They were from the two young men who were controlling the mechas. At this moment, one of the mechas was right in front of Duan Lingtian. The sharp blade made of fine steel was aimed at Duan Lingtian's chest. It seemed like the blade was capable of easily cutting through a thick steel plate. However, the sharp blade stayed 1 foot away from Duan Lingtian's chest. It could not draw any closer. There seemed to be something shrouding Duan Lingtian. Boom! A series of explosions rang in the air as the other mecha continuously shot his laser blaster at Duan Lingtian. Similarly, they did not affect Duan Lingtian at all and stopped a foot away from him. How's this possible? With just that little bit of strength, you think you can kill me? I think you've grossly underestimated me. Duan Lingtian grinned when he heard the alarmed cries from the two young men in the mechas. His purple robes fluttered in the air. Although it was just a simple movement, it looked extremely terrifying. After all, even when the two young men launched their attacks that were as powerful as cultivators at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, they did not even manage to cause his robes to flutter. And yet, his robes were suddenly fluttering at this moment. Retreat, run. The two young men controlling the mechas exchanged a look before they activated the vacuum recoil in front of them, trying to use the vacuum blasts to retreat and quickly escape the battlefield. However, could they escape, trying to run? Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. He moved slightly and appeared before the mecha with a sharp blade. With just a punch, he pierced through the mecha. With just a shake of his arm, he destroyed the mecha. His hand that was still in the broken mecha moved around for a moment before he pulled the young man out. After that, he flew away at a leisurely pace. However, in the eyes of the three young men, Duan Lingtian's speed was anything but leisurely. He was moving at an extremely terrifying speed. To think Duan Lingtian did not even cast any of his techniques and was just moving. The three young men thought Duan Lingtian's speed was not inferior to the speed of a cultivator at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The other mecha's front vacuum recoil was activated, initiating a sweeping vacuum blast and propelling him back at the same time. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian, who seemed like a demon at this moment, appeared next to the mecha. Thump! Duan Lingtian's right arm moved forward like a divine dragon, replicating what had happened to the mecha earlier. Similarly, he pulled another young man out of the broken mecha. He carried one in each arm like an eagle that had caught two chicks. You dare to dream of killing me with your little bit of strength? He sneered before he turned to look at Nak, who was standing nearby. Then, in just a blink of an eye, he snapped both of the young men's necks, instantly killing them. Both of the young men were only slightly stronger than the average men. Snapping their necks was enough to kill them. Are you Tong Jin Chang or Wu Bo Feng? Nak asked with a grim expression when he saw Duan Lingtian killing his two companions. Tong Jin Chang, Wu Bo Feng. These two men were illustrious figures in the stellar provinces in the Coast Galaxy. They were famous not because of their immense strength, but their innate talent. They were the rare cultivators in the stellar provinces in the Coast Galaxy who managed to break through to the fifth and sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage even though they were less than 100 years old. For this reason, Nak had mistakenly believed Duan Lingtian was one of the two. Tong Jin Chang. Wu Bo Feng. Sorry, I've never heard of them, Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. Why you? Then, who are you? Nak's expression changed drastically as he asked in a grave manner, You can't possibly be a cultivator from Coast Galaxy's peripheral galaxy. Nope. Duan Lingtian looked at Nak meaningfully as he said, I seem to recall you asking your two companions to kill me just a while ago. A spine-chilling killing intent rose from the depths of his eyes when he spoke. Sir, I might have asked them to kill you. However, you should have already vented your frustration by killing them, so why don't we leave the matter at this? Nak, naturally, had no intention of opposing Duan Lingtian after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength. He was not even certain if he could kill Duan Lingtian. Even if he could, he would still be reluctant to kill Duan Lingtian now. After all, it was entirely possible that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background, based on his strength. It would be fine if the force behind Duan Lingtian was not as strong as the force behind him. However, it would be bad if the force behind Duan Lingtian was stronger than his. At that time, he would cause the annihilation of his family. All sorts of similar examples have been made in Yanhuang realm. My apologies. Duan Lingtian shook his head at Nox's request. Put aside the fact that I've never been one to show mercy to those who try to kill me, I'm afraid my friend won't spare your life either. Sometimes, a man has to pay for the words he has spoken. Duan Lingtian might have spoken calmly, but it caused the expression on Nox's face to change drastically. Don't waste your breath on him, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was hovering in the air, said after Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Similarly, she did not cast any techniques at all. Before Nox could even react, she had already appeared in front of him. Nox's expression hardened as he said coldly, "You can't kill me. I'm from the Garnier family. Before Nox finished speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao moved her hand at lightning speed. A rivet was embedded on Nox's glabella. The rivet was the most simple and ordinary weapon in Tang Xiaoxiao's arsenal. She had thousands upon thousands of them stored in her spatial ring. She did not bother to retrieve the rivet after killing Nox since it was not valuable at all and she had many of them. Her expression was deathly calm as she watched Nox's body fall from the air. Garnier family. Never heard of them. Then, she turned to Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Let's go." Duan Lingtian nodded. The pair left as though nothing had happened. Duan Lingtian did not rush Tang Xiaoxiao either. Both of them casually rose into the sky and left the planet behind, heading toward the vast starry sky. Are all the inhabitants in galaxies that are governed by science and technology non-cultivators? Duan Lingtian did not rush Tang Xiaoxiao because of a few questions that had appeared in his mind. He looked to her for answers. After all, science and technology did not exist in Saint Province realm. Although science and technology existed on Earth, their technology was like a baby who had just begun to learn how to walk compared to the technology he had just witnessed. Didn't you scan their bodies when you used your divine consciousness to probe them? Tang Xiaoxiao replied to Duan Lingtian's question with a question. Their body structures are different from ours. While they have meridians in their bodies like us, but they're disjointed. That's why they can't cultivate. However, cultivators who have reached a certain level can perform meridian cleansing and allow them to cultivate. Since there are so many of these people, it would be unrealistic to perform meridian cleansing on every one of them. Under these circumstances, these people carved another path for themselves and turned to science and technology. You shouldn't underestimate their scientific knowledge. The two mechas we encountered are nothing compared to Yanhuang realm's most advanced technology. Duan Lingtian listened to Tang Xiaoxiao as they left the coast galaxy's home planet, Planet Saddle, and entered the boundless starry sky, traversing into outer space. Meanwhile, in Planet Saddle, in a large high-tech modern city, rapid breathing could be heard from the top floor of a large building that resembled Optimus Prime. A projection appeared in the biggest office on the top floor of the high-rise building. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the man and woman in the projection. It was none other than him and Tang Xiaoxiao. A corpse fell from the sky in front of Tang Xiaoxiao at this moment. Chapter 2518 The Disaster Level Battleship. The Garnier family was considered first class and the very best in the Coast Galaxy. Based on a comprehensive survey of the Coast Galaxy, only two other families were comparable to them. Currently, at the top floor of the skyscraper Science and Technology Business high-rise building, a subsidiary under the Garnier family, the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dal, angrily watched the scene of a young man being killed. The young man, Nox, was his only son. Although he had more than 10 children in this lifetime, he only had one son who could legitimately inherit the family fortune. All his other children were daughters. Now, his only son had died, murdered by a female cultivator. Beep. Beep, 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 beep. The ear-piercing noise of an alarm rang from every watch that belonged to important members of the Garnier family. What happened? The patriarch has summoned us. Something must have happened. Come, let's go. It did not take long before all the important figures and high-ranking officials in the Garnier family were gathered in the Garnier family's main house. The main house was a modern and high-tech manor. It should be noted that the sudden large gathering of the Garnier family had shocked their family's two old rivals. For this reason, the two families whose strength was comparable to the Garnier family called for an emergency meeting as well. Something happened in the Garnier family. Did you manage to find out what it is? Is it possible that the Garnier family is pretending to use some incident as an excuse to fool us so they can act against us? That's highly probable. After all, this isn't the first time the Garnier family had released fake news. The two families felt this was a cause for concern, therefore, they were all compelled to call for a meeting to discuss the matter. While the other two elite families were fretting over the Garnier family's gathering of important figures and high-ranking officials, a meeting was being held in the Garnier family's large, modern, and high-tech meeting room. Everyone's attention was focused on the image projected at the end of the room. "It's Knock!" someone exclaimed when three men appeared. All the members of the Garnier family were familiar with one of the young men. After all, he was the only son of the patriarch of the Garnier family. He was the young master of the Garnier family. As the scene continued playing, their expressions turned unsightly. They watched as a male cultivator destroyed the mechas that belonged to their young master's two companions before killing them. Then, a female cultivator killed their young master. An insult. This is simply an insult. How many years has it been? The great Garnier family has never endured such an insult in years. Throughout history, no man or force has ever met a good end after insulting the Garnier family. These people won't be an exception. The people in the meeting room were in an uproar. The members and high-ranking officials of the Garnier family were enraged. All of them seemed to be filled with the urge to kill these two cultivators and to dismember their corpses. However, in truth, not many of them cared about Knock's death. Some of them even celebrated inwardly, since Knock's death meant there was a chance that their own direct descendants would stand a chance in becoming the Garnier family's patriarch in the future. Nevertheless, since Knock's death was a humiliation to the Garnier family, it still angered them to a certain extent. "Silence!" the patriarch of the Garnier family, bellowed, effectively silencing everyone in the meeting room. Once everyone fell silent, he said, "I've summoned all of you so we can seek revenge from these two cultivators. They killed my son and trampled on the pride and dignity of our Garnier family. Only their blood can wash away this humiliation." Dahl continued to say, "Based on the scenes in the projector, we can tell that their cultivation bases are at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage at least. It's possible that they're even stronger than that. I've summoned all of you here to discuss the weapons we have at our disposal to kill them. I suggest using the disaster-level battleship." An old man with a white beard promptly suggested in a grim voice, "The disaster-level battleship." Many people gasped upon hearing the white-bearded old man's words. "Grand Elder, is this necessary?" Although these two cultivators are powerful, based on the strength they showed, it seems like they're only at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's highly unlikely that they're even at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Don't you think it's an overkill for us to use our family's strongest battleship just for two of them?" a middle-aged man said to the white-bearded old man. Many of them nodded in agreement. In their opinion, their family's disaster-level battleship was a weapon that could even kill bodiless celestials. It truly felt like an overkill to use it to kill two cultivators who probably had not even broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even Dahl, the patriarch of the Garnier family, was taken aback by the white-bearded old man's words. "There's no need for that, right, Grand Elder? It's necessary." The white-bearded old man said grimly, "No one has dared to challenge the Garnier family like this in many years. This time, someone has directly insulted us, so we must retaliate in such a manner. Moreover, this show of power will show everyone that the Garnier family is not to be trifled with, even though we have kept a low profile over the years." Based on his words, it was clear that apart from killing the two cultivators, he intended to use the disaster-level battleship to show the Garnier family's might. "I agree with the Grand Elder's suggestion." It did not take long before someone agreed with the white-bearded old man's suggestion. "Indeed. Our Garnier family has stayed silent for so many years. It's time for us to show people our might." "I agree," motion seconded. Soon after, everyone in the meeting room agreed with the white-bearded old man's suggestion. Since everyone has agreed, the crowd listened with rapt attention. Dahl said, "The Garnier family will launch the disaster-level battleship to kill those two cultivators." He continued giving out orders. "Listen to me, heads of divisions. Satellite Intelligence Division, locate the two cultivators immediately. Public Relations and Media Division, send out an announcement across the Coast Galaxy. Let everyone know the Garnier family will be launching the disaster-level battleship to avenge a member of our family and to wash off this insult against our family. Another thing, prepare to project the scene when we kill the two cultivators. Make sure that it's aired everywhere in the Coast Galaxy. Let everyone in the Coast Galaxy know that those who insult the Garnier family will not have a happy ending. After Dahl issued his orders, the Garner family's heads of the Satellite Intelligence Division and the Public Relations and Media Division were the first to leave to make necessary arrangements. Grand Elder Dahl turned to look at the white-bearded old man and said, "Both of us will go to the War Division to authorize the launch of the disaster-level battleship to avenge my son and show everyone the might of the Garnier family." His eyes were red at this moment. After all, his one and only son had been killed. Following the Garnier family's chain of actions, not only the inhabitants from the Coast Galaxy's home planet, Planet Saddle, were in shock, but all the inhabitants from other planets were shocked as well. Someone killed the young master of the Garnier family. He was killed by 2 cultivators. Are they seeking death? This is our territory after all. I heard that the Garnier family plans to launch their disaster-level battleship just to kill those 2 cultivators, the disaster-level battleship. Heavens, that's the most powerful weapon in the entire Coast Galaxy. Only the other 2 families have disaster-level battleships. The reason the 3 elite families can stand at the peak of the Coast Galaxy is due to their disaster-level battleships. They're actually launching the disaster-level battleship. Are the 2 cultivators bodiless celestials? Similar discussions could be heard on every planet in the Coast Galaxy. Based on the Garnier family's actions, it was clear that the family was thoroughly enraged. Planet Saddle. The 2 elite families in the Coast Galaxy had also received news that the Garnier family's actions had nothing to do with them. Someone left. The young master of the Garnier family was killed by 2 cultivators. This is great news. That old fart, Dahl, must be spitting with rage. It seems like the 2 cultivators are extremely powerful. Otherwise, the Garnier family won't launch the disaster-level battleship. In 15 minutes, the Garnier family will broadcast the execution of the 2 cultivators. How exciting! I haven't seen a disaster-level battleship in years. The disaster-level battleship. The 3 elite families have relied on it to maintain our standing in this galaxy. It's the reason why we're on top of the food chain in the Coast Galaxy. 15 minutes passed by as the 2 elite families in Coast Galaxy were fervently discussing this matter. It did not take long before a projection appeared in every corner of every planet in the Coast Galaxy. Is that them? The figures of a man and a woman appeared before the eyes of every inhabitant in the Coast Galaxy. Chapter 25-19 A Master Stroke. Projections were aired in every corner of the Coast Galaxy. All the inhabitants would be able to watch it. Everyone in the Coast Galaxy had dropped everything they were doing to watch the projections. A man and a woman appeared before their eyes. The man was dressed in purple robes and his hair was tied with a headband. He had sharp and defined brows and looked extremely handsome. Many women sighed when they saw him. My, how handsome! Are there really such handsome men among the cultivators? I'm willing to have my life shortened if I can have such a handsome boyfriend. He's too handsome. Young women and teenage girls alike in the Coast Galaxy were squealing like fangirls. The young man was none other than Duan Tien. His appearance was outstanding and his strength was apparent, giving him an extraordinary aura. It was only natural that he had drawn the attention of the female population in the Coast Galaxy. Similarly, Tang Xiao captured the male population's interest as well when she appeared in the projections everywhere. Despite being dressed in loose black robes, her pretty figure was not concealed at all. The surroundings seemed to dim in comparison when she appeared. What a gorgeous girl! A beauty, truly a beauty. Many inhabitants in the Coast Galaxy could not help but marvel over Duan Tien and Tang Xiao. An ideal couple, a truly ideal couple. There were also many women who were jealous of Tang Xiao. They wished they were the ones standing next to Duan Tien. Similarly, the men were also jealous of Duan Tien for being able to stand next to Tang Xiao. Such a handsome man and such a beautiful woman. It's a pity that they're going to die soon. That's right, apparently, the Garnier family has launched the disaster-level battleship just to kill them. The disaster-level battleship, are they that powerful? To think the Garnier family decided to launch the disaster-level battleship because of them. The illustrious figures in the Garnier family were the only ones who knew the real reason they had decided to launch the disaster-level battleship. They did not launch the disaster-level battleship because Duan Tien and Tang Xiao were powerful, it was because they wanted to display their strength for all to see. The Garnier family had been quiet for far too long. Since they were presented with a rare chance to display their might to the inhabitants of the Coast Galaxy, they definitely would not let this chance slip by. Many members from the 2 elite families in the Coast Galaxy were confused by the Garnier family's decision to launch the disaster-level battleship as well. I'm slightly confused. Is there a need for the Garnier family to launch the disaster-level battleship for these 2 cultivators? Don't forget, Powerful cultivators are able to retain their youthful appearances. They might look young, but for all you know, they're thousands of years old. That's right, after all, we can also maintain our youthful appearances with genetic medicine, let alone cultivators. They must be extremely powerful to push the Garnier family into launching the disaster-level battleship. Most members from the two elite families felt that there were more than meets the eyes with Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, the Garnier family would not launch the disaster-level battleship. Duan Ling Tian, who was gliding leisurely in outer space after leaving planet Saddle, the home planet of the Coast Galaxy, with Tang Xiaoxiao, suddenly sensed something. What is it? Tang Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, coming to a halt as well. I feel as though we're being watched, Duan Ling Tian replied. His intuition told him they were being watched, and it made him feel uncomfortable. Initially, he had thought he was thinking too much. However, as time passed, he was certain that they were being watched. You feel it too? Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Similarly, she also felt as though they were being watched. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian did not show any reaction, she had dismissed her thoughts. Who knew he had the same feeling as well? Something's coming, Duan Ling Tian said. He had clearly sensed something. He narrowed his eyes as he looked in the eastern direction. It did not take long before he swept his gaze in every direction. It seems like we're surrounded. What is it? Tang Xiaoxiao was about to use her divine consciousness to investigate when she saw gigantic birds flying toward them from all directions. As they drew closer, she discovered they were not birds at all. She exclaimed in shock, battleships. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. As it turned out, the 18 Big Macs, floating in the air that had surrounded him and Tang Xiaoxiao were the battleships that were shown in science fiction movies he had seen in his past life. However, the battleships in front of him were completely different from the ones he had seen in the movies. These battleships looked like gigantic birds. Their size was as big as rocks, the mythical birds from ancient legends in his past life. Their wings seemed to stretch endlessly, casting a shadow on a vast area. It seems like that knock from the Garnier family isn't as simple as he had appeared to be. If I'm not mistaken, these battleships are called disaster-level battleships, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Disaster-level battleships? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Disaster level? There are different levels of battleships. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded as she patiently explained, the disaster-level battleships, attacks are equivalent to a natural disaster. Its destructive force is comparable to a flash flood, a volcanic eruption, a raging storm or an earthquake. It has enough power to kill bodiless celestials. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Tang Xiaoxiao's explanation. These battleships were capable of killing bodiless celestial. The technology of these battleships was so advanced. After all, even bodiless celestials who had not undergone their first bodiless celestial tribulation had power comparable to cultivators at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 1 tribulation bodiless celestials had strength comparable to a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, while 2 tribulation bodiless celestials had strength comparable to an eminent celestial. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials had powers that surpassed eminent celestials, let alone those bodiless celestials who had successfully passed more than 3 tribulations. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out that these disaster-level battleships were capable of killing 3 tribulation bodiless celestials or those who were stronger. 18 disaster-level battleships. Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings and counted the battleships. He raised an eyebrow as he said, "This is not a small-scale declaration of war." Both of them were surrounded in outer space by the 18 disaster-level battleships. They looked like large moving forts. Let alone Duan Ling Tian, even the inhabitants of the Coast Galaxy were shocked at the sight of the disaster-level battleships. A single disaster-level battleship was 10 million times bigger than a human. Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao looked like ants in front of the disaster-level battleships. With 18 battleships surrounding them, they were left with no room to escape. Heavens! 18 disaster-level battleships. Just who are these cultivators? Many people in the Coast Galaxy cried out in alarm. The terrifying scene caused them to gulp. These are disaster-level battleships. All of them are disaster-level battleships. Although the Garnier family had announced that they're going to launch the disaster-level battleship to seek revenge, I had assumed they were only going to launch 1 disaster-level battleship. Who knew they would launch 18 disaster-level battleships? Previously, I heard that the Garnier family owns 13 disaster-level battleships. It seems like they had more in secret storage. Based on what we can see, it seems like they have 18 at least. I'm more curious about the identities of these two cultivators. Who on earth are they? Just how powerful are they? The Garnier family actually launched 18 disaster-level battleships because of them. Many inhabitants of the coast galaxy felt chills running up their spines when they watched the projection. The purple-clad young man and the black-clad young woman were completely surrounded in outer space by the 18 gargantuan disaster-level battleships. Moreover, all kinds of weapons from the battleships were silently aimed at them at this moment. Chapter 25:20 Is he even human? The weapons from the 18 disaster-level battleships were aimed at Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao Xiao as an emotionless voice rang in outer space. These disaster-level battleships are under the command of the Garnier family. The great patriarch of the Garnier family, Dal, is going to speak to you now. As expected, it's the Garnier family. Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao Xiao were not surprised when they heard the thunderous voice. They had long suspected the 18 disaster-level battleships were sent by the Garnier family. The voice only confirmed their suspicion. I'm the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dal. As soon as this voice had spoken, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao Xiao saw the projection of a middle-aged man in front of the disaster-level battleship that had made an announcement earlier. The middle-aged man was dressed in modern clothes. Based on the background, it was easy to tell that he was in one of the battleships. At this moment, he was glaring at Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao Xiao. Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, continued to say, "It has been a long time since someone had last challenged the Garnier family. You killed my son, the young master of Garnier family. This is as good as trampling on the prestige of the Garnier family and challenging our family. Today, the Garnier family will make an example out of both of you and execute both of you." His expression was one of fury when he spoke. The inhabitants of the coast galaxy broke into an uproar when they heard Dal's proclamation. It's the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dal. Based on Dal's words, it seems like he's not just avenging his son by killing these two cultivators. It's also to wash away the insult. The Garnier family has been silent for many years. Look at them baring their teeth now. There's no doubt the Garnier family is using this as an opportunity to warn us that although they have been lying low, it doesn't mean that they're weak. The Garnier family owns 18 disaster-level battleships at least. I wonder if the other two elite families are a match for the Garnier family individually. Those who were intelligent easily guessed the Garnier family's intention. The Garnier family was killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Avenging the young master of the Garnier family was just an excuse. Meanwhile, the two elite families in the coast galaxy could not remain calm as well after witnessing the Garnier family's show of power. I really didn't expect that the Garnier family owns 18 disaster-level battleships. Our family only has 15 disaster-level battleships. The Garnier family really hid their powers well. Fortunately, we didn't get into a conflict with the Garnier family. If we fight, we won't be a match for them since our family only has 16 disaster-level battleships. The inhabitants of Coast Galaxy continued discussing among themselves as they watched the two ant-like figures that were surrounded by the 18 disaster-level battleships. Many shook their heads regretfully while some delighted in the two figures' misfortune. These two cultivators are certainly unlucky. That's right, I'm afraid the Garnier family is only looking for an excuse to display their might. Killing the young master of the Garnier family only gave the family a reason to flaunt their strength. How pitiful. To the inhabitants of the Coast Galaxy, it had been a long time since anything as exciting as this had happened. Although there was no suspense in this battle, they were extremely excited by the sight of 18 disaster-level battleships. At this moment, Dal's voice rang out again. "Hear my orders, the disaster-level battleships of the Garnier family. Open." Everyone's eyes were trained on Dal as he was about to order the 18 disaster-level battleships to open fire on Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao Xiao. Their hearts were filled with suspense and they held their breaths as they watched. However, before Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, was able to finish his sentence, a cold scoff interrupted him. The cold scoff seemed to contain some magic since it sent shockwaves through the bodies of every inhabitant in the Coast Galaxy who were watching the projection. Even Dal, who was in one of the disaster-level battleships, was not an exception. It felt as though his eardrums were going to explode when he heard that scoff. It caused him so much pain that he stopped speaking momentarily. Naturally, the person who had scoffed was Duan Ling Tian. Like a falling meteorite, he shot toward the disaster-level battleship that projected Dal's image at top speed. Every projection in the Coast Galaxy was specially managed. Therefore, no matter how quickly Duan Lingtian moved, the viewers could still catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's movements. This cultivator must be a bodiless celestial, right? Many inhabitants from the coast galaxy were scared witless and dumbfounded when they saw this. Their expressions changed as though they had seen a ghost in the next instant as they watched the projections. Duan Lingtian charged at one of the disaster-level battleships and tore a big hole on the battleship. A loud booming noise resounded in the ears of every inhabitant of the coast galaxy when he tore a hole in the battleship. Heavens! What did I just witness? He damaged a disaster-level battleship just like that. Not even a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial could have easily broken through to the defenses of a disaster-level battleship, right? Is it possible that the cultivator is stronger than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? The inhabitants of the coast galaxy were further shocked as they continued to watch the projections. That's too outrageous. Heavens, that's a disaster-level battleship. Am I dreaming? All of them watched as the figure shot through the disaster-level battleship and exited from the other side. In just a moment, the disaster-level battleship was blown into smithereens as though it was hit by an immense force. It only left behind a mushroom cloud, shaking and tearing holes in the void. However, since it was dark in outer space, the viewers did not notice the tears in the void. Nevertheless, the quick destruction of the disaster-level battleship shocked them to their cores. The force from the explosion that blew the disaster-level battleship into smithereens swept out in all directions violently. The terrifying shockwave spread toward the 17 disaster-level battleships, rocking them from side to side. It looked as though the battleships were going to plummet and crash at any moment. This was a scene the inhabitants of Coast Galaxy would not forget in their lives. Is he even human? At this moment, Duan Lingtian emerged from the mushroom cloud. He made his way out casually as he appeared before everyone's eyes. The viewers saw a light shield had shrouded Duan Lingtian's body. When the cameras zoomed in, they saw he was actually surrounded by sword chi that protected him. Duan Lingtian, who looked like a god of war, was deeply etched in their minds. After a while, they regained their senses when they saw the wretched figure that was being held by Duan Lingtian. That's Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, right? The viewers watched as Dal glared at Duan Lingtian and asked, You, just who are you? There was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes when he spoke. He would not be able to forget what happened today for the rest of his life. Not only did the purple-clad young man easily breach the defenses of the disaster-level battleships, the purple-clad young man even captured him effortlessly. He could only helplessly watch as the purple-clad young man summoned 10 million sword rays that caused an explosion, effectively destroying the disaster-level battleship. He would have met a tragic end if the purple-clad young man did not drag him out. At this moment, he would have been a fool if he still did not realize the Garnier family had bitten off more than they could chew. Chapter 25-21 Difficult to deal with. You're the patriarch of the Garnier family, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Dal, whom he was carrying like a bag of trash, indifferently. He said calmly, You can finish issuing your order now. I'd like to experience the might of the disaster-level battleships. Then, he turned to look at the 17 disaster-level battleships. Duan Lingtian's words caused Dal and the illustrious members of the Garnier family's expressions to turn unsightly. Similar to Dal, the members of the Garnier family had also realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Their expressions remained dark as they discussed the purple-clad young man who looked like the god of war. Can anyone tell me? Who's this cultivator? This cultivator is definitely stronger than a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 3-tribulation bodiless celestial would not have survived an explosion like that unscathed. Why is the Garnier family so unlucky to have provoked such a terrifying person? After all, 4 bodiless celestials are those who are stronger or extremely rare in the entire Coast Galaxy. Our Garnier family has a record of all the 4 bodiless celestials in more than 10 galaxies around our Coast Galaxy. However, there's no mention of these people. If they're among the 4 bodiless celestials in our records, we wouldn't have provoked them, let alone send out the disaster-level battleships. Even if he's only a 4 bodiless celestial, he's entirely capable of forcing our 17 disaster-level battleships to retreat. At most, he would be heavily injured. It's impossible for us to kill him. If he's a 5 bodiless celestial, our Garnier family's 17 disaster-level battleships would only be able to inflict small injuries on him. Moreover, he would only risk injuries if he decides to destroy our 17 disaster-level battleships. Our Garnier family cannot afford to offend this man. The high-ranking officials of the Garnier family, with the exception of their patriarch, Dal, who was captured by Duan Ling Tian, quickly held an emergency meeting using their communication devices. After a while, they reached the consensus that they could not afford to offend Duan Ling Tian. If the Garnier family survives this calamity, I'll retire and longer intervene with matters regarding the family, the Garnier family's grand elder said in a somber voice. He was the one who suggested making a great fanfare out of these two cultivators, execution after all. He had to shoulder this responsibility. It did not take long before Dal received messages through his implanted microchip. Patriarch, the conclusion of this emergency family meeting is that the purple-clad young man is a 4 or possibly 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. We can't afford to provoke him, we have to obtain his forgiveness no matter what the price is. Dal shivered when he heard the messages. He's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least. Although 4 tribulation bodiless celestials might not be a match for 17 disaster-level battleships, they are capable of escaping. He knew it would only spell disaster for the family if someone like that was able to escape. If the purple-clad young man was stronger than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, if he was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was capable of destroying the disaster-level battleships. At most, the purple-clad young man would injure himself by doing so. Therefore, regardless if the purple-clad young man was a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, there was no doubt they could not afford to offend him. After taking a deep breath, he finally said, "Sir, I surrender." The Garnier family surrenders. The proud patriarch of the Garnier family was forced to lower his head in the end. Surrender. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brow when he heard this. Based on your words, you've decided against ordering the 17 disaster-level battleships to open fire on me. I don't dare. I don't dare. Dal lowered his head even more, looking nervous and worried. He only felt regretful when he recalled his decision that led him here. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He could only try to reduce the losses the Garnier family would suffer as much as he possibly could. For this reason, he surrendered even though it meant he would humiliate himself in front of everyone in the Coast Galaxy. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Coast Galaxy who were watching the projections were dumbfounded. What's this? The Garnier family's patriarch is surrendering, what a joke. The Garnier family was one of the 3 most powerful families in the Coast Galaxy. They had always behaved ruthlessly and arrogantly. No forces in the Coast Galaxy dared to oppose them due to this reason. However, currently, the high and mighty patriarch of the Garnier family was lowering his head to a cultivator. Since the patriarch of the Garnier family has lowered his head, this means the entire Garnier family is lowering their heads as well. It seems like the Garnier family doesn't want to offend this purple-clad young man. This is as expected. Didn't you see the power that the purple-clad young man displayed earlier? He's definitely stronger than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. He's probably a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. No wonder. The Garnier family definitely doesn't have the courage to offend 4 tribulation bodiless celestials or those who are stronger. The inhabitants of the Coast Galaxy had the same thoughts as the members of the Garnier family. After all, they knew what 4 tribulation bodiless celestials or those who were stronger were capable of. 4 tribulation bodiless celestials could not be killed by disaster-level battleships, let alone those who had successfully passed more than 4 tribulations. When they thought about this, they did not dare to laugh at the Garnier family. After all, they knew if they were in Dal's shoes, they would have reacted in the same way as well. Meanwhile, the 2 elite families in the Coast Galaxy were delighting in the Garnier family's misfortune. They hoped the purple-clad young man would kill Dal and destroy the Garnier family. Someone laughed. The Garnier family has bitten off more than they can chew this time. Hopefully this expert will destroy the Garnier family in his anger. This way, we'll have one less rival. Duan Ling Tian looked at Dal whose head was lowered as he said indifferently, I'll give you another chance. I'll give you 5 breaths to tell the 17 disaster-level battleships to fire at me. Otherwise, not only will I kill you, I'll destroy the Garnier family as well. 1 breath passed. You only have 4 breaths left to make a choice. Duan Ling Tian's voice echoed in Dal's ears and caused the expressions of the members of the Garnier family to change. Duan Ling Tian's words echoed in the ears of every inhabitant in the Coast Galaxy as well. All of them broke into an uproar again. Madman. Madman. He has to be stronger than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident and ask the patriarch of the Garnier family to order the 17 disaster-level battleships to fire at him. That's true. This means he's probably a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Duan Ling Tian's words caused the members of the Garnier family to panic. They could not figure out Duan Ling Tian's intention. What on earth is he trying to do? What's he trying to do? Is he a masochist? The two elite families in the Coast Galaxy discussed this among themselves excitedly. This cultivator is very confident. It looks like he's not just a Ford Tribulation bodiless celestial. Hopefully this cultivator will destroy the Garnier family's 17 disaster-level battleships. At that time, the Garnier family will no longer be one of the three great families in the Coast Galaxy. There would only be two great families in the Coast Galaxy. Dahl looked at Duan Ling Tian as he said tentatively, "Sir." One more breath left. Dahl felt as though a bucket of ice had been poured down his shirt when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He no longer dared to dally and quickly issued an order to the 17 disaster-level battleships to open fire on Duan Ling Tian. He had to disregard the fact that he was firmly caught in Duan Ling Tian's hands at this moment. He did not want to think about the fact that he was also in the firing range of the 17 disaster-level battleships. Fire! As soon as the people in the 17 disaster-level battleships received the order. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 Laser blasts, electromagnetic blasts, ultra-nuclear warheads, and other similar sophisticated weapons from the Coast Galaxy were fired at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 25-22 Apocalypse-level battleships. Everyone in the Coast Galaxy watched as the laser blasts, electromagnetic blasts, ultra-nuclear warheads, and other weapons were fired at Duan Ling Tian and Dahl, the patriarch of the Garnier family. A deafening noise reverberated in the air. Although the weapons were fired in outer space, the shockwave traveled to planet Saddle, the home planet of the Coast Galaxy. Boom! 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 As soon as the shockwave from the attacks of the 17 disaster-level battleships hit planet Saddle, the planet shook violently. Many buildings on the planet collapsed thunderously, unable to withstand the shockwave that traveled in from outer space. Fortunately, the shockwave's intensity began to lessen with time. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have lost their lives from such a violent earthquake? As the shockwave's intensity decreased, people from planet Saddle quickly boarded their flying vehicles to escape from the earthquake. How horrifying! Is this the power of 17 disaster-level battleships? Can that confident cultivator really survive such destructive power? Can a Ford Tribulation bodiless celestial survive such powerful gunfire? As the people on planet Saddle ran for their lives, everyone else from the Coast Galaxy watched as a mushroom cloud rose. They were shocked. The blasts from the 17 disaster-level battleships continued for a quarter of an hour. 15 minutes passed before they finally stopped. Gradually, the thunderous noises began to fade away. The mushroom cloud turned smaller and smaller as well. Everyone in the Coast Galaxy, including the inhabitants of planet Saddle who had escaped in their flying vehicles, watched the projections with rapt attention. All of them were curious if the purple-clad young man would survive the attack. Is the cultivator still alive? Even if he's alive, he should be heavily injured, right? He must be injured. The blasts from the weapons are so powerful. I agree. The majority of the inhabitants in the Coast Galaxy believed Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape unscathed. It seems like there's nothing special about disaster-level battleships. A familiar and flippant voice suddenly rang in the air. The voice had come from the inside the gradually disappearing mushroom cloud. Everyone was shocked to their cores. This scene was something they would not forget in their lives. They watched as the purple-clad young man emerged from the mushroom cloud, clearly unharmed. How's this possible? He's unharmed. Even the robes he's wearing are in one piece. It's not just that, there isn't even a single crease on them. It looks the same as before the disaster-level battleships opened fire. Even Dahl, the patriarch of the Garnier family, is unharmed. Did the 17 disaster-level battleships even open fire earlier? Heavens! Am I dreaming? As Duan Ling Tian casually carried Dahl out from the gradually dissipating mushroom cloud, Dahl, who was in a daze, finally regained his senses. He cried out in fear, Six Tribulation bodiless celestial. He's a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial at least. 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. When everyone in the Coast Galaxy heard Dahl's words, they felt as though they were suffocating. All of them were speechless. 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. How did a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial end up in the Coast Galaxy? What's a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial doing in the Coast Galaxy? A general survey of cultivators in the Coast Galaxy shows that the strongest among them are only 4 Tribulation bodiless celestials. How can this young man be a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial? Is the patriarch of the Garnier family mistaken? He's not wrong. Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial would suffer some injuries when attacked by 17 disaster-level battleships. However, this cultivator is completely unharmed. Even his clothes are untouched. At the very least, he's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. The first ones in the coast galaxy to return to their senses were interplanetary merchants who traveled often between galaxies around the coast galaxy. Since they had seen far more than the average person, they could tell he was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger. After all, they had the 17 disaster-level battleships as a comparison. Otherwise, they would never be able to conclude if someone was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger based on his looks and physique, regardless of how well-traveled they were. Before the inhabitants of the coast galaxy regained their senses, Duan Ling Tian looked at Dal and said, "Seeing as you've been rather cooperative, you'll be the only member from the Garnier family whom I will kill." Dal's expression had just changed when Duan Ling Tian flicked his hand and sent Dal flying away. Bang! With just a simple slap, Dal, who was not a cultivator, died instantly. The expressions of the members of the Garnier family changed as they cried out in anguish. Patriarch, after killing Dal, Duan Ling Tian flew to Tang Xiao, who was watching from afar, and motioned to her to leave. "Let's go." He brought her with him as he stepped on his sword formation and flew off. They quickly disappeared from the projections since they were moving at top speed. Despite the projectors' special programming, they could not capture his movement at all as he carried Tang Xiao away. At this moment, only the 17 disaster-level battleships that looked like mountains could be seen on the projections. The interplanetary merchants from the coast galaxy were shocked again when they saw this. How's this possible? Even the projectors can't capture his movements. If he's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, the projectors should have been able to capture his movements even if he's moving at top speed. However, the projectors can't catch any of his movements at all. When they regained their senses, one thought appeared in their minds. That purple-clad young man is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Only 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, or those who are stronger, can avoid being captured by the projectors. The Garnier family should rejoice. Fortunately, this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial isn't someone who kills indiscriminately. Otherwise, he can kill all of them with just a flick of his finger. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial is capable of killing everyone in the coast galaxy before we can even escape. With these in mind, the interplanetary merchants were thankful that Duan Ling Tian did not kill indiscriminately. The other inhabitants in the coast galaxy felt chills running up their spines when they heard these words. Meanwhile, the members of the Garnier family were so frightened that some of them had fallen to the ground, unable to get up for half a day. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. That purple-clad young man is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The Grand Elder of the Garnier family fell to his knees as he cried out, "I deserve to die, I deserve to die. I nearly caused the family's destruction." Then, he did not hesitate as he pulled out a laser gun and pulled the trigger on himself. He had killed himself out of remorse. Over the next few days, the coast galaxy regained its peace. However, it did not mean the inhabitants had forgotten about the event. It was likely that they would not forget it in their whole lives. The godlike purple-clad young man was etched so deeply in their minds. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. He and Tang Xiao needed to travel for 3 months in order to reach planet Yanhuang's galaxy from the coast galaxy, even if they traveled at top speed. Over the past 3 months, Tang Xiao had educated Duan Ling Tian on the galaxies governed by science and technology, so disaster-level battleships aren't the most powerful weapons in the galaxies governed by science and technology. The coast galaxy is only an ordinary galaxy that's governed by science and technology. Above the disaster-level battleships, they have the apocalypse-level battleships. They're the most powerful weapons in Yanhuang realm. After mulling over all the information, he asked Tang Xiao, "Are apocalypse-level battleships a threat to me?" Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.